Songhin was once the pride of the Song family, one of the three major families in Black Dragon City. However, he found himself in a predicament after awakening an unremarkable beast taming talent. This ability, called 100 absorption, allows his battle beasts to fully absorb the energy from natural treasures. While it should have been an unparalleled advantage, it came at a heavy price. Just yesterday, Songhin's spiritual training reached completion, and he awakened this perplexing beast taming talent. In a world where beast tamers are revered, everyone dreams of becoming a powerful beast tamer, commanding battle beasts and dominating the realm. Songhin was no exception. He aspired to become a top-tier beast tamer and establish his dominance. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him. While others awakened talents like fusion, elemental enhancement, or support abilities, Songhin received what appeared to be the mundane 100 absorption talent. This talent enables his battle beasts to completely absorb the energy from natural treasures without any waste. At first, Songhin didn't realize the true value of this talent. It wasn't until he overheard the elders of his family discussing it that he understood. This talent was one of the rarest and most precious in the world of beast taming. Because of this, the enemies of the Song family began to covet this ability that could cultivate the strongest battle beasts. To protect Songhin, the family made a difficult decision. They publicly claimed that his talent was a common support type and secretly increased his protection. This decision put Songhin in a dilemma. On one hand, he longed to showcase his strength and prove his worth. On the other hand, he had to hide his true talent to avoid bringing trouble to his family. While Songhin was troubled by this, he remembered a strange encounter from a year ago. He had gotten lost in the mountains and encountered a mysterious wolf king. Instead of harming him, the wolf king revealed an astonishing secret. Songhin still found it hard to believe, but deep down, he hoped it was true. At this moment, sitting in the pavilion of the Song family estate, Songhin fell into deep thought. Dressed in black, with fair skin, sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes, his long black hair flowed down, making him look exceptionally handsome. A gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness, seemingly dispersing his worries. Just then, his second uncle, Songdi, appeared quietly. This middle-aged man, around 30, wore a green robe and had a loving smile on his face. He asked Songhin with concern if he had decided on what kind of battle beast to contract and offered to help find a young light-blooded beast. Songhin felt a warm surge of gratitude. Although he had lost his parents at a young age, the care of his aunt, second uncle, and grandfather had never made him feel alone. However, the longing for his parents always lingered in his heart. Looking at his second uncle's concerned eyes, Songhin smiled slightly and declined his offer. He already had his own plan and decided to capture a battle beast himself. Although Songdi was worried, he respected Songhin's decision and reminded him to be careful. After Songdi left, Songhin closed his eyes and focused, feeling the surging spiritual power within him. In his sea of consciousness, his spiritual power had turned into a vast ocean, with roaring waves constantly crashing, making a sound like splashing water. A hazy, multicolored starlight spread out, transforming into a seven-colored misty veil, continuously merging and absorbing spiritual energy. Songhin knew that only by successfully contracting a battle beast and opening a beast space would his spiritual power continue to grow. He made a firm resolve to become strong and find his long-lost parents. Recalling the Wolf King's prophecy, Songhin murmured to himself, "Father, Mother, once I become a beast tamer, I will become a strong one. I will find you both." The next morning, Songhin woke up from his sleep. After a quick wash, he left the Song family, completely unaware that Songdi was silently following him. As dawn gradually dispelled the tranquility of Black Dragon City, the city began to bustle with activity. Vendors and peddlers crowded the streets, and shops started to open one by one. The streets were filled with people, and occasionally, beast tamers riding war beasts would roar past, rushing out of the city gates and drawing exclamations of awe. Black Dragon City, one of the major cities in Yunzhong County, boasts a permanent population of 200,000. It is adjacent to the vast Black Dragon Mountain Range, which spans 5 countries, including Beihan Nation. This mountain range is rich in beast resources and countless rare treasures, attracting numerous beast tamers to explore, hunt for treasures, and train their beasts. The Black Dragon Mountain Range is a paradise for the strong but a hell for the weak. Numerous beast tamer teams operate here, and every day, lives are lost. Yet, the opportunities and resources it holds continue to lure countless adventurers. At this moment, Songhin had already arrived alone at the edge of the Black Dragon Mountain Range. Songdi, with a grim expression, desperately wanted to drag him back to the family. He was furious. What is this boy thinking? The Black Dragon Mountain Range is not a place one can enter easily. Beast tamers fall every day, and he's not even a tamer. He's playing with his life. Even Songdi himself would tread carefully in the Black Dragon Mountain Range, always on guard, as no one knows what terrifying beasts they might encounter. Watching Song Hin's figure disappear into the forest, Song Di quickly followed. Song Hin remained oblivious to everything behind him. He came to a towering peak, thousands of feet high, with jagged rocks and sheer cliffs, resembling a giant sword piercing the sky. The mountain was filled with a terrifying pressure, and the constant roars of beasts echoed, shaking the heavens. Is this Dragon Head Peak? Song Hin marveled. Dragon Head Peak is the highest peak on the outskirts of the Black Dragon Mountain Range, home to countless beasts, feared even by the top beast tamers of Beihan Nation. Beside Song Hin stood a 5-meter-long, crimson wolf-like beast. Its eyes were blood red, and its body was covered in menacing green markings that looked like vines from a distance. This Chimu wolf, with its bulging muscles, exuded a terrifying aura, causing nearby beasts to flee. The Chimu wolf is a terrifying beast with dual attributes of blood and wood, ranked at Copper Level 3. It has no apparent weaknesses, with formidable combat abilities and a robust body, also possessing the wood attribute's strong vitality. Beasts are ranked from lowest to highest as greenstone, black iron, copper, silver, gold, and amethyst, each with 9 sublevels. Bloodlines are categorized into normal, elite, and perfect, each with lower, middle, and higher sublevels. The Chimu wolf has a middle elite bloodline, with the potential to advance to silver level in the future. The Chimu wolf stood respectfully by Song Hin's side, a hint of reverence in its blood-red eyes, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. A year ago, driven by curiosity, Song Hin had secretly followed his family's beast-taming team into the Black Dragon Mountain Range, only to be captured by the Chimu wolf and brought to Dragon Head Peak. There, he encountered the master of Dragon Head Peak and went through a series of incredible events. It was because of this experience that he returned to the Black Dragon Mountain Range, as the master of Dragon Head Peak had prepared his first war beast for him. Time slowly passed, and the once beast-roaring Dragon Head Peak suddenly fell silent. The air grew still, and a 100-meter-long figure appeared like a ghost beside Song Hin. The Chimu wolf immediately knelt, showing utmost respect. This figure had silver-white fur, flowing like silk, untouched by dust. Its body was agile, its steps silent, and its silver eyes were filled with haughty majesty. Its claws were menacing, glinting coldly. The most striking feature was the 12 silver wings spread behind it, covering the sky and causing leaves to rise slowly, filling the air with a heavy pressure. This was the master of Dragon Head Peak, the 12-winged silver moon wolf. Under its claws, Song Di was already unconscious. Second uncle? Song Hin recognized Song Di, his heart tightening, then slightly relaxing as the 12-winged silver moon wolf seemed aware of their relationship and hadn't struck a fatal blow. Uncle Wolf, this is my second uncle. He means no harm. Song Hin explained with a wry smile. The 12-winged silver moon wolf didn't respond. Instead, it turned its claw, and a blood-red crystal appeared before Song Hin. At the same time, a 1-meter-long figure appeared behind Ida, juvenile silver moon wolf, with silver-white fur flowing in the wind and silver eyes filled with curiosity, hesitantly looking at Song Hin. Go on, child. From now on, he will be your partner. The 12-winged silver moon wolf howled. This young wolf was its offspring, with a perfect high-level bloodline and limitless future potential. Song Hin watched as the young silver moon wolf approached him, the white figure instantly etched in his heart. He hadn't expected the 12-winged silver moon wolf to entrust its child to him. What was going on? What secret did he possess that warranted such special treatment? Song Hin couldn't help but ponder, a question that would bewilder anyone in his shoes. The silver moon celestial wolf gracefully approached Song Hin, its silver-white eyes staring directly at him. Song Hin was awash with thoughts, but as this majestic creature stood before him, his heartbeat quickened, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Without hesitation, Song Hin extended his palm, which began to glow with dazzling starlight. A shimmering 5-point star emerged from his palm, rapidly expanding and flying towards the head of the silver moon celestial wolf. This was the beast contract. Once a mythical beast willingly accepted it, it would become a lifelong companion to the beast tamer. In Song Hin's mind, his spiritual power surged like a raging ocean, intensifying the light in his palm. Faced with the approaching contract, the silver moon celestial wolf instinctively resisted, a glint of coldness and killing intent flashing in its silver eyes. Although the beast contract signified an equal relationship, for mythical beasts, it still represented a form of restraint, contrary to their innate wild nature. The silver moon celestial wolf tensed, its sharp claws extending and gleaming with a chilling light, ready to shatter the contract at any moment. At this critical juncture, the 12-winged silver moon celestial wolf let out a thunderous roar, releasing a terrifying pressure. The silver moon celestial wolf shivered, a glimmer of fear flashing in its eyes. The contract's light imprinted on the silver moon celestial wolf's head and then vanished. Simultaneously, Song Hin felt a cracking sound in his mind as a new space suddenly formed, the legendary beast space. This space could accelerate the beast's growth, heal injuries, and serve as a resting place. The moment the contract was established, the coldness in the silver moon celestial wolf's eyes dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of closeness. Song Hin also felt this marvelous connection. He had finally become a true beast tamer. With a thought, the silver moon celestial wolf transformed into a streak of light and disappeared, reappearing after 3 breaths. Song Hin's first attempt to store a beast in the beast space. At that moment, Song Di, who had been lying on the ground, twitched slightly as if about to wake up. The 12-winged silver moon celestial wolf lightly flapped its wings, and Song Di fell back into unconsciousness. The giant wolf turned to Song Hin, indicating that he should take the blood-red crystal floating in the air. Song Hin was drawn to the mysterious crystal. It was a blood-red crystal as thick as an arm, clear and transparent, with countless blood threads swirling inside, resembling a breathtaking sunset. It emitted a strange wave, seemingly pulling at one's very soul. As Song Hin's fingertips touched the crystal, a sudden change occurred. Blood-red light burst forth, and the hard crystal softened instantly, flowing into Song Hin's arm like water. He first felt a searing heat throughout his body, then a chilling cold, his mind becoming crystal clear. His spiritual power surged, continuously breaking through barriers around him. Then, a flood of information entered his mind, making Song Hin tremble. Bloodline crystal, second talent. This crystal was a divine artifact, allowing him to absorb the energy of slain mythical beasts and transform it into bloodline essence. This could not only provide energy for his beasts, but also refine their bloodlines, aiding their evolution. This meant Song Hin had awakened a second talent, one that could not be taken away. Taking a deep breath, Song Hin suppressed his inner excitement. The bloodline crystal's ability was a perfect match for his original talent. He looked gratefully at the 12-winged silver moon celestial wolf, filled with questions. Why bestow such a gift upon him? However, the 12-winged silver moon celestial wolf merely looked at him silently, a hint of kindness in its eyes, before disappearing. The silver moon celestial wolf also bid farewell to its father, while the scarlet wood wolf carried Song Di, signaling it was time to leave. Though filled with questions, Song Hin knew he couldn't find answers now. He silently vowed to become stronger and uncover the truth one day. He gently stroked the silver moon celestial wolf's back and smiled. From now on, I'll call you Silver Moon. Silver Moon stood tall, its eyes slowly transforming from confusion to pride. Let's go. We will return, Song Hin said, placing Silver Moon into the beast space. Although Silver Moon was only a month old, it had already reached the second tier of the green stone rank, thanks to the 12-winged Silver Moon celestial wolf's careful control to prevent overwhelming Song Hin's spiritual sea. With the contract in place, Silver Moon would grow even faster. Song Hin, filled with anticipation, set off on his journey home. Under the protection of the Red Wolf, Song Hin and Song Di safely left the Black Dragon Mountain. Back at the Song family residence, Song Di slowly regained consciousness, his mind clouded and aching. Confused, he glanced around, filled with questions. Wasn't I in the Black Dragon Mountain? How did I end up back home? Song Di carefully hid his confusion, too afraid to ask Song Hin, lest he reveal his own secrets. Meanwhile, Song Hin had begun training Inoue. In his courtyard, Inoue, a silver streak of light, repeatedly crashed into a sturdy tree. The tree's branches shook violently, leaves fluttering down, and its trunk became riddled with gnarled cracks. As a physically powerful beast, Inoue possessed incredible strength and speed, with virtually no apparent weaknesses. Its bloodline was of the highest grade known to Song Hin, and he was confident it would reach the purple crystal level. 5 minutes later, with a loud crash, the tree trunk collapsed. Well done, Inoue. Song Hin praised. Inoue panted heavily, its fur slightly disheveled, silver eyes glinting coldly. Open your mouth, Inoue, Song Hin commanded, placing a beast core into Inoue's maw while unleashing his own innate power to ensure full absorption. With Song Hin's help, Inoue's already formidable digestive abilities swiftly absorbed the second-tier beast core. Keep going, Song Hin ordered. He knew that rapid growth required not just talent but immense effort. Inoue complied without complaint, clearly sensing the gradual increase in its power. As the day passed, Inoue's strength advanced to the third tier of the green stone level. Pleased, Song Hin patted Inoue's head and encouraged. Well done, Inoue. Inoue lifted its head slightly, its eyes still filled with pride. Song Hin smiled knowingly, understanding Inoue's nature. However, a war beast's growth requires more than just training, it needs the crucible of bloodshed. Soon, Song Hin led Inoue to a sinister complex within the family grounds. This place, reeking of blood and filled with the cries of imprisoned beasts, served as a training ground for novice beast masters. The Song family's beast tamers not only scoured for resources, but also captured beasts. Rare-blooded beasts were treasured assets, while those with common bloodlines were held here as training fodder. Any beast a student could kill would become their prize, a generous family policy. A guard recognized Song Hin and greeted him respectfully. When Song Hin requested a fifth-tier greenstone beast, the guard hesitated. Young master, Inue is only at the third tier. Facing a fifth-tier beast could be risky. These beasts have been confined for a long time and could be dangerous. Confident, Song Hin reassured the guard, who then led them to a plaza. Dozens of iron doors lined the nearby walls, each emitting growls and roars. Suddenly, an iron door burst open, and a tumterlong, black figure lunged at Song Hin. It was a black armored hound, a beast of common bloodline but with fifth-tier greenstone strength. Covered in black scales, its claws were menacing, eyes blood-red, and from its forehead protruded two spikes. Drool dripped from its foul-smelling maw. Unfazed, Song Hin watched as Inue dashed forward like lightning, clashing with the hound. The ground trembled with the impact. Inue's eyes glowed with murderous intent as its claws slashed at the hound's head. The hound yelped and was sent flying but quickly rose to continue its assault. Despite being at the third tier, Inue's superior bloodline allowed it to dominate the fight. Its claws left deep gashes on the hound, breaking its scales and staining the ground with blood. Satisfied, Song Hin commanded, "Finish it, Inue." In an instant, Inue vanished, leaving after images. Two slashes appeared on the hound's neck, and blood sprayed out. The hound collapsed, and Inue consumed its core. Song Hin stored the hound's carcass in his spatial ring, a gift from his grandfather when his mental strength reached perfection. Suddenly, Song Hin remembered he hadn't seen his grandfather since becoming a beast master. The thought made him shudder, recalling the beatings from his grandfather, especially the one a year ago when he sneaked into the Black Dragon Mountain and had his leg broken. Hastily, he recalled Inue into the beast space and hurriedly left the area. In the main hall of the Song family, the patriarch Song Beixia sat with an aura of authority. As a fourth-rank beast master, his presence elevated the Song family to one of the top 3 families in Heilong City and earned them a position of power in Beihan country. His hair was white, and his eyes were sharp as copper bells, exuding a natural authority mixed with a hint of irritability. "Patriarch, young Master Song Hin is here," came the voice of the guard from outside. Song Beixia immediately roared, "Let him in. It's only been 3 days and he's already causing trouble." Hearing this, Song Hin felt a shiver run down his spine and wanted to turn and flee. However, under the helpless gaze of the guard, he forced himself to stay calm and pushed open the door. "You still know to come back?" Song Beixia began scolding him harshly. "You think you're invincible just because your spiritual power is complete? Do you think the beasts in the Black Dragon Mountains are made of clay?" Song Hin lowered his head and grinned sheepishly. "Grandfather, don't be angry. See, I'm back safe and sound." This only added fuel to the fire. Song Beixia suddenly stood up and swung his massive palm towards Song Hin. Instinctively, Song Hin dodged, shouting, "Ouch! I'm a beast master now, and you're still hitting me. Shut up. I haven't even touched you yet. Why are you yelling?" Song Beixia scolded, but seeing his grandson's disheveled appearance, his anger subsided a bit. After calming down slightly, Song Beixia asked, "Where's your battle beast? You didn't even want the bloodtail ferret. Show me its bloodline." With a thought, Song Hin summoned his silver moon wolf from the beast space. Its silver fur gleamed, and it looked at Song Beixia with a proud gaze. "Is this a silver moon wolf?" Song Beixia was surprised, his brows furrowing as he pondered the origin of this rare beast. Song Hin proudly explained, "That's right, a silver moon wolf with a perfect bloodline. It's much stronger than the bloodtail ferret, isn't it?" Song Beixia was stunned, his eyes filled with doubt. He hadn't expected his grandson to form a contract with such a rare beast, knowing the difficulty involved. But the evidence was right in front of him, and he had to admit that his grandson seemed to hold many secrets. "Good. Since you have such an opportunity, you must work hard. Aim to become a second-rank beast master soon." Song Beixia's tone softened, "But don't forget training in real combat. Battle beasts grow through fighting." Song Hin listened intently to his grandfather's advice. Song Beixia then reminded him, "The family duel for the new generation is in a month. You know what to do, right?" Song Hin nodded in understanding. Song Beixia continued, "Training alone isn't enough. Take on some tasks at the mission hall. Real combat is the only way to truly improve your fighting skills." He handed Song Hin a beast pouch that could hold 10 beasts. "If you encounter rare bloodline beasts, bring them back. The family won't treat you poorly." Before leaving, Song Beixia urged, "Remember, you only have one life. Think twice before acting. Be more cautious in the future." Song Hin solemnly promised, "Grandfather, I won't let you down." After Song Hin left, a smile of relief appeared on Song Beixia's face. That rascal. I hope you can live up to your words. Back in his room, Song Hin opened the beast pouch and found hundreds of Kingsha-level beast cores and 1,000 soul crystals inside. For a newly minted beast master, this was a fortune. He gratefully stored them in his storage ring. Song Hin began to plan his next steps. The Silver Moon Wolf was close to reaching Qingshi 4th rank and would soon break through. As a first-rank beast master, he could contract 2 more battle beasts. But with a gem like the Silver Moon Wolf, ordinary beasts no longer caught his eye. He started considering his second battle beast. The Silver Moon Wolf excelled in close combat, so perhaps he should find a beast with long-range attack capabilities to complement it. However, he then remembered his second talent bloodline crystal. If this ability was as powerful as he imagined, he was confident he could nurture even an ordinary bloodline beast into a top-tier one. In the room, Song Jia's thoughts stirred, and the corpse of a black armored hound appeared out of thin air. The heavy stench of blood instantly filled the space. Song Hin frowned slightly, then activated his blood crystal talent. A mysterious wave emanated from his body, and the corpse of the black armored hound melted away like snow under a scorching sun. Song Hin felt a slight mental drain in his mind, and a blood-red crystal the size of an almond appeared in his palm. He gazed at the essence of the bloodline, marveling at the wonders of innate abilities. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared beside Song Hin, and the figure of Silver Moon emerged from the void, its silver eyes fixed on Song Hin. Silver Moon, eat this? Song Hin displayed the blood essence in his palm. Without hesitation, Silver Moon opened its mouth and swallowed it. Song Hin watched Silver Moon intently, waiting for the essence to take effect. 10 breaths later, Silver Moon's eyes snapped open. A fierce white light flashed, and its body emanated a radiant glow. It howled towards the sky, its aura suddenly changing, and its physique visibly strengthened. With the help of the blood essence, Silver Moon successfully broke through from the 3rd level of the green stone tier to the 4th, significantly enhancing its power. Song Hin was delighted. Even though he was prepared for this, he was still amazed by the effect of the blood essence. Originally, Silver Moon needed 3 more days to break through, but now it succeeded in advance due to the essence. Song Hin realized that he would need a large number of monster corpses in the future. As long as he had enough blood essence, his war beast could quickly break through and enhance its strength. Silver Moon, feeling its new power, flashed a look of surprise in its silver eyes, seemingly wanting another crystal. There's none left for now, but we'll get more soon, Song Hin smiled. Now that you've broken through, feel your new strength. Let's go. He patted Silver Moon's head and led it to the family's beast holding area. 10 minutes later, Song Hin walked out of the gate with a new addition to his storage ring, the corpse of a 7th level green stone bull. Although Silver Moon was only at the 4th level of the green stone tier, it easily defeated the bull due to its superior bloodline. Song Hin was very satisfied with the result, confident that with enough monster corpses and his talent for 100 absorption, his war beast's growth speed could be greatly enhanced. The next morning, Song Hin woke up, washed quickly, and headed to the family's mission hall. This ancient pavilion had a steady stream of Song family beast tamers coming and going. Upon entering, he found an expansive interior. For large screens above flashed with task information, displaying high-difficulty tasks from family elders and simpler tasks from second-tier beast tamers, suitable for newcomers like Song Hin. The screens listed various tasks: killing 10 black armored hounds for their fangs, finding 3 red flame grasses, eliminating 100 yellow ridge rats, and more. After a moment of thought, Song Hin decided to take on the task of finding red flame grass. It would allow him to complete a task while hunting monsters for blood essence and training Silver Moon. Having made his decision, Song Hin quickly selected several suitable tasks. He took the red flame grass task and 4 others, then headed to the family resource hall to purchase a large amount of supplies for the wild before leaving the Song family. The Black Dragon mountain range spanned several countries and was teeming with monsters, making it extremely dangerous for low-tier beast tamers. It was a paradise for the strong and a nightmare for the weak. Song Hin chose Black Fong Mountain, a branch of the Black Dragon mountain range, mainly inhabited by green stone tier monsters, with only a few black iron tier monsters. With caution, it was a suitable place for Song Hin to train. On Black Fong Mountain, the dense crowns of black nether pines intertwined like steel needles, blocking out the sunlight. The ground was covered with thick, foul-smelling rotting leaves. Song Hin and Silver Moon moved cautiously, nerves on edge. This was Song Hin's 3rd time entering the Black Dragon mountain range, and unlike his previous reckless and dependent attempts, he was particularly cautious this time. Suddenly, a fierce beast roar erupted ahead. A black armored hound charged at them. Song Hin was not surprised. This type of monster was common on Black Fong Mountain. Wild monsters often got excited upon encountering beast tamers because beast tamers had strong mental energy and rich blood, making them highly attractive to these bloodthirsty creatures. Silver Moon, take it down in 5 seconds, Song Hin commanded. Silver Moon vanished, reappearing beside the black armored hound in a flash of silver light. The hound howled in terror, snapping its jaws at Silver Moon. With a flick of its tail, Silver Moon sent the hound flying, then pounced and tore open its abdomen with its claws. Blood splattered, and Silver Moon swallowed the core. Song Hin remained unfazed, stepped forward, and stored the hound's corpse in his ring, then activated his talent to convert the corpse into blood essence. Silver Moon, let's go, Song Hin ordered, quickly leaving with Silver Moon. He knew that blood in the wild would attract other monsters, and it was best not to linger. These basic beast taming skills had been drilled into him by the family's elders since childhood, making him far more knowledgeable than ordinary civilian beast tamers. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Clad in black, Song Hin's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he swiftly moved through the forest with Inu. Over these 3 days, they had ventured deep into the heart of Black Fong Mountain, surviving countless life-and-death battles. The once fair-skinned Song Hin now bore a light tan, a testament to the relentless sun and harsh elements, making him appear more rugged and seasoned. During this short period, Song Hin and Inu had slain over a dozen beasts. Each battle was a test of survival and an opportunity for growth. With Song Hin's perfect absorption talent, Inu's strength had skyrocketed, and just an hour ago, it had broken through to the 5th tier of the Qingshi level. Although Inu was still too small to serve as a mount, its eyes now radiated a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. Suddenly, Inu halted, its fur bristling as it cautiously moved forward. Inu, what's wrong? Song Hin asked quietly, his breath slightly heavy. Despite the beast master's superior physique, 3 days of relentless activity had left him somewhat fatigued. Inu did not respond but continued to advance cautiously. Sensing something, Song Hin followed closely. Though they had slain many beasts, they had not yet found the spirit herb required for their family mission, only gathering some low-grade first-tier herbs, which were barely worth mentioning. Ahead, a dark cave entrance appeared, surrounded by black nether pines, with a putrid smell permeating the air. However, deep within the cave, faint waves of heat could be felt. This is... Song Hin's eyes lit up. Inu, let's check it out. They cautiously entered the cave. The air grew increasingly hot and stifling, the pungent smell intensifying. After walking about 100 meters, the cave suddenly opened up. They found themselves in a vast cavern about 10 meters high, with fiery red liquid dripping from the ceiling, forming pools of magma. On the surrounding rock walls, a dozen or so crimson flame grass plants were absorbing the fire energy, emitting a faint glow. Song Hin's heart raced. This was a significant find. However, his expression quickly changed as he instinctively leaped back. Inu growled, lunging toward the spot where Song Hin had just stood, its claws flashing as they collided with a dark shadow. Crimson flame python. Song Hin's heart sank. A massive python, its body a fiery red with black markings, appeared before them. Its blood-red eyes were cold and merciless, each breath exuding powerful fire energy. This was a crimson flame python that had reached the 9th tier of the Qingshi level, far stronger than Inu. The situation was clear. This was the crimson flame python's territory, and the crimson flame grass was crucial for its breakthrough to the black iron level. Naturally, the python would not welcome intruders. Boom. The python's massive body shot towards Inu like an arrow. Inu barely dodged with its agility, countering with a claw aimed at the python's vital spot. But the python was prepared, its tail whipping out and sending Inu flying. The battle quickly intensified. Though the python had the upper hand, it realized that Inu was not an easy opponent. It began to approach cautiously, seemingly planning a decisive strike. Inu, bite. Song Hin commanded decisively. Inu reacted instantly, leaping onto the python and sinking its teeth into its body. The python roared in pain, twisting its head and opening its gaping maw. Inu, watch out for the venom. Song Hin shouted anxiously. Inu swiftly evaded the python's counterattack, shaking its head to avoid the venom. Scalding snake blood sprayed out, flesh and scales flying. Inu quickly distanced itself from the python. Hiss. The crimson flame python opened its gaping maw and spewed a stream of venom. The foul-smelling saliva dripped onto the ground, sizzling and corroding small, smoking pits. Missing its target, the python felt a sharp pain in its back and let out a piercing screech, angrily lunging at Silver Moon, determined to kill. The moment the python sprayed its venom, Song Hin quickly took an antidote and covered his nose and mouth with a towel. Despite having a slightly stronger constitution than most, he dared not inhale the lethal gas. To be safe, he also fed an antidote to Silver Moon. Silver Moon possessed a bite skill, allowing it to concentrate its physical strength into its jaws, tearing through flesh with terrifying force. However, due to its pride, the high-spirited Silver Moon rarely used this move. Instead, it chose to leverage its speed, darting like a phantom around the cave, evading the python. Song Hin was anxious, Realizing this wasn't a sustainable strategy, he thought hard about a way to break the stalemate and suddenly had an idea. Silver Moon, our target is the crimson flame grass, not the python. Go grab those grasses, he shouted as he ran towards the depths of the cave, afraid of becoming the python's next target. Silver Moon paused for a moment, then understood. Its greatest asset was its speed. Grabbing 3 crimson flame grasses would complete the mission. But now, Silver Moon decided to seize all the grasses to avenge its earlier setbacks. It sprang forward like an arrow, aiming for the crimson flame grass. These herbs were crucial for the python's advancement to the black iron level. Losing them would indefinitely delay its progress. The crimson flame python wasn't foolish. Seeing Silver Moon heading for its treasures, it became furious. It had intended to chase Song Hin, but seeing the human disappear, it roared angrily and turned to pursue Silver Moon. Cunning humans, it roared internally. Although Silver Moon was incredibly fast, the python wasn't slow either, and it had the upper hand in strength. Feeling the hot breath closing in from behind, Silver Moon suddenly braked and twisted its body agilely, a cold light flashing. However, it misjudged, and the python's tail came crashing down. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the cave as Silver Moon was sent flying like a broken kite. The python's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Speed alone won't save you. You're far from ambushing me. Everyone knows serpent beasts are the most patient, the best assassins. Song Hin's face changed dramatically as he shouted, Silver Moon, run! Though thrown, Silver Moon wasn't hurt, thanks to its strong physique, but its fur was disheveled. It felt humiliated. The proud Silver Moon heavenly wolf, suppressed by a mere snake, was a disgrace. Its silver eyes burned with rage, and its bloodline power erupted, emitting intense moonlight. Heavenly Wolf Claw. A new skill awakened in Silver Moon, a message flashing in Song Hin's mind. Silver Moon's eyes turned icy and merciless, the moonlight intensifying. A 3-metal wolf phantom appeared, and the surrounding energy surged. A claw mark of moonlight materialized out of thin air. Heavenly Wolf Claw. Silver Moon roared, leaping forward. The moonlight claw emitted a terrifying pressure, gathering energy into a deadly claw that struck the python's head. Boom! The python's massive head was hit, scales shattered, and blood splattered. It crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing. Fear flickered in its eyes. What kind of bloodline does this wolf have to wield such powerful energy? It struggled to rise, but its head throbbed with pain. The heavenly wolf claw not only carried immense energy but also a disruptive force. Song Hin admired the skill's power, noting its effectiveness in severely injuring the python. Silver Moon panted heavily, the crisis having pushed it to its limits. The explosion of its bloodline and internal energy led to the successful awakening of this powerful skill, thanks in part to the python's immense pressure. Seeing the situation, Song Hin was overjoyed. Silver Moon, finish it off. The original plan had changed with Silver Moon's sudden burst of power. Now was the time to claim victory. Silver Moon, without hesitation, lunged forward, claws slashing, blood splattering. In no time, the python lost its life. Quick, gather those crimson flame grasses. Song Hin ordered, while activating his blood crystal talent. The python's body vanished, leaving behind a blood essence and a crystal core. This harvest thrilled Song Hin. Not only had they obtained over a dozen crimson flame grasses and completed the mission, but they had also gained a valuable bonus. Silver Moon swallowed the blood essence and crystal core to replenish its energy. The explosive energy within the crystal core would take time to fully absorb, but once refined, Silver Moon's strength would surely increase. Song Hin carefully examined the peculiar cave, filled with questions. Why was there magma flowing in the Black Tooth Mountain, known for its shade-loving black nether pines? Could there be a hidden secret in this cave? He had only planned to stay in Black Tooth Mountain for a few days, to familiarize himself before moving on, as finding crimson flame grass here seemed unlikely. Yet, this unexpected gain made him wonder if a hidden opportunity or treasure lay within. Song Hin's mind buzzed with possibilities. Song Hin carefully observed the cave before him. The ceiling was a jagged mess of interlocking rocks, with layers upon layers of stone. Streams of molten fire trickled down through the crevices. The ceiling was at least 10 meters high, and when the fire droplets hit the ground, they burst into sparks, creating a scene both spectacular and perilous. Opening the top of the cave would not only be incredibly challenging, but also fraught with unknown risks. Inoue, let's go. Song Hin finally decided after weighing his options. With his current strength, exploring recklessly was far too dangerous. Who knew what might be lurking inside? If he succeeded, it would be a blessing. If he failed, it could cost him his life. Having already obtained the Chien grass and the corpse of the Chien python, Song Hin felt content and decided to leave for now. He secretly planned to return once his strength had further improved. The next morning, after a day of rest, Song Hin felt rejuvenated, and Inoue's injuries had mostly healed. The energy contained in the Chi-Yin python's crystal core was so abundant that Inoue couldn't fully absorb it all at once. However, Song Hin could clearly sense Inoue's strength steadily increasing, moving toward the 6th tier of the Qingshi rank. Ample resources combined with the experience of fierce battles resulted in astonishing growth rates for battle beasts. The relationship between a beast master and their battle beast was mutually beneficial. The more resources they had, the faster the battle beast grew, making it easier to contract with beasts of precious bloodlines. A powerful battle beast elevated the beast master's rank, making it easier to acquire high-tier resources, forming a perfect cycle. In the following days, Song Hin encountered 3 more demonic beasts, all of which Inoue defeated using his formidable sky wolf claws. Through continuous combat, Inoue's skill proficiency kept improving, and his control over his strength became increasingly precise. Having stayed in Haya Mountain for 5 days, Song Hin had explored nearly every corner. Apart from the Chi-Yin grass, he hadn't found any other rare spiritual herbs. He thought it was time to leave. Although he still harbored a glimmer of hope to encounter a demonic beast with a rare bloodline, it seemed his luck had run out. The highest bloodline he had encountered in these 5 days was merely of average quality, not even high quality. In the world of demonic beasts, bloodline was everything. Beasts with rare bloodlines could reach high-tier realms even with steady growth, while those with ordinary bloodlines required unimaginable resources to break through barriers. Despite having the talent of a bloodline crystal, Song Hin wouldn't consider ordinary bloodline beasts unless they had something special. Obtaining Inoue had been an incredible stroke of luck for him. Suddenly, Song Hin's expression changed. In front of him, black pine trees were rapidly falling, and the sound of breaking wood filled the air. The ground trembled violently, as if an ancient giant beast was charging toward them, exuding a terrifying aura. Inoue, let's move. Without hesitation, Song Hin and Inoue swiftly dashed to the right side of the forest. Their figures moved like lightning, disappearing from their original spot and hiding among the dense trees, observing the scene below. Boom! The ground continued to shake as a white torrent appeared in the distance. Hundreds of Qingling blade sheep surged forward, creating a scene like an impending catastrophe. Qingling blade sheep were known for their gentle temperament and average bloodlines. Standing over a meter tall, their tender flesh, pure white bodies, and blue patterns made them quite distinctive. Their blue eyes were incredibly gentle, and the 2 blue curved horns on their foreheads were as sharp as blades, the most robust part of their bodies. Although generally mild-mannered, the sheer number of Qingling blade sheep was enough to make even black iron-ranked demonic beasts retreat. Leading the flock was the Qingling blade sheep king, with a strength of black iron tier 3 and a bloodline that had evolved to high quality. It was larger in size and exuded an even more intimidating presence. Qingling blade sheep? Aren't they only found in Qingling Mountain? Why have they suddenly come to Haya Mountain? Song Hin wondered as he watched the flock pass by, filled with confusion. Qingling blade sheep were famous for their delicious meat and gentle nature. If not for their incredible breeding ability, they might have been hunted to extinction long ago. Not only did demonic beasts hunt them, but humans also considered them a delicacy. Qingling Mountain, adjacent to Haya Mountain, was Song Hin's next destination. He had long heard of the Qingling blade sheep's deliciousness and naturally wanted to try it. Moreover, a task he had undertaken required a spiritual herb found on Qingling Mountain. With the Sheep King leading the way, the Qingling blade sheep flock charged into Haya Mountain. The previously peaceful forest instantly became chaotic as hidden demonic beasts emerged, their eyes gleaming with greed. The succulent flesh of the Qingling blade sheep deeply attracted these beasts, but facing a flock of hundreds, most demonic beasts dared not act rashly. Despite their gentle nature, Qingling blade sheep would fiercely fight back when their lives were threatened. Song Hin was puzzled. What was going on? Qingling blade sheep were abundant in Qingling Mountain and were the undisputed rulers there. Why were they migrating to Haya Mountain? Had something happened in Qingling Mountain? Just then, a demonic beast emitting black mist appeared in the distance. Standing 3 meters tall, with blood-red eyes that were cold and ruthless, its body was covered in pitch-black scales, and its back was lined with sharp spines, exuding a chilling, killing intent. This was a black iron tier 2 black armored hound, with a high-quality bloodline, already in its mature stage. Behind it followed dozens of Qingshi-ranked black armored hounds. As soon as the black armored hound appeared, the previously restless demonic beasts immediately retreated, hiding in the forest. As the rulers of Haya Mountain, the black armored hound tribe would not tolerate the Qingling blade sheep invading their territory. The large number of Qingling blade sheep posed a threat to the black armored hound's dominance. The leader of the black armored hounds clearly couldn't sit idly by and had to drive these uninvited guests away. Tensions were high, and a bloody battle seemed inevitable. The solitary demonic beasts were excited. For them, this was a slaughter feast, a rare opportunity for a grand banquet. After every beast battle, many demonic beasts would seize the chance to break through. Not just the demonic beasts, but Song Hin's eyes also gleamed with excitement. If a battle broke out, wouldn't he stand to gain immensely? The thought made Song Hin's heart race with anticipation. Boom! Hundreds of azure blade rams, led by their king, surged like a tide into the territory of the black-armored direwolves. Ambition gleamed in their eyes as they sought to claim new ground. This beastly clash was destined to be bloody and brutal, ending only when one side fell. The black-armored direwolf king roared at the sky, murderously intent in its blood-red eyes. Black mist surged from its body like a banner, summoning its kin to battle. As the two armies collided, the direwolf king and the azure blade ram king crashed into each other, unleashing a terrifying force. Though both were iron tier beasts, one at the third rank and the other at the second, their strength differences were not vast. Despite their usually docile nature, the azure blade rams had clearly endured countless battles to reach this level. Their azure, curved horns slashed through the air like sharp blades, aiming for the vital points of the direwolves. The black-armored direwolves used their tough scales to fend off attacks, sparks flying. They bared their fangs and claws, engaging the rams in a deadly struggle. The beasts clashed repeatedly, blood splattering, the battle growing ever more savage. Nearby, granitier beasts joined the fray, filling the battlefield with roars and the stench of blood. Other hidden beasts, eyes reddened by the scent of blood, lurked around the edges, ready to pounce at any moment. The clash of hundreds of beasts shook the entire Black Fong Mountain. The ground split with jagged cracks, energy waves rippling out, snapping trees and scattering leaves. The rising blood mist added a grim and murderous air to the battle. Silvermoon watched coldly, a flicker of battle intent in its eyes. Under its cover, Kangen cautiously approached the edge of the battlefield. By now, the fight had reached a fever pitch, with dozens of beast corpses strewn about, blood flowing freely, and bodies trampled into a bloody mess. The sacrifice of their comrades only fueled the combatants' resolve. The eyes of the azure blade rams turned completely red, no longer docile but charging fearlessly. Their sharp horns slashed through, disemboweling the direwolves. Kangen crept through the grass, slowly nearing the battlefield's edge. He carefully activated his bloodline crystal, absorbing the essence from a nearby azure blade ram corpse. Holding his breath, he feared discovery and the ensuing pursuit by both beast clans. After 10 minutes, Kangen had harvested 10 beast corpses. Sensing the battle nearing its conclusion, he decisively retreated. A blood-eyed rabbit spotted him, ready to attack, but Silvermoon swiftly appeared, crushing its skull with a single blow. Kangen's efforts paid off. On the battlefield, the black-armored direwolves were at a disadvantage. Despite their individual strength, their numbers were too few and casualties were high. The direwolf king, burning with rage, was firmly suppressed by the higher-ranked azure blade ram king. Seeing that further fighting would lead to total annihilation, the direwolf king let out a howl, the black mist forcing its opponent back, then led the remaining wolves in retreat, leaving behind a field of corpses. The azure blade rams had won. The ram king let out a triumphant cry, its presence intimidating the surrounding beasts. The surviving rams, though heavily wounded, were reedied and blood-soaked, exuding a terrifying aura. They gathered their fallen kin but left the direwolf corpses for the other beasts to avoid further conflict. Kangen sighed, knowing his scavenging opportunity had ended as the other beasts swarmed in. He turned to follow the departing azure blade rams, curious why they had left Azure Peak, deciding to investigate further. The azure blade rams settled in a valley within Black Fong Mountain, beginning to recuperate. Despite heavy losses, most survivors had leveled up, their strength undiminished. Even the Ram King felt a surge in its power. Kangen quietly approached the valley, observing the highly vigilant rams. 2 days passed unnoticed, during which Silvermoon advanced to the 6th rank of Granitier. Its combat power significantly increased, becoming unrivaled among its peers. Kangen converted all collected beast corpses into bloodline essence, aiding Silvermoon's steady progress toward the 7th rank. Yet, after 2 days, Kangen found nothing and dared not enter the valley recklessly. He began to doubt his judgment, contemplating whether he should explore Azure Peak. After all, it was the Rams' original home, and their sudden departure might have left clues worth discovering. Song Hin spent another day on Black Fong Mountain, observing the Qingling Blade sheep herd. However, these creatures continued their peaceful existence without any unusual behavior. Disappointed, Song Hin decided to leave Black Fong Mountain and head to Qingling Mountain for further investigation. Qingling Mountain, another branch of the Black Dragon Mountain range, offered a stark contrast in scenery. Lush trees covered the mountain, creating a verdant and refreshing landscape. Unlike the somber atmosphere of Black Fong Mountain, this place felt particularly tranquil. Song Hin couldn't help but exclaim, "The scenery here on Qingling Mountain is truly beautiful." As he stepped into the forest, a wave of fresh air hit him, clearing his mind. One of Song Hin's goals on this trip was to find Qingling bamboo, and Qingling Mountain's environment was perfect for the growth of this spiritual herb. It didn't take long for Song Hin to spot traces of Qingling bamboo. Amidst the interwoven trees, a dozen or so stalks of Qingling bamboo peeked through, emitting a faint spiritual glow. The gentle breeze made the bamboo leaves sway lightly. Song Hin carefully surveyed the surroundings, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. These Qingling bamboo stalks were a vibrant green, spotless, and were considered top-grade spiritual herbs. Their powder could restore the mental strength of beast tamers, making them highly sought after among lower-level tamers. 5 of them were already mature. Inoue, go! Song Hin commanded softly. His companion, Inoue, darted out like a phantom. At that moment, a green figure suddenly shot out from the bamboo grove, lunging at Inoue. It was a jade serpent, of ordinary medium bloodline, and at the 8th stage of the greenstone rank. Where there was Qingling bamboo, there was bound to be a jade serpent guarding it. Inoue, now at the 6th stage of the greenstone rank, was no pushover. Its claws gleamed with a chilling light as it tore towards the jade serpent. Despite the serpent's small size and swift movements, it couldn't match Inoue. The two clashed fiercely, and though the jade serpent was momentarily stunned, it quickly coiled around Inoue's paw. It spiraled rapidly, aiming for Inoue's neck, its mouth wide open, revealing menacing fangs. Inoue, be careful. Bite it. Song Hin urgently ordered. Inoue reacted swiftly, slamming its paw to the ground, the impact dazing the jade serpent again. It opened its mouth wide, biting down on both its paw and the serpent. With a crunch, the jade serpent's body was severed, blood spurting out. Inoue's other paw firmly pinned the serpent's head, preventing it from delivering a fatal bite. Though the serpent's flesh was non-toxic, controlling its head neutralized the threat entirely. After storing the jade serpent's body, Song Hin swiftly harvested the 5 mature Qingling bamboo stalks and stored them in his storage ring. This fruitful harvest lifted his spirits. As he continued to search for spiritual herbs, Song Hin made his way to where the Qingling blade sheep used to reside. The Qingling blade sheep were once the dominant species on Qingling Mountain, numerous and relatively peaceful. With a black iron-ranked sheep king overseeing them, they lived a decent life. Soon, Song Hin arrived at the blade sheep's habitat. It was a picturesque valley, surrounded by lush trees. A waterfall cascaded down from a distant cliff, creating a roaring sound and filling the air with a refreshing scent. However, the valley was eerily quiet. Song Hin furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of alertness. As one of the most spiritually rich areas on Qingling Mountain, it was unlikely that no other beast would occupy it after the blade sheep left. The silence was indeed unusual. Song Hin decisively turned and left at a rapid pace. His caution saved his life. Deep within the valley, a pair of purple eyes slowly opened, exuding a violent aura. It was a purple ink thunder wolf, covered in purple scales, with electric currents coursing through its body. Standing at 3 meters tall, it had reached the 9th stage of the black iron rank, with an elite high-grade bloodline, making it extremely rare. Sensing the human presence fading away, the thunder wolf did not pursue. Had it attacked, Song Hin would have been in grave danger, possibly facing death. Unaware of this, Song Hin continued his journey. As he moved forward, he spotted a white figure in the forest ahead. It was a Qingling blade sheep, not very strong, only at the 3rd stage of the greenstone rank, with a low-grade ordinary bloodline, almost the lowest in the beast hierarchy. The sheep was in a sorry state, its white fur covered in bloodstains, and one of its green curved horns broken. Yet, its behavior surprised Song Hin. The Qingling blade sheep was warily scanning its surroundings, continuously ramming its body against nearby trees as if tempering itself. Its green horn pierced tree trunks like a blade, engaging in self-draining. This scene amazed Song Hin. It was well known that Qingling blade sheep were gentle by nature, with little desire for combat. They spent their days eating, sleeping, and reproducing. Yet, this sheep was persistently training itself, a rare behavior indeed. Driven by curiosity, Song Hin decided to continue observing to see how long this sheep could keep it up. Time passed, and the sky grew dark. A whole day had gone by, and the sheep showed no signs of stopping its training. Apart from occasionally eating, it kept exercising. When weaker beasts passed by, the sheep killed them for food. Stronger beasts were avoided as the sheep quickly fled, displaying high alertness. The sheep's fighting style was unusually fierce and fearless, its sheer determination deterring many beasts. Song Hin silently watched the abandoned Qingling blade sheep, deep in thought. Qingling blade sheep were typically social creatures. A lone individual either couldn't find a herd or had been abandoned. Despite its extraordinary effort, the sheep's bloodline was too low. Breaking through to the black iron rank with an ordinary low-grade bloodline was nearly impossible. The next morning, Song Hin's eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night. He stared intently at the figure crashing through the forest, his heart filled with complex emotions. The Qingling blade goat had been training relentlessly for an entire day and night without a single break. It was pushing itself to its limits, making extraordinary efforts. However, the harsh reality was that its growth was painfully slow. Despite its efforts, it remained stuck at the Qing stone 3rd tier and was covered in wounds. Watching the resilient figure, Song Hin felt deeply moved. He thought to himself, I have the bloodline crystal and abundant resources. Even though this Qingling blade goat has a low-tier bloodline, with enough beast corpses, I believe it can grow stronger. The tenacity of the Qingling blade goat completely won Song Hin over. He knew that both beasts and humans could be inherently lazy. Such steadfast determination was rare. If talent was insufficient, then double the effort would have to compensate. With a firm resolve, Song Hin softly ordered the creature beside him, Inue, capture it. Inue vanished instantly, appearing silently behind the Qingling blade goat. Despite its Qing stone 3rd tier strength and high vigilance, the goat only noticed Inue's presence when it was already too late. This showcased not only Inue's exceptional speed, but also its formidable stealth abilities. A flash of fear crossed the Qingling blade goat's eyes. It kicked off the ground with all its might, attempting to flee. But it was futile. Inue extended its wolf paw, unleashing a terrifying force, and leaped into the air. Before the goat could get far, Inue's paw pinned it to the ground, forcing it to kneel. The Qingling blade goat let out an indignant roar, struggling to break free. But the disparity in strength was too great. Inue held it down effortlessly, its silver eyes full of pride, its head held high, surveying everything with disdain. At that moment, Song Hin's figure appeared before the Qingling blade goat. With a gentle smile, he said softly, form a contract with me and become my battle beast. I can make you stronger. The Qingling blade goat froze upon hearing this. It lifted its head, looking at Song Hin in disbelief. Despite its lowly bloodline, the goat had intelligence. It had seen beast tamers before and knew they favored beasts with powerful bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the more beast tamers would covet them, even willing to fight to the death. Weak creatures like itself were often ignored or killed without a second thought. It was a sad reality. Yet now, this young beast tamer wanted to form a contract with it, making it his battle beast. The Qingling blade goat couldn't help but wonder if it was hallucinating. Inue's paw remained firmly on the goat's head, its eyes cold. As Song Hin's battle beast, Inue would never oppose its master's decision. But if the Qingling blade goat was ungrateful, it would face a lethal blow from Inue. Seeing the goat's confusion, Song Hin repeated earnestly, you heard me right. I'm not joking. Trust me, I can make you stronger. As he spoke, a bloodline essence appeared in Song Hin's hand. The moment it emerged, the Qingling blade goat felt a stirring in its bloodline, an intense desire, its entire being filled with greed. Song Hin flicked the bloodline essence towards the goat. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, it felt a violent change within. A surge of energy coursed through its body, impacting every cell. Within 3 breaths, the Qingling blade goat's aura intensified. It had broken through to the Qing stone 4th tier. Inue released its hold. The goat slowly stood up, its eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for Song Hin. Thoughts raced through its mind. Had it really broken through? What was that miraculous substance? Could it truly become stronger? Song Hin smiled slightly, a concentrated starlight forming a 5-star pattern in his hand. This was a battle beast contract, imbued with his spiritual power, pressing towards the goat's forehead. The Qingling blade goat did not resist. To it, this was a chance to change its fate. With the successful signing of the contract, Song Hin felt a profound connection with the goat. At his mental command, the goat disappeared, reappearing moments later, while Inue vanished into the battle beast space. This was because a 1st-tier beast tamer could only keep one battle beast outside at a time. This was an unbreakable law of nature. A 2nd-tier beast tamer could command 2, and so on. The gap between each tier was vast, almost insurmountable. Those who could fight beyond their tier were extraordinary prodigies. Despite its lowly bloodline, the Qingling blade goat's determination deeply impressed Song Hin. From now on, I'll call you E, Song Hin said with a smile. He secretly hoped that if the goat could break through its limitations and become a high-tier beast, it would surely astonish many. He nodded silently, filled with gratitude towards Song Hin. It vowed to work even harder in the future, never to burden its master. In the days that followed, Song Hin continued to roam the Qingling mountains. With the bloodline essence, Yi's strength grew rapidly. Under Song Hin's 100 absorption talent, it unleashed astonishing potential, either battling beasts or training rigorously, constantly honing its body. With the bloodline essence, he no longer lacked energy, its strength steadily increasing. In just one day, it reached the peak of the Qing stone 4th tier. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it broke through to the Qing stone 5th tier. Another day passed, and Yi successfully advanced to the Qing Stone 5th tier. Meanwhile, Inua's cultivation also improved, reaching the Qing Stone 7th tier. Inua stayed in the battle beast space, continuously consuming beast cores and bloodline essence, growing rapidly. Its strength at the Qing Stone 7th tier was stable, steadily advancing towards the 8th tier. This was also due to the battle beast space being more conducive to growth. Yi, however, maintained its initial determination. Even with ample resources, it became even more diligent. Only those who had endured hardship could appreciate the value of what they had. Yi yearned to grow stronger, to become a formidable being. It never wanted to be abandoned again. As their bond deepened, Song Hin learned from Yi about the true reason behind the Qingling Blade Goat's migration. He was once the weakest member of its tribe, with faint bloodline power and low strength. In the last fierce battle, it was gravely injured, and one of its prized blue horns was broken. The other tribe members looked down on it and ostracized it at every turn. After listening to the account from the Qingling Blade Goat, Song Hin felt a stir in his heart. Are you saying that a purple ink thunder wolf suddenly appeared in your territory, took over your land, and that's why you fled to Blacktooth Mountain? A purple ink thunder wolf. That's no ordinary beast. With an elite-level high bloodline and lightning attributes, its potential is immense. In its mature stage, it can reach the Silver Realm. Such a rare beast appearing in Qingling Mountain was indeed unexpected. The Qingling Blade Goat King was no match for it. If the purple ink thunder wolf hadn't lost interest in it, the king wouldn't have had a chance to escape. During the tribe's migration, the old, weak, and sick were abandoned, and he was among them. This filled Yi with resentment. Despite being the hardest working and most diligent in the tribe, it was still forsaken in the end. Song Hin's thoughts churned. The purple ink thunder wolf, despite its rare bloodline, was already a formidable opponent at Iron Tier 9. With Song Hin's current abilities, he couldn't possibly handle it. Even if he sought help from his family's elders to capture it, the mental strain might be too much to bear. It seemed he had no choice but to call upon the elders. Discovering a beast with such a rare bloodline would surely earn him significant merit points from the family. In the following days, Song Hin roamed Qingling Mountain with the Qingling Blade Goat, deliberately avoiding its original habitat. The purple ink thunder wolf, with its Iron Tier 9 strength, had become the undisputed ruler of Qingling Mountain. He trained even harder, as if racing against time, unwilling to waste a single moment. Song Hin was very pleased with this. With the support of bloodline essence and a 100 absorption talent, Yi's strength steadily increased, growing stronger by the day. Song Hin often let his silver moon wolf out to train. The two battle beasts took turns fighting, continuously honing their skills, and their combat power grew increasingly formidable. One day, Song Hin took out a soul crystal and began absorbing its energy to refine his mental strength. Soul crystals are a valuable currency in the ancient world of Hong, aiding beast tamers in their cultivation. What is that? Yi's voice suddenly echoed in Song Hin's mind. Song Hin was slightly taken aback, but then explained, "This is a soul crystal. It helps humans cultivate and enhances mental strength. It contains an immense amount of energy." In the depths of the valley where our tribe used to live, there were many such crystals. Yi's voice continued in Song Hin's mind. "You mentioned soul crystals. Our king hoarded them all, which is why it had such strong power." Song Hin was stunned. Many crystals? Soul crystals? A surge of excitement ran up his spine, making his body shiver slightly, and an expression of immense joy appeared on his face. "Yi, is this information true? Are you sure?" Song Hin asked excitedly, staring intently at the Qingling Blade Goat. "Yes, it's exactly these stones," he confirmed firmly. "I've seen them before, but the tribe never gave any to me." Song Hin suddenly understood. No wonder the purple ink thunder wolf had taken over the Qingling Blade Goat's territory. There was a soul crystal mine there. The vast spiritual energy of the world condenses into various mineral veins, and soul crystal mines are among them. Over time, these veins grow, but it takes eons. The purple ink thunder wolf must have accidentally discovered the soul crystal mine, which is why it occupied the Qingling Blade Goat's territory. With this soul crystal mine, its strength would undoubtedly soar. According to Yi's description, although the soul crystal mine wasn't large, it was an incredible opportunity. If the Tsang family could claim this soul crystal mine, their strength would see explosive growth in a short period. This was beyond what Song Hin could handle alone. He decided to return to the Tsang family and discuss it with his grandfather and second uncle. This was a heaven-sent opportunity for the Tsang family. "Yi, well done. You've done an excellent job." Song Hin patted the Qingling Blade Goat's head, where a horn was missing. "Once you break through to Iron Tier, your broken horn will grow back. Trust me, that day isn't far off." He did not respond, continuing to train its body. Its motto was to make up for a lack of talent with hard work. Song Hin quietly left Qingling Mountain and returned to the Tsang family. He had been away for half a month, training in the Black Dragon mountain range, and looked rather disheveled. Upon returning home, he took a refreshing bath and then went to his grandfather Song Beixia's room. After receiving permission, Song Hin met his grandfather. "You rascal, where have you been?" Song Beixia exclaimed angrily when he saw Song Hin. This boy had disappeared without a word again. Song Hin smiled and said, "Grandfather, don't you already know where I went? I've been in Blacktooth Mountain and Qingling Mountain all this time." Song Beixia ignored Song Hin's words. He had secretly sent people to follow Song Hin when he left the Song family. If Song Hin had ventured deeper into the Black Dragon Mountain range, he would have been brought back immediately. Seeing that Song Hin only went to Blacktooth Mountain, Song Beixia's men did not intervene. Although Blacktooth Mountain is part of the Black Dragon Mountain range, it is merely a branch, sufficient for training a Tier 1 beast tamer like Song Hin. "How was it? Did you complete your tasks?" It was clear that Song Beixia had been keeping an eye on Song Hin. Song Hin nodded. "Yes, I completed them all." During this time, he had finished collecting the required herbs. "How is your Silver Moon Wolf's progress?" Song Beixia continued to ask. "It's at Science Stone Tier 7, almost at its peak, and will soon reach Science Stone Tier 8. Song Beixia glanced at Song Hin. The Silver Moon Wolf's bloodline was indeed formidable. The growth speed of a perfect grade bloodline was astonishing. "Good, very good. Since you've completed your tasks and your strength has improved, you should stay at home and continue to enhance your skills before the family competition in half a month," Song Beixia said gently. "Do you have any other beasts in mind? I see your mental strength is sufficient to contract a second beast. If you have one in mind, I'll help you find it. But I can't promise to find one as rare as the Silver Moon Wolf." Song Beixia's words echoed through the room, filling Song Hin with a warm feeling. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and glanced around. "Grandfather, I understand your good intentions, but there's something more urgent right now," Song Hin said with a hint of urgency in his voice. Song Beixia furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" "Don't worry, I've already sent everyone away." He gazed at Song Hin, curious about what could make his grandson so cautious. Without hesitation, Song Hin began to recount his discovery in Qingling Mountain. As he finished, a spark of excitement flashed in Song Beixia's eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. "Hinner, are you sure? This isn't something to joke about." Song Beixia's voice trembled slightly. "Grandfather, do I look like I'm joking?" Song Hin spread his hands and continued, "I'm very sure. However, the Soul Crystal Mine is in Qingling Mountain, making it difficult to mine, and it must be kept secret. If the other two families and the City Lord's mansion find out, we won't be able to keep it for ourselves." Song Hin briefly explained the power dynamics in Black Dragon City. The three major families each had a fourth-tier beast master, forming a tripartite balance. The City Lord's mansion was even more formidable, with a fourth-tier beast master guarding it. If it weren't for their official status in Beihan Kingdom, preventing them from interfering in family disputes, the three families wouldn't stand a chance. "A soul crystal mine," Song Beixia repeated softly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Song Hin's recent training had brought such a surprise. If the Song family could secure this soul crystal mine, they would experience rapid development, and their family resources would significantly increase. Song Beixia recalled Song Hin's previous venture into the Black Dragon Mountain range, where he had signed a contract with the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf. He couldn't help but wonder, could Song Hin truly be a child of fortune, born with great luck? His gaze toward Song Hin grew increasingly satisfied. "Hinner, don't worry, I know what to do. Leave this matter to the family," Song Beixia said solemnly, clearly aware of the mine's importance. Song Hin nodded and added, "Grandfather, the Soul Crystal Mine is guarded by a 9th-tier Black Iron Purple Ink Thunder Wolf, with elite high-level bloodlines. It's still in its growth phase, so it's not very strong. We can capture it, and have our Beast Masters sign a Battle Beast contract with it. It might help our Beast Masters break through." Purple Ink Thunder Wolf. Song Beixia's eyes sparkled. Thunder attribute beasts were already powerful fighters, and being in its growth phase made it an ideal contract target for a third-tier Beastmaster. "Hinner, you've made a great contribution this time. Rest assured, the family won't treat you unfairly," Song Beixia said with a smile, then called for Song Di. Song Di was one of the few third-tier Beastmasters in the family, already at the peak, with 3 silver-level battle beasts. If he could get another battle beast to break through to the silver level, he could advance to the 4th tier, becoming a great asset to the Song family. Before long, Song Di hurried over. Seeing Song Hin, he looked a bit embarrassed, recalling the time he fainted while protecting Song Hin. "Hello, second uncle," Song Hin greeted with a smile, filled with respect for Song Di. Song Di forced a smile. "Not bad, finally a beast master. Try to reach the 2nd tier soon, so you can help me with some tasks." Song Beixia briefly informed Song Di of the situation. After hearing it, Song Di was so excited he couldn't sit still, patting Song Hin on the shoulder. "Good boy. Such incredible luck. You found such a valuable resource. Second uncle, take it easy." Song Hin dodged, saying with a hint of annoyance. Song Di laughed heartily. Hinner, I'll gladly accept that purple ink thunder wolf. Maybe it will help me become a fourth-tier beastmaster. You won't go without your rewards. Then I wish you great success, second uncle. Song Hin said sincerely. If Song Di could break through, the Song family's strength would greatly increase, allowing them to secure more interests in Black Dragon City. With the Soul Crystal Mine, if they developed quietly, the family's power would transform dramatically. Song Baixies solemnly instructed, Song Di, this matter is in your hands. This is your chance and the Song family's chance. Make sure to mobilize the most loyal and elite beast masters. The opportunity is rare. Be cautious and keep it confidential. Song Di put away his smile and responded seriously, Father, I understand. Good, go prepare quickly and avoid delays, Song Baixies said, then turned to Song Hin. Hinner, we need you to guide us to the mine again. Once we locate it, you should come back and train to enhance your strength. The matters there don't concern you. Your time shouldn't be wasted there, understood? I understand, grandfather. Song Hin nodded. He knew his grandfather's intention. Once the Soul Crystal Mine was mined, the risk of exposure would increase. If discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to fierce conflict. With his current strength, staying there wouldn't be safe. As a first-tier beastmaster, his most important task was to train his battle beasts, constantly improving his strength, preparing for the upcoming family competition, and striving to become the undisputed leader of the new generation in the family. After Song Di left, he immediately began preparations for the journey to Qingling Mountain. He carefully selected 20 of his most loyal subordinates and equipped them with several storage rings and tools for mining soul crystals. Once everything was ready, Song Hin led the way. The group quietly departed in batches, ensuring they did not attract any attention. The journey was uneventful, and they regrouped in a secluded forest within Qingling Mountain. To avoid drawing attention, Song Di ordered his men to release a few battle beasts to guard the area. They cautiously made their way to the former territory of the Qingling Blade Goat, finding the valley eerily silent. Suddenly, the space beside Song Di rippled, and a majestic white rock jade lion emerged from the battle beast space. This elite high bloodline, silver tier 5 battle beast was one of Song Di's main forces and had reached maturity. Its snow-white fur gleamed, and its eyes shone with a cold light. Its back was covered in rock-like scales, and its fangs were menacing, exuding a violent aura. As soon as the white rock jade lion appeared, a roar echoed from deep within the valley. A purple ink thunder wolf quickly darted out, its eyes flashing with both ferocity and fear. Having recently consumed a large number of soul crystals, it had reached the peak of Black Iron Tier 9, on the verge of breaking through to the Bronze Tier. Yet, in the face of the powerful white rock jade lion, it dared not act recklessly. Song Di calmly ordered, Jade Lion, go. Don't kill it. The white rock jade lion lunged forward, pinning the purple ink thunder wolf to the ground in an instant. Song Di coldly demanded, submit or die? Intimidated by the white rock jade lion, the purple ink thunder wolf reluctantly chose to submit. Song Di immediately performed a 5-star battle beast contract, binding it to him. The members of the Song family congratulated him, and Song Hin smiled, saying, Congratulations, second uncle. In high spirits, Song Di patted Song Hin's shoulder and said, I have you to thank for this. I'll take it from here. You should return to the Song family immediately and prepare for the family competition. I hope to hear good news from you, or I'll break your legs. Song Hin smiled wryly and left Qingling Mountain amid Song Di's laughter, returning to the Song family. After reporting the situation to Song Baixies, he went to his room and fell into a deep sleep, not waking until noon the next day. Upon waking, Song Hin stretched and felt refreshed. He went to the courtyard and found he in the midst of training. The green figure repeatedly rammed into an iron tree, producing loud thuds. Energy surged through its green curved horns, and a green blade suddenly slashed out, leaving a fierce gash on the iron tree. This was the Qingling Blade Goat's awakened long-range attack skill, the Qingling Blade. Now, at Greenstone Tier 5, the Qingling Blade Goat's bloodline concentration was steadily increasing, showing signs of evolution. This pleased Song Hin greatly, knowing it was closely related to his 100 absorption talent. Every time he consumed resources, both E and Silver Moon could fully absorb the energy, making the difference more pronounced over time. Song Hin eagerly anticipated the faster growth that would come once the Qingling Blade Goat's bloodline broke through. Silver Moon has made remarkable progress in the beast space, reaching the peak of Blue Stone Stage 7. Its growth rate is astounding, and it is expected to break through to Blue Stone Stage 8 within 2 days. There is even hope that it might ascend to Blue Stone Stage 9 before the family trial, reaching the pinnacle of the Blue Stone level. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the courtyard, Song Hin, dressed in black, looked radiant, his handsome face beaming with a smile. His gaze fell on a vigorous blue figure, his battle beast. Yi's horn was as sharp as a blade, adorned with striking spiral patterns. At this moment, Yi's aura had reached the peak of Blue Stone Stage 6, just waiting for the right moment to break through to Stage 7. Although the bloodline of the Blue Spirit Blade Sheep was ordinary, he managed to achieve a bloodline evolution, upgrading from a low-level ordinary to a mid-level ordinary. This improvement significantly increased its chances of breaking through to the Black Iron level in the future. Meanwhile, Silvermoon's progress was even more astonishing. In just half a month, it had advanced 2 stages, leaping to Blue Stone Stage 9. Although the potential within the Blue Spirit Blade Sheep was nearly exhausted, the bloodline breakthrough opened new possibilities for it. He did not waste this precious time either. It trained relentlessly, tempering its body and honing its strength. The constant growth in power was intoxicating. Finally, the day of the family trial arrived. Silvermoon. Let's go, Songhin said with a smile. The 2 battle beasts roared in unison. Songhin placed back into the beast space and headed towards the martial arena. The entire Song family was abuzz with excitement over the trial. The younger generation was eager to showcase their talents. For those from ordinary backgrounds, the rewards from winning the trial were invaluable resources that could significantly accelerate their battle beast growth. This year, more than 30 beast masters awakened within the Song family, an impressive achievement. The family head, Song Beixia, was in high spirits. Song Di had just returned from the soul crystal mine, quietly delivering tens of thousands of low-grade soul crystals before leaving again, without even having time to meet with Song Hin. A large crowd of Song family members had already gathered around the martial arena. When Song Hin appeared, a stir ran through the crowd. People whispered, speculating about the bloodline level of Song Hin's battle beasts. Song Hin remained calm, waiting for the trial to begin. Soon, the family elders, led by Song Beixia, took their seats on the high platform. The family head briefly announced, "The family trial begins now." Third-level beast master Song Hai acted as the judge, announcing with authority, "Song Zishuan, Song Jing." 2 young men quickly stepped onto the stage, summoning their respective battle beasts. Song Zishuan's beast was a jade elephant, with a high-level ordinary bloodline, at Blue Stone Stage 5. This massive creature stood 3 meters tall, its 4 legs like pillars, and its trunk constantly exhaling white mist. Song Jing summoned a swift cat, also with a high-level ordinary bloodline, but already at Blue Stone Stage 6. The cat was small, with snow-white fur adorned with 5 black stripes, moving with graceful strides and a proud gaze. Song Zishuan's face turned pale. The swift cat's small size and speed completely countered his jade elephant, not to mention it was a stage higher. At Song Jing's command, the swift cat vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the jade elephant. "Jade, stomp!" Song Zishuan urgently commanded. The jade elephant's 4 legs stomped heavily, causing the ground to tremble. However, the swift cat moved like a shadow, weaving effortlessly under its legs, its sharp claws constantly leaving bloody marks on the jade elephant's legs. The jade elephant roared in pain, stomping madly, but it could never touch its agile opponent. "Jade, fall!" Song Zishuan shouted in desperation. The jade elephant's massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Although the swift cat dodged in time, its tail was caught under the heavy body. "Jade, kill!" Song Zishuan seized the opportunity and roared. The jade elephant's trunk, like a giant hammer, swung with violent force towards the swift cat. If this blow landed, the small swift cat would be severely injured, possibly even fatally. The atmosphere became tense, with everyone's eyes fixed on this thrilling moment. Could the swift cat escape danger? The first match of the trial was already so intense, leaving everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Always face darkened, but a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The swift cat's body twisted abruptly, and with a swift swipe of its sharp front paw, it severed its own tail without hesitation. Blood spurted out as it narrowly escaped the range of the jade elephant's trunk strike. Boom! The jade elephant's trunk slammed heavily into the ground, sending dust flying and creating a wave of force. The surrounding crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps and exclamations. Aoi is really ruthless with his own beast. Indeed, only this way could the swift cat escape. If it got hit by the jade elephant's trunk, the consequences would be disastrous. It seems the outcome of this battle is already clear. Song Zishuan's face turned pale, and he urgently shouted, "Jade, get up, quickly!" He knew Aoi would not miss this rare opportunity. The swift cat had paid the price of its tail, and it was determined to win this fight. The jade elephant let out a painful cry, struggling to stand, but its massive body was weakened by significant blood loss. The swift cat's figure flashed like a phantom, its eyes blood-red and filled with cold killing intent. Its claws gleamed as it aimed directly for the jade elephant's eyes. Song Zishuan's face turned ashen as he cursed Aoi's ruthlessness in his heart. The jade elephant's thick skin and tough hide were its strengths, but its eyes were a fatal weakness. If blinded, who knew how long it would take to recover? "I concede." Song Zishuan finally shouted. Stop! Alway commanded just in time, halting the swift cat's attack. The beast froze instantly, glaring at the jade elephant with resentment before reluctantly returning to Alway's side. Alway wins. Song Hai announced. Next match. Song Fufeng versus Song Qi. Two more young contestants took the stage, summoning their battle beasts and engaging in a fierce duel. Time passed slowly, and the Song family's new generation of beast tamers showcased impressive skills and formidable beasts. Their performances clearly reflected diligent training, much to the satisfaction of the family elders. The future of the Song family looked promising with such talented youth. Next match. Song Hin versus Song Huiyu. Song Hai's voice rang out again. Song Hin walked up to the platform slowly, dressed in black with long hair cascading over his shoulders, his expression calm. His appearance caused a stir among the crowd, all eager to see what kind of beast he had. Master Song Hin comes from a noble background. The clan leader must have prepared a high bloodline beast for him. Let's wait and see. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Song Beixia smiled faintly. In contrast, Song Huiyu appeared frail and pale, looking weak. Coming from an ordinary background, he desperately needed this opportunity to catch the attention of the family elders and gain their support. But seeing his opponent was Song Hin, he couldn't help feeling a bit hopeless. Taking a deep breath, Song Huiyu summoned his battle beast. A blood-red wolf beast stepped forward, muscles bulging, with a large wolf head and fur standing like steel needles. Its blood-red eyes and menacing fangs dripped saliva, exuding a strong aura of bloodlust. Blood Wolf. A high-grade ordinary bloodline, strength at greenstone level 7. Someone recognized the beast. At that moment, Song Hin also summoned his battle beast. Stars sparkled as the beast's space tore open, and a green spirit blade goat emerged slowly. It was surrounded by a faint green light, with a prominent horn and jade-like eyes that remained calm and steady. The crowd erupted in shock. Song Hin's beast is a green spirit blade goat? Who would contract such a beast? Are they planning to fatten it up for slaughter? And one of its curved horns is broken. Even Song Beixia was slightly taken aback, wondering if Hin was being reckless by contracting a green spirit blade goat. But he quickly reconsidered, knowing Hin was not one to act without reason. Perhaps this green spirit blade goat was special, maybe even a bloodline mutation? The Song family members murmured among themselves, even the family elders expressing discontent. Clan leader, what's going on here? Elder Song he questioned. Wasn't there an elite mid-grade bloodline bloodtail mink in the beast garden? That could have been Song Hin's battle beast. Every family member who became a beast tamer represented the future and foundation of the family. With Song Hin's outstanding talent, contracting a green spirit blade goat so recklessly was seen as irresponsible, both to himself and the family. The family invested significant resources in their training to showcase their talents. Now, at the very start of Song Hin's beast tamer journey, such carelessness was baffling. Facing Song He's accusations, Song Beixia was at a loss for words. Despite his dissatisfaction, he understood that Song He meant well and could only suppress his anger, silently cursing Song Hin, the troublesome kid. Just then, a glint of insight flashed in Song Huiyu's eyes. He realized this was a golden opportunity. The Azure Blade Goat before him was of average bloodline and only at the 6th tier of the Greenstone rank. From any perspective, he held the upper hand. Blood Wolf, attack! At Song Huiyu's command, the Blood Wolf beside him roared and charged forward with lightning speed, aiming straight for the Azure Blade Goat. Song Hin smiled faintly. His battle beast, advanced instead of retreating, his emerald eyes filled with fury. The two beasts collided with a thunderous crash, their power clashing and forcing them both back. Song Huiyu was slightly taken aback. The Blood Wolf, known for its formidable strength and blood attribute, seemed to have no advantage against the Azure Blade Goat. Was this really just an average Azure Blade Goat? He shook his head, his 4 hooves moving swiftly like a green spirit, instantly closing in on the Blood Wolf. His azure curved horns gleamed with a cold light, targeting the Blood Wolf's abdomen. The Blood Wolf reacted quickly, its claws swiping towards the Azure Blade Goat's head. Blood Wolf, Blood Claw. Song Huiyu commanded sharply. The Blood Wolf's claws glowed crimson, forming menacing blood claws that slashed towards the Azure Blade Goat. Song Hin remained unfazed. Yi's head stayed steady, and his azure horns struck out with a mighty force. With a resounding crash, the blood claws shattered, and the horns pierced the Blood Wolf's face. The Blood Wolf howled in agony, blood streaming down. Blood Wolf. Song Huiyu's face turned pale with panic. He retreated after the strike, his green eyes tinged with red, panting heavily. Azure Blade. Song Hin ordered swiftly. Yi's azure horns glowed, forming a 3-inch blade of light. With a swift motion, the blade slashed across the Blood Wolf, leaving a gruesome wound on its back. The Blood Wolf collapsed, losing its ability to fight. I concede. Song Huiyu, his face ashen, quickly recalled the blood wolf into his beast space. The Azure Blade Goat's decisive victory stunned the audience. No one had expected this seemingly ordinary Azure Blade Goat to be so formidable, completely overpowering the blood wolf. Song Hin turned and left the platform. The surrounding Song family members watched his retreating figure with curiosity. They had thought his contract with the Azure Blade Goat was a joke, but now they realized they were the fools. Even Song He on the platform was surprised. This Azure Blade Goat was indeed extraordinary, but he still believed that investing in a common bloodline beast was not worth the resources. Time passed, and the first round of battles concluded. The winners advanced to the next round, while the losers received 50 soul crystals as consolation. The second round began quickly, with even more exciting battles. Next match, Song Hin versus Song Bin. Song Hai's announcement drew everyone's attention. Song Bin was a tall, muscular youth with a simple, honest smile. He stepped onto the platform and summoned his Battle Biasta 3-Turtle Black Armor Bull, of high bloodline and 6th tier of the Greenstone rank. Master Song Hin, please guide me, Song Bin said earnestly. Song Hin sent Yi to face the challenge, remaining cautious. He knew the Black Armor Bull was powerful but slow, and direct confrontation was unwise. With a roar, Song Bin commanded the Black Armor Bull to charge like a steel juggernaut, shaking the ground with its momentum. The Azure Blade Goat darted away, agilely dodging the bull's attacks on the platform. Song Hin communicated with Yi to use their speed advantage to wear down the opponent. However, he had his doubts, suspecting that Song Bin had other strategies. If things continued this way, defeat seemed inevitable. Song Bin saw through Song Hin's tactics in an instant and felt a sense of dread. If this continued, his black armored demon bull would be doomed. As a contestant who had advanced to the second round, Song Bin knew his battle beast's weaknesses inside and out. Demon bull, or stomp, Song Bin shouted sternly. The black armored demon bull responded immediately, its charging body coming to a sudden halt as a surge of energy welled up inside it. It reared up on its hind legs, then crashed down heavily. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a powerful force surged out like a tidal wave. Within a 10-meter radius, the ground turned into a churning quagmire. A barely perceptible gravitational field enveloped the area. The Azure Blade Goat named Yi tried its best to dodge, but the attack came too fast and too fiercely. It stumbled and fell, rolling about in a pitiful state. Demon Bull, kill? A look of excitement flashed across Song Bin's usually simple face. The black armored demon bull let out a thunderous roar, charging forward like a moving fortress and sending the Azure Blade Goat flying with a brutal impact. Bang! The Azure Blade Goat hit the ground hard, rolling continuously. Its pristine white fur was instantly stained with blood, and its breath became weak and labored. Yi, are you all right? Song Hin's face changed drastically, his voice filled with urgency. The Azure Blade Goat trembled all over, shakily lifting its head and struggling to stand. At this moment, the black armored demon bull was also panting heavily, its stamina clearly depleted. The war stomp had consumed a significant amount of its physical strength, draining it in an instant. Despite this, the fact that it had severely injured the Azure Blade Goat was a notable achievement. What? Song Bin was shocked to see the Azure Blade Goat struggling to stand. He knew the power of the black armored demon bull well. Any other beast would have been unable to get up after such an impact. I'm fine. Yi's voice was calm and steady. Demon bull, go. Song Bin ordered coldly. It got lucky this time, but next time it won't. The Azure Blade Goat is already severely injured and much slower now. Take this chance and finish it off. The black armored demon bull roared again and charged at the Azure Blade Goat. Despite being covered in blood, he showed no signs of panic. Though gravely injured, it easily dodged the black armored demon bull's attack. Song Hin's face was stern as he commanded, Azure Blade. A wave of green energy surged from the Azure Blade Goat's curved horns, quickly forming a 3-inch long green blade. Swish! The green energy blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of green light, and struck the black armored demon bull's abdomen. Its body was covered in tough black scales, but its weak points were its abdomen, eyes, and a certain unmentionable area. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Song Hin's mind. Yi, attack its tail, he ordered decisively. In battle, any tactic that could secure victory was fair game. The Azure Blade Goat's only advantage now was its speed, while the black armored demon bull no longer had the strength to use War Stomp again. The black armored demon bull let out a pained roar, blood gushing from its abdomen. Before it could react, the Azure Blade Goat had already darted behind it like a green flash of lightning. Without hesitation, he swung its head, and the green energy on its curved horns extended to a meter long. Rip! The sound of flesh being torn was startling, making the onlookers from the Tsang family feel a chill down their spines. It wasn't their battle beast, but the sight was still harrowing. Roar! The black armored demon bull let out a heart-wrenching cry, filled with agony. It tried to lash out with a powerful kick, but its attack missed as the azure blade goat had already retreated swiftly. Songbin's face turned ashen. He wished he could rush up and tear the azure blade goat apart. He glared at Song Hin with cold eyes, cursing him for being so devious. The black armored demon bull's body trembled uncontrollably, its eyes bloodshot. The searing pain overwhelmed its senses, making it difficult to control its movements. It twitched and felt dizzy, unable to steady itself. At that moment, Yi's figure appeared again. Its green horns glowed with energy, striking the black armored demon bull's body. Boom! The black armored demon bull collapsed, unable to react in time. The ground shook as it fell, barely clinging to life. He leaped forward, stomping on the black armored demon bull's head and roaring fiercely. I surrender! I surrender! Songbin's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly shouted. Everything had happened too quickly for him to respond. Just then, a brilliant white light erupted from the azure blade goat's body, and a powerful aura surged out. Its wounds healed visibly, and it broke through its current level, advancing from Azure Stone Stage 6 to Azure Stone Stage 7. He stood tall, its emerald eyes calm and unyielding. It looked down at the fallen black armored demon bull like a king surveying its domain. Songbin felt a tightness in his chest, almost coughing up blood. Not only had his battle beast been defeated, but his opponent's beast had also leveled up during the fight. He felt bitter, as if even the heavens were against him. Song Hin wins. Song Hai's voice announced, signaling Song Hin to recall his battle beast. The black armored demon bull needed immediate treatment to avoid a life-threatening situation. Song Bin quickly recalled the black armored demon bull and fed it some healing pills, stabilizing its condition. Song Hin smoothly advanced to the next round. The onlookers from the Tsong family buzzed with discussions, impressed by the Azure Blade Goat's combat prowess. This Azure Blade Goat is incredibly strong, breaking all expectations. If all Azure Blade Goats had such fighting spirit, they wouldn't end up as delicacies on our tables. Let's see how far young Master Song Hin can go. If young Master Song Hin can keep winning with this Azure Blade Goat and take the championship, it would be sensational. That seems unlikely. There are still several elite bloodline beasts in the competition, and their levels aren't low. Defeating them with an Azure Blade Goat will be very challenging. Time passed slowly, and the entire martial arena was abuzz with discussions about Song Hin. Before long, the second round of battles concluded, determining the top 12 contestants. Song Hin remained composed and unruffled as he summoned the Qingling Blade Goat back to the beast space. Despite its breakthrough during the battle, the Qingling Blade Goat had reached the 7th tier of the Qingsha realm, but its injuries had not healed, making it unsuitable for facing stronger opponents. Song Hin was already satisfied with winning 2 consecutive matches. The third round of battles commenced swiftly. Song Hin, Song Li. Song Hai's voice echoed, signaling the start of the other 2 matches as well. Song Li, dressed in a striking red outfit, her long hair cascading down to her waist, exuded grace and elegance. Despite her young age, this granddaughter of Elder Song He had already shown extraordinary talent. On the high platform, Song He wore a proud smile, boasting to the clan leader Song Beixia, "My granddaughter has bonded with an elite-level bloodline beast, already at the 8th tier of the Qingsha realm. Song Hin is bound to lose." Song Beixia remained unmoved, replying, "Are you sure? The Qingling Blade Goat may be injured, but it can still fight. How can you be certain that Song Hin will lose?" The two exchanged words, eventually settling on a bet. If Song Hin lost, Song Beixia would hand over the crystalline core of the Vajra ape. If Song Li lost, Song He would wager a 4th-tier inferior-grade spirit herb, the Tianling flower, and 5 red bronze-level beast cores. Other elders, seeing this, either placed their bets on Song Li or chose to remain spectators. In the arena, the battle had already begun. Song Li summoned her violet-patterned poison scorpion, an elite low-grade bloodline beast at the 8th tier of the Qingsha realm. Its entire body was pitch black, covered in purple patterns, with pincers glinting coldly and a tail that whipped like a lash, its tip emitting a sinister purple glow, exuding an aura of dread. Song Hin frowned slightly, inwardly sighing at the stark contrast between Song Li's delicate appearance and her ferocious battle beast. At Song Li's urging, Song Hin focused his thoughts but did not summon the Qingling Blade Goat. Instead, he called forth another beast. A silver-white figure streaked like lightning towards the violet-patterned poison scorpion. With a resounding crash, the scorpion was forced back, letting out an angry screech. Song Li's expression changed drastically as she realized that Song Hin had bonded with the second beast, shifting the situation dramatically. The silver moon wolf revealed its true form, its silver-white fur flowing in the wind. Its wolf head held high, eyes gleaming with a cold light, exuding a formidable aura. As a 9th-tier Qingsha realm beast, it was ready to launch a fierce attack at any moment. The sudden appearance of Silver Moon elicited gasps from the members of the Tsong family. Song Hin had already bonded with the second battle beast, signifying that his mental prowess far exceeded that of his peers. It turned out that this was his main battle beast. Defeated, Song Huiyu and Song Bin looked ashen and speechless. They couldn't even contend with his second battle beast, and the gap between them felt utterly dispiriting. What kind of beast is this? It looks so beautiful, someone exclaimed. And its power has reached the 9th level of the blue stone rank. It's incredibly strong. It seems to be a silver moon skywolf, an informed onlooker noted. They are extremely rare, with very precious bloodlines. Even the weakest among them possess perfect-grade bloodlines. A silver moon skywolf? For Master Song Hin to be able to bond with such a formidable beast is truly impressive. The Song family members were visibly excited, their envy palpable. Song Hin remained composed, calmly saying, "Silver Moon, finish the fight." No sooner had he spoken than Silver Moon shot out like a silver bolt of lightning, leaving afterimages in its wake, fully unleashing its 9th level blue stone power. Purple striped scorpion, tail strike. Song Li urgently commanded. The scorpion's tail was its strongest part, imbued with deadly poison. The purple striped scorpion protected its face with its pincers while its tail, like a spear, darted towards Silver Moon. Silver Moon leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike. The tail, glinting with a cold light, quickly recoiled for another attack. Silver Moon twisted gracefully, evading like a moonlit sprite. Its claws then glowed with white light, accurately pinning down the scorpion's tail. "Rip it apart," Song Hin ordered, and Silver Moon instantly severed the scorpion's tail with a powerful bite. Purple striped scorpion, pincers. Song Li's face turned pale as she gave the command, ignoring the scorpion's agonized screeches. The scorpion curled up, spraying venom everywhere. Simultaneously, its pincers glowed red, forming a crimson scorpion claw that lunged at Silver Moon. Silver Moon dodged the venom like a streak of light, quickly closing the distance. Skywolf claw. Its claws glowed with a cold white light, leaving a 3-inch claw mark in the air as the surrounding atmosphere trembled violently. The two forces clashed with a deafening boom, shaking the ground. Silver Moon pressed the advantage, its powerful claws smashing into the scorpion's face. Scales shattered, blood splattered, and the purple-striped scorpion let out a harrowing scream. Song Li, panicking, shouted, "Get out of the way!" But the scorpion couldn't match Silver Moon's speed and was pinned down before it could react. Silver Moon's silver eyes looked down at its opponent with supreme arrogance. The scorpion struggled to fight back, its pincers snapping at Silver Moon, but they were easily deflected. Silver Moon's power was unmatched in the blue stone rank. Its claws pressed down on the scorpion's head, ready to break through and extract the crystal core. Silver Moon cast a cold gaze toward Song Li, awaiting her decision. "I concede." Song Li's face was a picture of defeat. The scorpion was utterly overpowered and severely injured. She had no other choice. Song Hin nodded. "Thank you for the match." Silver Moon elegantly turned and returned to its master's side. "Song Hin wins," Song Hai announced, looking at Song Hin with approval in his eyes. On the high platform, Song He looked despondent, on the verge of tears. The entire battle had lasted less than 3 minutes. The moment Song Hin summoned the Silver Moon Skywolf, he knew he was doomed. Song Baixie spoke up at the right time. "A bet is a bet, Elder Song He. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Song He's face twitched as if slapped by an invisible hand. Earlier, he had questioned Song Baixie about Song Hin bonding with the green spirit blade sheep, and now he was being humiliated and would have to pay up. The other elders watched amusedly, while the two who had bet with Song He were fuming. "A bet is a bet. When did I ever say I wouldn't honor it?" Song He gritted his teeth. "Clan leader, you knew all along. This was a trap. You're despicable." Song Baixie smiled. "Did I force you to bet with me? If I recall correctly, you were the one who proposed the wager." Song He was speechless and reluctantly handed over the heavenly spirit flower and 5 red copper-grade beast cores, saying coldly, "I, Song He, honor my bets. Here you go." With that, he stormed off. Song Baixie was in high spirits, not only gaining an unexpected windfall but also feeling proud of his grandson. He decided to reward Song Hin generously after the family competition. Song Hin was unaware of the elders' bets. His battle had ended so quickly that the other two groups were still fiercely competing. Battle beasts clashed, energy beams flared, and the roar of combat filled the air. Silver Moon returned to its battle beast space, consuming a beast core and bloodline essence to recover its strength. It was determined to crush all its opponents in one go. Time passed, and the other two groups also concluded their battles. The remaining 3 groups prepared for the next round of matches. Song Hin watched intently, already forming strategies for his upcoming opponents. Soon, the battle concluded, revealing 6 victors. Aoi, Song Hin, Song Baichio, Song Fufeng, Song Qing, and Song Guimo emerged as the finest beast masters of their generation within the Song family. The intense duel between Aoi and Song Zixian remained fresh in everyone's memory. Aoi's narrow victory secured his spot in the finals. As per tradition, the Song family granted the winners a 15-minute rest period for recovery and treatment of any injuries. All eyes were on whether Aoi's swift cat could heal in time. Although the defeated youths were disappointed, they received rewards to help their beasts grow stronger. They silently vowed to work harder, hoping to redeem themselves in the future. Song Hai quickly arranged the matchups. When Aoi learned that his opponent was Song Hin, a wry smile appeared on his face. He knew well the disparity in their strengths and that his chances of winning were slim. Nevertheless, Swift Cat's fur bristled, eyes gleaming with battle spirit. Song Hin, go easy on me, Aoi requested, while preparing for battle. The fight commenced in an instant. Swift Cat became a black blur, appearing behind Silver Moon Wolf in a flash. However, Silver Moon's reaction was equally swift. It twisted its body and struck with its claws, emitting a sharp hum. The precise blow sent Swift Cat flying, blood spraying from its mouth, leaving it weakened. Against the massive Silver Moon Wolf, the petite Swift Cat seemed incredibly fragile. Aoi made a decisive call. I surrender. He recalled Swift Cat, saluted Song Hin, and left the arena. This battle shattered Aoi's illusions of a lucky victory. In the subsequent matches, Song Baiqiu and Song Qing also emerged victorious. Song Baiqiu, the grandson of elder Song Hai, was exceptionally talented and owned an elite low-level white-bone turtle. Song Qing was the only female among the six, graceful and charming, with an elite low-level green feather bird as her beast. To determine the final champion, the competition used a draw system. 3 identical jade bowls were placed, with only one hiding a red stone ball underneath. The person who drew the red ball would advance directly to the finals. Song Hin, Song Baiqiu, and Song Qing stepped forward to draw. Unexpectedly, Song Hin drew the red ball, securing his place in the finals. Song Baiqie was ecstatic over his grandson's luck, seeing it as a sign of a bright future for the Song family. Next, Song Baiqiu and Song Qing faced off in an intense battle. The white-bone turtle's skeletal structure emitted a chilling creak, while the green feather bird spread its massive wings, creating a gust of wind. Green feather arrow, Song Qing commanded. The green feather bird glowed with a green light, launching an arrow-like attack towards the white-bone turtle. Defend. Song Baiqiu responded calmly. The white-bone turtle quickly retreated into its sturdy shell, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Immediately after, the white-bone turtle launched black flame chains, aiming to entangle Song Qing. The green feather bird swiftly intervened, deploying green feather shield to protect its master. The two forces collided fiercely, energy scattering in all directions. Seizing the moment, the white-bone turtle advanced, while the green feather bird struggled to break free from the chains. It spun its body, wings turning into sharp blades, slashing heavily at the black flame chains. The battle grew more intense, with the outcome hanging in the balance. Boom! The surroundings suddenly shook, with energy beams colliding and bursting into dazzling light. The Qingyu bird spread its razor-sharp wings, unleashing a torrent of power from within, sparks flying everywhere. In an instant, cracks spread across the black flame chains, which then shattered and vanished. At that moment, the white-bone turtle silently approached the Qingyu bird, which had descended to less than half a meter above the ground to protect Songling. Song Baiqiu's mind raced. As long as the Qingyu bird was bound to the ground, victory was within reach. The white-bone turtle suddenly appeared, and black threads quickly twisted into a thicker chain, binding the Qingyu bird's left wing. With a crunch, the white-bone turtle opened its jaws and bit down hard on the Qingyu bird's left wing. The Qingyu bird let out a piercing cry, blood gushing from the wound, staining its feathers red. Songling's face turned pale, realizing how quickly the situation had changed. Song Baiqiu's strategy of surrounding and attacking was indeed clever, forcing the Qingyu bird to land. Qing bird, Qingyu arrow, Songling ordered with a fierce expression. The Qingyu bird, enduring the pain, opened its beak, releasing a concentrated energy that transformed into an azure arrow aimed directly at the white-bone turtle's head. The white-bone turtle reacted swiftly, retracting its head and leaving a gruesome wound on the Qingyu bird's wing. With a loud crash, the azure arrow exploded, scattering energy everywhere. The white-bone turtle's shell remained unscathed, its internal energy dissipating the attack. After the energy dissipated, the white-bone turtle was almost unharmed, with only a slight fluctuation in its breath. Songling's face darkened. The white-bone turtle's defense was far beyond expectation. Even though it was reduced to a skeleton, the black threads could form a sturdy black shell. The white-bone turtle extended its head again, its grim jaws biting into the Qingyu bird's body. Feathers shattered, blood flowed, and the Qingyu bird cried out in agony. Kengan watched with an impassive face, but had to admit that Song Baiqiu was formidable. The white-bone turtle had no apparent weaknesses, excelling in both ranged attacks, biting power, and defense, making it an ideal beast for most beastmasters. Moreover, as an undead attribute beast with great potential, it could evolve with enough death energy. Songling was out of options. The Qingyu bird had lost its aerial advantage, severely reducing its combat effectiveness. Of course, Song Baiqiu's tactic only worked against opponents of similar strength. If both sides advanced to the second-tier beastmasters, such opportunities would no longer exist. Songling, suppressing her unwillingness, looked at the exhausted and bleeding Qingyu bird and finally spoke. I concede. Her tone was filled with reluctance, but also an acknowledgement of her inferiority. In the wild, she might have already perished. Songbaiqiu wins, announced Songhai, looking at Songbaiqiu with approval. The white bone turtle was a gift he had prepared for Songbaiqiu. The Song family members watching felt that the battle was worth seeing. The white bone turtle was indeed powerful. Now, only a match with Kangen remained to determine the final victor. Songbaiqiu retrieved the white bone turtle and began to recover his strength. Although he had one, the white bone turtle had also consumed a lot of energy and needed to recuperate. Kangen's face remained calm, but he was filled with confidence. 15 minutes later, the decisive battle began. Kangen and Songbaiqiu stood facing each other, with the white bone turtle and silver moon wolf lying beside them. Silver moon had long since recovered to its peak state, ready to strike, its eyes filled with arrogance. Songbaiqiu looked at the silver moon wolf with envy, wishing he had such a perfect bloodline beast. Little did he know, Kangen also coveted the white bone turtle, desiring an undead attribute beast of his own. Please advise. Songbaiqiu greeted, and the white bone turtle's energy surged, black threads forming a black chain. With a whoosh, the black flame chain shot out towards Silver Moon, aiming to strangle it. Silver Moon raised its claws slightly, emitting a silver-white glow. Heavenly Wolf Claw. A terrifying silver-white claw imprint appeared, crashing down and colliding with the black flame chain. With a crack, the black flame chain shattered. Silver Moon's powerful bloodline and strength at the 9th level of Qing Shi far surpassed the white bone turtle, making its skills much more potent. Seizing the moment, Silver Moon transformed into a stream of light, instantly appearing beside the white bone turtle. The white bone turtle roared, twisting its body to resist. Black threads formed dozens of shadows, aiming to entangle Silver Moon. Silver Moon's gaze remained indifferent, its claws swiping, unleashing a violent force that easily tore through the shadows. Unstoppable and overwhelming. Songling's face turned grim as she watched, realizing the vast gap between herself and these two. If she faced Kangen, she would likely be defeated without any chance to fight back. The Silver Moon wolf strength was simply too formidable. Songbaiqiu's expression shifted, realizing that conventional means were no longer effective against Kangen. With a roar, his spiritual power surged, emitting a mysterious wave. The white bone turtle's figure instantly vanished. Silver Moon's eyes flashed with confusion, then it swiftly returned to Kangen's side. Who knew what skill this was? The primary task of a beast was to protect its master. If the beastmaster died, the beast's fate would not be good either. Suddenly, a sinister white bone appeared on Songbaiqiu's body, his spiritual power flowing like water, covering him entirely. Layers of white bones emerged, radiating endless white light. In a flash, he was covered in a white bone armor. Black threads entwined it, flickering with sparks. A pair of eyes suddenly lit up, as if black flames were burning, ready to destroy everything. In his right hand, a shield of white bones appeared, its edges lined with sharp spikes, ready to devour anyone. A powerful and violent aura erupted from Songbaiqiu, locking onto Kangen. Song Hin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on the suddenly transformed Songbaiqiu. He quickly realized that this was the fusion ability from the Beast Mastery Talent, a powerful skill that allowed a Beastmaster to merge with their battle beast. Songbaiqiu's body began to exhibit the traits of the bone turtle, with bone armor covering him and exuding a chilling aura. Song Hin thought to himself, fusion can greatly enhance combat power, but it comes with significant risks. If the mental strength or the stamina of the battle beast falters, both will suffer severe damage. Without any hesitation, Songbaiqiu charged at Song Hin like a cannonball. The ground trembled slightly, and the bone armor emitted creaking sounds. In an instant, he was upon Song Hin, raising a bone shield and smashing it down forcefully. The Silver Moon wolf appeared just in time, its sharp claws gleaming coldly as it struck out. The collision of their forces produced a dull sound. The Silver Moon wolf was pushed back several steps, while Songbaiqiu was also forced to retreat. Despite the significant boost in power from the fusion, it was still difficult to completely bridge the gap with the Silver Moon wolf. The battle quickly intensified. The Silver Moon wolf transformed into a streak of silver light, pouncing on Songbaiqiu. Its claws continuously attacked, its wolf head snarling as it bit at its opponent's neck. The air buzzed from the violent clashes, with terrifying energy waves shaking the surroundings. Song Baichio felt his mental strength depleting rapidly, and the bone turtle's stamina was also draining fast. He clamped his left hand tightly around the silver moon wolf's neck, while his right hand's bone shield emitted a black glow. The shield's edges spun rapidly, like a deadly disc, aiming to slash down on the silver moon wolf's back. Sky Wolf Claw, the silver moon wolf roared, a silver claw imprint bursting forth to collide fiercely with the black, flaming blade. Energy exploded, tearing through the air around them. Amidst the deafening sound, the silver moon wolf managed to break free, but not without a gruesome wound on its back, blood gushing out. Song Hen's expression changed slightly, but he felt reassured knowing the silver moon wolf still had some strength left. Breathing heavily, Song Baichio's bone armor showed cracks. He knew he had no chance of winning now. At that moment, the silver moon wolf's eyes turned icy, its bloodline power surging, and its right claw instantly expanded to a meter in size, wrapped in a silver glow. Terror Wolf Strike. As if an ancient terror wolf had descended, the silver moon wolf appeared in front of Song Baichio with lightning speed. Its giant claw came crashing down, and though Song Baichio hastily raised his shield, it was like hitting a charging rhino. He was sent flying, his bone shield shattering instantly, revealing the bone turtle's true form. Song Baichio landed heavily on the ground, spitting blood, his face pale as paper. Struggling, he retracted the near-dead bone turtle back into the battle beast space and painfully declared, "I concede." Song Hai announced the result. Song Hen wins and takes the champion's title. He then stepped forward to support Song Baichio, giving him healing pills. Though Song Baichio worried this might affect the fairness of the judges, Song Hai insisted, "The match is over. I am now a family elder concerned for my grandson." The Song family members present were all thrilled by the spectacular battle. They looked at Song Hen standing in the center of the arena, their hearts filled with boundless hope. With this extraordinarily talented young man and his silver moon wolf, the Song family might finally break through their limitations in this generation, rising from a powerful family to a prestigious one, expanding their influence over the entire Yunzhong County. This had been the cherished wish of generations of Song family leaders, and now, it finally seemed within reach. The rewards for this year's family competition are incredibly generous. Each round a participant wins grants them a substantial amount of soul crystals and beast cores. But the rewards for the top 3 are particularly coveted. Third place gets 1,000 soul crystals and 10 latest-stage Qingshi beast cores. Second place receives 2,000 soul crystals and 15 latest-stage Qingshi beast cores. As for first place, the winner takes home 3,000 soul crystals, 20 latest-stage Qingshi beast cores, 3 early-stage Heidi beast cores, and a precious opportunity to enter the family's bloodline pool. The bloodline pool is the sacred ground of the Song family, containing the essence of countless beasts. Each year, a large number of beasts are slain, and their bloodline essence is extracted through special formations and infused into the pool. Over time, the power of the bloodline pool has grown stronger. In the ancient Hong world, nearly every major power has its own bloodline pool, symbolizing their underlying strength. Beastmasters who enter the bloodline pool can refine their beast's bloodlines, absorb its power to enhance their strength, and even have a small chance of evolving their bloodlines. Although bloodline evolution has been rare in the Song family's history, the allure of the bloodline pool remains undiminished. Additionally, the top 3 from the Song family also get the chance to further their studies at the Yunzhong Academy. As one of the 8 academies of the Beihan Kingdom, Yunzhong Academy is located in Yunzhong County City. Though it ranks mid-tier among the 8, its strength is formidable, and it is the undisputed overlord of Yunzhong County. Every year, the Song family has 3 spots to send their best beastmasters to study there. As Song Hin received his rewards, his heart was full of anticipation. He knew that Yunzhong Academy gathered many outstanding beastmasters, offering a perfect opportunity to compete with the strong and improve his skills. However, securing a spot didn't mean automatic entry. One still had to pass rigorous examinations to truly step through the academy's gates. With the family competition officially over, Song Baichie stood up. Despite his graying hair, his presence was still overwhelmingly powerful. His voice, like a lion's roar, echoed through the venue. The family competition is now concluded. I hope all Song family members will continue to strive, constantly improving themselves and contributing to the family. I've seen your potential in this competition. Keep up the hard work and show us elders your progress by defeating your rivals. Remember, temporary gains or losses do not determine success or failure. Time will prove everything, and your efforts will not be in vain. The young members of the Song family were fired up by his words. Newly minted beastmasters, full of ambition and confidence, each believed they were no less than others. At this moment, the future was uncertain, and anyone could become the dark horse. After a brief pause, Song Baichie continued, "This year, our family has spent a lot of resources and secured 3 additional spots at Yunzhong Academy. I hereby announce that the top 6 in the family competition will all gain entry to Yunzhong Academy." This announcement was like a thunderbolt. igniting the spirits of Song Fufeng and others, who were thrilled by the unexpected opportunity. Song Hin, although curious about why Yunzhong Academy suddenly increased their spots and what was behind the fixed 3 spots each year, quickly set these thoughts aside. After the competition, the members of the Song family dispersed. Song Hin went to the main hall of the family, where he found Song Beixia seated on a purple sandalwood chair. The usually stern elder wore a rare smile, making Song Hin slightly uneasy. "Hey Nair, come here," Song Beixia said, handing Song Hin a storage ring. Song Hin took the ring and was immediately astonished by its contents. Inside were nearly 80 high-level beast cores, a set of azure armor, and 5,000 soul crystals. "Grandfather, this is," Song Hin asked, shocked by the generous gift. Song Beixia smiled and explained, "Thanks to you, I made a fortune. However, these resources are not useful to you right now, so I exchanged them for something more suitable." He briefly described the previous wager. Understanding dawned on Song Hin, who accepted the gift without hesitation. "Then I won't be polite. With these resources, they'll have enough when I advance to a second-tier beastmaster." Unknowingly, he had amassed nearly 10,000 soul crystals, a fortune for a newly minted first-tier beastmaster. "Put on the Qingmu armor," Song Beixia urged. "It's a second-tier defensive treasure made from the hide of a Qingmu horn viper and other valuable materials. Most second-tier beasts can't penetrate it." Though he didn't say it, Song Beixia was deeply concerned about Song Hin, who was about to leave for Yunzhong Academy. Song Hin nodded, donning the Qingmu armor, feeling his grandfather's care. "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, you'll enter the bloodline pool," Song Beixia continued. "Make the most of this chance and see if you can elevate Silver Moon Wolf to high level. As for the Qingling Blade Sheep, its bloodline is weak, but see if you can enhance it to boost its potential." Song Hin nodded in understanding. "I understand, Grandpa." Although the Qingling Blade Sheep's bloodline is low, its combat prowess is strong. This tenacity is rare among beasts, but its growth is indeed challenging. Though puzzled by Song Hin's insistence on the Qingling Blade Sheep, Song Beixia offered advice. "Nurture it without worry. Grandpa has plenty of resources. Even with brute force, it can reach Qitong level. It won't be a burden before you become a third-tier beastmaster." Song Hin was touched. With the bloodline essence, he wasn't worried about the Qingling Blade Sheep's growth. Song Beixi's concern weighed heavily on him. "Thank you, Grandpa. I have my plans, so don't worry," Song Hin said with a smile. "You rascal." Song Beixia chuckled. "Prepare well, and strive to improve your strength tomorrow." Back in his room, Song Hin exhaled deeply. In his beast space, Silvermoon and Yi were recovering their strength, absorbing the energy from the beast cores, and their auras were stabilizing. With abundant resources, including bloodline essence and numerous beast cores, Song Hin's beasts were steadily growing stronger. Song Hin thought to himself, once he entered the bloodline pool tomorrow, Silvermoon might break through and advance to high level. When the Qingling Blade Sheep also reaches high level, he could become a second-tier beastmaster. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Song Hin got up, washed, and walked calmly towards the family's main hall. The bloodline pool, a crucial part of the family's estate, was guarded by 2 elders. Only when both elders and the clan leader used their keys simultaneously could the protective barrier be opened to enter. Song Beixia had been waiting for a long time and led Song Hin to the bloodline pool. It was a solemn and ancient structure, hidden in the shadows. 2 figures emerged from the darkness, greeted Song Beixia, and then the 3 of them together unlocked the barrier of the bloodline pool. "You have one day. You must come out before this time tomorrow," said a burly elder. Although Song Hin had never met this elder before, he respectfully bowed. The other elder simply said, "Go in." Song Hin stepped into the bloodline pool. Behind him, the burly elder Song Yin spoke with a smile. "Clan leader, how long do you think Song Hin can last?" Song Beixia just shook his head and left silently. Song Yin muttered, "Boring," and then faded back into the shadows to continue his watch. The inside of the bloodline pool was small and dimly lit. At the center was a pool of blood, with formations around it constantly emitting crimson light. The blood in the pool was thick, bubbling with violent energy and a terrifying aura, as if countless mythical beasts were roaring within, exuding a menacing presence. Song Hin remained unfazed, thinking to himself, "So this is the bloodline pool." The space beside him rippled, and Yi, his battle beast, stepped out with determined blue eyes. "Yi, this is the bloodline pool. Absorb the energy inside and last as long as you can. I believe in you," Song Hin said briefly, having already explained the situation to his 2 battle beasts beforehand. Yi's eyes gleamed with determination as it leaped into the bloodline pool without hesitation. The crimson energy swirled, and countless beastly shadows roared within, their murderous aura surging towards the azure spirit blade goat's mind. The blood seeped into its body, cleansing impurities and refining its bloodline. The azure spirit blade goat trembled, enduring indescribable pain, but remained silent. Song Hin could clearly feel his agony and also noticed its strength slowly growing. Hang in there. Song Hin silently encouraged. As time passed, the impurities in the azure spirit blade goat's body gradually disappeared, and its bloodline became increasingly pure. Its aura grew stronger, quickly advancing from early stage 7 to the peak of stage 7. Remarkably, just the day before, he had only just broken through to stage 7. 15 minutes later, a powerful surge erupted from within the azure spirit blade goat, transforming its entire body as it stepped into stage 8. Song Hin nodded silently, thinking that now it was up to E to see how long it could endure. If its bloodline could evolve to a high grade, that would be ideal. 3 hours passed, and the azure spirit blade goat continued to persevere in the bloodline pool. Suddenly, its bloodline absorbed a massive amount of energy, triggering a qualitative change. Its aura shifted dramatically, becoming more concentrated. The bloodline successfully evolved from a medium grade to a high grade. Yi's eyes snapped open, radiating an intense brilliance. It transformed into a streak of light, swiftly leaving the bloodline pool. Now, Yi's body was robust and powerful, with taut muscles brimming with strength. Its azure horns were sturdier, with intricate patterns and azure light interweaving beautifully. The only blemish was that it still had just one horn. Well done, Song Hin said, patting its head with a satisfied smile. He had gained significantly. Its bloodline evolved to a high grade. Its strength leaped to stage 8, and it still had residual energy that could potentially push it to stage 9. The azure spirit blade goat affectionately nuzzled Song Hin's hand before being returned to the battle beast space. The space rippled again as Inoue gracefully stepped out, its silver eyes filled with pride. Inoue, the chance to break through to the black iron level is now. Go for it. Song Hin encouraged briefly. Inoue then entered the bloodline pool. The thick blood enveloped Inoue like a crimson abyss, with countless beastly shadows roaring and assaulting its mind. Inoue's bloodline power erupted, and the colossal figure of the silver moon heavenly wolf appeared, its body covering the sky. Its ancient roar shattered the beastly shadows around it. Inoue seemed like a ravenous beast, greedily absorbing the energy from the bloodline pool. Although the Tsang family's bloodline pool was only of lower grade, effective for stage 7 and black iron level beasts, it was still a significant boost for Inoue, who possessed a perfect grade bloodline. As time passed, the constraints within Inoue gradually loosened. Suddenly, a breakthrough wave burst forth, and Inoue's aura surged, drawing in the surrounding energy from the bloodline pool. In the next moment, Inoue broke through to the black iron level. Instantly, Song Hin felt his mental power soar, a linked reaction from Yinyu's breakthrough. The synergy between battle beasts and beast masters explained why powerful bloodline beasts were so highly sought after. Energy continued to flow into Inoue, stabilizing its cultivation. Time slipped by, and before long, a day had passed. Inoue emerged from the bloodline pool, invigorated. Its body transformed and doubled in size to 2 meters long. The energy fluctuations in the bloodline pool gradually weakened, and the crimson hue faded. To restore it, a large amount of beast blood would be needed. Silvermoon's body was brimming with potent energy, constantly refining itself, and every moment it could feel its strength growing. Its silver-white fur danced in the wind, its streamlined form exuding power and agility. Claws gleamed coldly under the sun, and its muscles were taut and sleek. Silvermoon's silver eyes held a proud and aloof expression, its aura unmatched. Suddenly, a blinding white light burst forth from Silvermoon's body. Flesh tore at its waist, blood splattered, and a pair of crystalline silver wings emerged magnificently. The wings quivered slightly, stirring the air around them, and Silvermoon lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky. Song Hin watched in wide-eyed amazement, not expecting that Silvermoon would sprout wings and gain the ability to fly after breaking through to the black iron level. Hovering in the air, Silvermoon flapped its wings, striving to master this newfound ability. Already known for its speed, it now had aerial supremacy, leaving almost no weaknesses. Song Hin thought that with Silvermoon's increasing power, it might indeed transform into the legendary 12-winged Silvermoon Skywolf. Beyond flight, Silvermoon had awakened 2 new skills, Silvermoon Slash and Moon Shield. Silvermoon Slash was a long-range attack, harnessing starlight to form a moonlit blade that struck enemies. Moon Shield was a defensive skill, concentrating starlight onto its wings to create a moonlit shield for protection. This breakthrough marked a qualitative leap in Silvermoon's power. The energy within it became more abundant, and breaking through to the second tier of the black iron level was now within reach. With a smile on his face, Song Hin said to Silvermoon, "How do you feel? It's time for us to head out. Once we're out, we'll get you accustomed to these new powers quickly." Silvermoon descended slowly, its silver wings folded back into its waist and vanished. Song Hin, surprised, asked, "Huh? Can you hide your wings?" Silvermoon nodded in confirmation. a glint of realization flashing in Song Hin's eyes. He understood that this was an innate ability of the Silvermoon Skywolf, a valuable hidden card. Song Hin gently stroked Silvermoon's head and returned it to the beast's base. Now that Silvermoon was 2 meters long, it could carry Song Hin, making future travels much easier. With both the Qingling Blade Goat and Silvermoon Skywolf breaking through, Song Hin's spiritual power rapidly increased, reaching the peak of a first-tier Beastmaster. Once the Qingling Blade Goat broke through to the Black Iron level, he would be able to advance to a second-tier Beastmaster and sign a contract with a third Battle Beast. As Song Hin exited the pavilion, 2 elders approached. They looked at Song Hin with approval, astonished that his battle beasts had endured for so long. Song Beixia also appeared, inquiring about Song Hin's progress and breakthroughs. Song Hin replied with a smile, mission accomplished. He turned to the 2 family elders, bowed in gratitude, and then left with Song Beixia. Elders Song Yin and Lao Gui inspected the bloodline pool's array and restrictions, their expressions changing drastically. Song Yin couldn't help but curse, damn. What kind of monster is that kid raising? Its appetite is enormous. Pointing to the energy depletion in the bloodline pool, he grumbled about how many beast bloodlines it would take to replenish it. Both were worried about the impending reprimand from the Beast Master Guild. Song Beixia led Song Hin to the main hall, where Song Di sat poised on a sandalwood chair. Song Hin asked in surprise, "Second uncle, why are you back so suddenly? Has the soul crystal mine been fully excavated?" Song Di shook his head, a strange smile in his eyes. "No, there are still plenty of soul crystals in that mine. I came back this time to bring you a gift." Urged by Song Beixia, Song Di took out a stone egg from his storage ring. The egg was entirely white, with mottled patterns, standing about half a meter tall. Golden light occasionally flickered across its surface, absorbing the surrounding energy, as if life was being nurtured within. Song Hin took the stone egg, feeling the intense life energy inside. Song Di explained that it might be the egg of a rare creature, but since he had no more contract slots, he was giving it to Song Hin. Song Hin was secretly delighted. If he could hatch a beast with a perfect bloodline, it would be a tremendous boon. He carefully put the stone egg away, eagerly anticipating the surprises the future might hold. When someone first becomes a Beastmaster, signing a contract with a beast of perfect lineage is an incredible stroke of luck. Song Hin knows well that young talents from top-tier families have their battle beasts prepared for them, often of perfect lineage, making their acquisition effortless. This highlights the importance of one's background. Despite this, Song Hin's own background is quite commendable, far superior to that of ordinary people. "Second uncle, thank you." Song Hin expressed his gratitude to Song Di and then asked, "How is the training of the purple ink Thunderwolf going?" Song Di stroked his chin, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. It has already reached the bronze level. With ample resources, its progress has been swift, reaching the 3rd tier of bronze. It won't be long before it steps into the silver level. His voice brimmed with confidence. "Once the purple ink Thunderwolf reaches the silver level, I can successfully break through to the 4th tier of Beastmasters. At that time, our Song family will have 2 4th-tier Beastmasters, significantly boosting our power and intimidating the other 2 clans. We'll also secure more resources for the family. In the world of Guhong, the stronger you are, the more resources you can claim. This is an ironclad rule. Congratulations in advance, second uncle." Song Hin bowed respectfully. At this moment, Song Beixi's loud voice echoed. "All right, since the items have been delivered, get back quickly. That place is crucial to our Song family's future and cannot be neglected." The smile on Song Di's face faded, replaced by a serious expression. His primary reason for returning was to bring the Mind Soul crystals back to the family. The stone egg was just an incidental item. He bowed to Song Beixia, waved to Song Hin, and silently left the Song family grounds. The soul crystal mine was immensely important to the Song family and could bring about tremendous changes. Song Beixia turned to Song Hin and instructed Hinner, "Start preparing now. In 3 days, head to Yunzhong County City to familiarize yourself with the environment. Our family has its own shop and courtyard there, and I've already informed the elder in charge. Everything is arranged." "I understand, Grandpa." Song Hin nodded. Song Beixia patted Song Hin's shoulder and spoke earnestly, "When you're out and about, always consider the consequences of your actions. Weigh the pros and cons. Yunzhong County City is a mixed bag of characters, with many factions and influential families. Be cautious." He paused before adding, "Of course, I'm not telling you to swallow your pride. If you encounter injustice, fight back. Conflicts among young people are generally overlooked by the families. Your aunt is a tutor at Yunzhong Academy and a 3rd-tier Beastmaster. If you run into trouble, seek her help." "Auntie." Song Hin felt a twinge of emotion, recalling that his aunt had once had a falling out with Song Beixia and left the family to join Yunzhong Academy. She had rarely returned over the years. "By the way," Song Beixia continued, "during the Yunzhong assessment, after securing your own success, Help out the other family members if you can. They are trustworthy and can assist you in the future. Song Hin understood Song Baixia's intentions. I understand, Grandpa. I'll be mindful. Song Beixia nodded with satisfaction. Haha, as I get older, I tend to ramble. Hinner, do your best. The future of our family rests on your shoulders. Don't worry, Grandpa. Song Hin replied firmly. He could clearly sense the fatigue in the old man's words. As the family patriarch, the rise and fall of the clan weighed heavily on him. Song Hin had only asked about his father's whereabouts once, and after getting no answer, he never brought it up again. He believed that as he grew stronger, the truth would eventually be revealed. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the land in a golden hue, as if draping the earth in a golden veil. The once quiet Black Dragon City began to bustle with activity, and at the Song family gate, a group was ready to depart. Song Hin, dressed in black, with jet black hair and a strikingly handsome appearance, stood tall and confident. Beside him were Song Baichio and Song Ling, along with 3 others who had slots to enter Yunzhong Academy. It was uncertain how many would succeed this time. Also present were 2 elders, Song Hai and Song He, both third-tier beastmasters and brothers, holding significant status within the family. Their extensive battle experience made them ideal protectors for the young ones on this journey. Song Hai was also Song Baichio's grandfather. Song He's expression remained stern as he looked at Song Hin, showing no emotion. It wasn't Song Hin's concern, but Song He couldn't help but feel regret over the lost resources, wishing he could slap himself for his miscalculation. Song Beixia and other family elders appeared, their eyes filled with encouragement. These departing youths represented the family's hope, passing the torch from generation to generation. Safe travels. Song Beixia kept his words brief, having already said what needed to be said. Anything more would only add to the melancholy. A piercing bird cry broke the sky. Space rippled beside Song Hai, and from the beast's space emerged a massive bird, its crimson feathers stirring up gusts of wind. Song Hin frowned slightly, his black hair fluttering wildly, his breath heavy. The giant bird, over 10 meters long, had golden feathers that gleamed like molten gold, reflecting a hazy light. Its wings were like blades, each feather sharp as a sword. The bird's long neck and blood-red crest were striking, with a black horn in the center of its head, looking incredibly sturdy. Elite high-level lineage, light feather rhinoceros bird, Song Hin thought. The light feather rhinoceros bird had formidable combat abilities, especially its black horn, which could emit a corrosive black beam. Its feathers were extremely tough, and it was incredibly fast. This light feather rhinoceros bird was Song Hai's main battle beast, having reached the silver level, with the strength of silver tier 3. It had been instrumental in Song Hai's rise to power, the bond between them deep and strong. Let's go. Song Hai mounted the light feather rhinoceros bird, commanding it. The bird's wings touched the ground, its feathers interlocking to form a feathered staircase, as if cast in gold. Hurry up, no dawdling. I need to return today, Song He urged, seeing the awestruck expressions of Song Hin and the others, feeling proud yet showing no sign of it. Song Hin and the others snapped out of their daze and quickly climbed onto the bird's back. Meanwhile, Song He summoned his battle beast to silver level, elite high-level lineage flame giant bird. Its body was fiery red, engulfed in roaring flames. The moment it appeared, the temperature soared, drying the air and making their mouths parched. The fiery bird summoned by Song He radiated intense heat, making everyone around uncomfortable. Song Hai couldn't help but curse. Song He, get your flaming bird away from us, it's too hot. Song Hin and the others also looked displeased, their mouths dry and bodies feeling like they were about to ignite. Song He chuckled softly and directed the fiery bird to ascend slowly. As the bird flapped its wings, waves of heat rolled off, blocking out the sky. With its ascent, the group finally felt a bit of relief. Seeing this, Song Hai called out, "Hold on tight, we're setting off." As soon as he finished speaking, the radiant feathered bird beneath him spread its wings and soared into the sky, its golden body slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Wow, this is amazing, Song Jing exclaimed, his face lit up with excitement as they sped through the air. Despite the turbulent winds around them, the golden glow of the radiant feathered bird formed an energy barrier, keeping everyone safe. 2 silver-deer beasts carried the Song family members, their wings cutting through the air as they left Black Dragon City behind. The ancient world was ruled by beasts, with countless dangers lurking outside human cities. Song He and Song Hai, each commanding their fiery bird and radiant feathered bird respectively, exuded a powerful silver-deer aura that caused wild beasts along their path to scatter in fear. Black Dragon City was 1,000 miles from Yunzhong County City, passing through 3 other cities on the way. 3 hours later, the Song family arrived safely at their destination. In the distance, a grand city loomed on the plains, resembling a slumbering giant beast. The 18-meter-high black city walls were etched with blood-red patterns, glowing with energy from the array formations. For wide-open city gates bustled with people and various beasts, presenting a scene of prosperity. Song Hai guided the radiant feathered bird to land near the city gate, smiling at the awestruck expressions of the group. We've arrived. Song Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he praised. So this is Yunzhong County City? It's magnificent. Song Hai retracted his battle beast and explained. Yunzhong County City has a no-flee zone. Only beast masters of the 5th rank can fly their beasts here. Fighting is prohibited within the city. Any disputes must be resolved in the presence of the city lord. Of course, these rules apply mainly to ordinary people, as long as the city guards don't catch you. His words carried a hint of wisdom, imparting valuable experience to the young family members. Song He had also arrived. The two elders led Song Hin and the others into Yunzhong County City. The wide streets were paved with clean blue stone, and shops lined both sides, bustling with activity. Various beasts roamed the streets, captivating everyone's attention. This is the main street. Our Song family shops are in the East City. Follow me. Song Hai and Song He led the way, and 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Song family shops. The East City is a civilian area where beastmasters are generally not very powerful. The nobles reside in the North City. Song Hai briefly introduced before leading everyone into the shops. The Song family owned 3 shops here, one for purchasing beast materials, a restaurant, and an herbal medicine shop. Behind the shops was a spacious courtyard with flowing streams, pavilions, and beautiful scenery. You'll stay here for now. Elder Song Tianwei will remain here until the Yunzhong Academy's examination is over. Song Hai settled everyone in and then introduced Song Tianwei, the elder in charge of the area. Song Tianwei, with his dark complexion and warm smile, exuded a comforting presence. He nodded and said, "If you need anything, come to me." Song Hai advised, "Good luck, everyone. I hope you all get into Yunzhong Academy. May we hear good news from you in 10 days. With that, he bid farewell to Song He and Song Tianwei and left to attend to family matters. Song Tianwei smiled and said, "Let's go have dinner to welcome you all." After dinner, Song Tianwei gave a few instructions before heading off to his own tasks. As night fell, the day quietly came to an end. Song Hin returned to his room and summoned Yi. The green spirit blade goat, with its lean and powerful body and determined green eyes, panted heavily, carrying a 200-pound iron block on its back. Even in the beast space, it never relaxed, continually training its body. Song Hin placed some training equipment in the beast space, allowing the green spirit blade goat to train as it wished. Yi's discipline left Song Hin in awe, even surpassing the silver moon in dedication. Such qualities were invaluable. Every day, the green spirit blade goat felt fulfilled and happy, constantly sensing its progress, a wonderful feeling. 3 days later, the green spirit blade goat had reached the peak of the 8th tier of the green stone level, its power growing stronger. With its bloodline evolved to a higher rank, its efficiency in absorbing crystal cores had greatly increased. Combined with Song Hin's 100 absorption talent, its progress was rapid. It had also awakened 2 skills, further enhancing its strength. Meanwhile, Silver Moon had solidified its black iron 1st tier cultivation and was steadily advancing towards the 2nd tier. Song Hin's breakthrough to a 2nd tier beastmaster was imminent. Song Hin took out the stone egg from the soul crystal mine from his storage ring, feeling the immense life force within it, stronger than before. Over the past 3 days, the stone egg had absorbed nearly 100 green stone-level crystal cores, but apart from its strengthened aura, there were no signs of hatching. Song Hin also fed it a bloodline essence, to which the stone egg showed intense eagerness. What kind of beast is this stone egg nurturing? Song Hin wondered, feeding it another bloodline essence. The blood essence shimmered before turning to ash. At this rate, the resources in Song Hin's storage ring would soon be depleted. "I hope you won't waste my resources," he sighed deeply, feeling a bit weary, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Song Hin woke up feeling refreshed and completely free of fatigue. Song Baichio and the others also got up one after another. After having breakfast together, they decided to head to Yunzhong County City to explore. When Song Tianwei learned of their plan, he didn't stop them. He just advised, "It's good to go out for a walk, but be careful not to get scammed. Make sure to return before dark, and if you encounter any trouble, immediately contact the city guards." The group thanked him repeatedly and then left the family residence together. At this time, Yunzhong County City was bustling with activity. The streets were crowded with beast tamers of all kinds, coming and going from various shops. Compared to the lively scene, the 6 of them seemed quite inconspicuous. Song Jing, looking like a bumpkin who had just entered the city, was full of wonder and occasionally made comments. The others appeared much more composed. Song Fufeng sighed, "When I was a child, I always thought Heilong City was big, but now I realize it's actually small. If we stayed there forever, wouldn't we be like frogs in a well?" Song Ling teased, "Stop it. Since when did you become so poetic? We're beast tamers, not bards. Hearing this, Song Fufeng's face darkened, and he muttered a single word, shut up. Song Hin couldn't help but smile at the scene. As someone who had always been quite solitary, he now felt a sense of closeness with his companions. Suddenly, Song Jing exclaimed, "Look, isn't that the legendary war beast palace?" Everyone followed his gaze and saw a towering, magnificent building in the distance. The entire structure was made of golden crystal stones, intricately carved with mysterious patterns, exuding an aura of mystique. The building's unique design made it look like a giant beast crouching on the ground, with a 5-meter-high door resembling a gaping maw waiting for its prey. Numerous beast tamers were constantly entering and leaving the place. Song Baiqiu explained, "This is one of the supreme powers in the ancient Hung world, the War Beast Palace. Every county city has one, but Heilong City is too small to qualify." He went on to describe the functions and features of the War Beast Palace, including its brutal beast battles, vast market of mythical creatures, and its long history. Song Hin's gaze then shifted to another grand palace complex not far away, also teeming with people. Song Baiqiu continued explaining, "That's the Beast Tamer Hall, where almost all beast tamers register. They not only provide resources, but are also the most comprehensive department store in the ancient Hung world." Since they were already at the War Beast Palace, the group decided to go inside and take a look. As soon as they stepped in, they found themselves in a vast square with hundreds of cages neatly arranged. Various mythical beasts were imprisoned inside, occasionally letting out roars. Song Jing couldn't stop marveling, pointing out and naming various rare beasts. However, when he saw the exorbitant prices of these creatures, his face turned pale, and he felt utterly hopeless, thinking he could never afford them in his lifetime. Seeing the prices, Song Hin also felt thoroughly discouraged and immediately turned to leave. He had always considered himself wealthy, but now he realized he was just a frog in a well. Looking at the resource-consuming stone egg, Song Hin understood that he urgently needed to earn more resources. The Song family members left in a hurry, their wallets significantly lighter. They arrived at the War Beast Palace, a vast place with the most striking feature being the numerous battle arenas. The battle arenas were grand and imposing, spanning a kilometer wide. Surrounding them were spiral stone steps that led to the top. Thousands of stone seats were neatly arranged, filled with fervent spectators. The War Beast Palace housed 5 such arenas, each corresponding to beast masters from levels 1 to 5. Song Hin and his 5 companions headed to the arena for level 1 beast masters. The tickets were affordable, costing only 1 soul crystal. Inside, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, with only a few young spectators present. This was because level 1 beast masters had limited experience, and their war beasts were relatively weak, making the battles less thrilling. Out of 10 platforms, 5 were currently hosting matches. Most of the participating beast masters owned peak-level Qing Shi war beasts and fought to earn resources. Each participant received 10% of the ticket revenue, and the winner claimed all the losers' belongings. Although the rules seemed harsh, the arena was not a death trap. Most beast masters could surrender and pay a certain amount of resources to save their lives, except for those who reveled in slaughter. Therefore, the more famous a beast master was, the more spectators they attracted, and the richer the resources they gained. Song Baiqiu observed an intense battle on one of the platforms. A golden armored rhino was clashing with a fiery python. The rhino had formidable defense but was slow, while the python spewed scorching flames, leaving gruesome scars on its opponent. "So, anyone feel like giving it a try?" Song Baiqiu's eyes gleamed as he asked his companions. He explained that with enough strength, they could earn substantial resources in the War Beast Palace. Consistent winners might even be recruited as official members, enjoying powerful cultivation resources. Song Jing was eager to try. Over the past half-month, his swift cat had advanced to Qing Shi level 9, and he had contracted another war beast. Coming from a humble background, he desperately needed resources to cultivate his war beasts and enhance his strength. After careful observation, Song Hin noted that most participants were civilian beast masters with ordinary bloodline war beasts. He believed that Song family members faced minimal risk but cautioned, "If you want to try, go ahead. But if you can't match your opponent, surrender immediately. Don't resist pointlessly." Everyone nodded excitedly. They signed up for the matches, each taking a codename and wearing masks to protect their identities. Song Hin chose a wolf head mask and the codename Calamity. Soon, the War Beast Palace arranged opponents. Wei, Calamity, get ready to fight. With the announcement, Song Hin donned his mask and walked up the elevated platform. The surroundings instantly transformed into a lush forest. Being newcomers, only a few dozen people watched. His opponent, Wei, was a peak level 1 beastmaster with 3 peak level Qing Shi war beasts, just 2 breakthroughs away from advancing to level 2. However, this bottleneck had troubled him for a year. Wei summoned a spiked porcupine, pitch black and muscular, covered in black spines. Its nose was like a spear, and its blood-red eyes were filled with malice, constantly growling. It was an ordinary mid-bloodline, Qingshi level 9 war beast. Song Hin summoned Yi, a Qingling blade sheep. He sneered. A Qingling blade sheep? Are you out of your mind? Frowning beneath his mask, Song Hin retorted coldly, no wonder your war beasts are stuck at peak Qingshi, unable to break through to the black iron level. Ordinary mid-bloodline is indeed too difficult. You should get a new one. And hasn't your mouth ever gotten you into trouble? Wei's face darkened, a murderous glint in his eyes. The spiked porcupine roared and charged at the Qingling blade sheep. However, Yi, having evolved into an ordinary high bloodline, was unafraid, though wary of the spines. Blade of Qingling, Song Hin commanded. Yi's green curved horns emitted a dazzling light, and a sharp blade beam sliced through the air, striking the porcupine's back with precision. Blood splattered, staining the porcupine's body. It roared in fury, shaking its back violently, and hundreds of black spines shot towards Yi like a rain of arrows. This stupid pig, Wei cursed, clearly realizing that the spiked porcupine had lost its head in anger. The scene in the Colosseum abruptly transformed, surrounded by lush trees, making the space suddenly cramped and crowded. Song Hin gave a cold smile, shaking his head with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He moved like a nimble sprite through the dense forest, leaping left and right with the grace of a dancer. The black spikes of the armored porcupine shot out fiercely, but only embedded themselves in tree trunks, producing dull thuds. You foolish pig, Wei roared in frustration. Do you even know where you are? You're making a fool of yourself. He realized with annoyance that the armored porcupine's group attack skill was significantly weakened in this confined forest, losing its greatest advantage. The Qingling blade sheep seized the opportunity, darting out like a phantom and ramming into the armored porcupine's side. The immense force sent the armored porcupine flying, crashing through several trees. It lay on the ground, blood gushing out, in a dire situation. Wei's face changed drastically. He quickly activated his beast space to retrieve the severely injured armored porcupine. Immediately, a beast covered in black scales with flaming hooves charged out the black armored warhound. Seeing this, Song Hin couldn't help but laugh, well acquainted with this type of beast. He knew that to claim victory, he still needed to defeat Wei's third beast. Yi's eyes burned with fury, exuding a murderous aura. Aren't you going to switch beasts? Wei asked coldly, then I won't hold back. The black armored warhound let out a thunderous roar, darting forward like an arrow, surrounded by black mist, its ferocious power palpable. The Qingling blade sheep met the challenge heeding, glowing with a blue light. The two beasts collided, their sheer force breaking nearby trees, sending whitewood chips flying. The battle raged on for 3 minutes. Yi found an opening, swinging his head violently, driving his blue curved horns into the black armored warhound's abdomen. Blood spurted out as the warhound let out a heart-rending scream, its body trembling as it was flung away. If you don't want your black armored warhound to die, you'd better call out your third beast now. Song Hin's voice was merciless. Wei's face darkened, gritting his teeth. What? Are you going to take on all three with just your Qingling blade sheep? So what if I am? Song Hin retorted. Do you still want your black armored warhound? Wei said no more, quickly retrieving the warhound and summoning his strongest beast, the swamp crocodile. This beast, covered in scales and with cold, blood-red eyes, let out a deafening roar as it entered the arena, spewing a foul stench from its gaping maw. Song Hin was slightly taken aback, well aware of the swamp crocodile's lethal bite force. However, aside from its formidable attack power and decent defense, this beast had no other notable traits. The atmosphere grew tense. The swamp crocodile stood firm, awaiting Wei's command. Wei was unusually cautious, carefully searching for any weaknesses in the Qingling blade sheep. From the audience, someone couldn't hold back and shouted, "Fight already! What are you waiting for? Let's see some action. Don't just stand there, start fighting. It's finally getting interesting." Time ticked by, and the swamp crocodile remained motionless. Finally, the referee of the Beast Palace sternly warned, if you don't start fighting, Wei will forfeit, and Jia will be declared the winner. Wei's face turned black as he realized his waiting strategy had backfired. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Crocodile, attack!" The swamp crocodile burst forth with fierce momentum, its massive body bearing down like a mountain. The Qingling blade sheep nimbly dodged, leaping onto the crocodile's back, its blue curved horns gleaming with cold light as it aimed for the neck. The crocodile roared, shaking its body and flinging the sheep off. Crash! The Qingling blade sheep smashed through 2 large trees, with chips flying. The swamp crocodile seized the moment, lunging forward with its jaws wide open, ready to swallow its opponent whole. The Qingling blade sheep narrowly avoided the bite, the crocodile's steel teeth snapping shut with a shower of sparks. Swamp quicksand, Wei suddenly commanded. The swamp crocodile immediately activated its skill, a yellow beam shooting out, turning the ground beneath the Qingling blade sheep into a mire. Bubbles rose as the sheep's legs sank, rendering it immobile. Crocodile, kill! Hiwei shouted excitedly, sensing victory within reach. The swamp crocodile lunged again, its murderous aura overwhelming, about to clamp down on the trapped Qingling blade sheep. The audience gasped, thinking the outcome was decided. At this critical moment, Song Hin calmly ordered, Thorn strangle. As soon as Song Hin finished speaking, Yi's body erupted with an overwhelming aura. His green curved horns gleamed brilliantly as the power of the Qingshi ninth stage was unleashed. Two green beams appeared out of thin air, followed by countless tiny green spikes that extended like a myriad of dancing blades, resembling a thicket of thorns. In the nick of time, these thorns shot out explosively. Swish! The charging marsh crocodile came to an abrupt halt, its gaping maw tightly bound by the green thorns. A terrifying constricting force permeated the air, and the crocodile's blood-red eyes flashed with shock, its brutality dissipating entirely. It tried to roar in fury, but no sound emerged. As the crocodile was restrained, the power of the marsh quicksand gradually weakened. He seized the opportunity, steadied his stance with a firm stomp of his four hooves, and slowly extracted himself from the mire. He shook off the mud clinging to his fur, his anger seething. With a sudden leap, his hooves struck the crocodile's face with a thunderous impact, raining down blows that left the creature seeing stars. Thorn constriction is one of the awakened skills of the Qingling Dao Yang's evolved bloodline. It can transform internal energy into green beams that bind enemies like chains, with surrounding ethereal light enhancing the attack and continually constricting the foe. Do you surrender? Song Hin asked coldly. No, I don't. Hiwei's face darkened. He hadn't anticipated the Qingling Dao Yang's immense power, defeating his 3 battle beasts consecutively. He initially thought the marsh quicksand would immobilize the Qingling Dao Yang, but the situation had turned dramatically, leaving the marsh crocodile completely incapacitated. I surrender. You win. Hiwei conceded decisively. If he didn't, the marsh crocodile would face certain death, a loss he couldn't afford. Come back, Song Hin commanded. The Qingling Dao Yang retreated slowly, still eyeing its opponent warily. Hiwei quickly recalled the marsh crocodile into his battle beast space, fearing Song Hin might change his mind, and promptly offered a resource as the price of defeat. The audience whispered among themselves, discussing the performances of Song Hin and Yi. Ignoring the chatter, Song Hin descended from the platform and returned backstage, where other members of the Song family were still engaged in battles. From this fight, Song Hin earned 80 soul crystals, fueling his eagerness for more. Not long after, once the Qingling Dao Yang had regained its strength, Song Hin stepped onto the stage again. This time, his opponent was on par with Hiwei. 10 minutes later, the Qingling Dao Yang once again triumphed over 3 Qingshi 9th stage battle beasts, its combat experience growing rapidly, and its attacks becoming increasingly fierce and varied. The third battle lasted 20 minutes. Despite sustaining injuries, the Qingling Dao Yang emerged victorious, its eyes shining brightly. The audience was thrilled, eagerly anticipating whether this newcomer would continue to fight. Half an hour later, the fully restored Qingling Dao Yang reappeared, showcasing even greater strength. In the fourth battle, its attacks were ferociously relentless, unleashing skill after skill, driving the opponent's battle beasts into retreat. Ultimately, the Qingling Dao Yang stood victorious once more, albeit heavily injured. Do you want to continue? Song Hin asked. He nodded, his green eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He could clearly feel his strength evolving, with accumulated energy fortifying his body and refining his bloodline, nearing the peak of the Qingshi 9th stage. The audience buzzed with excitement, speculating whether Song Hin had only this one battle beast. The members of the Song family exchanged glances and smiled wryly. The Qingling Dao Yang was significantly stronger than half a month ago, and coupled with the Silver Moon Sky Wolf that might have already reached the Black Iron level, Song Hin's power was becoming increasingly formidable. An hour later, Song Hin ascended the platform once more. This time, his opponent was even stronger, possessing a Black Iron first stage Cloud Leopard. The Cloud Leopard was massive, incredibly swift, its snowy white body covered in black spots, and its fangs exuding a chilling menace. The opponent was confident, believing that a single Qingling Dao Yang couldn't possibly contend with his Black Iron level Cloud Leopard. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the Qingyu Dao sheep, unrivaled among the Qingshi level beasts. Therefore, without hesitation, he sent out his own Heidi level battle beast, the Yunbao. Both parties were Tier 1 beast masters, making this fight perfectly in line with the rules of beast combat. Do you have any other battle beasts? If so, you'd better switch out the Qingyu Dao sheep. Don't blame me if my Yunbao can't hold back, his opponent arrogantly shouted, his tone filled with threats. Upon hearing this, Song Hin hesitated. The Yunbao, being a high-level beast, had a significant advantage over the Qingshi level. Winning a cross-level battle was extremely challenging. However, a resolute voice echoed in his mind, filled with unyielding determination. I want to fight. I can feel myself evolving. No regrets in this battle. Yi's voice was unwavering and full of conviction. After a moment of silence, Song Hin nodded in agreement. Yi, the Qingyu Dao sheep, stepped forward, its blue eyes blazing with fighting spirit, as if it had made a door-die decision. The recent breakthrough of the Silver Moon to the Heidi level had further fueled Yi's determination to catch up. Despite the vast difference in their bloodlines, he felt no resentment. It firmly believed that hard work could compensate for a lack of talent. It was ready to give its all to forge a future. He could feel a fiery power slowly awakening within, as if a warrior's heart was tempering its body and strengthening its bloodline. The essence of the bloodline silently integrated into its body, subtly transforming it. Stubborn fool. In that case, I'll end your winning streak. 5 consecutive wins? Dream on. Yunbao's owner sneered, disdainful of Song Hin's stubbornness. Yunbao shot towards the Qingyu Dao sheep like a white lightning bolt. Its speed was as swift as the wind, and its sharp claws gleamed with a cold light, aiming directly at the Qingyu Dao sheep's head. The aura of the Heidi-level beast was indeed extraordinary, exuding a faint pressure that assaulted Yi's mind. He twisted its body nimbly, its 4 hooves moving in a stunning display, narrowly dodging Yunbao's strike. It quickly counterattacked, swinging its head to unleash a blue blade of energy from its curved horns, slicing towards Yunbao's waist. Yunbao roared and turned to face the attack. The clash was fierce, and he was sent staggering back by the tremendous impact, its legs trembling and barely able to stand. Yunbao's strength was indeed formidable, coupled with its Heidi-level advantage, making it hard for Yi to contend. Seizing the moment, Yunbao launched another aggressive assault. Yi, realizing it couldn't meet Yunbao Hedon, dodged skillfully, like a playful deer in the forest, evading Yunbao's attacks while wearing down its stamina. Seeing this, Yunbao's owner was furious and shouted, Steel Fong. Yunbao howled at the sky, its head swelling with power. It opened its massive jaws, revealing teeth as sharp as steel, glinting coldly. Its speed doubled, charging ferociously at Yi's neck. Steel Fong was Yunbao's innate skill, allowing it to harden its teeth and unleash incredible speed at the cost of stamina. Facing the ferocious Yunbao, Yi's blue eyes remained calm, as if resigned to its fate, standing still and awaiting the deadly strike. Yunbao's gaping maw was about to clamp down on Yi's neck. If successful, he would be critically injured, blood splattering the ground. The crowd gasped. This is bad. Dodge. What are you waiting for? Someone analyzed. You don't get it. Yunbao is a Heidi-level beast. Its mere presence can suppress a Qingshi-level beast. Now, with Steel Fong, the Qingyu Dao sheep definitely can't react in time. The Tsang family members were also on edge, with Tsang Jing shouting in panic. What is Tsang Hin doing? The Qingyu Dao sheep is already at Qingshi level 9, a whole rank below Yunbao. It's already impressive that it has lasted this long. Is he just going to watch it die? Where's his silver moon wolf? Tsang Jing was deeply worried, knowing that if a battle beast died at this critical growth stage, it would severely damage the beast master's confidence and delay their progress. Worse, the death of a battle beast could harm the beast master's mind. Without rare soul medicines, such damage could be irreversible, potentially ruining the beast master's future. While others were equally concerned, only Tsang Baiqiu remained calm. Having once been defeated by Tsang Hin, he respected Tsang Hin's abilities. He believed Tsang Hin had a plan. All this happened in an instant. Bang! Yunbao's steel fong clamped down hard on Yi's neck. Yunbao's owner smiled triumphantly, already picturing Yi lying in a pool of blood. He was confident he had won the battle. At this critical moment, Tsang Hin's cold voice rang out, Yi, Qingyu Shadow. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Qingyu Dao sheep shattered into fragments of blue light. Simultaneously, 10 meters away, a shadow began to solidify, revealing Yi's form. Thornbind. He roared, and 2 beams of blue light shot from its horns. Tiny blades emerged from the beams, forming chains that wrapped around Yunbao's limbs. In an instant, the thorny chains bound Yunbao tightly. Countless small blades began to slice into Yunbao's flesh, causing blood to gush out and filling the air with a metallic scent. Yunbao howled in pain, its eyes blood-red with rage. It struggled desperately, trying to reach Yi but was firmly held in place, unable to move. What the heck? What kind of skill is this? It can teleport? The Qingyu Dao sheep can do that? Song Jing was dumbfounded, feeling his eyes were about to pop out. Song Baiqiu shook his head and explained, Song Hin's Qingyu Dao sheep is indeed getting stronger. But you might not know, no one usually contracts with a Qingyu Dao sheep. Any Qingyu Dao sheep that grows up is typically served on a dining table. The meat of the Qingyu Dao sheep is just too delicious. At this, Song Baichio licked his lips with a hint of reminiscence. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the meat of the Qingyu Dao sheep was tender and juicy, a rare delicacy. Sigh. That's not the point. What I'm saying is, could it be possible that the Qingling sword goat is really that strong? Alway couldn't help but roll his eyes at the reactions of Song Baichio and the others. His gaze remained fixed on the Qingling sword goat in the arena, eyes gleaming with longing. Can we sign a contract with the Qingling sword goat as our battle beast? He asked eagerly. Song Baichio glanced at him with a hint of disdain. Not all Qingling sword goats have the same temperament as Song Hin's. Didn't you see this one's resilience and ferocity? Alway fell silent, but his gaze remained glued to the Qingling sword goat. The battle in the arena intensified. The cloud leopard twisted and turned, trying to break free from the thorn bind, but the power within the Qingling sword goat surged continuously, pinning it down. Song Hin sneered coldly and whispered, "Explode!" The green fragments scattered around the cloud leopard suddenly surged with violent energy and then exploded. Dirt flew everywhere, and the terrifying energy waves enveloped the cloud leopard, leaving ghastly wounds on its body. The cloud leopard let out a wretched scream as two green beams of light wound around its body, tearing at its flesh. The cloud leopard's owner stood frozen, feeling his battle beast's aura rapidly weaken. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of skill is this? Is the Qingling sword goat really this powerful? A black iron-level cloud leopard was defeated by an ordinary high bloodline Qingling sword goat. Its level was only at the Qing Stone 9th stage. It seemed like a fairy tale, but in front of hundreds of witnesses, this incredible event truly happened. As the energy dissipated, the cloud leopard collapsed, blood spraying everywhere, its body trembling, barely holding on to life. Song Hin's expression remained calm under his mask as he coldly said, "Summon your next battle beast." The Qingling sword goat, was also exhausted, its body trembling, seemingly drained. The two powerful skills it had used had taken a toll on it. The surrounding spectators were astonished, discussing the Qingling sword goat skills. The Qingling sword goat skills are impressive. Yeah, especially that Qing Jade Shadow. Who would have thought it had a self-destruct function? Unbelievable. Once the word gets out, some beast tamers will definitely want to contract a Qingling sword goat. Those from ordinary backgrounds with no promising future will definitely give it a try. The cloud leopard's owner looked grim. His strongest battle beast had been defeated by Song Hin, and the remaining two were also at the Qing Stone 9th stage. Could they really be a match for the Qingling sword goat? But seeing the exhausted Qingling sword goat, a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. He recalled the cloud leopard to his battle beast space and summoned a Qing Stone 9th stage Qing Eye Tiger. It was a battle beast of ordinary medium bloodline, with a towering body and fierce aura. The green markings around its tiger eyes glowed with energy, exuding a murderous intent. The Qing Eye Tiger roared and lunged at the Qingling sword goat without hesitation. Song Hin softly asked, "Can you hold on?" He had already fed the Qingling sword goat several beast cores, including some from black iron-level beasts, and its stamina was slowly recovering. It was silent for a moment before leaping forward, a new surge of power emanating from its body. It responded in Song Hin's mind, "I can do it. If I can defeat a black iron-level beast, this Qing Eye Tiger is no match for me." 5 minutes later, the Qingling sword goat stood bloodied, its white fur marred by gruesome wounds, but it still held its head high, its green eyes filled with determination. The Qing Eye Tiger lay on the ground, convulsing. One of its eyes gouged out, bleeding profusely, letting out pitiful cries. Yi's aura peaked, energy surging within it, pushing against the barrier of the black iron realm. Song Hin, inspired by Yi's spirit, pointed at the Qing Eye Tiger's owner. "Do you want to continue? Summon your next battle beast quickly." However, facing the bloodied yet proud Qingling sword goat, his opponent's resolve faltered. Under Song Hin's intense gaze, he muttered, "I surrender." He hurriedly recalled the Qing Eye Tiger, left some resources behind, and quickly departed. The audience erupted in anger. "Damn, backing out without a fight. I despise you. What a joke. There's no place for you in the Battle Beast Palace. Don't ever show your face here again. Not a man at all. Even if you're beaten bloody, you should fight to the end." At that moment, the energy within the Qingling sword goat surged, pounding through its body. The impurities in its bloodline were continuously refined, its aura growing stronger, its spirit highly invigorated. Suddenly, Song Hin heard a loud noise, his mental power skyrocketing, as if he had entered a new realm. The Qingling sword goat's aura surged, breaking through the black iron barrier. The broken green horn on its head began to regrow visibly, becoming thicker, with more intricate patterns emitting a mysterious wave. Its body slowly expanded to over 3 meters long, its fur clean and new, its hooves light, green patterns flowing, giving it an elegant and majestic appearance. The Qingling sword goat ascended to the black iron level, its combat prowess soaring, instantly recovering its spent stamina, its green eyes shining brightly. Holy crap, it really broke through. This Qingling sword goat has reached the black iron level. Aoi couldn't help but curse in astonishment. Song Baichio's face turned awkward. His elite bloodline white bone turtle had yet to break through to the black iron level. He began to doubt himself, wondering if he wasn't working hard enough. The other members of the Tsang family were even more envious. The gap between them and Tsang Hin was widening, and they could only watch him pull further ahead, sighing as they looked at his receding figure. Song Baichio sighed and said to everyone, "We need to work harder. If we continue like this, we won't even be able to see Tsang Hin's shadow." Imagine that scenario. I certainly can't. He resolved to get his white bone turtle to break through to the black iron level within 3 days. Hearing this, the others looked at the somewhat desolate Song Baichio and fell silent. The Qingling sword goat might have only a high ordinary bloodline, but it had consumed countless resources daily, and its bloodline essence was immeasurable. It had turned these resources into growth energy, paying a hefty price in sweat and effort. No beast worked harder than he. If one did, it could only be itself. Jia. Victory. Song Hin retrieved his Qingling blade goat back into the beast space and walked down from the battle stage with a faint smile on his face. Not only had he successfully broken through to the black iron level, but Song Hin had also earned some precious resources. The battle beast mode of the Beast Palace had opened his eyes, and he decided to frequent it more often in the future. It was a win-win situation, earning resources while tempering his battle beasts. Backstage, Song Hin removed his mask, changed back into his regular clothes, and joined the group including Song Baichio. As soon as Song Jing saw him, his eyes lit up with excitement, eagerly asking, "Song Hin, how did you find that Qingling blade goat? It's so powerful." Song Hin smiled and replied slowly, "It was fate, I guess. I found it in Qingling Mountain of the Black Dragon Range, looking pitiful, so I brought it back." Song Jing nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Qingling Mountain? That is indeed the habitat of Qingling blade goats. Are they really that strong?" Song Hin knew that Song Jing was fascinated by Qingling blade goats, but he didn't want to mislead this promising member of the Tsang family. He explained earnestly, "I can't mislead you on this. Not all Qingling blade goats are this strong. Mine is unique. Its personality is very different from others, highly disciplined and hardworking. It was this character that made me decide to form a battle beast contract with it." Song Hin wasn't lying. If it weren't for Yi's unique personality and diligence, he wouldn't have formed the contract. Of course, he also had the innate advantage of bloodline essence, giving him confidence to nurture even an ordinary low-level bloodline to a high level. Song Jing and the others exchanged glances. The Qingling blade goat indeed had a bad reputation, lazy and gluttonous, focused only on reproduction. If not for their fast breeding rate, they would have been eaten to extinction long ago. Feeling the sincerity in Song Hin's words, Song Jing abandoned the idea of forming a contract with an ordinary Qingling blade goat, realizing it would only hinder his progress. As the night drew near, Song Baichio suggested, "It's getting late. How about we visit the Beastmaster's Hall and then head home?" Everyone agreed and left the Beast Palace. The Beastmaster's Hall was even more magnificent and opulent than the Beast Palace. It was bustling with Beastmasters and heavily guarded. The dazzling array of resources was overwhelming. After 10 minutes, they reluctantly left. Song Baichio sighed, "There are always people better than us. Let's work hard, everyone." The others nodded in agreement. In any world, money is indispensable. The growth of a Beastmaster requires a lot of resources, and without money, progress is impossible. Although Song Hin was quite wealthy, he only dared to buy a few healing pills in the Beastmaster's Hall. The resources there were tempting, but he knew the importance of living within his means. Back at the Tsang family shop, Song Baichio asked, "Song Hin, your Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf should have reached the Black Iron level long ago, right? Now that the Qingling blade goat has also broken through, are you ready to advance to a second-tier Beastmaster?" Song Hin nodded. "My mental power has been overflowing for a while. I'm planning to break through tonight." "Great. Congratulations and good luck." "Thank you." After a brief exchange, Song Hin returned to his room. In his sea of consciousness, his mental power surged like a tide, constantly battering the barriers. Just one more step, and he would become a second-tier Beastmaster. Sitting cross-legged, his eyes shone with extreme confidence. With a flash from his storage ring, dozens of low-grade soul crystals appeared around him. With a thought, his vast mental power surged towards the barriers. Though the invisible pain spread, Song Hin's expression remained unchanged as his mental power continued to assault the barriers. Meanwhile, in the beast space, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf and Qingling Blade Goat simultaneously unleashed their power, channeling it through the connection into Song Hin's sea of consciousness. The combined power of the two Black Iron level beasts fulfilled the breakthrough requirements. Time passed, and a series of buzzing sounds echoed as cracks appeared on the barriers. The mental power surged higher and higher, with endless force pouring out. The cracks spread like a spiderweb until the barrier finally shattered. Boom! Song Hin's aura changed dramatically, soaring, and he opened up a new beast space. He had successfully broken through to become a second-tier beastmaster. It was still 2 months until Song Hin's 16th birthday. Most beastmasters filled all 3 contract slots before advancing to the second tier, but Song Hin had only 2 beasts. Now, with 1 slot remaining from the first tier and another added with the breakthrough, he had 2 empty slots. If the stone egg could hatch, it would occupy 1. Song Hin always adhered to the principle of quality over quantity. To him, each battle beast was a partner that couldn't be easily abandoned. Only with this mindset would the beasts fully commit to protecting their master. Finally broke through. Song Hin exhaled deeply, feeling refreshed. Now, it's time to prepare for the Yunzhong Academy's assessment. Having reached the second tier as a beastmaster, with 2 black iron level beasts, he was confident about joining Yunzhong Academy. Silver Moon had already reached black iron tier 2 and was progressing towards tier 3. With sufficient resources, its growth was rapid, facing no bottlenecks until reaching the amethyst level. This was the strength of a perfect high-level bloodline. E, however, was different. As a normal high-level bloodline, its growth slowed again after breaking through to the black iron level. Still, with plenty of bloodline essence for refinement, its progress wasn't too slow. Although Silver Moon also consumed bloodline essence, the low-level essence had little effect on it, only purifying its bloodline without significantly advancing its evolution. Song Hin began to contemplate the choice of his third battle beast. Both Silver Moon and Yi were melee fighters, and while he had thorn wrapping, it lacked true ranged attack skills. Finding a beast with long-range attack capabilities would be ideal. As a second-tier beast master, he could summon 2 beasts simultaneously, so he needed to consider their team synergy. The next morning, Song Hin woke from his slumber and immediately summoned Yin Yu and Yi. Yin Yu appeared like a silver phantom, leaving swift and agile footprints across the courtyard. Yi, on the other hand, emerged slowly, carrying a blood essence in his mouth, clad in a specially made 500 gene heavy armor, with 2 massive stone locks on his head, steadily and resolutely honing his power. As the sun rose, its golden rays pierced through the darkness, dispelling the silence of the world. The morning air carried a slight chill, and Song Hin focused on preparing food for his 2 battle beasts. Although beast cores could replenish energy, specialized battle beast food could improve their taste and keep them in good spirits. Song Hin felt a sense of pride, thinking he was becoming more and more like a qualified beast master. He scattered dozens of Greenstone-level beast cores around the stone egg, which quickly shattered into powder. Glancing at the stone egg, Song Hin silently warned it, "If you disappoint me, your birth will be your end." This stone egg had already severely depleted his small treasury. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Song Hin barely left his home, fully dedicating himself to training his battle beasts. After exhausting his resources, Inu broke through to Black Iron Tier 3, nearing its peak. He progressed more slowly, just reaching the peak of Black Iron Tier 1, with hopes of breaking through the next day. After reaching the Black Iron Tier, the growth rate of ordinary high-level bloodlines noticeably slowed, and he felt the pressure, striving even harder. Today was the assessment day at Yunzhong Academy. The Tsang family, led by Tsang He, set out early for Yunzhong Academy in the northern part of Yunzhong City. The academy sprawled over thousands of acres, featuring artificial hills, flowing water, pavilions, and towers, with dozens of smaller academies scattered around. Today, all the academies were bustling with activity, teeming with people. Song He skillfully registered the 6 of them, and they were then led by instructor Luo Kue to an open field. Luo Kue was a burly man with a scarred face that exuded a faint, killing aura. After giving brief instructions, he hurriedly left. Song Hin looked around and saw that thousands of teenagers, mostly first-tier beast masters around 15 or 16 years old, had already gathered on the open field, each harboring dreams for the future. The entire Yunzhong County was abuzz with excitement, with major families and city schools sending their talented youths. 2 hours later, the number had swelled to about 5,000. A loud assessment begins rang out from Yunzhong Academy. The assessment rules were surprisingly simple. Within 3 days, kill 1 black iron level beast and 5 greenstone level beasts, and obtain the corresponding course to qualify for admission. No restrictions on methods, and teaming up was allowed. This requirement elicited groans of despair, as many found the challenge too daunting. But the clever candidates started forming teams. As one of the few second-tier beast masters, Song Hin became the core of his group. He led Song Baiqiu and 5 others toward the assessment mountain. This suddenly appeared thousand-jong tall mountain was filled with beast roars and pervasive demonic energy. Song Hin was puzzled by the changes in this year's assessment, but knew that only by joining Yunzhong Academy could he uncover the mystery. Thus, the 6 of them stepped into the assessment mountain without hesitation. The towering mountain of the trial stood majestic, covered with lush forests and jagged rocks. The roars of beasts echoed continuously through the vast wilderness. Kangan led his six-person team quietly into the forest, blending in like drops of water into the sea, leaving no trace behind. The young participants quickly dispersed, each summoning their battle beasts to search for prey. In no time, the entire forest was in an uproar, with battles breaking out and countless birds taking flight amid the incessant roars of beasts. The strongest creatures in the Trial Mountain were black iron-level monsters, followed by numerous green stone-level beasts, carefully selected by the Yunzhong Academy. Among them were rare bloodline beasts, providing the young participants with valuable opportunities. Kangan and his team randomly chose a direction and proceeded. Before long, a dozen sharp-spined porcupines charged out, their spikes gleaming coldly, ready to attack. With a wave of Kangan's hand, he ordered the attack. These green stone-level porcupines stood no chance against the Tsang family members. Song Baichio and the others swiftly commanded their beasts to encircle and launch a fierce assault. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. Songjing smiled smugly. A couple more waves of these beasts, and we'll have enough green stone-level beast cores to complete our task. The others nodded in agreement. Kangan, with a serious expression, reminded them, don't get complacent. Black iron-level beasts are not easy to deal with. As time goes on, those who haven't obtained beast cores might turn their sights on their peers. We need to be wary of both the beasts and other beast tamers. Song Baichio nodded in agreement, glaring at Songjing. Songjing shrank back, not daring to speak further. Kangan urged, let's move. Time is tight. We need to complete the task as quickly as possible. The group continued, now more cautious, constantly scanning their surroundings and slowly releasing their mental power to prevent ambushes. After several battles, they successfully obtained enough green stone-level beast cores. Their next target was black iron-level beasts. Most of the day had passed, yet they hadn't encountered a single black iron-level beast, unsure if it was due to bad luck or the scarcity of such creatures. As the sun set, the blood-red sunset blanketed the Trial Mountain, casting a warm and lazy glow. Suddenly, a figure shot out like lightning, attacking Songjing. It was a green fire deer, a high bloodline beast with black iron first-tier strength. It was robust and incredibly fast, its antlers capable of igniting flames to attack enemies with energy beams. Songjing's expression changed, and his swift cat leaped out, first standing on end, ready to protect its master. Song Baichio snorted. Do you think we're dead? How dare you ambush us? You won't get away. Her bone turtle charged like a tank, black threads entwining. Songjing's jade bird swooped down, its wings flashing with a green glow. In panic, the green fire deer's antlers burst into flames, sending two energy beams towards the bone turtle and jade bird, then turned to flee. However, Silver Moon had already silently blocked its escape route. Silver Moon approached the green fire deer like a phantom, leaping and striking with its sky wolf claw. The black iron third-tier power exploded, the wolf-shaped claw mark howling as it smashed into the deer's head. With a crack, the green fire deer's skull shattered, its antlers broke, and blood spurted out. It fell to the ground without a sound. Silver Moon elegantly approached, extracting the core and handing it to Kangan. Songjing, still shaken, was amazed at how the terrifying green fire deer was killed in one strike. Awed by Silver Moon's power, Kangan collected the deer's body, contemplating the creation of higher-level bloodline essences. Suddenly, Kangan frowned, looking into the distance. A clear voice called out, I've heard that this year the Tsang family produced a genius. Seeing you today, the rumors are true. You've already become a second-tier beast tamer, quite impressive. Before the voice faded, a group of figures rapidly approached. Leading them was a girl in purple, about 15 years old, with flowing black hair and delicate features, exuding a noble aura. 8 vigilant young beast tamers followed her. Kangan recognized her, the mayor's daughter, Shi Qianyu. The Tsang family members nodded, looking at the famed girl of Black Dragon City with a sense of inferiority. Shi Qianyu smiled gently. Oh, you recognize me? Kangan nodded. The mayor's daughter's name is known throughout Black Dragon City. I didn't expect to meet here. He pondered silently, knowing Shi Qianyu's exceptional talent and fame, suspecting she, too, was a second-tier beast tamer. He wondered about the prowess of her battle beasts. Shi Qianyu, the daughter of the lord of Black Dragon City, was born into nobility and possessed extraordinary talent. Given her status, she was expected to choose the Royal North Cold Academy, which boasted the richest resources. However, she opted for Yunzhong Academy, ranked 7th among the 9 great academies. Hope to see you at Yunzhong Academy. Maybe we can fight side by side. Shi Qianyu smiled brightly before leaving with a group of carefully selected young elites from the Lord's mansion. Songhen shook his head with a sigh and led the Tsang family to continue hunting demonic beasts. Although the Tsang family was one of the 3 major families in Black Dragon City, They dared not show any disrespect to the Lord's mansion rumored to be connected to the royal family. As night fell, stars dotted the sky. Song Hen and his group had accumulated a large number of demonic beast cores in their storage rings, but aside from the green fire deer, there were no signs of any black iron-level beasts. Other freshmen, intimidated by their formidable presence, avoided them. Some even tried to attack Song Hen, only to be thoroughly defeated and robbed. Is the purpose of Yunzhong Academy to make us fight each other? Song Baiqiu frowned, voicing his concerns. Though Song Hen shared the sentiment, he decided to observe for another day. Just as they were about to rest, urgent footsteps and angry shouts could be heard from afar. A plain-looking boy riding a shadow leopard rushed toward them, chased by 7 or 8 people, the leader riding a black iron-level flame horse. "Kid, stop. Hand over the cores, and I'll spare your life," yelled Lin Yi, the pursuer. The plain-looking boy's eyes lit up when he saw Song Han and his group. "Friends ahead! Help me!" he shouted, throwing something toward Song Han before continuing his escape. Lin Yi reached Song Han, his eyes blazing with anger. "Hand it over." "That's mine." Song Han felt conflicted. He recognized Lin Yi as a member of the Lin family from Black Dragon City, with whom he had frequent clashes in their childhood. What annoyed him more was that the plain-looking boy had obviously tried to divert trouble, and what he threw was merely a greenstone-level core. "If I say I didn't get the core, would you believe me?" Song Hen said coldly, his face expressionless as he confronted Lin Yi. Even if he had obtained the black iron-level core, he wouldn't give it up easily. Lin Yi's cold voice sliced through the air. "Of course, I don't believe you, but you must have a beast core. Hand it over." With a swift motion, 2 of his followers immediately chased after the unassuming young boy. Greed flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. The black iron-grade beast core was his key to entering Yunzhong Academy, and he couldn't let it slip away. The boy was sprinting towards the mountain outside the assessment area. Once he crossed it, he could step into Yunzhong Academy. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, unwilling to let the boy escape or to let go of Song Hen. The feud between the Lin family and the Tsang family in Black Dragon City was long-standing, with both sides vying for resources. If no one from the Tsang family could enter Yunzhong Academy, they would fall behind this generation. Yunzhong Academy's resources far surpassed those of Black Dragon City. Not only did it offer superior training, but it also provided a broader stage to compete with the young beast tamers of Beihan country, gaining fame across the land. Lin Yi's gaze fixed on Song Hen. He intended to leave no one from the Tsang family behind, crushing their hopes entirely. A strange glint flashed in Song Hen's eyes as he sneered. "Are you an idiot? With your measly strength, you dare threaten me?" Before the words fully left his mouth, a powerful aura erupted from within him, the pressure of a second-tier beast tamer sweeping over Lin Yi like a tidal wave. Lin Yi's face changed drastically, and the Lin family members behind him wore expressions of disbelief. "Song Hen, you've already broken through to become a second-tier beast tamer? That's impossible." Lin Yi didn't want to believe it, but the overwhelming aura from Song Hen was undeniable. A boy behind Lin Yi whispered urgently, "Lin Yi, we need to leave now. We can't match them." Although Lin Yi was a first-tier beast tamer with a black iron-grade war beast, and 2 other boys from the Lin family also had black iron-grade war beasts, none of that mattered against a second-tier beast tamer. Lin Yi felt unwilling, but reason told him that the most important thing now was to retrieve the black iron-grade beast core and continue hunting beasts to collect cores, ensuring his entry into Yunzhong Academy. He suppressed his anger and prepared to retreat. "Leaving? Did you ask for my permission?" Song Hen's icy voice rang out again. "You think too highly of yourself." Song Baiqiu and the others quickly spread out, their war beasts poised to strike, encircling Lin Yi and his group. Lin Yi swallowed his pride and said in a low voice, "Song Hen, don't go too far. I apologize, it was my mistake." He knew this was not the time for bravado. Song Hen looked at him coldly. "Hand over all the beast cores you've collected, and you can leave." Lin Yi panicked. "Song Hen, don't push it. We'll fight to the death if we have to." Song Hen didn't waste any more words. In a flash, his beast, Silver Moon, charged directly at Lin Yi's flame horse with a fierce aura. "Fight to the death? Let's see if you have what it takes. If you don't want to hand over the cores, then prepare to die." In the blink of an eye, Silver Moon was beside the flame horse. With a dull thud, a powerful force struck the horse's face, blood splattering. The flame horse roared, spewing intense flames from its mouth and nostrils, raising the surrounding temperature sharply. Silver Moon, agile and swift, landed lightly on the flame horse's back, its claws glowing with a silvery light as they slashed down. A cracking sound came from the flame horse's spine, as if it was bearing a tremendous weight. Its legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. In just 5 breaths, the flame horse lost its ability to fight. Lin Yi hadn't even reacted before his main war beast was defeated. Song Hen snorted. "What gives you the courage to challenge me? You overestimate yourself." Song Baiqiu and the others joined the fray, Their war beasts clashing with the Lin family members, sending energy waves rippling through the area and drawing the attention of onlookers. Lin Yi's face was ashen. He hadn't expected his flame horse to be utterly powerless against Song Hin's beast. The boy beside him urgently advised again, "Linny, hand over the beast cores now. This isn't the time for stubbornness." Linny hesitated, but the Lin family members were already losing ground, their morale shattered. A killing intent flashed in Song Hin's eyes. Although Yunzhong Academy's assessment forbade killing people, it did not extend to the beasts. Killing an opponent's beast would certainly create a mortal enemy, but Lin Yi was already from a rival family. "Silver Moon, kill?" Song Hin ordered coldly. "Note Song Hin, I'll give it to you. Don't." Lin Yi shouted in panic, but it was too late. Silver Moon's claws slashed across the flame horse's neck like a silver ribbon, blood gushing out. The flame horse convulsed a few times before its breath ceased. Ugh! The moment the flame horse died, Lin Yi went pale and spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his mind was being torn apart. His mental strength was damaged and would take time to recover. Lin Yi looked up, his eyes filled with hatred, and roared, "Song Hin, I swear, I will never rest until I see you dead." He glared at Song Hin, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Song Hin's face remained expressionless as he coldly stared back. "I'll be waiting. If it weren't for Yunzhong Academy's rules, you wouldn't even have the chance to shout at me now. You brought this on yourself. If you want revenge, I'll be here anytime." After slaying Lin Yi's flame horse, Song Hin felt no remorse. At that moment, Song Baiqiu quietly approached him from behind and whispered, "Since we've already made an enemy of Lin Yi, why not finish the job and eliminate him to avoid future troubles?" Song Hin shook his head gently, his gaze resolute. "Don't let small matters ruin the bigger picture. I've killed his battle beast, so I'm not afraid of his retaliation. Those who lose to me can't keep up with my pace. Right now, there are too many eyes around. Once we enter Yunzhong Academy, there will be plenty of opportunities." Song Baiqiu nodded silently, watching Song Hin's back, silently contemplating his future achievements. Lin Yi suffered a crushing defeat, and the young master of the Lin family had no choice but to hand over all the beast crystals before hurriedly leaving with Lin Yi. Without his black iron level battle beast, it was uncertain if Lin Yi could pass the entrance exam to join Yunzhong Academy. Song Hin evenly distributed the beast crystals taken from the Lin family among his group, causing Song Jing to beam with joy. Someone curiously asked, "I wonder if those two from the Lin family caught up with that Lone Ranger. That guy has guts to steal the Lin family's black iron level crystal all by himself." "Yeah, going it alone and grabbing the tiger by the tail," Song Qing chimed in, "and he directed their anger towards us, causing a conflict with Lin Yi. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have had a falling out with Lin Yi." Others echoed the sentiment, expressing that if they ever encountered that guy, they would teach him a lesson. Some even hoped he would join Yunzhong Academy, their words filled with hostility. Song Hin glanced around, noticing the unfriendly gazes. "All right, let's move to another spot and get a good night's rest." His command caused the prying eyes to disappear instantly. Having recently experienced a battle, the area had attracted a large number of new students, making it unsuitable to stay. Everyone had witnessed Song Hin's strength. As a second-tier beast master, he was already among the top in the new cohort, undoubtedly a true genius. Song Hin and his group left the area and found a safe place to rest. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land like a tide, and the stars hid away. The surroundings grew increasingly silent as time passed. The entire examination mountain echoed with the roars of beasts, and the new students were scattered, searching for beasts and crystals. Some specialized in ambushing lone beast masters, robbing them clean. Everywhere bore the marks of conflict. The next morning, Song Hin and his group, refreshed, continued their exploration. They expanded their search area and finally discovered traces of a black iron-level Biasta frost python. This was a giant snake with a common high-level bloodline and black iron second-tier strength, measuring 8 meters long and covered in blue-white scales emitting a chilling aura. It was searching for prey, unaware that it had become the prey. Seizing the opportunity, Song Hin and his team attacked. 4 black iron-level battle beasts, Silver Moon, Bone Turtle, and Green Feather Bird struck simultaneously. In less than a minute, the frost python was reduced to a cold corpse. This showcased the terrifying power of beast master. Shittier beast masters could summon multiple battle beasts to overwhelm their opponent, leaving ordinary beasts no chance. "Great! Another black iron-level crystal," Song Hin exclaimed. "Let's keep up the momentum and continue searching." 2 hours later, they encountered a black iron second-tier sand rat. Despite its incredible speed, it had no chance to escape underground before falling to the 4 battle beasts. Over the next day and a half, Song Hin and his team killed 2 more black iron-level beasts. Now, they were just 1 beast away from completing the examination. With time running out, those who hadn't yet gathered enough crystals became increasingly desperate, escalating conflicts. Today was fruitful, Songhin said. Let's rest early and aim to finish the job tomorrow. The Song family members were in high spirits, marveling at their luck. Songjing gratefully said, just one more to go. We can all join Yunzhong Academy. We owe it all to your support. Especially you, Songhin, thank you. Just as Songhin was about to make a joke, his expression suddenly changed. He shouted, watch out, something's coming. Before he finished speaking, a figure burst out of the distant forest, fleeing in panic. It was a pitch-black shadow panther, its green eyes gleaming in the dark, moving at incredible speed like a phantom. A shadow panther. Songhin's eyes lit up. Black iron first steer. Not bad. Looks like we won't have to wait until tomorrow. However, just then, the shadow panther seemed to be struck by a heavy blow, flipping over with blood spraying and crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to rise but was too weak, its eyes filled with fear. From the darkness emerged a bizarre beast. It was a pig. It had a chubby body, skin as white as jade, and sturdy limbs. Its curly tail wagged playfully, giving it a mischievous look. It wore an eerie smile, and its large ears nearly covered its face. Its deep eyes seemed capable of swallowing the darkness. On either side of its snout, two gleaming tusks emitted a purple glow, brimming with powerful energy. The Song family members were stunned. Songhin's eyes blazed with excitement as he exclaimed, that's a mirror pig. The appearance of the mirror pig made Songhin's eyes shine with divine light, his heart burning with excitement. The members of the Song family were equally astonished, never expecting to encounter such a rare creature. The mirror pig was of elite high bloodline, boasting a formidable physique and incredible defense. Despite only having the strength of a 90-year Qing stone, the mirror pig easily suppressed a one-ear black iron shadow leopard. Its most terrifying ability was to replicate its opponent's skills for its own use, with the number of skills it could copy depending on its own strength. If powerful enough, it could potentially replicate anything in existence. Even more enticing was its clear evolution path, allowing it to evolve into the even more powerful mirror treasure pig. This was precisely the battle beast of Songhin's dreams. Turning to the others, Songhin declared resolutely, by Qiu, Songqing, and everyone else, I am determined to get this mirror pig. I will compensate you all. Although Bai Qiu felt reluctant, he knew that his bone turtle was no match for the mirror pig. Going along with it, he said, we are family. Such a rare bloodline should indeed be contracted by you. Songqing agreed, that's right. If you become stronger, we all benefit. The others nodded in agreement. With their support, Songhin immediately ordered, block all escape routes for the mirror pig. Do not let it get away. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Silver Moon and Yi had already leaped into action. Bai Qiu controlled his bone turtle to block the mirror pig's retreat. The bone turtle's skeletal frame was entwined with black threads, and black flames fell, transforming into 4 chains that shot out. With a pft, the struggling shadow leopard was pierced through, blood splattering, and died instantly. With this, the Song family completed their task of collecting black iron grade beast cores. The mirror pig, slow to react, saw the shadow leopard killed and found itself surrounded, a flicker of panic in its eyes. Although it could fight above its tier, facing 4 black iron grade beasts, it was hard-pressed to hold its ground. It attempted to flee but was tightly encircled by Songhin and the others. The mirror pig let out a roar, unleashing its energy as its massive body charged towards Silver Moon like a wall. Silver Moon's wolf claws, menacing and powerful, unleashed black iron 3-tier strength, striking heavily on the mirror pig. However, its skin rippled like water, dissipating the force without harm. This astonishing defense made Songhin even more eager. Suddenly, the mirror pig shook its large ears, its purple eyes flashing with ripples, and wind energy gathered around it. Its form became lighter, its speed abruptly increasing as it tore through the encirclement and dashed away. Wind Wolf's wind howl skill. It can indeed copy skills. Songhin was even more excited and commanded, Silver Moon, chase! Silver Moon's flesh tore at the waist, revealing silver wings that spread out as it vanished in an instant. Within 20 meters, it caught up to the mirror pig, its wings slashing down like blades, pinning it to the ground. At the same time, the green featherbird flapped its wings, transforming green energy into arrows that bombarded the mirror pig. The bone turtle's black chains wrapped around the mirror pig's legs. He also approached menacingly, green thorns poised to strike. The mirror pig roared in frustration, feeling trapped. Despite its powerful bloodline, it couldn't withstand the combined assault of 4 black iron grade battle beasts. Had it not been for its limited experience and few copied skills, it wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Reflecting on its prosperous life in the assessment mountain, the mirror pig felt even more despair. It had once swept through the area, hunting many black iron beasts and rapidly growing by devouring their cores. This devouring ability had granted it formidable defense. But now, everything seemed like a dream shattered. The mirror pig was filled with hopelessness, unable to move. Song Hin walked forward slowly, a gentle smile on his face, and reached out to stroke the mirror pig's ear. The mirror pig wanted to struggle but was firmly pinned by Silver Moon. Gazing at the mirror pig with satisfaction, Song Hin spoke, "Mirror pig, form a battle beast contract with me, and you will become even stronger." Song Hin's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze as he softly stroked the back of the mirror pig, trying to calm it down. However, the mirror pig harbored deep resentment towards him. Angrily, it thought, "4 black iron-level war beasts ganging up on me. A green stone-level demon beast? How unfair." It knew very well that this human beast tamer, Song Hin, had his eyes on it and wanted to form a war beast contract with it. But how could it agree so easily? The mirror pig let out deafening roars, its anger soaring. At this moment, Yi's voice echoed in Song Hin's mind, "Master, it's not conceding. It wants a unyielding fight." Song Hin was slightly taken aback, but then smiled. "Fine. Unyielding fight." He stood up and ordered Yu and Yi, "Give it a beating. White bone turtle, green featherbird, you join in too. I want to see if it still won't submit. If it resists, beat it until it does." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 war beasts launched a frenzied assault on the mirror pig. The sounds of collision were incessant, and waves of attacks surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming in power. Song Hin thought to himself, as long as the mirror pig wasn't killed, it would be fine. He didn't believe the mirror pig could hold out indefinitely. Faced with the relentless barrage from the 4 black iron-level war beasts, the mirror pig panicked. No matter how strong its defense was, it couldn't withstand such ferocious attacks. The war beasts showed no mercy, targeting its vital spots, leaving the mirror pig bruised and battered, crying out in pain. As it felt its energy depleting, the mirror pig finally broke down. "I give up. I agree to be your war beast, just stop hitting me," it screamed desperately. He immediately conveyed the message to Song Hin, "Master, the mirror pig is begging for mercy." But he couldn't resist giving the mirror pig a few more kicks, thinking to himself, "Being a war beast for the master is your honor, and you still dare to resist? You deserve a beating." Song Hin smiled slightly, thinking that the mirror pig indeed needed a harsh lesson. He wasn't worried about it holding a grudge because he understood its nature. With abundant resources and blood essence as leverage, he knew the mirror pig would remain loyal, even if he no longer needed it in the future. He signaled the 4 war beasts to stop and then walked up to the mirror pig, gently stroking its head. "Wouldn't it have been better to agree earlier?" he said softly. As he spoke, a starry glow appeared in his palm, and a 5-star pattern emerged, slowly imprinting the war beast contract onto the mirror pig's head. The mirror pig instinctively wanted to resist, but seeing the eager black iron-level war beasts around it, it quickly abandoned the idea. It didn't want another beating. Thus, the war beast contract successfully entered the mirror pig's mind, sealing the agreement. In an instant, Song Hin felt a mystical connection form between him and the mirror pig, their bond becoming intimate. "Third war beast, mirror pig," Song Hin thought joyfully. Suddenly, the mirror pig felt an invisible pressure squeezing its body, and it panicked. "Master, what's happening? What's going on?" With a thought, Song Hin made the mirror pig disappear into the war beast space. As a second-tier beast tamer, he could only summon 2 war beasts at a time. Now that the mirror pig was his 3rd war beast, the world's laws automatically expelled it. If Song Hin didn't retrieve it into the war beast space, it would be crushed to dust by the laws. In the war beast space, the mirror pig felt the rich energy around it and hummed contentedly. Suddenly, dozens of green stone-level demon beast cores and 5 black iron-level demon cores appeared out of nowhere, landing beside it. Song Hin's voice echoed in the space, "Heal your wounds first. Once you recover, I have more good stuff for you. Break through to the black iron level as soon as possible." The mirror pig was startled, but then beamed with joy at the sight of so many demon cores. It seemed this master was quite generous, it thought with relief. Having successfully formed a war beast contract with the mirror pig, Song Hin was in high spirits. Although others said they didn't need his resources, Song Hin wouldn't let that happen. After distributing some resources to everyone, he suggested, "We have completed the Yunjong Academy's assessment. There's still 1 day left before it ends. I suggest we stay here and hunt more demon beasts to earn resources. We can leave when the assessment is over. Of course, this is just my opinion. If anyone is worried, they can leave early." Song Baiqiu laughed, "Huh? Only a fool would leave now. Since we have no more worries and everyone can enter Yunjong Academy, let's hunt more demon beasts and earn resources. This is an opportunity given by Yunjong Academy. Once we leave, there won't be such a good chance." Baiqiu is right. "I agree." Agreed. The Song family quickly reached a consensus. After all, no one was foolish. It wasn't everywhere that you could encounter so many demon beasts without worrying about danger. In the assessment mountain, the strongest demon beasts were only Black Iron level 5. Any stronger ones had been cleared out by Yunzhong Academy. After all, this was an assessment, not a death sentence for the candidates. The night passed in an instant. The next morning, under Song Hin's leadership, the Song family began hunting demon beasts. When they encountered beasts with good bloodlines, Song Hin helped capture them. Time flew by, and soon a day had passed. Everyone had gained a lot, returning with full loads and having signed contracts with some war beasts, significantly increasing their strength. Although none were as powerful as Song Hin's mirror pig, even the weakest had elite-level bloodlines. The biggest gainer was undoubtedly Song Hin. Not only had he formed a war beast contract with the mirror pig, but he had also collected 7 or 8 Black Iron level demon cores. As for green stone level demon cores, they were too numerous to count. By the end, Song Hin had lost interest in green stone level cores. Meanwhile, Inu successfully broke through to Black Iron level 4. Not wanting to be outdone, also advanced to Black Iron level 2. The strength of the two war beasts had grown significantly. The mirror pig's injuries had healed. Song Hin gave it a drop of blood essence, which immediately excited the mirror pig. The sensation from the depths of its bloodline left it deeply intoxicated. It could clearly feel its bloodline purifying, impurities disappearing. At this moment, the mirror pig's resentment towards Song Hin had vanished, replaced by immense loyalty. It thought, with such a promising master, how could my strength not grow? Now, even if Song Hin beats or scolds me, I'll greet him with a smile. With a master like this, my bloodline will surely evolve and transform, becoming the mirror treasure pig. The thought made the mirror pig tremble with excitement and anticipation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today marks the end of the assessment at Yunzhong Academy. As the sun rose, its golden rays spread like a tide from the horizon, warmly covering the entire land. The tranquil city of Yunzhong began to bustle with activity, and students started emerging from the assessment mountain. Some students, brimming with energy, rode their battle beasts with pride, clearly having passed the assessment. Others, with ashen faces and dejected expressions, had evidently failed. At the foot of the mountain, the instructors of Yunzhong Academy began to gather. A young instructor in white robes, Ming, turned to his colleague Luo Kue and asked, "Teacher Luo Kue, how many students do you think will be admitted this year?" Luo Kue replied in his rough voice, "The quota has increased by 1,000 this year, so it should be more than usual. But this assessment isn't very fair to beast tamers from ordinary backgrounds." Ming shook his head helplessly. "There's no other way. We're under a lot of pressure, and this method helps us quickly identify strong beast tamers. Those who make it through will definitely be battlefield ready, much better than those untested novices." Luo Kue nodded in agreement, acknowledging the harsh reality. Ming continued with a smile. "Which of these beast tamers do you have high hopes for?" Luo Kue shook his head. "I didn't watch the assessment this time, so I don't have any favorites. Let's see how they perform in the upcoming freshman competition." Ming chuckled. "I did spot a promising talent. Look, that girl over there." He pointed towards Shi Qianyu, who was slowly emerging from the assessment mountain. Luo Kue was surprised. "The daughter of the Black Dragon City's lord? She's joining Yunzhong Academy too?" Ming smiled without saying more. The identity of the Black Dragon City's lord was somewhat sensitive and not something to discuss openly. Soon after, Song Hin and his group of 6 also emerged from the assessment mountain. After the instructors verified their beast cores, all 6 had passed the assessment and were eligible to join Yunzhong Academy. Song He, who had been waiting outside, was overjoyed upon hearing the news. This was the largest number of Song family members to be admitted to Yunzhong Academy in years. He hurriedly gave a few instructions and quickly left to share the good news. Song Jing, flushed with excitement, clung to Song Fufeng's arm and exclaimed, "Haha, Elder Song, he is so thrilled. It's fantastic that we can join Yunzhong Academy and stay in Yunzhong City." Song Fufeng pretended to be angry. "Let go. Can you calm down a bit?" Song Jing laughed sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry, I'm just so excited." As time passed, fewer and fewer students emerged from the assessment mountain. Finally, the assessment ended. Song Hin looked around and saw that out of the over 5,000 participants, only about 1,000 had passed, with the rest being eliminated. Some had bad luck, while others lacked the strength to collect enough beast cores. At this moment, the eliminated students became the targets of other academies. They swarmed in, recruiting these disheartened youths. While Yunzhong Academy might not want them, other academies were eager to take them in. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from Yunzhong Academy. "The assessment is over. Congratulations to all of you for joining Yunzhong Academy. Over the next 4 years, you will be here. I hope you live up to your own expectations and your parents' hopes, becoming outstanding beast tamers and strong warriors." A massive shadow appeared in the sky, spanning 100 meters, blocking out the sun and stirring up powerful air currents. Song Hin exclaimed, "What the heck is that beast?" The gigantic beast, covered in sharp green feathers, had wings like blades that dispersed the surrounding clouds with a slight tremor. Its neck was a golden hue, emitting a dazzling light. Its cold, unfeeling green eyes and indestructible claws were imposing. A purple crystal-level beast. A green-eyed golden eagle. That's the Academy Master's battle beast. The Master is here, someone shouted. An elderly man with white hair and beard appeared out of thin air, his robes billowing, with a kindly smile on his face. He was the owner of the voice. "I am Imo Shanha, the Master of Yunjong Academy. Welcome, students." Imo Shanha's voice boomed like spring thunder. The crowd erupted in excitement and chatter. No wonder he's the Academy Master. They say he's a peak 5th-tier beast tamer, just a step away from the 6th tier. If it weren't for the severe injury and the death of his main battle beast, he might already be a 6th-tier beast tamer. Imo Shanha quickly disappeared after his brief appearance. His green-eyed golden eagle, a purple crystal 5th-tier beast, was immensely powerful, with indestructible talons. Next, a stern-looking middle-aged man in black robes stepped forward. "Hello everyone. I am Lu Changqiu, the Deputy Master of Yunjong Academy. Now, I will announce the rankings of the new students." Lu Changqiu explained that the rankings were based on a comprehensive assessment of their performance. If anyone felt the rankings were unfair, they could challenge the higher-ranked students to prove their strength. In the Yunjong Academy Square, 4 stone tablets stood tall. Lu Changqiu released a beam of energy from his hand, activating one of the tablets. Rows of golden characters appeared, displaying the new student rankings. Song Hin looked closely, his expression unchanged. 8th place, Song Hin. That was his ranking, 8th among the new students. What? 8th place? Hong, you're only ranked 8th? How are these rankings even determined? Always said indignantly when she saw Song Heng's ranking. Song Heng remained expressionless, confident in his abilities, but well aware that there's always someone better. Among the over 1,000 new students at Yunzong Academy this year, 12 had already advanced to rank 2 Beastmasters, making them the elites of Yunzong County. Song Heng was ranked 8th among them, which was quite impressive considering his background. At that moment, Lu Changqiu spoke again, his voice as calm as a robot. "These are just your preliminary rankings. If anyone is dissatisfied and has objections, you can challenge the students ranked above you. If you win, you can take their place." Lu Changqiu then explained the significance of the rankings and the reward system in detail. Yunzong Academy operates on a merit point system. With enough merit points, you can exchange them for the resources you need here. Those ranked beyond 500 get 100 merit points per month. From 300 to 500, it's 500 merit points per month. From 100 to 300, it's 800 merit points per month. From 50 to 100, it's 1,000 merit points per month. He continued, "For those within the top 50, besides receiving 1,500 merit points, you will also get a beast spirit pill that can purify beast blood. The top 10 receive 2,000 merit points and 3 beast spirit pills. The top 3 get 3,000 merit points, 5 beast spirit pills, and a monthly opportunity to enter the lower grade blood pool. The first place gets 5,000 merit points, 10 beast spirit pills, and a monthly opportunity to enter the mid-grade blood pool." Hearing such generous rewards, everyone was thrilled. Even Song Hong couldn't suppress his inner excitement. He had been content with his 8th place ranking, but now his goal was to be number 1. The gap was too large. Just 5,000 merit points were equivalent to 5,000 low-grade soul crystals, plus 10 beast spirit pills, and a monthly opportunity to enter the mid-grade blood pool. The resources for the first place were worth 10,000 soul crystals each month. At that moment, Sun Hong, who was ranked first, became the center of attention. Born into the prestigious Sun family of Yunzong County, Sun Hong had already become a rank 2 Beastmaster at 16, with all 3 of his war beasts having broken through to the iron level. His formidable strength and noble background attracted countless admirers among the girls. Ranked 2nd was Shi Qianyu, and 3rd was the mysterious Long Wu. Lu Changqiu continued to announce, "The top 10 students will each have a villa as their dormitory. The rest will have to share with others." Sun Hong looked indifferent, confident in his abilities. If anyone coveted his position, they would have to prove their strength. Finally, Lu Changqiu said, "Students, I hope that in the days to come, you will live up to expectations and strive forward. I hereby announce that classes will officially start tomorrow." Subsequently, the students were divided into 20 classes. Song Hong was assigned to Class 2, along with Shi Qianyu and Song Baiqiu. Song Baiqiu approached Song Hong and said softly, "Song Hong, Shi Qianyu is in our class." "What a coincidence." Song Hong raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Let's pack our things and find our dorms. Tomorrow won't be a quiet day." The rules for the freshman ranking were straightforward and brutal. Anyone could challenge a student ranked above them, but not more than 5 places higher. After each victory, the winner could not be challenged for 3 days. The loser would not only lose their ranking, but also give half of their resources to the victor. After parting ways with Song Baiqiu, Song Heng arrived at his own villa. He was very pleased with the spacious training grounds, and his eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared for the challenges ahead. His target was Long Wu, ranked third, because only the top 3 had the opportunity to enter the blood pool. In the villa's courtyard, Song Heng released his Qingling blade sheep and mirror pig. The mirror pig lay lazily on the ground, enjoying its leisurely life, while the blade sheep immediately began training, forming a stark contrast. Watching this scene, Song Heng began to prepare for the challenges of the next day. The lazy mirror pig stood idly, its eyes unfocused as it watched Yi train diligently. Shaking its enormous head, it muttered to itself, with such lowly bloodline, how did the master ever make a battle beast pact with it? Just as this thought crossed its mind, Song Hen's voice echoed through the training ground. Your advancement has slowed significantly since reaching the black iron level, Song Hen remarked with a frown. Compared to Silver Moon's progress, it's like night and day. He lowered its head, seemingly aware of its shortcomings. With only a common high-grade bloodline, evolving to an elite bloodline was a daunting task. Song Hen sighed, recalling the efforts he had made for Yi. He had given Yi all the second-tier bloodline essences he had crafted, but the results were minimal. The transformation would have to come gradually over time. At that moment, Song Hen's gaze fell on the sluggish mirror pig. His eyes flashed with sternness as he said in a deep voice, "You've absorbed so many beast cores and bloodline essences. I give you 3 days to break through to the black iron level." The mirror pig shuddered, sensing the menace in Song Hen's words, and quickly nodded in agreement. It both feared and respected Song Hen. Truthfully, it had already accumulated enough energy to break through. It was just being lazy. Song Hen sighed inwardly. Among his 3 battle beasts, he was the most obedient and hardworking. Though the bloodline essence was immensely powerful, its effects were not immediate and could only subtly refine Yi's bloodline over time. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Today was Song Hen's first day at the academy. When he arrived at Class 2's classroom, it was already buzzing with chatter. Most of the students were already there, talking in small groups. As soon as Song Hen appeared at the doorway, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. After all, Song Hen was ranked 8th among the current batch of students. Apart from Shi Qinyu, he had the highest rank in Class 2. Shi Qinyu sat gracefully at her desk, her purple attire accentuating her ethereal aura. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow around her. She smiled faintly at Song Hen, a silent greeting. Song Hen nodded in return and took a seat beside Song Baiqiu. Soon after, their instructor, Luo Kue, strode into the classroom. He was tall and muscular, with a fierce scar across his face, clearly a no-nonsense type. "Everyone, I'm Luo Kue," he announced in a gruff voice that filled the room. "For the next 4 years, I'll be your instructor." Luo Kue's gaze swept over Shi Qinyu and Song Hen, feeling a sense of pride. Having 2 of the top 10 students in his class would certainly boost his reputation. After all, class rankings were closely tied to the instructors standing in Yunzhong Academy. "Get to know each other today. Classes start tomorrow," Luo Kue said before leaving the classroom. "Baiqiu, when are we going to challenge someone?" asked Song Baiqiu excitedly. He knew Song Hen was formidable, especially with that terrifying Silver Moon Sky Wolf. Being ranked 8th was not something Song Hen would be content with. "Let's go now," Song Hen replied with a smile. "No point in waiting and letting someone else beat us to it." Just as they were about to leave, someone called out from the doorway, "Song Hen, someone wants to challenge you." The classroom fell silent again, and all eyes turned at Song Hen. He was surprised. He had planned to challenge someone else, but now it seemed he was the target. "All right, I accept the challenge," Song Hen said without hesitation. Stepping out of the classroom, Song Hen saw that the challenger was Jia Jing, ranked in the top 10, with 2 black iron level battle beasts. Jia Jing came from a powerful family in Yunzhong City, with deep resources. Dressed in a white robe and holding a folding fan, Jia Jing exuded elegance. The 2 made their way to the training grounds, summoning their respective battle beasts. Beside Song Hen appeared Silver Moon and Yi, while Jia Jing called forth a flame lion and a blood-headed spider. The flame lion was massive, radiating intense heat. The blood-headed spider, entirely black with 8 menacing legs, had a wolf-like head, making it especially eerie. The surrounding students held their breath, eagerly awaiting the start of this ranking battle. The blood-headed wolf spider was a fearsome sight, its body grotesque and saliva dripping from its wolf head, corroding the ground with its toxic venom. Its 8 spider legs stood like black spears, sharp and leaving pits in the earth. Jia Jing, dressed in white and holding a folding fan, felt a twinge of surprise. The Silver Moon Sky Wolf of Song Hen had unexpectedly reached Black Iron Tier 4. The blazing lion roared, unleashing a torrent of searing power straight at the Azure Blade Ram. Despite the ram's slightly superior strength, The vast bloodline difference gave Jiajing confidence. However, he was shocked to find someone had formed a contract with the Azure Blade Ram. Perhaps Song Hin was the first. With agile movements, easily dodged the attack. He then swung his head, his blue curved horns slashing at the blazing lion's side, leaving 2 bloody holes. He retreated swiftly, his speed astounding. Jiajing's face darkened as the blood-headed wolf spider rampaged, its 8 legs striking simultaneously at Silver Moon. Meanwhile, the blazing lion's throat convulsed, spewing a blazing fireball the size of a basketball, aimed at Qingyu's shadow. He vanished instantly, leaving behind an afterimage. The fireball exploded, flames erupting. Jiajing sneered, but his expression quickly changed. There was no scent of blood, no screams. Suddenly, he reappeared behind the blazing lion, his blue curved horns glowing with energy. Unleashing his full black iron tier 2 power, he stood atop the lion's back. With a gruesome sound, a deep wound appeared on the blazing lion's back, exposing bone and muscle. It roared in pain, attempting to retaliate but found itself powerless. Bloodhead, web him up, Jiajing ordered urgently. The wolf spider's abdomen writhed as it shot out dozens of white webs, aiming to entangle Song Hin wouldn't let the blood-headed wolf spider intervene. Silver Moon flickered like a phantom, and with a heavenly wolf claw, easily severed the webs before pouncing at the spider, its eyes cold and merciless. Undeterred, Yi's blue horns shone even brighter as 4 beams of blue energy converged. Thorny constriction. Blue thorns shot out, tightly wrapping around the blazing lion, tearing its flesh. The lion howled in agony, its blood staining its fur red. The energy was relentless, the blue thorns coiling tighter, drinking its blood. With a bang, blue shards exploded, enveloping the blazing lion completely. Energy radiated, blood splattered, and the lion's screams grew weaker, nearly incapacitated. Jiajing's face was ashen. The blood-headed wolf spider launched its wolf head spear, its legs like black javelins, the wolf head menacing, blood-red energy swirling, aiming to pin Silver Moon. Yet Silver Moon's unmatched speed allowed it to dodge effortlessly, leaving deep gashes in the ground. The spider spat out dozens more webs, forming a large white net. Silver Moon's eyes were icy. Terror wolf strike. Its right claw expanded 2 meters in the wind, enveloped in terrifying power. The web shattered instantly, a white spectral wolf howling, ancient pressure locking onto the spider. With a thunderous blow, Silver Moon's claw struck the spider's head. Dizzy and bleeding from its mouth and nose, the spider's legs went limp, its body collapsing. Enraged, dark energy began to swirl around the blood-headed wolf spider, threatening to lose control. Bloodhead, get up! Jiajing screamed hysterically, his composure shattered. The spider, consumed by rage, no longer heeded him, its blood-red eyes filled with dark energy, snarling incessantly at Silver Moon. If that's the case, then let's go completely mad. Jiajing's folding fan shattered as he unleashed his mental power, activating his innate ability. Berserk mode. Jiajing's voice was as cold as ice, and an invisible wave surged from within him. His mental power washed over the blood-headed wolf spider, instantly triggering its berserk nature. The beast's aura skyrocketed, breaking through the black iron tier 3 bottleneck in the blink of an eye. Continuously infusing his mental power, Jiajing utilized his innate talent, Berserk, to enhance the blood-headed wolf spider's strength. This common beastmaster talent could awaken the potential within a battle beast's bloodline, significantly boosting its combat power. If both the beastmaster and the battle beast could withstand the backlash, their combat strength could even double. However, this talent had obvious drawbacks. It could cause the battle beast to become mentally unstable, violent, and strain the relationship between beastmaster and beast, making breakthroughs exceptionally difficult. Therefore, most beastmasters would not easily use this talent unless faced with a life-and-death situation. The surrounding students watched in awe, murmuring amongst themselves. They were astonished by Song Hin's formidable strength, as his Azure Spirit Blade Goat easily defeated the Fiery Lion. The students realized that Song Hin's 8th place ranking was no fluke. He must have exceptional abilities. At this moment, Jiajing was inwardly regretting his decision. He had thought he was picking an easy target, only to find himself up against a formidable opponent. The onlookers excitedly discussed the battle, marveling at the power of a Tier 2 Beastmaster. Some recognized Song Hin's battle beast as the rare Silver Moon Sky Wolf, envying his luck. As the crowd continued to chatter, Jiajing's blood-headed wolf spider, under the influence of the Berserk talent, had nearly reached Black Iron Tier 4, almost matching the Silver Moon Sky Wolf. Jiajing's classmates cheered him on, hoping he could turn the tide. However, someone pointed out that the Berserk talent had a time limit, and Song Hin's lack of interference suggested he was confident in his victory. These words made the atmosphere awkward. Sensing this, Jiajing's anger flared. He shouted, "Bloodhead, attack!" The blood-headed wolf spider's aura broke through to black iron tier 4. Jia Jing's face turned pale, and he was panting heavily, becoming increasingly frenzied. The battle beast charged at the silver moon sky wolf. Song Hin held back his companion, believing that even in its berserk state, the blood-headed wolf spider was no match for Silver Moon. The blood-headed wolf spider launched its most powerful attack. Its wolf head exploded, transforming into a massive, 3-meter-long blood-red spear. This attack, infused with the wolf clan's bloodline, contained terrifying energy. The power of black iron tier 4 erupted, locking onto Silver Moon and hurtling forward with a deafening roar. The air was torn apart, producing a sharp whistle and a rolling shockwave. Yet, Song Hin remained unfazed. A silver-white light enveloped Silver Moon, and the aura of black iron tier 4 burst forth. A sliver of moonlight appeared in the sky, bathing Silver Moon in its glow. A Silver Moon phantom emerged from Silver Moon, exuding a heavy pressure that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. A resplendent crescent moon appeared on Silver Moon's forehead, absorbing the surrounding energy and radiating a fierce killing intent. Silver Moon let out a low growl. Silver Moon slash. The crescent moon vanished, replaced by an all-encompassing moonlight, brimming with deadly intent. In an instant, the blood-red spear halted midair and then exploded, scattering flesh and blood. Silver Moon charged forward, the power of the crescent moon undiminished, slashing at the blood-headed wolf spider. The spider's black eyes on its abdomen emitted a dark mist, coalescing into a massive black-scale spider blood spear, its most formidable attack. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact. Moonlight and blood-red energy intertwined, clashing and annihilating each other. The terrifying energy waves spread in all directions, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The students held their breath, awaiting the final outcome. Shi Qianyu's gaze fell on Song Hin, a curious smile playing on her lips. Bai Qiu was equally awed, deeply impressed by Song Hin's prowess. Ultimately, the moonlight prevailed, shattering the black-scale spider blood spear. The blood-headed wolf spider's aura weakened, its head thrashing as it roared in fury, losing all combat capability. Jia Jing stood there, pale and stunned. He had thought Song Hin's 8th-place ranking was a fluke, but reality proved brutally different. He was utterly defeated, both of his battle beasts rendered powerless, and he had lost completely. I lost. Jia Jing took a deep breath, his expression dazed and despondent. Song Hin had decisively defeated him. Despite Jia Jing using all his strength, he still suffered a crushing defeat. Although both were second-tier beast masters, the gap in their abilities was immense. This loss plunged Jia Jing into a state of self-isolation. The onlookers sighed and commented, "This young man from Black Dragon City is indeed powerful. Song Hin's victory is well-deserved. Jia Jing's defeat is not unjust. No wonder he's ranked 8th. He truly lives up to his reputation." The students of Class 2 were overjoyed. Song Hin not only retained his position but also defeated Jia Jing, defending the honor of Class 2. In contrast, the students of Class 10 were dejected, as if they had lost a close relative. They thought victory was assured, but reality hit them hard. According to the rules, after Jia Jing's defeat, his resources for the next 3 days would belong to Song Hin. After 3 days, they would no longer concern Song Hin. Yunzhong Academy had a precise calculation method to ensure fair resource allocation. If Song Hin were to lose, his resources would similarly be taken by Jia Jing. This was the harsh reality of winner takes all. Without saying much, Song Hin turned and left. Although he had won, his battle beasts, Silver Moon and had expended a lot of energy. For the next 3 days, no one would challenge him, but he could challenge others. It was still early in the morning, and there was half a day left for Silver Moon and to recover to peak condition. Then, Song Hin would continue his path of challenges, determined to seize a top 3 position. "Hinge, are you confident?" Song Baiqiu, having already guessed Song Hin's intentions, asked excitedly. Song Hin shook his head. "Wait half a day. Once Silver Moon and have recovered, go issue a challenge to Long Wu for me." Song Baiqiu's eyes lit up. "Leave it to me." As Song Hin was giving instructions, he noticed Shi Qianyu had somehow appeared beside him. "Impressive skills," Shi Qianyu said gently, smiling. "It's a blessing for the Song family to have someone like you in this generation." Song Hin nodded in thanks. "Thank you, Miss Qianyu. May I ask why you're looking for me?" He was well aware of Shi Qianyu's status in the city lord's mansion. Able to manage a group of young talents with ease, she was no ordinary person. You're being too formal." Shi Qianyu noticed Song Hin's wariness but didn't mind. "We're both from Black Dragon City and in the same class. Can't I just want to get closer to a fellow townsman?" Song Hin politely declined. "You're too kind, Miss Qianyu. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My battle beasts need urgent recovery after the recent fight." Shi Qianyu nodded with a smile. "All right, you go ahead." After Song Hin left, a figure appeared behind Shi Qianyu. It was Ningfeng, a rising star in the city lord's mansion and a fervent follower of Shi Qinyu. Ranked 20th among the freshmen, he was about to break through to become a second-tier beast master. Miss, how dared Song Hin be so ungrateful? Doesn't he know that your favor is a blessing for him? Ning Feng said indignantly. Shi Qinyu shook her head, a faint smile on her face. After all, he comes from the Tsang family. With the three major families of Black Dragon City openly and secretly competing, it's understandable he knows little about us, the city lord's mansion. Once I become a second-tier beastmaster, I'll challenge him and teach him a lesson. Ning Feng gritted his teeth. Shi Qinyu merely smiled without saying more, knowing that further words would only hurt Ning Feng's pride. Song Hin and Song Baiqiu returned to Song Hin's villa. As soon as they entered, Song Baiqiu exclaimed, "Wow, this place is huge. Compared to your place, mine is like a pigsty, noisy at night with no privacy at all." Song Hin laughed. "If you want to live here, improve your strength. As long as you're strong enough, everything here is within reach." Song Baiqiu nodded, then changed the subject. "Hinge, Shi Qinyu clearly wanted to recruit you just now. Why were you unmoved?" "That's Shi Qinyu, the daughter of the Lord of Black Dragon City. Wouldn't it be amazing to get close to her?" Song Hin gave him a look as if he were an idiot. "You said it yourself, it's recruitment. Do you think Shi Qinyu is stronger than me? Why should I settle for less just because she's pretty? Even if she's stronger now, it won't be long before I catch up. Why should I bow down to her?" Song Baiqiu was left speechless. Song Hin added seriously, "Besides, the city lord's mansion is a complex place. I don't want to get entangled in unnecessary trouble. I'd regret it." Song Baiqiu was curious but restrained himself from asking further, aware of the numerous rumors surrounding the city lord's mansion in Black Dragon City. At that moment, Song Hin suddenly felt a strong surge of energy from his beast space. He looked delighted as the space fluctuated. Opening up, the mirror pig emerged lazily, its plump body exuding a powerful aura. Song Baiqiu, feeling the mirror pig's presence, looked envious. "Your mirror pig is about to break through?" Song Hin nodded. "You have no idea how many resources it has consumed. If it doesn't break through soon, I'll twist its head off." Song Baiqiu smiled awkwardly. The mirror pig's body began to glow with a dazzling white light, its aura growing more intense. Its body rapidly expanded to 5 meters in size, resembling a massive meatball. Its skin became even whiter, and its purple eyes sparkled with a mysterious energy, seemingly affecting the surrounding space. Its limbs grew sturdier, with a faint hint of purple. Its ears also enlarged, enveloping its cheeks like shields. The mirror pig's aura erupted, consuming a vast amount of energy, finally breaking through to the black iron level. Its potential was immense, though it was somewhat lazy, requiring a push to strive harder. After breaking through, the mirror pig's strength and defense significantly improved. Even more exciting, it awakened a new skill in addition to its copying ability. The power of this new skill impressed even Song Hin. Now, the mirror pig could copy up to 5 skills. Previously, it had only copied the Wind Wolf's Wind Howl skill to enhance its escape abilities, but it proved insufficient against faster opponents like Silver Moon. Moreover, its offensive capabilities had not been fully developed. Interestingly, the mirror pig could delete copied skills at any time. If a skill was deemed less useful, it could be removed and replaced with another, though this consumed considerable energy. This ability was undoubtedly extraordinary. The mirror boar successfully broke through. All 3 of Song Hin's battle beasts advanced to the black iron level, and his mental power surged continuously. In his sea of consciousness, waves roared and sparkled, his mental power swelling like a tide. Song Baiqiu's eyes gleamed with envy as she witnessed Song Hin's rapid rise in strength. In a blink of an eye, 3 hours quietly slipped by. Inue and Yi had fully recovered their stamina, and the mirror boar was adapting to its newfound power. Despite being just at Black Iron Level 1, the elite high bloodline mirror boar could already contend with typical Black Iron Level 3 beasts. Its skill set was a formidable arsenal, with barely any weaknesses. The mirror boar expended energy to successfully replicate Inue's Dire Wolf Strike and Yi's Thorn and Tangle. Combined with its original wind speed skill, it now possessed 2 offensive abilities and 1 support skill. Dire Wolf Strike was powerful enough to be lethal in one hit, while Thorn and Tangle offered both control and ranged attack capabilities. Aside from its inability to fly, the mirror boar had no remaining weaknesses. Song Hin took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with infinite light, his aura reaching its peak. He turned to Song Baiqiu and said in a deep voice, "Baiqiu, issue the challenge." Song Baiqiu nodded in agreement and quickly left. Before long, the entire first-year class of Yunzhong Academy was abuzz with excitement. The students were all talking. "Did you hear? Song Hin, ranked 8th, is challenging Long Wu, who's ranked 3rd. Really? Song Hin just fought Jia Jing, and now he's daring to challenge the top 3? It looks like Song Hin has a lot of confidence in his strength." In Villa number 3, Long Wu, dressed in coarse cloth, his bronze muscles bulging, had eyes that flashed with fierce battle intent. He laughed heartily and said, "Someone's challenging me? Great. I'll accept this challenge." For this battle maniac, only continuous bloodshed could excite him and make him stronger. "I'll be waiting for him at the training ground. He better not disappoint me." Longwu had originally wanted to challenge Shi Qianyu, but Song Hin beat him to it. He had learned that Song Hin had just gone through a tough fight, yet still wanted to challenge him. This was either arrogance or true strength. Longwu didn't dare take it lightly and quickly headed to the training ground. Soon, Song Hin appeared at the training ground, surrounded by numerous first-year students, all eager for the intense battle about to unfold. "So, you're Song Hin? Not bad. Don't disappoint me." Longwu grinned wildly, his expression fierce. Song Hin calmly replied, "I'll give you a surprise." As soon as the words left his mouth, both of their battle beast spaces opened simultaneously. For Black Iron level beasts charged out, standing guard by their respective masters, ready for action. Song Hin summoned Inoue in the mirror boar. Inoue had reached Black Iron level 4, while the mirror boar had just broken through to Black Iron level 1. However, Longwu's beasts took Song Hin by surprise. A 10-meter-long behemoth coiled beside Longwu. Its entire body was brown and yellow, with spiral patterns, its fat body writhing. Its golden eyes gleamed with ferocity, and its gaping mouth was a meter wide. Most shockingly, it emitted a faint dragon aura. Earth-crushing dragon worm. Elite high bloodline. Black Iron level 4. Song Hin recognized this hybrid beast. It had dragon blood running through its veins, not only possessing dragon might, but also terrifying biting and digesting abilities. Even more fearsome, it could burrow underground, truly an Earth's favored child. Longwu's second beast was a green pattern dragon lizard, an elite mid-bloodline, Black Iron level 3. It was 8 meters long, with sturdy limbs and a body covered in brown-yellow scales with green patterns. Its wrinkled skin provided incredible defense. Its head was menacing, its blood-red eyes cold, and its tongue constantly flicked out saliva. Every step it took shook the ground, showcasing its immense power. Despite being 1.9 meters tall, Longwu seemed diminutive next to these two giants. The surrounding students exclaimed in shock. Who would have thought Song Hin has 3 Black Iron level beasts? Besides the green spirit blade goat, there's also the mirror boar. He really hides his cards well. The mirror boar has great potential. It all depends on how Song Hin nurtures it. No wonder Longwu ranks 3rd. Both of his beasts have dragon blood, making their combat power and potential formidable. Both sides carefully assessed each other's beasts. Longwu said excitedly, "Haha, a silver moon sky wolf. A rare beast indeed. Today, we can have a real fight." He then looked at the mirror boar in surprise and said, "Is that a mirror boar? Your beasts are really unique." Song Hin responded with a smile, "Your beasts are stronger than mine. It looks like I'm in for a tough fight." Despite his humility, he knew that Longwu's beasts were indeed superior in overall strength. "Stop pretending," Longwu sneered. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The earth around the earth-crushing dragon worm rippled like a lake, and its massive body vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the green-patterned dragon lizard let out a deafening roar, charging at the mirror boar like a tank. They clearly saw the mirror boar as the weakest link. Longwu's subterranean dragon earthworm lurked beneath the ground like a hidden assassin, ready to launch a fatal strike on Kengan at any moment. Silvermoon stood vigilantly by Kengan's side, scanning the surroundings with her mental energy, searching for any sign of the earthworm. Although the battle rules forbade the beasts from harming the beastmasters, accidents were always unpredictable. On the other side of the arena, the jade-patterned dragon lizard and the mirror pig were locked in a fierce confrontation. Despite the mirror pig's elite high bloodline potential, the jade-patterned dragon lizard's current strength was slightly superior. The massive body of the dragon lizard charged forward, its sharp claws enveloped in terrifying power, aiming a powerful strike at the mirror pig. The air hummed and vibrated under the force. The mirror pig snorted coldly, and a vortex appeared in its purple eyes, unleashing an invisible mental force that struck directly at the dragon lizard's mind. Caught off guard, the dragon lizard's eyes glazed over, halting its attack momentarily. The mirror pig seized the opportunity to dodge nimbly, avoiding the deadly blow. The dragon lizard's claws slammed heavily into the ground, sending dust flying and causing the ground to tremble. Longwu's expression changed slightly as he realized the mirror pig's beguiling ability. He immediately commanded, "Dragon lizard, dragon's might." The dragon lizard roared, and a wave of dragon's might swept out, instantly clearing its mind. While keeping an eye out for the earthworm, Kengan watched the battle with interest. He marveled at the mirror pig's formidable mental power. Its magical eyes could not only replicate skills but also convert mental energy into illusionary power, affecting the opponent's mind. Although the mirror pig's mental strength had just broken through and had not yet reached the peak of the black iron level, Kangen believed that if it could perfect this skill, it might one day weave illusions capable of killing opponents in their dreams. After dodging the attack, the mirror pig immediately counterattacked. Its forelegs emitted terrifying waves of energy, swelling in size. A fierce claw imprint appeared, brimming with power, and struck towards the dragon lizard's head. Behind it, a faint shadow of the silver moon heavenly wolf emerged, exuding ancient pressure and adding to its might. The dragon lizard had just regained its senses and couldn't dodge in time. It twisted its body, using its tail to counter the blow. Yellow light flickered, and the two forces collided with a thunderous crash. In an instant, cracks spread across the ground like a spider web, dust rose, and blood splattered. The dragon lizard was pushed back several steps, its tail bearing several bloody gashes. Although the mirror pig had expended considerable energy, its momentum remained undiminished. Its purple eyes fixed on its opponent, it charged towards the dragon lizard again. The two beasts engaged in fierce combat once more. The dragon lizard's claw strikes continued to rain down, but the light flowing over the mirror pig's skin dissipated most of the force, leaving it almost unscathed. In contrast, the dragon lizard's body bore multiple bloody gashes from the mirror pig's fangs. The mirror pig's fangs were incredibly tough, with ancient patterns gleaming coldly. Each bite drew large amounts of blood. Longwu was shocked by the mirror pig's ferocity and strength, finding it hard to believe that his dragon lizard was being overpowered. He began to doubt whether the mirror pig's defense was truly that formidable, as none of the dragon lizard's attacks seemed to cause substantial harm. At that moment, the mirror pig sent a telepathic plea to Kangen, "Master, my energy is almost depleted. How much longer do I need to hold on?" Kangen harshly reprimanded, "Shut up, hold your ground. After eating so much, you can't even defeat this dragon lizard? Do you think that's acceptable?" He could clearly sense that the mirror pig's aura had not weakened, and its internal energy reserves were still abundant, showing no signs of injury. Just as the mirror pig and the dragon lizard's battle reached a fever pitch, the ground near Silvermoon suddenly exploded, and the subterranean dragon earthworm burst forth. As the mud and sand slid off its body, they transformed into sharp dirt arrows, shooting towards Kangen. Kangen quickly retreated, while Silvermoon leaped forward to confront the threat. She howled towards the sky, gathering surrounding energy into a massive silver-white claw imprint. The imprint grew larger with the wind, its sharp edges shredding the dirt arrows into pieces. However, the earthworm moved with incredible speed, encircling Silvermoon in an instant. Its gaping maw nearly engulfed her whole. Silvermoon's previous attack had slightly slowed her down, making it difficult to escape. In a critical moment, Silvermoon unleashed her Terror Wolf strike again. Her right claw enlarged, emitting a terrifying energy wave, as if the ancient wolf ancestor had descended, spreading its pressure all around. The strike hit the earthworm's head, knocking it off course and causing blood to splatter. Seizing the opportunity, Silvermoon darted out of the encirclement like a phantom. The earthworm shook its head, feeling the intense pain, and roared in fury. The ground within a 20-meter radius instantly fractured, with cracks twisting and spreading like venomous snakes, chasing after Silvermoon's figure, aiming to drag her underground. The earthworm weaved through the cracks, causing violent tremors. The soil rippled like a lake, surging towards Silvermoon. This area had completely fallen under the earthworm's control, transforming into a miniature earthquake zone. If Silvermoon were to fall underground, she would be entirely at the mercy of the earthworm. Mirror shift. Song Hin communicated telepathically to the mirror pig, signaling Inoue to prepare. The mirror pig, locked in fierce combat with the Bailu lizard, suddenly exuded a mysterious aura, its purple eyes swirling like deep abysses. Energy gathered around it, causing the space to ripple silently, and an invisible force surged forth. Before Inoue, a purple mirror surface appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, a subtle spatial fluctuation spread, and Inoue's figure vanished. Roar! The earth dragon worm's attack missed, its blood-red eyes flashing with disbelief. Longwu was stunned, unable to react in time as a streak of purple light appeared beside the mirror pig, revealing Inoue. Heavenly Wolf Claw. A silver claw mark, a meter long and brimming with explosive power, slashed out. With a resounding bang, the claw struck the Bailu lizard's head heavily. Simultaneously, the mirror pig's body glowed with purple light, activating its thorny constriction skill. For purple beams shot out, tiny blades slicing through the air, wrapping around the Bailu lizard's limbs and body like vicious barbs. The thorns tore into its skin, drawing blood that flowed rapidly, staining the ground crimson. With a crack, Inoue's attack shattered the Bailu lizard's head, the sound of breaking bones echoing as its massive body collapsed. The mirror pig's skill continued to drain its strength, and in no time, the Bailu lizard was incapacitated. Everything happened in a flash, leaving Long Wu no time to react. Inoue, with its black iron tier 4 strength and the power of the heavenly wolf claw, had brought the Bailu lizard to the brink of death with a single strike, leaving it to emit low growls of pain. Long Wu's Bailu lizard was out of the fight, showcasing the power of the mirror pig's newly awakened skill mirror shift. This ability allowed it to transport allies to its side by consuming its own energy with an added spatial manipulation feature. Moreover, it could also shift its own position to the target's location. Such a skill had limitless potential in battle, making any misstep a potential fatal mistake. With a heavy heart, Long Wu recalled the Bailu lizard back to his beast space. Now, only the earth dragon worm remained, as his other green stone-tier beasts were no match. All his resources had been poured into nurturing these two black iron-tier beasts, leaving him with no other options but to rely on the earth dragon worm. Boom! The earth dragon worm roared, burrowing back into the ground. The terrain turned into a chaotic mess, becoming its domain where any misstep could lead to being swallowed by the earth. Yet, Song Hin wore a faint smile. With the Bailu lizard no longer a threat, the mirror pig was fully unleashed, while Inoue stood guard by Song Hin's side. Wind chant. The mirror pig activated its skill, its feet moving with the speed of the wind, its plump body accelerating towards Long Wu. Long Wu's expression changed, and he retreated swiftly. The ground trembled as the earth dragon worm burst forth, aiming to devour the mirror pig. Thorny constriction. The mirror pig's body glowed with purple light, for thorns shooting out to entangle the earth dragon worm, trying to slow it down. However, the mirror pig underestimated the earth dragon worm's strength. The thorns quickly snapped, energy fragments scattering. Mirror shift. The mirror pig used its skill again. A mirror appeared, space tore open, and with a flash of purple light, Inoue reappeared. Fearsome wolf strike. Inoue and the mirror pig's front claws enlarged, growing in the wind. Energy gathered around them, forming two fierce claw marks. A silver-white phantom emerged, exuding a menacing pressure. Though the earth dragon worm was powerful, it was momentarily hindered by the mirror pig. As it emerged from the ground, it was struck by the combined attack of Inoue and the mirror pig. With a thunderous boom, the violent force shook the earth dragon worm, its skin splitting and blood spraying, staining the ground. The fearsome wolf strike had a penetrating effect, and the combined attacks directly injured its internal organs, causing the earth dragon worm to howl in pain. Golden shadow. Long Wu commanded sternly. The earth dragon worm roared, its massive body erupting with golden light, standing upright, a dark shadow trailing beside it. With a splatter of blood, the shadow tore apart, revealing an 8-meter-long earth dragon worm, its blood-red eyes glinting with cold killing intent, lunging at the mirror pig. The injured earth dragon worm continued its assault on Inoue. Song Hin was secretly surprised, not expecting the earth dragon worm to have mastered this skill. Earthworms had a natural ability to regenerate, and as long as their head remained intact, they could regenerate. Insect-type beasts were known for their resilience, and the earth dragon worm could even use its energy to create a shadow clone with 80% of its strength. Although the duration was short, it could turn the tide of battle. Though the Bailu lizard was out, the earth dragon worm splitting into two made the situation tense again. Song Hin, however, smiled faintly. The golden shadow was powerful, but it had to land its hits. As long as they exhausted its energy, the shadow would naturally disappear. With a thought, Song Hin signaled Inoue and the mirror pig to change tactics, avoiding direct confrontation with the earth dragon worms, and instead engaging in Hitandran tactics to drain their energy. Long Wu's face darkened immediately. The golden shadow was meant to be a game-changer, but the earth dragon worm's strength lay underground. Though not slow, it was still outmatched by Inoue and the mirror pig in terms of speed. Inoue prided itself on its speed, and the mirror pig, having copied the Wind Wolf tribe's wind chant, was no slouch either. The earth dragon worms, eager for a quick victory, failed to catch their elusive opponents, growing increasingly agitated. Blood-red eyes showed desperation as the shadowy earth dragon worm began to weaken. Without a decisive outcome soon, defeat was inevitable. Song Hin remained calm, knowing the real pressure was on Long Wu. What other tricks did he have up his sleeve? Long Wu's expression was grim as he fixed his gaze on Song Hin, who was battling the earth-wrapping dragon earthworm. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the energy of the Golden Shadow's avatar was depleting rapidly. If the situation didn't turn around soon, defeat was inevitable. At this moment, there was no retreat for Long Wu. Song Hin's strength was formidable, but whether he could withstand the killer move Long Wu was about to unleash remained uncertain. This would be a decisive strike. Long Wu abruptly closed his eyes, and a torrent of spiritual power surged from his mind. His muscles began to ripple violently, and a palpable pressure emanated from his body, growing increasingly intense. Roar! Long Wu opened his mouth wide, letting out an earth-shattering dragon roar. The surging dragon breath swept out like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the two earth-wrapping dragon earthworms. In an instant, the previously weakened creatures were revitalized, their aura soaring. Song Hin keenly sensed the fluctuation in Long Wu's spiritual power and understood. This was the dragon roar talent. No wonder Long Wu's battle beasts all carried dragon bloodlines. A beast master with this talent could only fully utilize it with beasts that possessed dragon blood. The dragon roar talent acted like a powerful rallying skill, significantly boosting a battle beast's combat power and restoring it to peak condition in a short time. If cultivated to a high level, it could even help dragon-blooded beasts stimulate their bloodline, facilitating a transformation with the right resources. Long Wu's face turned pale as his spiritual power poured out like a flood, almost overwhelming him. Beast masters rarely use their talents lightly, as it consumed a vast amount of spiritual power, slowing their reactions and making them vulnerable to enemy attacks. The continuous drain on spiritual power also hindered their progress. Beast master talents varied widely, and the dragon roar was a combat-oriented talent, Long Wu's trump card. Attack! Long Wu commanded, and the two rejuvenated earth-wrapping dragon earthworms roared thunderously, their blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. The ground cracked open with menacing fissures, dirt churning as if the earth itself was upheaved, creating a terrifying scene as they charged towards Silver Moon and Mirror Pig. The earth-wrapping dragon earthworms, now at their peak, moved with increased speed. However, Silver Moon's agility far surpassed theirs, darting like a phantom and breaking through the encirclement in an instant. Mirror Pig followed closely, its feet a blur, purple light swirling around it, gathering energy and raising a whirlwind. But it was still a step too late. Escaping the encirclement, Silver Moon quickly turned, energy frantically gathering around it. A faint moonlight appeared, enveloping Silver Moon. A Silver Moon phantom emerged from within Silver Moon, exuding a heavy pressure. The moonlight was chilling, and the temperature around it plummeted. A beautiful crescent moon appeared on Silver Moon's forehead, gently rising and falling, absorbing the surrounding energy and radiating a fierce killing intent. Silver Moon slash. The killing intent was as cold as autumn water, sharp and piercing, slashing toward the earth-wrapping dragon earthworms. The crescent moon, like a blade, sliced through the air in a flash, the moonlight cold and infused with immense power. Simultaneously, Mirror Pig's purple eyes flashed with a vortex, and a mysterious ripple spread out. Purple light swirled, and the surrounding space shifted. A purple mirror suddenly appeared beside Silver Moon, and the white, chubby Mirror Pig, enveloped in purple mist, vanished from its original spot, reappearing next to Silver Moon. Mirror Pig immediately unleashed its Fear Wolf strike, the surging power within it erupting violently. Its right leg enlarged, transforming into a menacing claw mark. The two attacks roared forth, colliding with the two earth-wrapping dragon earthworms. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed all around, the air bursting apart, shock waves rolling, and terrifying energy waves spreading in all directions. The ground cracked, dirt flew, and dust billowed, engulfing the massive bodies of the earth-wrapping dragon earthworms. The shocking scene left the onlookers in awe. A clash of titans. Can Long Wu's earth-wrapping dragon earthworms hold on? This battle is too intense. Song Hin's beasts are incredibly powerful. Although Long Wu's beasts have dragon bloodlines, they seem to be at a disadvantage compared to Song Hin's. Can Long Wu turn the tables? Can he defend his third-place position? Song Hin's Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf is a perfect-grade bloodline beast, truly fierce. His challenge to Long Wu today shows he came prepared. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the dust to settle. As the smoke gradually cleared, the massive body of the earth-wrapping dragon earthworm lay on the ground, covered in wounds. Its other avatar had long been shattered, with energy fragments scattered around, the ground pitted and chaotic. A hint of regret flashed in Long Wu's eyes as he sensed the earth-wrapping dragon earthworm's weakness. He knew he had lost. The earth-wrapping dragon earthworm had lost its combat ability. Silver Moon and Mirror Pig stood before Song Hin, panting heavily but still alert, their eyes fixed on the earth-wrapping dragon earthworm. The previous attack had clearly taken a toll. I concede, Long Wu admitted straightforwardly, recalling the earth-wrapping dragon earthworm into its space. Your strength is truly impressive. I admit defeat. When I break through again, I will challenge you once more. Long Wu flashed a bright smile, his teeth gleaming. I look forward to it. Song Hin replied, smiling as well, having developed a favorable impression of Long Wu. He won. He really won. So Song Hin was the hidden powerhouse all along. His strength is incredible, even defeating Long Wu. Class 2 students began to cheer, proud to have such a formidable classmate. Song Baichio was also thrilled. Although he had confidence in Song Hin, Long Wu was ranked third, so he had been anxious. Now, with hundreds witnessing, Long Wu was defeated by Song Hin. Song Hin's victory made him a rising star among the freshmen, inspiring many others. Numerous students eagerly stepped up to challenge, making the training ground bustling with activity. After defeating Long Wu, Song Hin quietly left the training ground with Song Baiqiu. Long Wu's strength was indeed formidable, and Yunzhong Academy's ranking of him as third was not an understatement, but they had underestimated Song Hin's power. The Academy's rankings were based on students' performances and displayed strength during assessments. Back then, Song Hin's beasts hadn't reached their current level. Especially after Mirror Pig's breakthrough, its power had undergone a tremendous transformation. In Villa Number 3, Song Hin and Song Baiqiu sat quietly across from each other. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a soft glow over them. Brother Hin, if the family finds out you defeated Long Wu and are now ranked third among the freshmen, they will be thrilled, Song Baiqiu said with a relaxed smile and a glint of admiration in his eyes. Song Hin nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. You're right. Now that we've all joined Yun Academy, the family will definitely support us greatly. Make sure you don't waste this support and break through to the second-tier Beast Master as soon as possible. Song Baiqiu responded with a wry smile. I'll do my best. His fingers unconsciously brushed the beast pouch at his waist, where his two battle beasts Bone Turtle and Gale Butterfly resided. The Gale Butterfly had already reached the 7th stage of the Blue Stone level, and with enough resources, it would soon advance to the Black Iron level. Unable to contain his curiosity, Song Baiqiu asked, How did you do it? Your battle beast's strength has skyrocketed to the Black Iron level. A sly glint flashed in Song Hin's eyes as he nonchalantly replied, What can I say? It's just natural talent. Song Baiqiu rolled his eyes, clearly not buying the explanation. He knew well that Song Hin had an extraordinary talent for 100% absorption, but that still didn't fully explain such rapid progress. Just then, Song Baiqiu seemed to remember something important. Oh, Senior Song who sent word that our family members at the academy are gathering tomorrow. You have to come. Song Hin nodded in agreement, already planning for the meeting. Song Hu, a third-year beast master in his 4th year, was an unknown quantity in terms of strength. The other family members, though all second-tier beast masters, had varying levels of power, each possessing beasts of the red bronze level at least. Before leaving, Song Baiqiu couldn't resist a playful jab. Just making sure you're not too busy. After all, you're quite the figure among the freshmen now. Everyone wants to get close to you. Song Hin laughed and retorted, Get lost already. As Song Baiqiu stepped out of the villa, he spotted a familiar figure. His expression changed, and he respectfully bowed before quickly leaving, as if he had seen something terrifying. That kid is still as timid as ever, the figure scoffed, striding into Song Hin's residence. Song Hin sensed the disturbance in the formation patterns and muttered to himself, Who could it be? Can't I get a moment's peace? The constant stream of visitors, congratulating him on his rising rank, had left him a bit overwhelmed. Well, becoming a beast master has certainly made you stand tall and speak boldly, hasn't it? A familiar voice teased from the doorway. Song Hin's head snapped up, his eyes widening. Aunt Z. A joyful smile spread across his face as he hurried to disable the barrier. Standing outside was a woman in a cyan-dressed Song Zian, Song Hin's aunt and the daughter of Song Baiqia. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her fair face radiated warmth, accentuated by a beauty mark on her chin that added to her charm. Song Hin resisted the urge to throw himself into his aunt's arms, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. Although they hadn't seen each other in 5 or 6 years, the sense of closeness remained unchanged. She was the family who had given him unwavering care in his childhood. Haha, who would have thought that the little brat who once peeked at a girl bathing would become a beast tamer? Truly a child of the Song family. Song Zian laughed heartily, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Song Hin. Standing alone in the courtyard of Yunzhong Academy, surrounded by the bustling crowd, she couldn't shake off the loneliness within. Although there were other Song family members at the academy, they could never compare to the closeness of family. Seeing Song Hin, her elder brother's son, brought a sense of warmth and familiarity. Song Zian had rushed to the academy as soon as she returned, and seeing her grown-up nephew, she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Auntie, stop it. You're just like second uncle. Song Hin said, half amused and half exasperated. The mention of his childhood embarrassment by an elder made him want to find a hole to hide in. Song Zian shook her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Your second uncle and your... She paused, then continued. How are they doing? Song Hin understood what his aunt meant, referring to the incident that led to her departure years ago. Though he was too young to grasp it fully at the time, he answered honestly, Second uncle and grandpa are doing well. Grandpa often talks about you and wishes you would come home. Before he could finish, Song Zian smacked him on the head, laughing coldly. Your grandpa said that? I grew up in the Song family. I know his character too well. Song Hin rubbed his head, speechless. His attempt to mend family relations had backfired. Forget it, let's not dwell on these annoying matters, Song Zian said, changing the topic. How about your second uncle? Still single, I bet? She walked into the house, hands clasped behind her back. Song Hin followed closely. Auntie, how did you know? He's still single. Song Zian shook her head without a word, then began to look around. Not bad, little Hin. You're ranked third among the new students. You have great potential. Keep it up and don't waste your talent. I understand, Auntie. I won't let you down, Song Hin promised earnestly. Sensing her reluctance to discuss his second uncle further, Song Hin wisely changed the subject. Auntie, what's your current level? Being a tutor at Yunzhong Academy, are you a tier 4 beast tamer now? A smile spread across Song Zian's face. Not yet, but I did acquire some resources during my travels, and my bloodtail mink is finally ready to break through to the silver level. Once it does, I'll advance to tier 4. Song Hin was overjoyed. It seemed both his aunt and second uncle were just a step away from becoming tier 4 beast tamers. Auntie, can a tier 3 beast tamer become a tutor at Yunzhong Academy? Song Hin asked, curious. Song Zian shook her head and explained. To be precise, you need to have 2 silver level battle beasts. As you know, the higher the tier, the greater the difference in power. Take Song Hu for example. With just 1 silver level battle beast, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. Song Hin nodded in understanding. Song Hu had been a tier 3 beast tamer for half a year, and didn't even have a peak bronze level battle beast, let alone a silver level one. Remember, Hin, be cautious when forming contracts with battle beasts. Quality over quantity, Song Zian advised earnestly. Don't rush for immediate power. Only beasts with strong bloodlines can help you go further. Clearly, she had heard about Song Hin contracting the Qingling blade sheep. Song Hin nodded in agreement, fully aware that beasts with strong bloodlines faced fewer bottlenecks and could grow rapidly with sufficient resources. All right, I came just to see you, Song Zian said, patting his head with a smile. You've done well. Ranked third now, aim for the top. If you become the top freshman, there's a reward waiting for you. Auntie, I don't need you to tell me. I'm confident I'll challenge for the top spot when I'm ready. Song Hin replied with determination. Song Zian nodded approvingly. I'll be waiting for your good news. With that, she handed him a storage ring. Auntie, what's this? Song Hin asked, feigning ignorance. A gift for you. Song Zian waved her hand dismissively. It's been years since we've seen each other. It's only fair I give my nephew a gift, right? Song Hin beamed with joy. Not at all. It's not over the top at all. Nurturing battle beasts was costly, and most beast tamers lived frugally, some even struggling to feed their beasts. Although Song Hin's situation was better, recent breakthroughs by Silver Moon and E, along with the addition of the mirror pig and a mysterious stone egg, had drained his resources significantly. The storage ring was a timely boon. Brat, I'm off. Song Zian winked. If you run into trouble at the academy, remember to find me. I'm your aunt, don't be shy. With that, she left gracefully, her spirits lifted. Song Hin took a deep breath, deeply moved. Despite the years apart, his aunt's love for him hadn't waned. He vowed silently. He would not let his family down. He would become a strong figure that Song family could be proud of. After Song Zian left, Song Hin couldn't wait to inspect the contents of the storage ring. Carefully using his mental power to probe it, the ring opened, and he was left stunned by what he saw inside. The resources in the storage ring left Song Hin speechless. 5,000 low-grade soul crystals sparkled at his fingertips, 50 black iron-grade beast cores emitted a faint glow, and 10 black iron-grade beast corpses lay menacingly, their blood still fresh. The ring was filled with various cultivation resources and natural treasures, including specialized food for battle beasts that could enhance their potential and improve their mood. Song Hin meticulously inventoried these rare items. Blue pattern wood to strengthen wood elemental beasts, flowing sand gold to refine metal elemental beast bloodlines, and more than 20 other celestial materials and treasures like water cloud bamboo and thousand blade poison ginseng. He couldn't help but marvel at his aunt Song Zian's generosity, unaware that these were merely low-level resources she had accumulated over the years, now useless to her as she was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. As Song Hin reveled in his newfound wealth, a fist-sized white stone caught his attention. The stone emitted a chilling aura, with beautiful patterns carved on its surface. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and a wolf-shaped beast shadow roared out from it. Song Hin's eyes lit up as he recognized it as a high-grade 2nd-tier spirit item Snow Wolf Stone. He immediately summoned his battle beast, Silver Moon, and handed over the Snow Wolf Stone for it to absorb. Under the influence of Song Hin's innate talent, Silver Moon quickly absorbed the energy, its power rising rapidly. Soon, Silver Moon broke through to the 5th tier of black iron, a wolf shadow flickering in its bloodline before being devoured by its silver-white eyes. Silver Moon let out a roar, its aura surging to the peak of the 5th tier, successfully awakening a new skill. Song Hin was overjoyed and then noticed E quietly training nearby. He handed E the water cloud bamboo to absorb, and before long, He also broke through to the third tier of black iron. The progress of the battle beasts spurred the mirror pig into a sense of urgency, quickening its resource absorption. The next morning, Song Hin met up with Song Baichio and the others to head to Song Hu's residence. After a half-hour walk, they arrived at an imposing courtyard. Everyone marveled at Song Hu's accommodations, their envy palpable. Soon, a chubby man with small eyes greeted them warmly, inviting them inside with a cheerful smile. Song Nian, a third-year student at Yunzhong Academy, is a second-tier peak beast master. He commands 2 bronze-tier beasts, and his strength is just a step away from breaking into the third tier. Among the Song family members at Yunzhong Academy, only Song Hu surpasses his strength. Brother Song Yin, no need to be so polite. Song Hin responded with a smile. Song Baichio and the others also greeted him, their faces full of respect. Leading Song Hin and the 6 others into a pavilion, Song Yin said, "It's only right. This time, you all have brought great honor to our Song family. All 6 of you passed the exam, and when the news got back, the entire Black Dragon City was abuzz." He paused, a playful glint in his eye. The Lin family and Bai family are furious, especially the Lin family. Song Hin, you really went all out, even killing Lin Yi's battle beast. Song Nian squinted his eyes, showing a look of approval. But Lin Yi got lucky. His other battle beast broke through to the iron tier, and with help from other Lin family members, he barely made it into Yunzhong Academy. Well done, kid. I like it. Song Hin waved his hand modestly. Lin Yi brought it on himself. I just taught him a lesson. He thought to himself that Lin Yi must be avoiding him, fearing trouble, as they hadn't crossed paths since entering the academy. As they spoke, other Song family members gathered. Song Hu, with his burly build and imposing presence, lived up to his name. Despite being only 19, his rugged beard and mature demeanor made him look like he was in his 30s. Alongside him were Song Fu, Song Ping, and Song Jiada. With the addition of the 6 new members, the Song family now had 11 members at Yunzhong Academy. Haha, remember me, kids? Song Hu's hearty voice was full of boldness. Everyone took their seats, their faces lit with smiles. They reminisced about their youthful days when Song Hu led them in fights against the Lin and Bai families. Now, as beast masters who had gone their separate ways, it was a rare joy to reunite at Yunzhong Academy. Song Baichio sighed, Brother Song Hu, it's really not easy to gather here at Yunzhong Academy. Song Hu nodded in agreement. Indeed. The new exam rules were tough, but for beast masters from our family background, it was an opportunity. He gestured for everyone to enjoy the exquisite food on the table. Curious, Song Hin asked, Brother Song Hu, why is that? Song Hu smiled mysteriously. You'll understand when the academy competition starts in 6 months. For now, focus on training and improving your strength. Though puzzled, everyone refrained from asking further and engaged in lively conversation. After a while, Song Hu spoke again. I called you here not just for a reunion, but also to discuss a plan that needs your help. Of course, it's entirely voluntary. Song Nian and the others sat quietly, indicating they were already aware. Song Hin and Song Baichio exchanged glances. What's the plan, Brother Song Hu? How can we help? Song Hu explained his plan. He had discovered a herd of several hundred Qingyuan antelopes in the Yunzhong forest, led by a newly advanced silver deer antelope king, along with 5 bronze tier and dozens of iron tier antelopes. The rest were stone tier. Though not strong individually, their numbers made them a formidable group. Song Hu's target was the silver deer antelope king, which might lead to a fierce battle. Song Hin and the others were tasked with dealing with the iron tier and stone tier antelopes. Song Hu promised they could keep all the resources from the beasts they killed, except for the bronze tier and above Qingyuan antelopes. After hearing the plan, Song Hin grinned. Brother Song Hu, you're really looking out for us. We're in. Song Baichio and the others nodded in agreement. Song Hu added, we leave in half a month. Use this time to prepare and, if possible, break through to the next level. This mission could take a while, given the number of Qingyuan antelopes and the strength of the silver deer beast. We must be cautious. Everyone understood. For Song Baichio and the others, breaking through in the next half-month and acquiring an iron tier beast would elevate them to second-tier beast masters, significantly boosting their strength. Yunzhong Academy's curriculum focused on beast knowledge. The Song family, having received elite education from a young age, had a solid foundation, though not as comprehensive as the academy's teachings. They could catch up on coursework upon returning. The academy also encouraged students to engage in combat training to forge true strength. Suddenly, Song Baichio voiced a concern. Brother Song Hu, isn't there a risk in waiting half a month? Song Hu laughed heartily. The location is very secret, and a silver deer beast isn't easy to deal with. I need to make some preparations. Song Hin agreed. Brother Song Hu is right. Better safe than sorry. The discussion concluded, and Song Hu announced, all right, go prepare. We'll meet here in half a month and then set off. The gathering ended on a high note. Song Hin and his companions left Song Hu's residence and, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, went their separate ways. The short gathering concluded. Song Hin and Song Baichio headed to their classroom, marking their first day at Yunzhong Academy. As time passed, Song Hin gradually adapted to the academy's routines. With Shi Qinyu no longer initiating conversations, he felt more at ease. In the blink of an eye, 3 days flew by. During these 3 days, the freshman battles were fiercely intense, and the rankings kept fluctuating. However, Song Hin's position remained firmly at 3rd place, and his 2 impressive battles garnered him significant recognition. After losing to Song Hin, Longwu quickly regained his composure and defeated the 4th-ranked student the next day, securing his advancement. He continued to enhance his strength, preparing to challenge for the 3rd rank once more. No one dared to challenge Sun Hong, who held the 1st rank, or Shi Qinyu, who was in 2nd. Everyone used Longwu and Song Hin as benchmarks, reasoning that if these 2 formidable individuals ranked below others, they themselves should not act recklessly. Instead, they focused on maintaining their own positions to ensure they received the monthly resources. After careful consideration, Song Hin decided not to challenge higher ranks for the time being. Longwu challenged him again, with his Fudi Longqiu having reached Black Iron Stage 5. However, Song Hin's strength had also steadily increased, with Yue nearing a breakthrough. This time, Song Hin defeated Longwu more effortlessly, with his Mirror Pig's displacement skill remaining unbeatable. No one else dared to challenge Song Hin, securing his 3rd-place position. It was believed that until Longwu found a countermeasure, he would not rashly challenge Song Hin again. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Song Hin had fully integrated into life at Yunzhong Academy. The daily classes were enriching and tightly scheduled, and he eagerly absorbed the instructor's extensive combat experience and beast-taming knowledge. 3 days ago, good news arrived. Song Xian's bloodtail mink had successfully broken through to the silver level, and her mental power surged, propelling her past the 4th-tier barrier to become a 4th-tier beast tamer. This breakthrough significantly elevated her status within Yunzhong Academy, as 4th-tier beast tamers were considered part of the academy's upper echelon. The Tsang family was elated. Aside from Tsang Beixia, they now had a second 4th-tier beast tamer. Song Hin was genuinely happy for his aunt, and also looked forward to his second uncle, Song Di, making a breakthrough. If Song Di could also become a 4th-tier beast tamer, the Tsang family would rise to the top of Black Dragon City, becoming the leading family. This not only meant more resources but also represented a comprehensive enhancement of the family's overall strength. Imagining his grandfather's joyful expression upon hearing the news, Song Hin couldn't help but smile. In the past half-month, Song Hin had made significant progress as well. 10 days ago, Yue broke through to Black Iron Stage 6. Mirror Pig followed closely, reaching the peak of Black Iron Stage 2, and was on the verge of breaking through to Stage 3 at any moment. He had just reached the peak of Black Iron Stage 3. Yue was steadily advancing toward Black Iron Stage 7. The disparity in the strength of his 3 battle beasts was becoming evident. Song Hin realized that Yi's bloodline needed to evolve quickly, or its breakthrough speed would lag far behind. Despite Yi's diligent cultivation and not wasting a moment, its progress was still slow. If not for Yi's resilient nature, it might have already given up. Song Hin continuously provided Yi with bloodline essence, refining all the Black Iron level beast corpses given by Song Xian into bloodline essence for Yi to absorb. Although breaking through the barrier between ordinary and elite-grade bloodlines was challenging, these efforts were not in vain. Yi's bloodline became purer, with impurities constantly being eliminated, reaching the peak of ordinary-grade bloodlines. Song Hin could only hope that the upcoming trip to Yunzhong Forest would yield some gains, prompting a significant breakthrough for Yi. At that moment, a strong wave of energy emanated from the battle beast space. A look of joy spread across Song Hin's face. Mirror Pig had successfully broken through to Black Iron Stage 3. With its elite high-grade bloodline, there were virtually no bottlenecks at the Black Iron level. Over the past half-month, Mirror Pig had absorbed a vast amount of resources, growing even more robust, with its purple eyes shining brightly, clearly enjoying its current life. Meanwhile, the stone egg in Song Hin's storage ring was also consuming resources voraciously. The resources obtained from Song Xian were nearly exhausted, yet there was still no sign of the egg hatching, much to Song Hin's frustration. He sternly warned it, "You better not let me down." Tomorrow was the day they would head to Yunzhong Forest. During this period, Song Baichio had also not been hanging out with Song Hin but was instead focused on refining his battle beasts. With timely resources from the family, Song Baichio successfully broke through, and his ferocious giant ape reached the Black Iron level, elevating him to a second-tier beast tamer. This was his second battle beast, possessing an elite low-grade bloodline. His third battle beast was the fierce wind butterfly. The ferocious giant ape had a violent temperament, formidable combat power, and incredible strength, with a clear evolution path to the perfect low-grade King Kong explosive ape. Besides Song Baichio, Song Qing also successfully broke through. Her second battle beast, the flame eagle, reached the black iron level. As the only girl among the 11 members of the Song family, Song Qing had a passion for flying beasts and had now successfully advanced to a second-tier beast tamer. Everyone else had also made breakthroughs, with each person now possessing a black iron level beast, significantly enhancing their combat power. During this half-month, first-year students had also begun to break through, with new second-tier beast tamers emerging daily. So far, the number of second-tier beast tamers had reached over 30, making them less rare. Song Baiqiu and Song Qing's rankings also soared, successfully entering the top 50. Now, everything was ready. All they needed was the right opportunity. The next morning, Song Hin and his companions gathered at the entrance of Yunzhong Academy. After a brief exchange of greetings, they set off towards Yunzhong Forest. This vast rainforest, adjacent to Yunzhong City, is renowned for its abundance of mystical beasts and rare treasures, making it an ideal training ground for the Academy's students. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. The sight before them made Song Qing exclaim, "Wow, it's beautiful." The endless expanse of lush green forest was filled with towering ancient trees, their branches intertwined and stretching as far as the eye could see. The roars of beasts echoed from deep within, and large flying creatures occasionally swooped down to hunt their prey. The breathtaking scenery left Song Hin, a first-time visitor, in awe. Song Hu turned and sternly reminded everyone, "I repeat, once we enter the forest, follow my commands. Anyone acting on their own will face consequences." His tone grew increasingly severe. In unison, they responded, "Understood." They were well aware of the dangers lurking within Yunzhong Forest, teeming with fierce beasts that could easily claim their lives. The forest housed numerous silver-ranked beasts, far more formidable than those in the assessment mountains. Satisfied, Song Hu continued, "Song Yan, you take Song Fu and Song Ping to guard the rear. The rest, follow me." The group ventured into Yunzhong Forest. Surrounding them were towering trees, their bark mottled and exuding a musty scent. The thick layer of decaying leaves underfoot felt soft and spongy. The air was damp and dim, providing an ideal habitat for dark attribute beasts. Song Hu summoned a second-tier bronze shadow cat. This elite mid-bloodline battle beast was small but moved gracefully, its sleek black fur gleaming and its eyes cold and calculating. It moved silently, effortlessly taking down any beasts they encountered, like a phantom in the night. Song Hin speculated that this was likely not Song Hu's strongest battle beast. As a third-tier beastmaster, Song Hu would have at least 3 bronze-ranked beasts, one of which might have already reached the late bronze stage. The group pressed on in silence, their nerves taut. As time passed, they delved deeper into the forest, and the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a dozen figures appeared, radiating murderous intent. "Not good, bloodhound dogs." Song Hu's face darkened as the shadow cat vanished. Song Hin's expression also turned grim. The bloodhound dogs were notorious, their blood-red skin covered in black spots, and their claws menacingly sharp. There were 18 of them, led by a third-tier bronze beast, its body still bearing traces of a recent battle. The rest were iron-ranked, varying in strength but all exuding a savage aura. Song Hu summoned another battle beast, the bloodthirsty rose. This elite mid-bloodline plant-type beast had reached the 5th tier of bronze and possessed formidable control and endurance abilities. Its body was covered in blood-red petals, with menacing thorns on its tendrils, and its eyes gleamed with a cold, bloodthirsty light. "Rose, attack!" Song Hu commanded sharply. The bloodthirsty rose instantly expanded, its tendrils shooting out like arrows. Simultaneously, the shadow cat engaged in a fierce battle with the bloodhound dog leader. Despite being slightly weaker, the shadow cat's superior bloodline and incredible speed gave it the upper hand. The bloodthirsty rose's tendrils lashed out like venomous snakes, tearing through the air. The pressure of its 5th-tier bronze presence immobilized the iron-ranked bloodhound dogs. The tendrils pierced their bodies, draining their blood and shredding their organs. 17 bloodhound dogs were killed instantly, without exception. The bloodhound dog leader, seeing this, tried to flee in panic, only to find its hind legs ensnared by purple tendrils. It was slammed to the ground, its blood steadily draining, leaving it weak and helpless. At that moment, the shadow cat appeared above it, its claws like knives, piercing its throat in an instant. In less than 10 breaths, all 18 bloodhound dogs, including their leader, were dead, decisively and efficiently. The astonishing combat prowess left everyone in silent admiration. Terrifying indeed. "What are you standing around for? Quickly clean up the battlefield. We're leaving." The normally cheerful Song Nian now wore a stern expression, speaking rapidly. As soon as he finished, Song Hin sprang into action, using his keen senses to swiftly clear the area. In just a few moments, the bodies of the bloodcloth hounds were completely dealt with. Song Hin and his team didn't dare delay and quickly departed. The cloud forest was teeming with beasts, and the scent of blood would undoubtedly attract many ferocious creatures. Lingering any longer would be unthinkable. Venturing deeper into the rainforest, they faced the constant threat of encountering powerful beasts. Song Hin silently admired Song Hu's remarkable strength. In the recent battle, a bronze-tier beast had utterly crushed an iron-tier one. Especially impressive was the bloodthirsty Rose, a control-type beast with lethal power, akin to the brain of a battle team. Song Hin suspected that Song Hu had even more formidable beasts at his disposal. During the journey, everyone handed their spoils to Song Hu, who accepted them without hesitation, as they were rightfully his. They faced several skirmishes along the way, all of which Song Hu handled with ease. Though the journey was fraught with danger, they reached their destination safely. Before them lay a cliff hidden deep within the rainforest. Jagged rocks and towering trees intertwined like dragons, creating a dimly lit valley. Waterfalls cascaded down, and the scenery was breathtaking. Song Hin marveled at how Song Hu had discovered this place. This is the habitat of the Qingyuan antelopes. Our plan is about to begin, Song Hu said, slightly relaxing. He continued, Qingyuan antelopes are social beasts with varying strengths. You will first launch a surprise attack to reduce their numbers. Once they realize what's happening, that will be our moment to strike. The antelopes you kill will be your spoils. But remember, don't act recklessly. Your lives are paramount. Understood? Everyone nodded in agreement. Besides Song Hu, the others summoned their own battle beasts. In an instant, over a dozen iron-tier beasts materialized. Song Hin summoned his Silver Moon and Mirror Pig, thinking to himself that while he was still training hard, Mirror Pig's progress was astonishing and might soon surpass it. Song Hin, have your Silver Moon Wolf scout ahead and check the situation, Song Hu instructed. Song Hin complied and set off with Silver Moon to survey the area. Song Hin and his two beasts stealthily infiltrated the valley, hiding among the trees. In the distance, hundreds of Qingyuan antelopes of various strengths were frolicking, seemingly carefree. With the Silver-Deer King protecting them, they lived quite comfortably. The valley's rich energy was ideal for them to steadily grow stronger and reproduce. Observing closely, Song Hin frowned. The Silver-Deer King was nowhere to be seen. He held his breath, avoiding the use of spiritual power to prevent alerting the king. Returning to the group, Song Hin reported the valley's situation in detail. Song Hu was puzzled. The king isn't there? Could it be somewhere else? Impossible. Could there be an undiscovered area in the valley? He quickly dismissed the thought. No, the king would never abandon its herd. It must be in the valley. Without its protection, other beasts would have long since hunted these antelopes. Song Hin agreed. Song Hu ordered them to proceed as planned, assigning the Qingyuan antelopes of stone tier and iron tier to them. They dispersed and stealthily approached the valley's edge. Song Hin suggested, let's not rush. I'll send Mirror Pig as bait to lure out the antelopes, then we can ambush them for a quick kill. The others agreed. Using its teleportation skill, Mirror Pig could escape danger swiftly. It pretended to stumble into the valley, its chubby body moving slowly, purple eyes swirling with a hypnotic glow. Feigning panic, it panted heavily and, upon seeing the antelopes, turned and fled. This act successfully drew the attention of the Qingyuan antelopes. An excited Iron Tier level 5 antelope, leading 7 or 8 Stone Tier followers, gave chase. Within the herd, each Iron Tier member had Stone Tier followers vying for status. The antelopes charged out of the valley, ready to attack Mirror Pig, only to fall into a trap. Song Hin smirked, everyone, let the hunt begin. Silver Moon vanished in an instant, and Mirror Pig dropped its facade, revealing a cold expression. In 10 seconds, the antelopes lay dead in pools of blood. The dying Iron Tier level 5 antelope's eyes were filled with confusion. Humans dared to hunt them? Didn't they fear the king? This question would never be answered as it breathed its last. The second tier beast tamers summoned their Iron Tier beasts, and some, like Song Jing, also summoned Stone Tier beasts. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the antelopes were slaughtered without a chance to cry out. Song Hu nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Keep it up. But we need to speed things up. As Song Hu finished speaking, a blood-red stone appeared out of thin air in his hand, about 3 inches in size, shimmering with a faint crimson glow. This is the blood restriction stone, Song Hu explained succinctly. It can suppress the spread of blood energy and conceal spiritual fluctuations. Within a 50-meter radius, no one will notice us. No sooner had he finished speaking than the stone emitted a red aura, swiftly enveloping the surrounding 50 meters. The group immediately sprang into action, skillfully cleaning the battleground and collecting the corpses of the Qingyuan antelopes. They repeated their tactic, sending out a beast to lure more Qingyuan antelopes. Before long, Song Jing's swift cat darted out of the valley, followed by a dozen Qingyuan antelopes. These antelopes, scattered throughout the valley, were only of the black iron level. The moment they left the valley, their fate was sealed. Within 10 seconds, they all fell into pools of blood, powerless against the onslaught of the battle beasts. Song Hin and his companions quickly cleaned the battlefield, collecting the bodies with increasing proficiency, their excitement barely contained. The presence of the blood restriction stone kept all disturbances to a minimum, arousing no suspicion. The stone's energy continued to deplete, suggesting it could last about another hour. They continued systematically, repeating their approach. Another dozen Qingyuan antelopes were lured out and met the same fate, falling silently under the fierce assault. Time flew by, and in a short period, they had killed 100 Qingyuan antelopes. The group was elated, their storage rings filled with spoils, smiles of satisfaction on their faces. Haha, this is amazing, Song Jing exclaimed, looking at the bounty in his storage ring. Gathering resources this easily is incredible. If only it could always be this easy. However, the disappearance of so many Qingyuan antelopes finally caught the attention of a bronze-level Qingyuan antelope. Its eyes burned with rage as it stepped out of the valley, thinking that these weaklings would surely become prey once they left. It was determined to find and punish them. But as soon as it stepped out of the valley, it smelled the stench of blood and sensed the presence of human beast tamers. In an instant, it let out a thunderous roar, its eyes filled with cold killing intent, charging towards Song Hu and the others. Song Hu's expression changed drastically as he quickly prepared for battle. A fierce fight was imminent. Simultaneously, the remaining 300 Qingyuan antelopes in the valley were alarmed. Though most were of the green stone level, their sheer numbers were intimidating. Boom! The valley shook as hundreds of Qingyuan antelopes surged out like a white flood, their killing intent palpable as they charged towards Song Hu and his group. They realized their missing companions had likely fallen to these beast tamers. Especially infuriated were the 5 leading bronze-level Qingyuan antelopes. Many of the slain antelopes were their offspring, and their rage was boundless. Boom! Song Hu and his team summoned their battle beasts. Song Hu's shadow cat and bloodthirsty rose leaped from their beast spaces. Among Song Yin's group, except for Song Jiada, each summoned a bronze-level battle beast. The 5 bronze-level beasts quickly formed a formation, engaging in a fierce battle with the 5 bronze-level Qingyuan antelopes. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the surroundings, the air thick with the scent of blood. Song Jiada, a second-year student, had 3 black iron-level battle beasts, one of which was on the verge of breaking through to the bronze level. I'll handle these bronze-level Qingyuan antelopes, Song Hu's rough voice boomed. The rest of you, block the black iron-level ones. Aim for maximum impact in the shortest time. The shadow cat and bloodthirsty rose worked in perfect harmony, quickly wounding a bronze-level Qingyuan antelope, blood gushing from its numerous injuries. As second-tier beast tamers, Song Yin and the others also summoned their strongest black iron-level battle beasts, engaging in a chaotic melee with the Qingyuan antelopes. Bai Qiu, Song Qing, stay close to me, Song Hin commanded. His silver moon wolf let out a howl and charged into the herd. Their 14 black iron-level beasts clashed fiercely with the Qingyuan antelopes. Having already slain over a dozen black iron-level antelopes, the sides were evenly matched. Blood sprayed everywhere, the ground rapidly turning dark red, filled with the sounds of battle. The silver moon wolf led the charge, its claws deadly, its moonlight aura flashing, unleashing the terrifying power of a black iron level 6. Boom! A black iron level 5 Qingyuan antelope's head exploded, its headless body collapsing. The mirror pig, though not as powerful as the silver moon wolf, had formidable defense. Its massive body charged like a white tank, even sending a black iron level 5 Qingyuan antelope flying. The relentless charge of the mirror pig was astonishing. Song Baiqiu's bone turtle and ferocious giant ape had just broken through to black iron level 1. They followed the mirror pig, targeting the injured Qingyuan antelopes. Boom, boom, boom. Blood splattered as the ferocious giant ape's massive fists fell, each strike claiming a Qingyuan antelope's life. The bone turtle was equally excited, its skeletal frame emitting black threads that wrapped around, the black flames in its eye sockets growing more intense, its power slowly increasing. This was the advantage of necromantic beasts. On a battlefield filled with death and blood, they could rapidly grow stronger. Song Baiqiu's excitement was palpable. The melee continued. Despite their numbers, the Qingyuan antelopes were no match for the well-trained beast tamers. Their beasts were not only powerful but also had various skills and abilities, working in perfect coordination, making it hard for the antelopes to resist, and they were continuously slaughtered. The green stone level antelopes were especially vulnerable, falling immediately upon contact. The Qingyuan antelope herd was already at a disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before Song Hin and his team could wipe them out completely. Bang! The bloodthirsty rose of the Song Hu suddenly surged, its body soaked in fresh blood, growing more imposing by the second. Countless tendrils flailed like tentacles, greedily absorbing the blood of the Qingyuan antelope, continuously strengthening itself. This horrifying scene perfectly illustrated the meaning behind the name Bloodthirsty Rose. Suddenly, a dozen purple tendrils shot out like venomous snakes, piercing the body of a bronze-tier Qingyuan antelope from all directions. A terrifying force erupted, instantly tearing the antelope into pieces, blood spraying everywhere. The antelope let out a mournful roar, its body glowing with a green light as it tried to gather energy for a counterattack. But the bloodthirsty Rose ruthlessly interrupted it, devouring not only its blood but also its energy. In the next moment, the barbs on the purple tendrils tore fiercely, like dozens of purple blades slicing through. The Qingyuan antelope's body was instantly shredded into a bloody mess. The gruesome scene sent shivers down the spine. With one bronze-tier Qingyuan antelope slain, the remaining antelopes panicked. They let out a few roars, their echoes rolling into the depths of the valley. "King, wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, your offspring will be slaughtered. Hurry, King, we're barely holding on." The desperate pleas reverberated through the valley. Suddenly, a formidable presence erupted from the depths of the valley, like a mountain or the sea. A terrifying pressure spread out, and a 10-meter-tall Qingyuan antelope stepped forward. Its green eyes were now tinged with blood, burning with rage, and its killing intent surged endlessly. The pressure filled the entire valley, as if it was going to crush all the human beast tamers. The Qingyuan antelope king, Silverdeer, it had finally appeared. Songhu remained unfazed, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was his target all along. A Silverdeer beast was a treasure trove. If he could kill the Qingyuan antelope king and use its corpse along with other resources, he was confident he could elevate one of his battle beasts to the silver tier. The Qingyuan antelope king's breakthrough to the silver tier was no easy feat with only elite-level bloodline. The difficulty of breaking through to the silver tier was immense, but it had succeeded. The Qingyuan antelope king's eyes locked onto Songhu. It could clearly sense that the aura around this man was the strongest, indicating he was the leader. The antelopes that had been killed were all its offspring, nurtured by its own efforts. Now being slaughtered by humans, it couldn't let this go unpunished. It vowed to bury these humans here. The remaining antelopes, seeing their king appear, were emboldened, attacking more fiercely, almost recklessly. Boom! The Qingyuan antelope king stomped down, unleashing its silverdeer power, enveloping Songhu in a wave of pressure. If he were hit, he would surely be crushed to a pulp. "Brother Songhu, watch out!" Aoji screamed in panic. If Songhu died, they wouldn't be able to leave the Yunzhong forest alive and would meet the same fate. "Your opponents are them. Brother Songhu surely has a plan. Stay focused." Song Hin barked sharply, though he too was a bit worried after all. This was a silverdeer beast. But seeing Songhu's calm demeanor, Song Hin felt reassured. Moreover, the Shadow Cat and Bloodthirsty Rose were still attacking the 4 bronze-tier Qingyuan antelopes without a hint of panic. He just wondered what strength the battle beast Songhu had been hiding possessed. Swish! The space around Songhu rippled, and his beast space opened. A thunderous roar echoed out. Energy gathered from all around. Lightning flickered in the air, crackling loudly. An 8-meter-long white figure burst forth, its terrifying killing intent soaring to the sky. It had a massive body, white fur adorned with purple patterns, and a pair of silver wings sprouting from its waist. Waves of energy rolled, lightning entwined, and sparks flew. It moved with incredible speed, its blood-red eyes cold and merciless, its tiger face full of battle intent. Its claws were fierce, surrounded by white clouds, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Is that a thunderstorm cloud tiger?" Song Hin's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the powerful beast. The thunderstorm cloud tiger, with elite high-level bloodline, boasted a strength of bronze-tier level 8. This beast possessed both lightning and cloud attributes. In the world of Guheng, lightning was one of the top attributes, offering immense destructive power. The cloud attribute granted it incredible speed and the ability to fly. Typically, beasts could only fly upon reaching the gold tier, and although it wasn't as adept as naturally flying beasts, this ability was extremely rare. The thunderstorm cloud tiger was destined to break through to the silver tier. This beast was born for battle. Though the thunderstorm cloud tiger was only at bronze tier level 8, its eyes burned with battle intent, unafraid of the silverdeer Qingyuan antelope king. Bang! The thunderstorm cloud tiger's fierce claws clashed with the Qingyuan antelope king's hooves, unleashing a sharp force that spread out in an invisible wave. After the deafening clash, the antelope king was actually forced back. Despite its silverdeer status, the 2-tier bloodline gap meant their combat power wasn't vastly different. This was Songhu's confidence. He had gone through great lengths to obtain this thunderstorm cloud tiger. Roar! Anger surged in the Qingyuan antelope king's eyes, its horns menacing, energy churning inside it. A 5-meter-long green blade of light formed green horn blade. The blade howled, tearing through the air, infused with silverdeer power, and slashed down towards the thunderstorm cloud tiger. Thunderbeam! Song Hu commanded coldly. The thunderstorm cloud tiger crouched slightly, its jaws wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Lightning energy quickly gathered, purple light flashing, a powerful wave spreading out, and the air filled with a pungent smell. Boom! A purple lightning bolt shot out, splitting the air with incredible speed. Bang! The two attacks collided, like a river bursting its banks. In the deafening roar, sparks flew, energy lights shattered and extinguished, and dust rose. The energy shockwaves spread in all directions, snapping trees and sending dry leaves fluttering. The ground cracked, heavy fallen leaves scattered, and a foul odor spread. After one strike, the area within 100 meters was in ruins. The thunderstorm cloud tiger's eyes burned with even more battle intent. The previous clash was just a test, leaving it unscathed. This made the beast even more excited. It flapped its wings, stirring up waves of air, and its massive body soared into the sky. It moved with incredible speed, like a white lightning bolt, charging towards the Qingyuan Antelope King. The thunderstorm cloud tiger launched a fierce attack on the Qingyuan Antelope King. Although the thunderstorm cloud tiger was only at the 8th rank of the bronze level, it showed no fear facing the silver-ranked Qingyuan Antelope King. With a slight tremor of its wings, its massive body shot upwards, unleashing terrifying power. Its claws gleamed coldly, descending upon the Qingyuan Antelope King's head in the blink of an eye. Furious, the Qingyuan Antelope King roared towards the sky. Its 10-meter-tall body twisted suddenly, and its 4 pillar-like legs, especially the hind ones, stomped forcefully. A powerful burst of energy caused the surrounding air to explode with a loud bang. Boom! The two beasts collided with a thunderous crash, scattering powerful energy in all directions. The ground cracked, dirt flew, and withered branches and leaves filled the air. The thunderstorm cloud tiger was flipped over, but stabilized itself with a flap of its wings, its expression unchanged. Although the Qingyuan Antelope King had broken through to the silver level, its bloodline was only of low elite grade, whereas the thunderstorm cloud tiger had a high elite bloodline and possessed formidable lightning abilities. The two beasts clashed fiercely once again, with energy sparks flying in all directions. Purple lightning crackled around the thunderstorm cloud tiger, and each swipe of its claws brought forth bolts of thunder. The Qingyuan Antelope King soon became covered in wounds, its fur charred and smoking. However, the thunderstorm cloud tiger was also struggling, its stamina severely depleted, and its right wing injured and bleeding. As the battle raged on, Kangan and his team launched a massacre against the other Qingyuan antelopes. The elite beast masters unleashed their skills, and many Qingyuan antelopes fell in pools of blood. Songyan's Qingming tiger even killed a 6th-rank bronze Qingyuan antelope with a single blow, showcasing its 7th-rank bronze strength and medium elite bloodline. Seeing its tribe suffering heavy casualties, the Qingyuan Antelope King grew desperate. It decided to unleash its full power to take down the thunderstorm cloud tiger. The blue curved horns on its head burst with blinding light, rapidly gathering surrounding energy. Meteor spear. With a roar, a giant blue spear formed, entwined with the power of the stars. The space around it trembled, trees shattered, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. The Qingyuan Antelope King spared no effort, pouring all its power into this innate skill. The spear spun rapidly, slicing through the air, and aimed straight at the thunderstorm cloud tiger. In this critical moment, Songhu remained calm. The thunderstorm cloud tiger erupted with endless purple lightning, forming a dense web of electricity. Lightning flash. The two forces collided with a deafening explosion, as if the sky and earth were collapsing. The energy waves swept in all directions, creating a violent storm. The ground cracked, ancient trees exploded, and wood chips flew everywhere. Even Kangan and his team were affected, forced to retreat repeatedly. The bodies of the Qingyuan antelopes at the stone level were reduced to bloody pulp. This astonishing strike showcased the terrifying power of silver-ranked beasts. However, to the Qingyuan Antelope King's disbelief, the thunderstorm cloud tiger managed to withstand this lethal attack. Although it was covered in wounds and breathing heavily, it remained standing. The two beasts locked eyes, their killing intent intensifying. The Qingyuan Antelope King couldn't understand why, after breaking through to the silver level, it still couldn't defeat a bronze-level opponent. In truth, the thunderstorm cloud tiger, being Songhu's carefully nurtured main battle beast, had undergone countless trials. The beast masters developed exclusive training plans for their battle beasts, systematically unlocking their potential and supplementing them with abundant resources. This often made the battle beasts of beast masters stronger than wild beasts of the same level. With this confidence, Songhu believed that his thunderstorm cloud tiger could challenge and defeat the Qingyuan Antelope King across ranks. As time passed, the scent of blood grew more intense around the valley. The roars of beasts in the surrounding forests became increasingly frenzied, like an impending storm. Songhu's expression turned anxious. He knew he had to end this battle quickly. With a light touch on his storage ring, a beam of light flashed, and a purple scroll appeared out of thin air. The scroll's golden patterns were dazzling, radiating immense energy fluctuations. This was the Thunder Nether Scroll, a high-tier level 3 artifact capable of tripling the strength of Thunder attribute beasts for 3 uses. Song, who had spent half a month gathering resources to acquire this powerful item. The Thunder Nether Scroll was Song Hu's trump card. For the Thunderstorm Yunting Tiger, a Thunder attribute beast, this scroll was akin to adding wings to a tiger, elevating its power to a new level. In the center of the battlefield, the Thunderstorm Yunting Tiger and the King of the Qingyuan Antelope clashed once more. Their bodies collided with a dull thud, energy surging within them as each tried to kill the other. The surrounding Qingyuan antelopes were continuously slaughtered, their blood staining the ground. Song Hin commanded his beasts while closely monitoring the battle, contemplating how to handle any unexpected developments. At this moment, the Thunderstorm Yunting Tiger and the King of the Qingyuan Antelope were locked in a stalemate, with no clear winner in sight. Meanwhile, the increasing roars of beasts around them indicated they didn't have much time left. Storm, thunder punishment. Song Hu's cold voice echoed. The Thunderstorm Yunting Tiger forcefully knocked back the King of the Qingyuan Antelope, its energy surging as purple lightning whizzed out. A purple thunder mark appeared above its head, quickly expanding into a thundercloud. Hundreds of purple lightning bolts gathered within the cloud, exuding an oppressive aura like the arrival of a thunder god. At that moment, the Thunder Nether Scroll in Song Hu's hand unfurled, releasing more purple lightning that shot up to the sky. With a resounding boom, the lightning sea erupted with even greater force, and a purple thunder dragon roared, its energy fluctuations overwhelming. The King of the Qingyuan Antelope's eyes flashed with panic. It sensed that this power was approaching the strength of a silver-level beast. Spear of the Falling Star. Unwilling to be outdone, the King of the Qingyuan Antelope unleashed its energy, forming an even more formidable green spear. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth converged, creating a terrifying momentum. In an instant, hundreds of purple lightning bolts rained down, enveloping the King of the Qingyuan Antelope. The two forces collided with a deafening roar, green light and purple thunder intertwining. With the Thunder Nether Scroll's boost, the Thunderstorm Yunting Tiger's attack power doubled, breaking through the bronze-level barrier and reaching silver-level strength. Countless purple thunderbolts, like roaring dragons, struck the King of the Qingyuan Antelope fiercely. The King of the Qingyuan Antelope was gravely injured, its flesh trembling as purple lightning wreaked havoc within its body. Its spear of the falling star was relentlessly battered until it shattered. The King of the Qingyuan Antelope's aura weakened, and each step it took triggered thunderous explosions, leaving it in a sorry state. A smile appeared in Song Hu's eyes. The power of the Thunder Nether Scroll was indeed formidable. This high-tier level 3 one-time artifact had cost him dearly, and now, with just one use, it had severely injured the King of the Qingyuan Antelope, proving its worth. Song Baiqiu and the others' eyes gleamed with anticipation. They could see that the King of the Qingyuan Antelope was on the verge of collapse, and victory was within reach. Song Hu quickly fed a bronze-level beast core to the Thunderstorm Yunting Tiger to restore its strength, then commanded it to charge at the severely injured King of the Qingyuan Antelope, preparing for the final blow. Meanwhile, Song Yin and his team successfully killed another bronze-level Qingyuan Antelope. Song Hin's team was also relentless, continuously slaughtering the iron-level Qingyuan Antelopes, their cries echoing. Song Hin remained undeterred. These beast corpses would serve as resources for his growth. In this world, beasts and beast tamers were mortal enemies. Beast tamers hunted beasts for materials to enhance themselves, while beasts periodically launched beast tides to attack human cities, vying for territory and reducing their numbers. The rapid reproduction of beasts constantly encroached on the living space of other species, making beast tides inevitable. Seeing the Thunderstorm Yunting Tiger charging towards it, the King of the Qingyuan Antelope's green eyes filled with bloodlust. As a silver-level beast, being pushed to such a state by a bronze-level beast was a humiliation that ignited its fury. With its herd on the brink of annihilation, the King of the Qingyuan Antelope unleashed its final strength. Boom! The silver-level aura erupted as the King of the Qingyuan Antelope burned its bloodline, unleashing all its blood energy. The green horns on its head suddenly radiated a blinding light, then detached and fused in midair, forming a 6-meter-long, fearsome blade with alternating green and red hues. This weapon, condensed from its bloodline power, was covered in barbs and resembled a unicorn's horn, exuding a chilling aura. The King of the Qingyuan Antelope had burned its blood energy, ready to stake everything in a desperate bid to take its enemy down with it. The blood of the unicorn. The twin azure horns of the Qingyuan Antelope King converged, merging with its blood to form a blood-red blade intertwined with blue and red hues. The terrifying sharpness gleamed, and its aura surged, quickly advancing to Silver Tier 3. Energy radiated, causing ripples in the air, and the blood-colored glow fluctuated incessantly, spreading a heavy pressure. Kangan's heart tightened. It was clear the Qingyuan Antelope King was going all out. He couldn't help but worry. Could Songhu's thunderstorm cloud tiger withstand this assault? With a thunderous roar, the Qingyuan Antelope King unleashed boundless power. The blood-red blade hummed and shot forward, causing the very air to tremble. The silver tier 3 pressure locked onto the thunderstorm cloud tiger. Songhu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly activated the thunder nether scroll in his hand. Purple light burst forth, lightning crackled, and surged into the thunderstorm cloud tiger. The double amplification drastically increased its attack power. Roar, Thunder Tiger! Songhu shouted urgently. If the thunderstorm cloud tiger couldn't hold on, their efforts would be in vain. Endless thunder power surged within the thunderstorm cloud tiger, purple currents covering its body. In an instant, a tiger-shaped beast forged from purple lightning roared out, breaking through the bronze tier barrier and reaching silver tier. It exuded a violent aura, and its deafening roar sent shockwaves rolling out. The two silver tier forces collided violently. With a crack, the sharpness of the blood of the unicorn instantly carved black cracks into the purple thunder tiger. The silver tier 3 power poured out like a torrent, breaking through directly. Boom! The purple thunder tiger exploded, terrifying shockwaves spreading in all directions. Trees were shattered, rocks flew, and the ground was left in ruins. Energy fragments burst continuously, as if in a thunderstorm. Songhu's face changed dramatically, astonished at the Qingyuan Antelope King's sudden surge in power. Ignoring the intense pain in its body, the Qingyuan Antelope King burned its bloodline power once more. The blood-red glow of the blood of the unicorn reappeared, its energy even more formidable. Without losing momentum, it slashed down towards the thunderstorm cloud tiger. With a splatter, blood sprayed. A gruesome wound appeared on the thunderstorm cloud tiger's back, blood gushing out. It let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed to the ground, roaring in agony. Songhu's expression shifted drastically, and he rushed forward. He grabbed 3 or 4 tier 3 healing pills and tossed them into the thunderstorm cloud tiger's mouth, trying to stabilize its injuries. The thunderstorm cloud tiger was their strongest asset. Losing it would spell disaster. Hang in there, Thunder! Songhu roared, activating the thunder nether scroll one last time. Blinding purple light exploded, infusing the thunderstorm cloud tiger. The wound on its back improved slightly, at least stopping the bleeding. The power of the blood of the unicorn gradually dissipated, and the thunderstorm cloud tiger struggled to stand. Violet Thunder Spear. Songhu's eyes turned red as he roared with all his might. This was their last chance. The thunderstorm cloud tiger, fighting dizziness, activated the medicinal power within its body, replenishing its energy. Purple lightning spread once more, its wings trembling, and the remaining energy erupted suddenly. A 6-meter-long violet thunder spear took shape, surrounded by dense purple lightning, filling the entire space. With terrifying momentum, the thunder spear was launched. Under the double amplification of the thunder nether scroll, the attack broke through silver tier, even showing signs of reaching silver tier 2. Blood energy surged within the Qingyuan Antelope King, and stars danced before its eyes. The previous attack had drained too much energy, leaving its bloodline nearly exhausted. But it couldn't afford to lose. The blood-red horns reappeared, clashing violently with the violet thunder spear. A powerful explosion of energy erupted, pouring out in all directions. The continuous booming was deafening. The thunderstorm cloud tiger was thrown back, its head spinning, and it finally collapsed, unconscious. The Qingyuan Antelope King didn't fare much better, battered by the shockwaves, its body trembling violently. Its front legs buckled, and it fell to the ground, convulsing. Its vision dimmed. It was heavily injured, with not a trace of energy left, utterly spent. Songhu's face changed slightly, his heart sinking, but he quickly realized. Songyan, get your Qingming tiger up. The Qingming tiger is at bronze tier 7, and the Qingyuan Antelope King is already on the brink. It just needs one last push. And everyone else, send all your bronze tier battle beasts. This is our last chance. Songhu's voice was urgent. If they let the Qingyuan Antelope King recover, they were doomed. No one here would escape. Songyan quickly understood the gravity of Songhu's words. But even though the Qingyuan Antelope King was heavily injured, it was still a silver tier beast. Could they withstand its desperate attack? Songping and Songfu also grasped the seriousness of the situation, hesitating only briefly. Songyan's Qingming tiger lunged forward, its dark flames blazing, charging straight at the Qingyuan Antelope King. Songping and Songfu, after a moment's hesitation, also sent their battle beasts into the fray. Songhu was right. They had no choice now. If the Qingyuan Antelope King didn't die, they would. The 3 bronze tier battle beasts launched a ferocious assault on the Qingyuan Antelope King, unleashing their full power without reservation. Blood splattered as the Qingyuan Antelope King was covered in gruesome wounds in no time. A cold and unwilling glint flashed in its eyes as it used all its strength to thrash about. Its powerful silver tier body sent the three bronze tier battle beasts flying. Get up. Keep going. It's on its last legs. Don't give it time to recover. Songhu shouted urgently, his heart pounding. Fear flickered in the eyes of the three bronze tier battle beasts. The Qingyuan Antelope King's level far surpassed theirs. At that moment, Kangan suddenly stepped forward. He knew that if the Qingyuan Antelope King didn't die, he wouldn't escape either. The silhouette of the Silver Moon Sky Wolf shot out. Howl of the Snow Wolf. Snow Wolf's howl. Song Hin's voice rang out, deep and resolute. Silver Moon's white fur was stained with blood, and its silver eyes were tinged with a crimson hue. The power of the Black Iron's sixth rank surged through its body, causing its bloodline energy to explode. A spectral snow wolf appeared above its head, letting out an earth-shaking roar. The invisible waves spread out, igniting the battle spirit of every being on the battlefield. The previously fearful three bronze-tier beasts howled towards the sky, their energy surging as they launched another fierce assault on the Qingyuan Antelope King. This was the skill that Silver Moon had awakened after consuming the Snow Wolf's howl, which consumed its own energy to boost allies' morale and restore stamina, like a battle horn on the field. The Azure Nether Tiger's skeleton burned with blue ghostly flames, and its massive body lunged forward, its claws ripping into the Qingyuan Antelope King's flesh. Blood splattered, and bones were exposed. Song Ping's Iron Lion Beast and Song Fu's Crimson Flame Tiger followed suit, tearing the Antelope King's body apart. The Qingyuan Antelope King, at the end of its strength, could no longer fight back. A flash of unwillingness and coldness flickered in its eyes before the Azure Nether Tiger tore open its throat, and it collapsed to the ground, its breath fading. Song Hu's expression shifted from shock to joy. The Azure Nether Tiger's aura surged as it absorbed the Antelope King's soul power, nearly reaching the peak of the bronze 7th rank. Song Baichio's eyes flashed with envy, thinking that if his white-boned turtle could obtain this soul, it might soon break through to the bronze tier. Song Hu quickly used the tendrils of the bloodthirsty rose to store the Antelope King's corpse in his storage ring. The Qingyuan Antelope herd, now leaderless, scattered in disarray, but Song Hin and the others did not let them go. In no time, all the bronze tier and black iron tier Qingyuan antelopes were slain, with only a few dozen stone tier ones escaping into the vast rainforest. Hurry and clean up the battlefield. We can't stay here long, Song Hu urged, still feeling uneasy. The depths of the cloud forest were fraught with danger, and with the thunderstorm Cloud Tiger gravely injured, they had lost their strongest combatant. Song Hu led Song Hin and Song Yin deeper into the valley. As they ran, Song Yin praised Song Hin. It's all thanks to your Silver Moon Celestial Wolf that we bought enough time, or we might have been overwhelmed by the Qingyuan Antelope King. The three soon arrived at a dim valley. Vines climbed the cliffs, and the air was fresh. The faint power of the stars gently descended from the sky, falling on a few plants in the valley's center. What is this? Song Hin asked, puzzled. Haha, we're in luck. Xiaoyan, look, it's star bamboo. Song Hu laughed excitedly. No wonder the Qingyuan Antelope King could comprehend star power. It was because of this. Song Nian was equally thrilled. Besides the corpse of a silver-deer Qingyuan antelope, we found such a precious celestial treasure. They discovered 5 stalks of star bamboo, with a few bite marks on the ground around them. Song Hu felt a pang of envy, inwardly cursing the Qingyuan Antelope King's luck. No wonder it could break through from the elite initial rank to the silver tier. The name, Star Bamboo, stirred a wave of emotions in Kangan's mind. He involuntarily took a few steps back, his eyes flashing with caution. This unique, heavenly treasure not only grants beasts the power of stars, but also enhances their potential and strength. Even more coveted is the fact that star bamboo can be used to forge powerful swords, and through a spirit-binding ritual, it can be endowed with a soul, transforming it into a true beast. In this ancient world of Hong, where beasts are everywhere, mountains, rivers, and storms can possess consciousness and become beasts. Humans can also imbue their weapons with spirits, creating new life forms. The greatest advantage of star bamboo is that it has no growth bottleneck. As long as it is supplied with ample star power, it can continue to grow, becoming a foundational asset for any power. Among the 5-star bamboos before them, one had reached the 3rd-tier top grade, while the other 4 were 2nd-tier top grade. They were crystal clear, with starry light flowing on their surfaces, looking as if they were carved from crystal. The bamboo segments greedily absorbed the surrounding star power, radiating a deadly allure. Brother Hu, how do we divide this? Song Yin's gaze fell on Song Hu. Although they were close, facing such precious treasures, he couldn't help but feel a bit greedy. Kangan remained silent, trying to lower his presence while vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ready to escape with Inua at any moment. A blood-red talisman quietly appeared in his hand, a life-saving item left to him by Tsang Zian. Song Hu quickly made a decision. You and Kangen each take one second-tier top-grade star bamboo, give one to the family, and I'll take the remaining two. How about that? Hearing this, Song Yin immediately smiled. Then I won't be polite. Kangen sighed in relief and gratefully said, "Thank you, Brother Hu." Song Hu gave Kangen a meaningful look. "We are family. The future of our family depends on us. We can't afford to be scheming against each other." Kangen responded without changing his expression. "You're right, Brother Hu." Song Hu secretly admired him. What a promising young man. He is destined to rise. The entire process was over in an instant. Song Hu quickly collected the 5-star bamboos, tossing 2 of them to Kangen and Song Yin. After another quick scan to ensure nothing was missed, the 3 of them left together. "Only the 3 of us know what happened here. Understood?" Song Hu's words carried a hidden warning. Kangen and Song Yin nodded in agreement. As they exited the valley, the others had already cleaned up the battlefield and everyone was in high spirits from their gains. However, the roars of beasts around them were growing more frequent, signaling danger. Suddenly, a 5th-tier bronze King Kong rhino burst out from the distant forest, its eyes blood-red, charging towards the Tsong family members. The ground shook violently under its impact. "Not good. Run." Song Hu growled, and his bloodthirsty rose struck again, hundreds of purple tendrils shooting out like snakes to block the rhino's advance. Kangen reacted the fastest, leaping onto Inue's back and dashing out like a silver phantom. The others quickly mounted their own battle beasts and began to flee. Song Hu and his group's bronze-level beasts ran while fending off the pursuing beasts. Half an hour later, the Tsong family group emerged from the Yunzhong forest, looking disheveled. Songjing was the most unfortunate, having been struck in the back by a shadow leopard, leaving a hideous wound. If not for Kangen's timely intervention, he would have been dead. The other battle beasts were also battered, but fortunately, none perished. Song Hu's bloodthirsty rose and Song Yin's Qingming tiger fought fiercely to cover their retreat, and they narrowly escaped with their lives. Luckily, they didn't encounter any silver-level beasts. Haha, surviving a disaster means future blessings. Song Hu laughed with a sense of relief. Then he waved his hand. "Let's go home. I hope next time I see you, you'll all be second-tier beast tamers." Amidst laughter, the Tsong family returned with their spoils. Upon arriving back at Yunzhong Academy, Kangen and the others quietly returned. The mission had been a success, accomplished in just one day. Kangen had gained a lot from this trip. The iron-level Qingyuan antelope he killed belonged entirely to him, and its materials could help he break through his bloodline limitations. After a brief report to Luo Kuei, Kangen returned to his quarters, quickly washed up, and took out the star bamboo. As soon as the second-tier top-grade star bamboo was brought out, the surrounding thin star power rushed towards it. Kangen felt a cool sensation entering his mind, making his mental strength more active. Although it would take a lot of resources to cultivate it to the 3rd-tier lower grade, its current level was already sufficient for Kangen. Soon, Kangen found a suitable place to plant the star bamboo. He activated his token, and the array's restrictions immediately concealed the bamboo's light completely. The Cloud Academy highly respects the privacy of its students. Even the headmaster cannot enter someone else's residence without prior notice. Knowing this well, Song Hin felt at ease planting the star sword bamboo in his room. The freshly planted star sword bamboo quickly extended its roots, absorbing the energy of the earth. At the same time, the stellar energy from the sky was drawn in, slowly converging. Song Hin felt a cool sensation enter his mind, and his spiritual power began to grow slowly. A delighted smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself that the reputation of the star sword bamboo was well-deserved. He had truly hit the jackpot this time. Next, Song Hin retrieved the corpse of the Qingyuan antelope from his storage ring. Instantly, the room was filled with a pungent, bloody smell. Unfazed, he activated the bloodline crystal, and a red glow flashed. His spiritual power spread out from his mind. Under his control, the corpse of the Qingyuan antelope quickly dissolved, turning into numerous crystalline bloodline essences. Seeing the ample amount of bloodline essences, Song Hin smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself that with these, Yi's bloodline should be able to evolve. To be on the safe side, he decided to find Song Yin the next day to buy the copper-deer Qingyuan antelope from him, aiming for a complete breakthrough in one go. As night fell, Cloud Academy gradually quieted down. Song Hin went to sleep with expectations for the next day, dreaming of Yi's successful evolution. The next morning, the warm sunlight bathed the earth. After finishing his morning classes, Song Hin immediately went to find Song Yin. "Hey, instead of focusing on improving your own strength, what are you doing here?" Song Yin teased with a smile, still basking in the joy of receiving the star sword bamboo the day before. "Brother Yin, you haven't sold that copper-deer Qingyuan antelope yet, have you?" Song Hin asked with a grin. Song Yin raised an eyebrow. "You want it?" Song Hin nodded. "Brother Yin, is 2,000 soul crystals enough?" Song Yin burst into laughter. "There's no need for that much. 1,000 soul crystals will do. Qing antelopes are not that rare. Song Hin was overjoyed. This was practically a steal. He knew that Song Nian's Qingyuan antelope was copper tier level 5, the strongest of its kind. After the transaction, the two went their separate ways. Song Hin hurried back to his residence to process the newly acquired Qingyuan antelope corpse. Soon, a third-tier bloodline essence filled with potent energy appeared in his hand. Song Hin summoned Yi and fed it all the previously refined bloodline essences, except for the third-tier one, worried that Yi might not handle it all at once. After consuming the bloodline essences, Yi's body erupted with a dazzling red glow. With Song Hin's assistance, Yi's strength quickly broke through to Iron Tier level 4, with its bloodline reaching the peak of ordinary bloodlines. Yi, open your mouth. Song Hin decisively fed Yi the third-tier bloodline essence. Boom. A surge of powerful energy exploded within Yi. It felt as if its entire body was burning, and waves of pain assaulted its mind. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and an invisible bottleneck shattered. Yi's aura soared, and its bloodline successfully evolved to elite low tier. Watching Yi's successful breakthrough, Song Hin was filled with joy and anticipation. The essence of Yi's bloodline erupted in that instant, unleashing an endless torrent of power. Its aura surged dramatically, breaking through the bottleneck of Black Iron Tier 4 and advancing to Black Iron Tier 5. As its strength increased, Yi's body grew larger, and its fur gleamed with a radiant luster. The intricate patterns on its two blue horns became even more complex, shimmering with an indestructible bluish glow. The power within its bloodline roared continuously. With the evolution of its bloodline to elite low tier, Yi's energy conversion efficiency significantly improved, and its cultivation speed changed drastically. Within the Black Iron Tier, it no longer experienced bottlenecks. As long as it continued to grow steadily, breaking through to the Bronze Tier was only a matter of time. Yi's successful bloodline evolution eased one of Song Hin's major concerns. At least until the Bronze Tier, he no longer had to worry about it. If news of Yi's bloodline leap from ordinary low tier to elite low tier within just 2 months were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. In fact, Yi's current bloodline had already surpassed conventional limits. The highest known bloodline of a Qingling Daoyang was merely ordinary high tier, but Yi had broken through the racial constraints and reached a higher realm. To avoid unnecessary attention, Song Hin decided to keep Yi out of public view until he became a top-tier beast master. Yi familiarized itself with its newfound power, feeling exhilarated. It ran over to Song Hin and affectionately nuzzled its master. Without Song Hin's intervention, Yi might have long been devoured by other monsters, leaving no trace behind. Song Hin smiled and patted Yi, saying confidently, "Don't worry, I'll never give up on you. One day, you'll make the Qingling Daoyang breed a top-tier bloodline that will awe all other races." He firmly believed that its master could fulfill this promise. Yi's successful bloodline evolution was not solely due to the essence of its bloodline. Song Hin's 100 absorption talent also played a crucial role. With Song Hin's talent, Yi was able to absorb all the power from the bloodline essence, ultimately breaking through the barriers. This was the true strength of Song Hin's talent. Despite the breakthrough, Yi did not become complacent, but instead threw itself into training with even greater diligence. This kind of character was undoubtedly favored by all beast masters. 3 days quickly passed. Yi's strength steadily increased, nearing the peak of Black Iron Tier 5. The energy contained in the Tier 3 bloodline essence was exceptionally rich, not only promoting Yi's bloodline evolution but also leaving a substantial amount of energy. Inue's strength also grew rapidly, reaching the peak of Black Iron Tier 7, with the possibility of breaking through to Black Iron Tier 8 in a few days. This showcased the formidable nature of a perfect height-tier bloodline. At this time, the Mirror Pig had become the weakest among them, only at the peak of Black Iron Tier 3. Seeing Yi's strength surpassing its own, even the usually lackadaisical Mirror Pig couldn't sit still and began to diligently absorb energy to enhance its strength. All 3 battle beasts were striving to grow stronger, much to Song Hin's satisfaction. His days were filled with classes and training his beasts, making his life busy yet fulfilling. After the Song family returned to Yunzhong Academy, they converted the Qingyuan antelope carcass into usable resources, resulting in various breakthroughs in their strength. Song Hu's Thunderstorm Cloud Tiger successfully advanced to Bronze Tier 9, and with additional resources in hand, he believed it wouldn't be long before the Thunderstorm Cloud Tiger broke through to the Silver Tier. Song Nian also made significant progress. His Qingming Tiger, after absorbing the soul power of the Qingyuan Antelope King, advanced to Bronze Tier 8. His other battle beast, the Thunder Lion, also forcefully broke through from Black Iron Tier 9 to Bronze Tier. With 2 Bronze Tier battle beasts, Song Nian only needed to cultivate a third one to become a Tier 3 Beast Master, which would elevate his status in the academy. Other family members also experienced varying degrees of improvement. One gloomy morning, the academy was shrouded in mist, and the air was slightly cold and damp. As Song Hin left his residence to head to class, he unexpectedly encountered Shi Qianyu. "Qianyu, Is there something you need? Song Hin asked politely, slightly surprised. Shi Qinyu was naturally beautiful, her face devoid of makeup, and her purple dress made her look even more striking. With a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice, she replied, Song Hin, we're from the same hometown after all. Why keep such a distance and act so aloof? She emphasized the word classmate, hinting at Song Hin's previous use of Miss Qinyu. Song Hin felt a bit helpless, but remained polite considering Shi Qinyu's status. Aloof? Why do you say that, Qinyu? If there's something you need, just say it. Shi Qinyu took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and began to explain her intentions. Song Hin, I plan to establish a society called Black Dragon Society within the academy. It will gather all the freshmen to complete tasks, earn resources, and enhance our strength together. By joining the Black Dragon Society, everyone can more efficiently complete academy tasks and acquire resources faster. I believe that soon, the Black Dragon Society will become famous, and even senior students might want to join. So, what do you think? Will you join us? After finishing, Shi Qinyu looked at Song Hin expectantly, confident that someone as intelligent as him would see the benefits of this organization. Yunzhong Academy's management had always been relatively loose, and there had never been a similar organization since its founding. Upon hearing this, Song Hin quickly saw through the underlying motives. The so-called growing together was just a facade. If the Black Dragon Society were established, the biggest beneficiary would undoubtedly be Shi Qinyu. All the members would essentially become her subordinates, serving her interests. Considering that he wasn't lacking in resources, Song Hin politely declined Shi Qinyu's invitation. Qinyu, I've always been a bit of a loner and not very fond of socializing. I'm afraid I wouldn't fit in such a lively setting, but I appreciate your kind offer. He glanced at the sky and added, It's getting late, Qinyu. Shouldn't you be heading to class? Shi Qinyu stared at Song Hin in silence, her anger simmering. After being rebuffed once again, she coldly retorted, This is the second time you've turned me down. Shi Qinyu said coldly, her face frosty as she turned away, leaving behind a back brimming with anger. Song Hin watched Shi Qinyu's receding figure and sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, what kind of trouble is this? He had heard bits and pieces about Shi Qinyu's complex background and knew well the formidable power of the Black Dragon City Lord and Apex 4th-tier Beast Master on the brink of breaking into the 5th tier, poised to enter the upper echelons of the Beihan Kingdom. Once the Black Dragon City Lord reached the 5th tier, he would have the clout to contend with the kingdom's strongest 6th-tier Beastmasters. When that time came, he would undoubtedly head to the royal city, causing a massive upheaval. Song Hin knew he was just a small fry, and getting caught in this turbulent current could crush him to pieces. This was precisely why he declined Shi Qinyu's offer, and he had no desire to become anyone's pawn. In the classroom, Shi Qinyu sat expressionless at her seat, her gaze indifferent. Behind her, Ning Feng silently watched Song Hin's back, a hint of coldness in his eyes. He swore to himself, Song Hin, for treating Qinyu this way, you'll pay. I hope you won't regret it. To Ning Feng, Shi Qinyu was untouchable, and he would do anything for her. He couldn't fathom how Song Hin could refuse Shi Qinyu's favor considering her status. Being recruited by her should have been an honor. After taking his seat, Song Hin exchanged a few words with Song Baiqiu before focusing on the lesson. He had no inkling of Ning Feng's thoughts. If he did, he might be tempted to pry open Ning Feng's skull to see what was inside. Time flew by, and Song Hin had been at Yunzhong Academy for 20 days. During this period, both his strength and his battle beasts improved steadily. Shortly after he declined Shi Qinyu, she established the Black Dragon Society, causing quite a stir on campus. This type of organization was unprecedented at Yunzhong Academy. As the pioneer, Shi Qinyu quickly reaped the benefits. The academy's student body was clearly divided, half from powerful families and the other half from ordinary backgrounds or recruited by academy mentors. Those from powerful families had been systematically trained from a young age and naturally had an edge. Ordinary students, even if they wanted to get close to these family science, often faced rejection. The two groups remained distinct. However, Shi Qinyu's Black Dragon Society disrupted this status quo. Students from powerful families were cautious, while those from ordinary backgrounds eagerly joined. Shi Qinyu's rallying cry was highly appealing to those struggling for resources and strength. This organization offered a glimmer of hope. Among the new students, most from ordinary backgrounds joined the Black Dragon Society. Already a shining star, Shi Qinyu now became the center of attention, her influence unmatched. This series of changes caught the Academy's high-level attention. They remained neutral, as long as it nurtured strong beast masters, aligning with the Academy's goals. However, senior students were unsettled. While those from powerful families remained calm, ordinary students, struggling to reach the second-tier beast master level, saw hope. They knew the Academy had abundant resources but lacked the strength to access them. The emergence of the society suggested a chance to unite and compete with the family science. Some senior students attempted to create their own societies, but with little success. After 2 years, they were accustomed to the current rhythm and could see the drawbacks of such groups. They could easily become someone else's pawn and end up with nothing. They weren't as impulsive as the freshmen. Shi Qianyu's success stemmed not only from her stunning looks, but also her strength second among the freshmen and her status as the Black Dragon City Lord's daughter. These factors combined to ensure her success. Hin, what do you think about Shi Qianyu establishing the Black Dragon Society? Song Baiqiu asked Song Hin seriously. All the students from powerful families were watching, curious about the potential of this new society. What do I think? Just watch from the sidelines. Song Hin replied irritably. Such organizations have both pros and cons, depending on the leader's intentions. Are they genuinely helping students improve, or are they using them to gather resources and control them? Song Baiqiu, enlightened, asked, so, what do you think Shi Qianyu's intentions are? Song Hin rolled his eyes. How would I know? Let's wait and see. By the way, Brother Tsong Hu wants us to go over. He has something to discuss with you. The two of them went to Tsong Hu's place and found Song Yin there as well. Since their trip to Yunzhong Forest, everyone's strength had grown, and Tsong Hu was in high spirits, smiling. Song Hin, Baiqiu, you're here. Tsong Hu greeted them. Brother Tsong Hu, what do you need? Song Hin asked after sitting down. Tsong Hu looked intently at Song Hin. You're the third among the freshmen. What do you think about Shi Qianyu establishing the Black Dragon Society? Song Hin smiled wryly. Brother Tsong Hu, what can I think? She has the ability to establish the Black Dragon Society and rally people. That's her talent. I can't do that. After all, you know her background. Tsong Hu laughed. Background is important, but don't you have any thoughts? Remember, many students haven't joined the Black Dragon Society yet, and you're the third among the freshmen? Song Hin shook his head firmly and replied, Brother Tsong Hu, you must be joking. I have no such intentions. I don't lack resources, nor do I have any ambitions. Besides, if such an organization grows too large, it might lead to conflicts between us. Song Hu nodded, a knowing look in his eyes. He understood that this model could easily escalate tensions. Currently, the conflict between beast tamers from noble families and those from common backgrounds was still subtle. But he foresaw that once the Black Dragon Society grew, clashes were inevitable, potentially destabilizing the academy. Song Baiqiu frowned, thinking the concern was exaggerated. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Would they really go that far? Overly cautious? Song Hu sneered, his sharp gaze fixed on Song Baiqiu. You know Shi Qianyu's background. You've heard the rumors. Who knows if Shi Qianyu's actions are directed by the Lord of Black Dragon City? This statement stunned even Song Hin. The Lord of Black Dragon City? Yes. Song Hu continued, beast tamers from official forces usually join the Royal Academy. Why did Shi Qianyu come to Yunzhong Academy, then? Song Hin regained his composure and pressed further. Are you saying this is all under the Lord's orders? Song Hu's eyes were bright, but his tone was resolute. It's just a guess. There's a lot going on beneath the surface. We should stay out of it. Song Hin had no desire to get involved in these disputes. He just wanted to improve his strength, train his battle beasts, and become stronger. Song Hu sighed inwardly. The skies of the Northern Cold Kingdom are not easily overturned. He then looked at Song Baiqiu and Song Yin, waving his hand. Baiqiu, Song Hin and I have some matters to discuss. You should head back. Song Baiqiu nodded wisely and left, showing his understanding. Song Hu took out a storage ring from his robe and tossed it to Song Hin. The family resources have arrived. This is for you. Song Hin caught the ring, slightly surprised. Brother Tsong Hu, has the star bamboo already been sent back to the family? We got such a precious treasure thanks to you. These resources are your reward from the family. Giving them to me isn't right. He briefly checked the contents and found abundant resources. Song Hu laughed heartily. You're being modest. I've almost outgrown these resources. You two should hurry up and improve your strength. Especially you, Song Yin. Become a third-year beast tamer as soon as possible. Look at how much you've neglected your other beasts to train that azure tiger. Song Yin nodded with a wry smile. Soon. It should be soon. Song Hin grinned and stored the resources away. Song Hu's tone turned serious. Stay out of these matters. It's not easy for our Tsong family to have reached this point. During your 4 years at Yunzhong Academy, your task is to enhance your strength. I will graduate in a year. After that, the family will rely on you two for protection. Song Hin and Song Yin exchanged a silent glance. All right, leave me alone for a bit. Song Hu dismissed them. After leaving, the two went their separate ways. The streets buzzed with chatter. Have you heard? Shi Qianyu, the second-ranked first year, is challenging Sun Hong, the top rank. Really? Haha, that will be quite the battle. I wonder who will come out on top. Shi Qianyu has been in the spotlight lately, with a following of who knows how many. Sun Hong has been itching to teach her a lesson. If it weren't for the rankings, he would have challenged her long ago. Exactly. The Sun family, with their fifth-tier beast tamer, has always been in the limelight. Now that Shi Qinyu has stolen the spotlight, Sun Hong won't let it slide. The students excitedly discussed the news, which spread like wildfire. Shi Qinyu had issued a challenge to Sun Hong, and the battle was imminent. Hearing the news, Song Hin changed direction and headed towards the martial arts arena. The entire first-year class was abuzz, with large crowds flocking to the arena to witness the battle for the top rank. With 10 days left in the ranking period, if Sun Hong lost, he would miss the chance to enter the mid-tier bloodline pool and be relegated to the lower-tier pool. The difference was significant, and although the academy would distribute other rewards proportionally, Sun Hong clearly didn't want to give up. Upon receiving the challenge, Sun Hong sneered. It seems she's gotten a bit impulsive these days. Very well. I'll bring her back to her senses. I hope no one accuses me of being unkind. He accepted the challenge without hesitation and headed straight for the arena. Shi Qinyu had already arrived, dressed in purple, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her slender waist elegantly poised. Her expression was cold and stern. The surrounding area was packed with Black Dragon Society members, buzzing with excitement. Their leader was about to challenge the top rank. If she defeated Sun Hong, the society's prestige would soar, attracting more members. In their eyes, no one in the first-year class could match her. Sun Hong has accepted the challenge. Accepted it. Ning Feng, standing behind Shi Qinyu, excitedly said, Miss, he won't be a match for you, right? The top spot will be yours. Shi Qinyu remained silent. She knew Sun Hong's pride and understood that being ranked first by the academy meant he had exceptional abilities. No one had dared to challenge him in over 20 days. Although she didn't know much about Sun Hong, Shi Qinyu had absolute confidence in herself, believing Sun Hong was not her equal. 10 minutes later, Sun Hong arrived, dressed in white with a mocking smile. Shi Qinyu, are you sure you want to challenge me? Losing could affect your reputation. Think it over. His gaze lingered on Shi Qinyu's graceful figure, feeling a surge of heat, but his eyes were cold. Enough talk. Let's fight. Shi Qinyu snorted and walked straight onto the arena. Black Dragon Society members jeered. Haha, what a small-minded guy. How did he even get to the top spot? Family connections? Exactly. If you want to fight, just fight. Stop yapping. Sun Hong's face darkened with anger. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and stepped onto the arena. The battle was about to begin. Sun Hong's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he stood resolutely, his white robes as pristine as snow. The space around him rippled, and suddenly, his beast space opened. With a rustle, a black figure emerged from the void, its wings vibrating. Covered in a layer of brown-black skin, the creature resembled a giant bat, with black scales covering its entire body, claws as sharp as knives, and blood-red eyes hidden in the darkness, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Its aura was wild and unrestrained, indicating its formidable black iron tier 8 strength. The onlookers gasped in shock. Is that a gargoyle? Indeed, Sun Hong had contracted this eerie and malevolent Biasta gargoyle. As an elite high bloodline creature, the gargoyle was not only a creature of darkness but also possessed a vampiric ability. It was incredibly fast, like a phantom, and could alter its form. When attacked, its body could disperse, making it extremely elusive. Its vitality was tenacious, and if it wasn't killed in one strike, it would relentlessly seek revenge on its enemies. Shi Qinyu was not to be outdone. The space around her also fluctuated, and her beast space opened in response. A cold aura spread out instantly as a massive figure coiled out and stopped beside her. It was a nearly 10-meter-long giant snake with black skin adorned with golden patterns, a menacing head, and poisonous fangs. Under the sunlight, it exuded a terrifying pressure, its aura powerful enough to reach black iron tier 9. Shimming King Snake. Someone recognized the beast. As another elite high bloodline creature, this dark attribute beast was rumored to possess a trace of royal blood, giving it a kingly pressure. Its terrifying constriction power was such that once it ensnared an enemy, the consequences were dire. Song Hin furrowed his brows, marveling at the strength of their beasts. His silver moon had just reached the peak of black iron tier 7, while Shi Qinyu's Shimming King Snake had already stepped into black iron tier 9. No wonder they hailed from the city lord's mansion, with such abundant resources. Both of them, as tier 2 beast tamers, could summon 2 black iron tier beasts. Boom. Sun Hong's second beast appeared, a blued figure standing like a fortress. Covered in blued scales, with a blood-red horn on its nose, it emitted a sharp killing intent. Its 4 hooves were like pillars, and each step caused the ground to tremble. This was the blue fire rhino, also an elite high bloodline beast, with a strength of black iron tier 5. Its frontal assault capability was formidable, complementing the gargoyle perfectly. Shi Qinyu summoned her second beast, an azure-winged butterfly. This elite high bloodline beast of black iron tier 4 was 3 meters tall, with wings that shimmered with a cold light. Each flap of its wings released a faint pollen, emitting a strange fragrance. Its blood-red eyes carried an eerie aura of illusion. The four beasts stood proudly, exuding a powerful aura that gathered the energy of heaven and earth, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Gargoyle, attack! Sun Hong commanded, and the gargoyle's wings vibrated, diving towards the azure-winged butterfly like a shadow in the night. Not so fast. Shi Qinyu sneered, and the shimming king snake's massive body rose, its black iron tier 9 energy erupting. It stood like a pillar supporting the sky, locking onto the gargoyle, expanding its attack range. Sun Hong had planned well, intending for the gargoyle to take down the significantly weaker azure-winged butterfly. If successful, the butterfly would be doomed. Boom! The gargoyle paused for a moment before accelerating, unleashing its full black iron tier 8 power. It left a trail of afterimages, attempting to bypass the shimming king snake and strike the butterfly directly. But the shimming king snake wouldn't allow it, its head shooting out like lightning, fangs bared, colliding with the gargoyle. Bang! The gargoyle's body exploded into dozens of bat-like figures, covering the sky. Gargoyle, indiscriminate attack. Sun Hong ordered with a cold smile. The dozens of gargoyle clones flew wildly, all attacking the shimming king snake. Boom, boom, boom. They exploded like dozens of bombs, their terrifying energy waves enveloping the snake. However, Shi Qinyu's lips curled into a cold smile. Did you think you could escape the azure-winged butterfly's detection? Before her words even faded, the butterfly's wings flapped, releasing countless azure pollen into the air, instantly marking the gargoyle's position. Boom! Amidst the energy waves, the shimming king snake shot forward, its speed even greater, mouth wide open. A dense black light appeared, like a black hole, containing immense energy. Shimming ray. A black beam shot from the snake's mouth, obliterating the energy in its path, directly hitting the attacking gargoyle. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, the energy ripples spreading out. Sun Hong's face changed slightly, surprised that the shimming king snake could withstand such an attack, its defense truly astounding. At that moment, the blue fire rhino charged, its terrifying power crashing towards the shimming king snake. The surging energy of black iron tier 5 erupted fully. Its blood-red horn glowed with a blue light, containing destructive power, piercing into the snake's flesh. Splat! Blood sprayed, hot snake blood splattering everywhere. Sun Hong smiled, the air trembling as the weakened gargoyle reappeared beside him. As long as it wasn't killed in one strike, the gargoyle could survive with its strong vitality. Swish! Sun Hong took out a black iron tier beast, and the gargoyle devoured it, then charged back into the battlefield. The shimming king snake, impaled by the blue fire rhino's horn, was in a critical state. If defeated, the azure-winged butterfly would be no threat. Sun Hong's heart leaped with joy, victory seemingly within reach. However, he failed to notice the mocking glint deep in Shi Qinyu's eyes. Idiot! Song Hin's heart stirred slightly as he observed. In the combat arena, the battle was intense. Despite the formidable strength of the gargoyle, it remained unscathed by the attacks of the shimming king snake. Yet the Qinghua rhino unexpectedly managed to injure the snake. This scene puzzled Song Hin. How could the shimming king snake's reaction be so slow? The audience outside the arena saw it clearly. Sun Hong had fallen into Shi Qinyu's trap. The azure-winged butterfly hovered behind Shi Qinyu, its blue wings constantly vibrating, releasing enchanting pollen. This peculiar scent silently spread, enveloping the entire combat arena. The gargoyle swiftly flew to the shimming king snake's side, a hint of coldness and cunning flashing in its blood-red eyes. It bared its fangs and viciously bit into the snake's body, greedily drinking its blood. However, the next moment, the gargoyle sensed something was amiss and tried to escape, but it was too late. Shi Qinyu wouldn't miss this opportunity. The shimming king snake's head struck like a phantom, biting the gargoyle's wings. Its massive body quickly coiled around, exerting immense constricting force over the gargoyle. At the same time, the Qinghua rhino collapsed with a loud thud, bleeding profusely and barely clinging to life. The illusion shattered, and the situation took a drastic turn. It turned out the Qinghua rhino had long been defeated by the shimming king snake. If there hadn't been no deep-seated hatred between them, it would have been a cold corpse by now. Sun Hong's face turned pale with regret for his impatience. He glared at Shi Qinyu and demanded, "When did you weave the illusion of the azure-winged butterfly?" Shi Qinyu smiled faintly and retorted, "Take a guess." Before she finished speaking, the azure-winged butterfly's wings fluttered, and it instantly flew to the shimming king snake's side, its wings shimmering with a hazy glow. Sun Hong snorted coldly, his expression unchanged. Suddenly, the gargoyle's body exploded into dozens of phantoms. Though the shimming king snake's layered coils almost sealed off its space, the gargoyle's phantoms slipped away like flowing water, ultimately escaping with great effort. Sun Hong swiftly recalled the heavily injured Qinghua rhino back into his beast space. The The gargoyle's phantoms reassembled, revealing a severely weakened form, clearly drained of its vitality. Song Hin frowned secretly, intrigued by the gargoyle's bizarre ability. He quietly summoned his mirror pig, its purple eyes emitting a mystical vortex-like fluctuation. The duplication skill activated silently, and after 100 breaths, the mirror pig successfully copied the gargoyle's innate skill shadow split. The battle continued. Sun Hong reopened his beast space, and a black iron 4th tier withered wood mantis shot out like a yellow lightning bolt. Its entire body was brown-yellow, with 4 pairs of wings as sharp as blades, instantly leaving a trail of afterimages as it charged at the azure-winged butterfly. The watching students exclaimed in amazement, discussing Sun Hong's strength. Some envied his background from a prestigious family with a 5th-tier beast master, rich in resources. Others sighed, acknowledging the depth of foundation that comes with being from a powerful family, where battle beasts are well prepared in advance. The withered wood mantis and the azure-winged butterfly engaged in a fierce aerial battle, energy bursting forth. As a high-elite bloodline flying beast, the withered wood mantis remained cold and nearly unaffected by the butterfly's pollen. The two beasts were evenly matched, and blood soon splattered. Seizing the opportunity, the shimming king snake launched another attack, its head striking like lightning at the gargoyle. This time, the gargoyle didn't confront it head-on but deftly dodged the attack. With a thought, Sun Hong made the gargoyle erupt with endless black light. It rolled on the ground like an earth dragon turning over, and amidst the flashing black light, 4 ferocious stone statues rose from the ground. This was the gargoyle's ultimate move. For phantom spirits, the 4 stone statues glowed with bloodlight, blood flowing through them, exuding a violent aura, each reaching black iron 6th tier. The gargoyle itself, with black iron 8th tier strength, fully unleashed its power and led the 4 statues into a mysterious formation. Roaring like tigers and dragons, crying like sparrows and turtles, the gargoyle retracted its wings, transforming into the 5th stone statue. The 5 statues soared into the sky like 5 towering mountains, bearing immense force, descending upon the shimming king snake like Mount Tai. Sensing the threat, the shimming king snake raised its head high, its blood-red eyes filled with coldness. Shi Qinyu made a decisive move, no longer holding back. Netherworld hell. Terrifying energy erupted from the shimming king snake, the surrounding temperature plummeting, cold air pervading. A black hell appeared behind it, blood and cold air intertwining, as if plunging into the netherworld. In attribute energy in the void frantically converged, its aura instantly soaring to the peak of black iron 9th tier, even showing signs of breaking through to red copper level. The hidden kingly pressure within the shimming king snake began to manifest, its bloodline roaring, its aura growing increasingly terrifying. Boom! The 2 terrifying forces collided fiercely, energy surging and shaking the surroundings. The protective barrier of the combat arena automatically activated, energy ripples spreading, almost breaking through the barrier. The watching students retreated one after another, exclaiming in shock. Terrifying energy lights intertwined and collided, sparks flying, smoke billowing. The ground seemed plowed by a prehistoric beast, ravines crisscrossing. Even the azure-winged butterfly and the withered wood mantis battling in the air had to avoid the sharp edge, flapping their wings to distance themselves from the center of the battlefield. Sun Hong's expression remained calm, but his heart was tense. The gargoyle had already consumed a lot of energy earlier, and this attack was its limit. If it couldn't defeat the shimming king snake, not only would the gargoyle lose, but Sun Hong himself would also lose to Shi Qinyu, and the first place would likely slip away. Boom! The overwhelming energy waves filled the surroundings, clashing with each other. The energy within the 2 monstrous beasts surged like a fountain, unleashing continuous attacks. The atmosphere was thick with the aura of death, as the netherworld descended, chilling the air. The shadow of hell seemed to take on a tangible form, emanating an even more terrifying aura. Crack! Faint black fissures appeared on the bodies of the 4 stone statues, energy surging and emitting a cracking sound. The massive body of the shimming king snake coiled upward, enveloped in black energy, and crashed into the statues with a thunderous boom. The 4 statues could no longer hold on and shattered into pieces. The gargoyle was severely weakened as the statues melted and the suppressing force dissipated. Before it could react, the shimming king snake's tail had already swept in, sending the gargoyle flying like a cannonball, embedding it into the ground. Cracks spread around it, and its aura became extremely weak. The shimming king snake launched itself into the air, leaving trails of afterimages. Boom! The body of the withered mantis froze momentarily before feeling the heavy impact, causing it to fall to the side. It was hit directly, leaving it dizzy and bleeding from its chest and abdomen, barely able to hold on. The shimming king snake's powerful strength, at the 9th tier of black iron, was too much for the withered mantis to withstand. Clang! The blue-winged butterfly's wings vibrated, appearing as if cast from blue gold, and its entire body transformed into a blue blade, slicing through the air at high speed. Slash! A ghastly wound appeared on the withered mantis, which let out a scream as its wings broke and its body plummeted, severely injured and losing its combat ability. The Shinming King snake silently approached the gargoyle, its blood-red eyes staring coldly. Sun Hong's face turned grim, as all three of his battle beasts had lost their fighting power. The battle was lost. Shi Qinyu smiled, with the blue-winged butterfly floating behind her, casting a blue glow like a celestial goddess, exuding charm. The onlooking members of the Black Dragon Society cheered loudly, overjoyed. Haha, Sun Hong is defeated. Our president is now the top of the first year. They believed that under her leadership, the Black Dragon Society would thrive. The 16-year-old students, full of youthful fervor, were captivated by Shi Qinyu, dreaming of winning her favor one day. Sun Hong reluctantly conceded, retracting his battle beasts, and vowed to win next time. He turned and left, regretting his laxity. Students from ordinary backgrounds felt inspired, believing their future would be brighter. Shi Qinyu's top ranking brought her great fame. Song Hin turned away, contemplating Inue's breakthrough. Some observing students joined the Black Dragon Society, where Shi Qinyu's City Lord's mansion students organized them, set rules, and took on academy tasks together, earning resources. Everything was fair and bustling. Some beast tamers broke through their bottlenecks and advanced to higher levels. Song Hin returned to his residence and summoned Inue and the Mirror Pig. Inue had reached the peak of Black Iron Tier 7, its aura fluctuating, seemingly on the verge of breaking through. The Mirror Pig was also restless, about to advance to Black Iron Tier 4. With the essence of third-tier bloodlines, had surged to the peak of Black Iron Tier 5. Song Hin exchanged for the corpse of a bronze-tier beast, refining it into bloodline essence for Inue and the Mirror Pig to consume. Their bloodlines roared within them, greedily absorbing the energy. 10 minutes later, Inue's aura surged, its body growing to 4 meters, breaking through to Black Iron Tier 8. Its silver-white fur flowed, and its aura became more solid. The Mirror Pig also burst with purple light, advancing to Black Iron Tier 4. He trained hard in the beast space, mastering his rapidly increasing power. With his bloodline breakthrough, he awakened 2 new skills, significantly boosting his strength. Song Hin breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes falling on Shi Qinyu and Sun Hong, ready to challenge for the top position. The news of Song Hin challenging Sun Hong spread like wildfire, quickly engulfing the entire first year of Yunzhong Academy. To many, this decision seemed perfectly natural. Song Hin was ranked 3rd, Sun Hong 2nd, so challenging the higher rank was only logical. However, some were puzzled. Despite Sun Hong's recent defeat, his strength was considered far superior to Song Hin's. Some recalled Song Hin's battle with Long Wu and believed Song Hin's battle beast was no match for Sun Hong's. But these doubts were quickly dispelled by a simple fact: time never stops, and 3 days had quietly passed. In this brief yet seemingly long period, who could assert that Song Hin hadn't made a breakthrough? Amidst the heated discussions, Song Baiqiu, on behalf of Song Hin, delivered the challenge letter to Sun Hong, igniting the entire grade. The students' enthusiasm soared, and discussions erupted everywhere. After all, in this first semester focused on cultivating battle beasts, such an intense showdown was rare. 3 days earlier, Sun Hong had just been defeated by Shi Qinyu, dropping from 1st to 2nd place. Now, the 3rd-ranked Song Hin was eager to challenge him. This kind of competition was exactly what Yunzhong Academy encouraged. Only through conflict could progress be achieved, an eternal truth. Song Baiqiu was brimming with confidence in Song Hin. To her, if Song Hin made a move, victory was assured. When the news reached Shi Qinyu, she was initially stunned and then fell into deep thought. Could his target be me? She wondered uneasily. Every time she sought Song Hin, she could clearly sense his rapid growth. Although she had been confident in suppressing Song Hin before, an inexplicable anxiety now arose within her. Meanwhile, in Villa Number 1, the moment Sun Hong received the challenge letter, the room's temperature seemed to plummet. His face remained expressionless, but the rage in his eyes was unmistakable. My defeat by Shi Qinyu has given others hope. Song Hin, is it? Fine, let's fight. Sun Hong laughed angrily and accepted the challenge without hesitation. He knew well that status was earned through strength. Yunzhong Academy's ranking system was designed to stimulate students' competitive spirit. In the past 3 days, his battle beast had not only recovered from its injuries, but also grown stronger. Sun Hong was more than ready for a fight. After class that day, Song Hin and Song Baiqiu arrived at the training ground together. Song Baiqiu exclaimed excitedly, "Hin, you're the Academy's rising star now. Defeating Long Wu right after joining, and now challenging for a higher rank, that's amazing." Song Jing, Song Qing, and others followed behind, their faces beaming with pride. Song Hin looked around and noticed that others had also made progress. He encouraged them. "I see you've all become 2nd-tier beast tamers. It's time to improve your rankings. Don't hesitate to use your resources. Battles can make your beast stronger. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, Sun Hong appeared at the training ground, dressed in white, exuding an imposing aura. He stepped onto the platform, facing Song Hin from a distance. Sun Hong had heard of Song Hin's feats, becoming a second-tier beast tamer upon entering the academy, defeating Jia Jing to secure the 8th rank, then beating Long Wu to rise to 3rd place, completely suppressing Long Wu's counterattacks. Now, Song Hin was directly challenging him, revealing his ambition. In fact, with Song Hin's strength, he could have directly challenged the 1st rank. But he was particularly interested in Sun Hong's gargoyle and wanted to battle it first. To Song Hin, fighting various beasts was a form of training. Song Hin, I've taken note of you, Sun Hong said, his voice cold and piercing. Song Hin smiled and responded, the honor is mine. Sun Hong silently calculated. Song Hin's challenge right after his defeat clearly indicated a lack of respect. He was determined to prove Song Hin wrong with his strength. In an instant, the surrounding space fluctuated as their beast spaces opened. The gargoyle and the green fire rhinoceros emerged, their auras more intense. The gargoyle, despite its previous defeat, had benefited greatly and was now on the verge of breaking through to the 9th tier. The gargoyle's black wings, scaly body, cold blood-red eyes, and razor-sharp claws made it look like a nightmare demon. The green fire rhinoceros, massive as a mountain, stared at Song Hin with a resolve to reclaim its honor. Not to be outdone, Song Hin summoned his silver moon wolf and mirror pig. No wonder you dare to challenge me. Your silver moon wolf has broken through. Sun Hong's eyes flashed with both apprehension and fervor. The silver moon wolf was a rare treasure, and even with his family background, obtaining a perfect bloodline beast was extremely difficult. Yet, Song Hin, a young man from a powerful family, had such fortune. In the world of Guhong, beast tamers and their battle beasts shared a close bond. Once a contract was signed, most beasts would not betray their tamers unless treated with extreme cruelty. Stealing another's beast was nearly impossible. Beasts were deeply attached to their tamers, preferring death over betrayal. If their tamer died of old age, they would either stay with the tamer's faction or return to the wild. Hence, beast tamers favored young beasts, easier to bond with. Of course, if a top-tier expert erased a beast's memory and forced a new contract, that would be a different story. However, such actions were reserved for beasts with exceptionally rare bloodlines. Sun Hong's face changed slightly, and his heart sank. Although his battle beast, the mirror pig, had an elite-level high bloodline and was at Black Iron Tier 4, it paled in comparison to his opponent's perfect-level Silver Moon Skywolf. The Silver Moon Skywolf had already reached Black Iron Tier 8, giving it a clear advantage. The battle erupted in an instant. The gargoyle's wings flapped, releasing black energy that transformed into a fleeting shadow. The blue flame rhino roared, its blood-red horn glowing as it charged at the mirror pig. The Silver Moon Skywolf flickered, moonlight swirling around it, and condensed a 3-inch wolf-shaped claw mark. The energy formed Silver Moon howled towards the gargoyle. The gargoyle agilely dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack, and countered with its claws slashing at the Silver Moon's back. The Silver Moon snorted coldly, its energy flaring up once more as it collided with the gargoyle. Sensing danger, the gargoyle immediately retreated, circling in the air, waiting for an opportunity. Meanwhile, the mirror pig moved lightly, its feet barely touching the ground. It activated its Thorn Strangle skill, sending 8 green energy beams to entangle the blue flame rhino's limbs. Despite being prepared, the mirror pig was still shocked by the blue flame rhino's strength. The blue flame rhino struggled mightily, its blood-red horn shooting out a powerful energy beam. The gargoyle tried to help but was intercepted by the Silver Moon. The Silver Moon spread its silver wings, moving with astonishing speed, and blocked the gargoyle, striking heavily with its wolf claws. The gargoyle was forced back, splitting into dozens of shadows. The mirror pig then used its Fear Wolf strike, its massive purple-clawed paw clashing with the blue flame rhino's attack, scattering energy everywhere. The mirror pig tightly controlled the blue flame rhino and suddenly used its golden shadow skill, creating a clone. The two mirror pigs attacked from both sides, their Fear Wolf strikes hitting the blue flame rhino's neck. The massive body of the blue flame rhino crashed to the ground, losing its combat ability. Sun Hong's face darkened, unable to believe that the blue flame rhino was defeated so quickly. The gargoyle attempted to focus on the Silver Moon, but the mirror pig's displacement skill thwarted it. The Silver Moon instantly appeared beside the mirror pig, evading the gargoyle's self-destruct attack. Sun Hong hurriedly summoned the withered mantis, but it was intercepted by the Silver Moon, which swatted it away with a single claw. The Silver Moon then turned to the recently reformed gargoyle, its Fear Wolf strike crashing down, driving it into the ground. As the withered mantis tried to get up, the mirror pig was already in front of it. The Thorn Strangle skill activated again, binding it tightly. The battle was decided. Sun Hong felt utterly defeated. Forcing a bitter smile, he conceded, I surrender. With your strength, even Shi Qinyu is no match for you. You hid your abilities too well. Song Hin heard the words, and a confident smile slowly spread across his lips. His gaze followed Sun Hong's departing figure, and he thought to himself, maybe I'm just progressing too fast. However, he kept this thought to himself, silently adjusting his breath, preparing for the upcoming challenge. At that moment, Shi Qinyu appeared out of nowhere. Her face was expressionless, but seeing Song Hin, who had just defeated Sun Hong, a sense of unease stirred in her heart. Song Hin's growth was astonishingly rapid. Now he was second. How far could the first place be? The members of the Song family were filled with excitement. Their family had never seen a genius like Song Hin, who was making waves at Yunzhong Academy. Clad in black, with jet black hair and hands clasped behind his back, Song Hin stood there calmly. Suddenly, Song Hin slowly turned and looked directly at Shi Qinyu. His voice was calm but powerful. Shi Qinyu, please enlighten me. His words caused an uproar. What? Did I hear that right? Song Hin isn't resting. He's challenging Shi Qinyu directly? Is he confident or just arrogant? That's incredible. The surrounding students buzzed with excitement and chatter. Song Jing's face tightened, and he urgently said to Song Baiqiu, isn't Hinge being too reckless? He should wait until his battle beasts are fully recovered before challenging Shi Qinyu. That would be more prudent. Song Baiqiu also looked serious, but he took a deep breath and calmly replied, since Song Hin is acting this way, he must be confident. Now it's up to Shi Qinyu to decide whether to accept or refuse the challenge. The people behind Shi Qinyu turned red with anger, especially Ning Feng, whose eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Song Hin and muttered through gritted teeth. What is he trying to do? Is he really that confident? Shi Qinyu didn't speak. She stepped forward slowly. Since Song Hin had publicly challenged her, she was already on a tiger's back. If she refused, the prestige of the Black Dragon Society would suffer greatly. Are you so eager that you challenge me without even letting your battle beasts recover? So confident. Shi Qinyu, dressed in purple, walked up to the platform with an air of elegance, her tone tinged with skepticism. Song Hin answered calmly, the allure of the first place is too great. I want the spot in the mid-grade bloodline pool. He made no attempt to hide his ambition. With only 7 days left until the 1-month deadline, if Shi Qinyu were to leave Yunzhong Academy, Song Hin might lose his chance to challenge her. Now was the perfect time to act, avoiding any potential delays. The strength of Inoue gave Song Hin immense confidence. Although it was only at Black Iron Tier 8, 1 tier below Shi Qinyu's Shimming King Snake, its bloodline level was significantly higher. Coupled with the Mirror Pig and Qingling Blade Sheep, Song Hin had no fear of this battle. If you choose this path, don't blame me for an unfair victory if you lose. Shi Qinyu replied coolly, clearly accepting the challenge. Please enlighten me. Song Hin smiled slightly, and the figures of Inoue and the Mirror Pig instantly appeared, ready for action. Despite just finishing a battle, they had recovered quickly and were at 90% of their strength. Space around Shi Qinyu fluctuated as her battle beast space opened. The colossal, dark form of the Shimming King Snake appeared. Like a moving mountain of flesh, its blood-red eyes coldly fixed on Inoue. At the same time, the Chingy butterfly appeared silently, its blue pollen spreading, releasing an invisible, mesmerizing force. Song Hin frowned slightly, but the Mirror Pig's eyes immediately turned into swirling vortexes, emitting a mysterious wave that completely countered the mesmerizing force. Such tricks are useless, Song Hin said coldly. The battle erupted in an instant. Inoue transformed into a white streak, charging at the Shimming King Snake with astonishing speed. The heavenly wolf claw, brimming with immense power, struck directly at the snake's head. The Shimming King Snake retaliated, opening its massive jaws, black energy surging, trying to swallow the attack. Boom! The collision of forces created a shockwave. The Shimming King Snake's massive body reared up, spewing out a torrent of shimming energy, causing the temperature around to plummet, even forming black ice crystals. Inoue, with wings spread, narrowly avoided the lethal attack thanks to its incredible speed and agility. The barriers around the arena lit up again, causing the spectators to step back in amazement. On the other side, the Chingy butterfly used its flight to continuously harass the Mirror Pig, but to little effect. Its strongest illusion ability was almost useless against the Mirror Pig, and if it weren't for its flight advantage, it would have already been defeated. In the main battlefield, Inoue and the Shimming King Snake clashed repeatedly, their violent power spilling over, claws and fangs interlocking in a life-and-death struggle. The Shimming King Snake tried to entangle and crush Inoue with its body, but each time, Inoue evaded with agility. In the fierce battle, the Shimming King Snake's scales broke, its body stained with blood, while Inoue, though ruffled, showed no obvious injuries. Shi Qinyu frowned, clearly realizing the unfavorable situation. The shimming king snake had no advantage over Inua, and the chingy butterfly could barely hold its ground against the mirror pig. The students watching also noticed the shift. Members of the Black Dragon Society looked ashen, while members of the Tsang family were filled with excitement, anticipating Tsang Hin's historic victory. If this news reached their family, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, the battle grew even fiercer. Both Tsang Hin and Shi Qinyu knew that this duel was not just about personal honor, but would also determine their future paths. On the stage of Yunzhong Academy, a battle capable of changing destinies was unfolding. Shimming beam. Shi Qinyu's face was serious, her tone icy. At her command, the shimming serpent suddenly reared up, its mouth opening wide as the surrounding shimming energy surged towards it like a tidal wave, enveloping its body in black light. With a thunderous roar, a black beam as thick as a barrel shot out, moving with lightning speed to engulf Silver Moon's form. This beam was not only bone-chillingly cold, but also carried a hint of icy power, making it extremely formidable. Unwilling to be outdone, Silver Moon erupted in a burst of moonlight. In an instant, its right arm swelled with immense power, exuding an ancient pressure. Dire Wolf Strike. With a low growl, Silver Moon swung its claw to counterattack. The two attacks collided with a deafening boom, sending ripples of energy waves spreading in all directions. The shimming serpent's attack was forcefully blocked, and the energy shattered, exploding violently. Tsang Hin's expression remained unchanged as he watched intently. Although Silver Moon was only at the 8th tier of Black Iron, in a real life-and-death battle, it showed no fear even against a bronze tier beast. Bloodline dominance was Silver Moon's source of confidence. In a flash, Silver Moon's figure shot out like a cannonball, appearing next to the shimming serpent in an instant. Its claws gleamed with a cold light, moonlight swirling as it aimed directly for the serpent's vital spot. A chill ran through the shimming serpent's heart as it twisted its body rapidly, unleashing the full power of its 9th-tier Black Iron strength. Its body coiled layer upon layer, striking at Silver Moon with lightning speed. With a tearing sound, flesh was ripped apart. Under Silver Moon's wolf claws, the shimming serpent's tough scales were as fragile as paper. In pain, the serpent's mouth drooled, and its venomous fangs sprayed a massive amount of poison, aiming to corrode Silver Moon's body. But Silver Moon wasn't about to sit idly by. With a flap of its wings, it swiftly escaped the encirclement, dodging the deadly poison. On the other side, the mirror pig had grown impatient with the persistent harassment from the green-winged butterfly. If this pig doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? It cursed inwardly before activating its wind chant skill. With a flash of green light, its chubby body suddenly accelerated. Sensing danger, the green-winged butterfly flapped its wings, trying to escape. But the mirror pig's eyes glowed purple, and a vortex appeared out of nowhere, spreading invisible waves. A purple mirror suddenly materialized around the green-winged butterfly. With a crack, the mirror shattered, and the mirror pig's figure abruptly appeared in the void. Without hesitation, it used the gargoyle's skill Shadow Split. In an instant, the mirror pig's body exploded into dozens of shadows, filling the entire void. Holy crap! Tsang Hin was secretly amazed. Tsang Hin's mirror pig actually copied Sun Hong's gargoyle skill, making it even more formidable. Indeed, the mirror pig's innate talent was exceptionally powerful. If it could evolve into the mirror sacred pig, its strength would reach new heights. A flash of panic appeared in the green-winged butterfly's eyes as it frantically flapped its wings, releasing a large amount of green pollen. The mesmerizing power constantly flowed out, aiming to affect the mirror pig's mind. But to the mirror pig, it was like playing a lute to a cow. With a booming sound, the mirror pig's mind surged, and the energy within it exploded. An endless force surged out, fireworks bursting in the void, and terrifying energy waves spread continuously. The energy within the mirror pig was already rich, and this sudden explosion was even more powerful. Shi Qinyu's face changed drastically. The mirror pig's move came too suddenly. The fireworks sparkled, and endless power surged out. The green-winged butterfly, like a plane with broken wings, fell from the sky, trailing green smoke, and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a large pit. Blood sprayed, and the green-winged butterfly was severely injured, losing its combat capability. Green-winged butterfly out? The mirror pig's breath was uneven, but the move had been highly effective. Shi Qinyu's brows furrowed as she quickly acted. She immediately opened the beast's space, retrieving the injured green-winged butterfly, and released a new beast. A pitch-black figure emerged from the shadows, silent as a ghost. Its body was covered in blood-red patterns, and its back bore menacing blades dripping with black liquid. This was a night blade leopard, a naturally dark attribute assassin with incredible speed and explosive power. Although it was only at the 3rd tier of Black Iron, its bloodline quality was of elite high grade. Shi Qinyu knew that if she couldn't stop the mirror pig, the shimming serpent would face a dual assault from Silver Moon and the mirror pig. She could only hope that the night blade leopard could buy some time. The mirror pig, undaunted, unleashed its power and charged straight at the night blade leopard. It could feel the bloodline within it boiling. Meanwhile, the shimming serpent coiled up, firmly holding its ground, its eyes showing a hint of wariness. Silver Moon's speed and attack power were too overwhelming, leaving it struggling to cope. Despite continuously using its skills, they were all neutralized by Silver Moon. Shi Qianyu's heart sank, and she spoke no more. Her mental power poured out like a tide from her sea of consciousness, activating her beast-taming talent. Shimming goddess form. Shi Qianyu chanted softly. Instantly, her mental power erupted, spreading out in waves. The space behind her rippled like water, emitting a chilling aura as if hell itself had descended, releasing all the world's sins. A statue of a sinister, purple-clad goddess suddenly appeared. It was surrounded by black energy, the shimming power swirling around, continuously absorbing the surrounding energy, growing increasingly terrifying. The statue wore a faint smile, exuding endless power and a heavy sense of oppression. What is this? Song Hin frowned, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. How could the elegant Shi Qianyu summon such an evil presence? Could this be her beast-taming talent? Song Hin guessed correctly. This was indeed Shi Qianyu's beast-taming talent, the shimming goddess form. It allowed her to summon the statue of the shimming goddess from hell, consuming her own combat power to fight for her. In other words, this talent was equivalent to Shi Qianyu having another beast independent of the beast space. More importantly, it could synergize with dark attribute beasts, enhancing their power significantly. This explained why Shi Qianyu chose the shimming serpent and the night blade leopard as her beasts. With the shimming goddess form, her dark attribute beast's power would be greatly amplified. To dark attribute beasts, the shimming goddess was one of the legendary demons of hell, the progenitor of sin, and the source of their bloodline. With the shimming goddess's blessing, these beasts' combat power would naturally soar. Shi Qianyu's beast-taming talent caused an immediate uproar. At this moment, she was enveloped in shimming power, like a witch descending from hell, exuding a chilling aura, her face devoid of any emotion. The shimming goddess's shadow behind her suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes. Whoosh! The temperature around the training ground plummeted suddenly, and fine ice crystals began to form on the ground. The auras of the shimming king snake and the night blade panther surged dramatically, their eyes gleaming with excitement as their bodies absorbed the surging shimming energy around them. Roar! The two battle beasts unleashed an astonishing presence and charged towards Silver Moon and the mirror pig. Meanwhile, Shi Qianyu advanced slowly, the space around her beginning to distort as black fog spread. As her mental energy surged, the figure of the shimming goddess gradually appeared, her head becoming ethereal, and her eyes filled with a sinister aura. The shimming king snake's aura had returned to its peak, nearly breaking through the barrier of the bronze level. The night blade panther's emerald eyes were full of excitement, its blood patterns flowing like living creatures. It moved like a shadowy spirit, suddenly appearing behind the mirror pig. Bang! The night blade panther struck the mirror pig's back, but its defense was astonishing, rendering the attack ineffective. The two battle beasts instantly engaged in a fierce fight. The shimming goddess's figure continuously emitted terrifying waves, and the shimming energy filling the training ground drove the two battle beasts even more berserk, making them fight relentlessly against Silver Moon and the mirror pig, heedless of their own injuries. Boom! At that moment, the shimming king snake's body suddenly erupted with overwhelming energy. Its aura became immensely powerful, its originally 10-meter-long body instantly extending to 12 meters, becoming even more robust with its scales gleaming ominously. The barrier of the iron level shattered, and the shimming king snake broke through to the bronze level. Damn it! Even Song Hin, with his composed nature, couldn't help but curse out loud. Who could have expected the shimming king snake to break through to a new level during the battle? The bronze level was a significant leap from the iron level, marking the beast's entry into its growth phase with rapidly increasing strength. The Song family members felt a tightness in their hearts, realizing that the previously almost certain outcome was now uncertain, and no one could predict who would emerge victorious. Luo Kuei and Mo Ming quietly appeared, observing Shi Qianyu and Song Hin from the sidelines. Old Luo, you're really lucky to have these two promising students in your class. When the semester ends, you'll surely receive a lot of resources. Mo Ming said enviously. Luo Kuei smiled. Thanks for your kind words. It's all just luck. Stop being so modest. Seriously, who do you think will win? Mo Ming asked, somewhat annoyed. Luo Kuei changed the topic. I think Shi Qianyu might have the upper hand. Her talent is quite mysterious and complements the shimming king snake perfectly. Now that the shimming king snake has broken through to the bronze level, even though Song Hin's Silver Moon Wolf has a perfect high-level bloodline, the combined power of Shi Qianyu's beast-taming talent and the shimming king snake might be superior. I don't think Song Hin has a high chance of winning. Mo Ming nodded. Well, let's wait and see. On the field, Song Hin remained unfazed. Silvermoon transformed into a stream of light, incredibly fast, showing no fear of the newly elevated bronze-level Shinming King snake. Its silver-white eyes were filled with pride, and it unleashed its full strength, its claws sharp as it instantly appeared beside the Shinming King snake. The recently ascended Shinming King snake was brimming with confidence, its eyes no longer showing any fear. Its massive body lunged forward, once again enveloped by the shimming energy from the Shimming goddess, with black light surrounding it, making its aura even stronger. The two battle beasts fought fiercely, evenly matched. Song Hin's expression changed slightly as he noticed that maintaining the Shimming goddess's figure was draining Shi Qinyu significantly, her face already turning pale. If the battle dragged on, she might not be able to hold out. Shi Qinyu also realized that she couldn't afford to delay any longer. The space behind her fluctuated, and the Shimming goddess's figure erupted with endless netherworld energy. Her mental energy continuously poured out from her sea of consciousness as she took steps in the void, arriving beside the Shimming King snake. The Shimming King snake seemed to be drawn, its massive body standing upright and coiling around the Shimming goddess's figure. Boom! A surge of immense power burst forth. The Shimming goddess's eyes flashed with cold light, and though her body below the head was ethereal, the Shimming King snake remained tightly coiled around her. The scene of the goddess stepping on the snake exuded a terrifying pressure, transforming the entire training ground into a hellish netherworld. The chilling atmosphere spread, with ghostly wails and howls echoing continuously. Netherworld hell, goddess stepping on snake. The intense pressure bore down on Silvermoon, intending to crush it completely. Shi Qinyu's face flushed unnaturally, clearly at her limit. Song Hin's expression changed, retreating a few steps, and shouted, "Silvermoon, moon shield." Silvermoon shone with moonlight, the remaining star energy being drawn to its wings. A burst of dense energy erupted, causing winds to howl and clouds to surge. Silvermoon's wings radiated dazzling light, sharp and menacing, ready to strike. The body of the Silver Moon Sky Wolf suddenly radiated endless moonlight, and its wings at the waist rapidly expanded, twisting and growing in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into two silver-white shields, seamlessly merging into one, forming a moonlit shield covered with ancient patterns. The power of the stars continuously gathered upon it, brimming with immense strength. At the same time, the Shimming goddess, enveloping the body of the Shimming King serpent, unleashed a surge of shimming power. The oppressive force of the bronze rank spread out, crashing down suddenly. The two forces collided fiercely, like the roar of gods, deafening to the ears. The shimming power attempted to freeze the Silver Moon completely, but the moon's shield held firm, like an immovable rock on the shore. Song Hin remained calm and unperturbed. He knew well that the Silver Moon's moon shield was impenetrable, continuously supported by the boundless power of the stars. Even though the Shimming King serpent had ascended to the bronze rank, it could not shake this defense. As time ticked by, Shi Qinyu's face grew paler, her body on the verge of collapse. Maintaining the Shimming goddess form had nearly exhausted her mental strength, and the goddess's phantom began to flicker. Shi Qinyu, enduring the discomfort, made a desperate command. Nightblade, kill. In an instant, the Nightblade leopard vanished, aiming for a lethal strike from behind the Silver Moon. However, Song Hin was prepared. The Mirror Pig's displacement skill quickly transported it behind the Silver Moon. As soon as the Nightblade leopard appeared, it collided with the Mirror Pig, greeted by a deadly blow and a thunderous force. Song Hin seized the opportunity. Silver Moon, counterattack. The moon shield burst into dazzling light, dispersing the shimming power. The Silver Moon's figure flashed, its silver-white brilliance roaring with bloodline power. Its wings transformed into chilling blades, slicing through the Shimming King serpent's body. Blood splattered, scales shattered, and the goddess's phantom instantly dissipated. At that moment, Song Hin noticed the blood-red eyes of the Shimming goddess seemed to gain intelligence, casting a glance at him. For an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, but the sensation quickly vanished. Shi Qinyu, severely drained of mental energy, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The Nightblade leopard was also sent flying, in a state of disarray. The Silver Moon attacked again, its claws leaving deep gashes on the Shimming King serpent, causing it to emit shrill cries as its aura weakened further. The surrounding students watched in silence, especially the members of the Black Dragon Society, who looked as if they had lost everything. In contrast, the members of the Tsang family were ecstatic. Luo Kuei stepped forward and announced, "Song Hin wins." He then hurriedly took the unconscious Shi Qinyu away, with the Shimming King serpent and Nightblade leopard following. Song Hin retracted the Silver Moon and Mirror Pig into the beast space and slowly walked down the platform. Around him, eyes filled with reverence and admiration, some female students even casting flirtatious glances. However, this scene also aroused others' wariness. Lin Yi, hidden in the crowd, flashed a look of jealousy, his heart filled with resentment. He recalled how Tsang Hin had killed his flaming horse during the assessment, fueling his anger. Unaware of Lin Yi's thoughts, Tsang Hin approached his family. Tsang Jing excitedly praised, "Hin bro, that was amazing. You were so powerful that even Shi Qianyu fainted directly. Truly impressive." The members of the Black Dragon Society looked complicated, with some even contemplating retreat. Long Wu couldn't help but sigh, feeling the growing gap between him and Tsang Hin. Some people are born to be the center of attention. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Bai Chiu and the others, Kangen went his separate way and returned home alone. Taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. "First place," he murmured to himself. "There are still 7 days left until the end of the first month. I must secure the middle-grade bloodline pool." As the top-ranked student, Kangen finally earned the right to access the middle-grade bloodline pool. This pool was specifically designed for elite bloodline beasts, capable of refining bloodlines and purging impurities. The dense energy within could rapidly enhance one's strength, crucial for the growth of the Qingling Swordsheep and E. Kangen couldn't help but marvel at the financial prowess of Yunzhong Academy, which could construct and maintain such a resource-intensive bloodline pool. However, he knew that holding on to the top spot would not be easy. "I can't afford to be defeated in just 3 days, he muttered to himself. He then activated the beast space. Silvery Moon and he appeared, while the mirror pig continued to lie there, absorbing resources. After intense battles, Silvery Moon, though tense, had gained considerable combat experience. Yi's cultivation had stabilized at Black Iron Tier 5 and was progressing steadily. Wasting no time, Silvery Moon and he immediately began their training. Silvery Moon had already reached Black Iron Tier 8 and was poised to break through to Tier 9 after entering the middle-grade bloodline pool, just one step away from the bronze tier. 7 days flew by. During this period, Kangen kept a low profile, focusing solely on enhancing his strength. He broke through to Black Iron Tier 6, Silvery Moon solidified its position at the peak of Black Iron Tier 8, and even the Mirror Pig reached the peak of Black Iron Tier 4. The strength of his 3 battle beasts advanced in unison. Surprisingly, no one challenged Kangen during these 7 days. Even Sun Hong refrained from acting rashly, focusing on improving his own strength. Shi Qianyu's Shimming King Snake, despite having broken through to the bronze tier, was still defeated by Kangen, deterring others even more. The Black Dragon Society was in turmoil due to Shi Qianyu's defeat, barely held together by Ning Feng and others. Most of the top-ranked first-year students came from influential backgrounds and showed little interest in joining the Black Dragon Society. Kangen paid no attention to this, instead being very interested in the Academy's resources. That day was Resource Distribution Day at the Academy. Students chatted excitedly along the way. One proudly mentioned being ranked 118th and receiving a decent amount of soul crystals, while another boasted about being ranked 98. Kangen quietly made his way to the Resource Center to collect his share. Led by instructor Luo Yin, Kangen arrived at a quaint building. Array patterns flickered, prohibitions glowed, and the atmosphere was imposing. Luo Yin solemnly reminded him, "Kangen, this is the middle-grade bloodline pool. Remember, you only have 1 hour. The penalty for exceeding the time limit is severe." Kangen nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Yin waved a token, and the prohibition opened in response. "Go in, and don't overstay," she reminded him once more. Kangen quickly stepped inside, not wanting to waste a second. In the center was a 10-meter square blood pool, its boiling blood brimming with energy. Numerous beast shadows swirled within, accompanied by constant dragon roars and tiger growls, exuding a violent aura. "It's indeed much stronger than the family's low-grade bloodline pool," Kangen silently praised, immediately summoning the Qingling Swordsheep and Silvery Moon. The 2 beasts shrank their forms and leaped into the pool without hesitation. The scorching bloodline energy surged into their bodies, refining their bloodlines and tempering their physiques. Though Silvery Moon already possessed a perfect high-grade bloodline, the dense energy in the pool still benefited it greatly. In no time, Silvery Moon's aura skyrocketed, breaking through to Black Iron Tier 9 and continuing to climb. The Qingling Swordsheep was not to be outdone. Its elite low-grade bloodline eagerly absorbed the energy. In a flash, Yi's aura surged, quickly reaching the peak of Black Iron Tier 6. It gritted its teeth, enduring the impacts of the surrounding beast shadows, determined to become the strongest of the Qingling clan and follow in Kangen's footsteps. 10 minutes later, the Qingling sword sheep broke through again, stepping into Black Iron Tier 7, with its bloodline on the verge of advancing to elite mid-grade. However, he was starting to feel overwhelmed. "Master, please take me back into the beast space. I can't hold on much longer." Kangen obliged, then summoned the mirror pig. The moment it appeared, its purple eyes lit up, and without a word, it plunged into the bloodline pool. "Mine! All mine!" it greedily exclaimed. The body of the mirror image pig slowly sank into the bloodline pool, as the surrounding blood, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, surged toward it. Inside the pig's body, it was as if a greedy vortex had formed, madly absorbing this energy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed all around. The mirror image pig's cultivation level suddenly broke through, leaping directly to Black Iron Tier 5. Its aura became even more formidable, yet it showed no sign of stopping, continuing to greedily absorb the energy from the bloodline pool. At the same time, Silvermoon also steadily advanced. Its perfect high-grade bloodline made the process seem effortless. Silvermoon's aura grew slowly and steadily advancing toward the peak of Black Iron Tier 9. A satisfied smile appeared on Songhin's face. This harvest far exceeded expectations. The energy in the mid-grade bloodline pool was so rich that even with 3 battle beasts continuously absorbing it, there was no sign of depletion. Within the pool, countless beast shadows roared, their ferocious energy filling the surroundings. Just then, Songhin suddenly remembered something. He took out the stone egg gifted by Songdi from his storage ring. For over a month, Songhin had been spending a large amount of resources to nurture it, but the stone egg seemed like an insatiable creature, showing no signs of hatching, which left Songhin somewhat disheartened. However, the moment the stone egg appeared in Songhin's hand, it seemed to sense the rich energy in the bloodline pool, immediately emitting a strong aura of desire, constantly calling out to Songhin. Only then did Songhin realize that the bloodline pool might be the perfect condition for hatching the stone egg. "Don't let me down," Songhin murmured, then threw the stone egg into the bloodline pool. With a low thud, a vortex immediately formed in the viscous bloodline pool. The energy within the pool was crazily absorbed, continuously being drawn in. The life essence inside the stone egg surged dramatically, with a strong aura of life mixed with a hint of brutality rushing out. As time passed, the mirror image pig finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its fat body wobbled as it stood up, blood dripping from its fur as it left the bloodline pool. To Songhin's dismay, it even let out a loud burp. Nonetheless, the mirror image pig had gained significantly, having reached the peak of Black Iron Tier 5. Once it refined all the absorbed energy, it would be able to advance to Black Iron Tier 6. Songhin gently stroked the mirror image pig's head and returned it to the battle beast space. With 20 minutes left, his gaze fell on the stone egg once more, filled with anticipation. If he could successfully hatch it, his vacant 4th battle beast slot would be filled. Given the immense life essence within the stone egg, its origin was undoubtedly extraordinary. If he could acquire another battle beast with a perfect grade bloodline, it would be a tremendous surprise. Time ticked by, and Silvermoon's aura continued to rise, its bloodline roaring continuously as it absorbed the essence from the bloodline pool. Its bloodline was continually tempered, emitting a crystalline luster, resembling translucent blood diamonds, strengthening its body. In the blink of an eye, only 5 minutes remained. Songhin's expression turned somewhat displeased. The stone egg seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing such vast amounts of energy yet showing no signs of hatching. Even a battle beast of Silvermoon's caliber had already broken through a level. What kind of magical creature was this? As Songhin was lost in thought, a faint crack suddenly sounded. His gaze instantly locked onto the stone egg. A small crack appeared, then quickly spread like a spider web, covering the entire surface of the stone egg with dense fissures in no time. Haha, it's finally hatching. Songhin's heart surged with excitement. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. The energy in the bloodline pool frantically poured into the stone egg, turning its surface completely blood-red. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed all around. Bang! The stone egg exploded, fragments flying everywhere before sinking into the bloodline pool. A golden figure suddenly appeared before Songhin. It was a 3-meter creature, its body covered in rippling muscles, with golden fur that looked like it was cast from gold, layered and wild. Its eyes were golden, filled with defiance and arrogance. Its feet were indestructible, leaving 2 deep pits in the ground. Is this the Golden Kong ape? Songhin's eyes widened in slight uncertainty. Although the Golden Kong ape was a high-level elite beast, it didn't quite meet his expectations, leaving him somewhat disappointed. But soon, Songhin realized his judgment was mistaken. No, it's not a Golden Kong ape. The Golden Kong ape's eyes are blood-red, and this one's are golden. Plus, monkeys don't hatch from eggs. As Songhin carefully observed the mysterious creature, the monkey-like beast was also scrutinizing Songhin. It seemed to feel a strong affinity for the aura emanating from Songhin. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Songhin's mind. Could this be the legendary Lingming stone monkey? His face lit up with joy. The Lingming stone monkey, an extremely rare celestial beast, was born with a perfect high-grade bloodline. As long as it reached maturity, it could systematically undergo bloodline evolution, eventually reaching higher realms. It was not only a favorite of the earth, but also rarer than the Silvermoon heavenly wolf. However, another question arose in Songhin's mind. Why was it in a stone egg? At this moment, Song Hin realized why the egg needed so much energy. The newly hatched Lingming stone monkey had already reached the strength of green stone tier 9, just one step away from advancing to a black iron level battle beast. This perfectly exemplified the saying, among beasts, bloodline is king. Song Hin was ecstatic. This unexpected gain was truly delightful. He couldn't help but imagine if Song Di knew how precious the gift he casually gave away was, he would probably be furious. However, if Song Hin hadn't discovered that soul crystal mine, Song Di wouldn't have obtained the stone egg, and it wouldn't have ended up in Song Hin's hands. Perhaps it was fate. As soon as the Lingming stone monkey hatched, Silvermoon immediately left the bloodline pool, warily approaching the newcomer. After all, a creature that strong right after hatching could pose a significant threat if it harbored ill intentions toward Song Hin. However, Song Hin did not seem as cautious. He could clearly feel the Lingming stone monkey's sense of closeness to him. Those golden eyes were filled with curiosity, and it wanted to approach Song Hin but was blocked by Silvermoon. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Silvermoon, the Lingming stone monkey's golden eyes instantly filled with boundless fighting spirit. All right, stop scaring it. Song Hin snapped at Inu, turning his gaze to the newly hatched Lingming stone monkey. Despite its small size, this newborn beast exuded a fierce battle spirit, with defiant golden eyes flashing with unyielding determination. Song Hin knew that even though it possessed the strength of a Qing stone 9th rank, it was no match for Inu. Time was running out, and the bloodline pool was about to close. Taking a deep breath, Song Hin stepped forward and looked directly into the eyes of the Lingming stone monkey. Would you like to become my battle beast? Let's grow stronger together. His eyes were filled with sincerity. The Lingming stone monkey, with its innate wisdom, immediately understood Song Hin's intention. It nodded slightly, evidently feeling a special bond with Song Hin, who had given it life at their first meeting. A smile of relief appeared on Song Hin's face as a 5-star pattern emerged in his palm. The surrounding energy quickly converged, forming a battle beast contract that imprinted onto the monkey's forehead. Although a flicker of instinctive resistance flashed in the monkey's eyes, it ultimately chose to accept. With the contract complete, a 4th battle beast space opened in Song Hin's mind. His contract slots were now fully occupied. To sign another battle beast, he would need to advance to a 3rd rank beast master. Song Hin swiftly placed the Lingming stone monkey into the battle beast space and left the bloodline pool. Luo Yin appeared right on time, smiling. Just made it out in time. Looks like you had quite the haul. After a brief conversation, Song Hin departed from the bloodline pool area. The academy was bustling with activity, as students collected soul crystals and purchased resources to enhance their strength. Time flew by, and Song Hin had been at Yunzhong Academy for over a month, firmly holding the top spot in the first year. However, he knew this was merely the beginning of his long journey as a beast master. In the courtyard, pear blossoms floated down, filling the air with their fragrance. Song Hin summoned the Lingming stone monkey and the mirror pig, naming them and feeding them bloodline essence. The Lingming stone monkey was named Rock, while the mirror pig received the somewhat unsatisfactory name Little Purple. Watching Rock on the verge of a breakthrough, Song Hin decided to take it to the Battle Beast Palace to hone its combat skills. This would not only strengthen Rock, but also earn Song Hin additional resources. With anticipation, Song Hin began preparing for the upcoming battle journey. The next morning, sunlight bathed the courtyard as the first light of dawn broke. The massive figure of the Lingming stone monkey stood tall within it, having just consumed its 5th second-tier blood essence. Since the previous day, its level had soared to the peak of the 9th tier of the Azure Stone realm. Song Hin stood nearby, his mental energy fully activated, utilizing his 100 talent to its fullest. He always did this when his battle beasts absorbed resources to break through, as his talent was designed to assist in their advancement. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from within the Lingming stone monkey. Its bloodline roared and surged, greedily absorbing the essence. In an instant, the bottleneck of the 9th tier of the Azure Stone realm shattered. The monkey roared towards the sky, pounding its chest, and its level soared to the 1st tier of the Black Iron realm. From hatching to reaching the Black Iron level, the Lingming stone monkey had taken just one day. This was the terrifying aspect of a powerful bloodline battle beast. Given sufficient resources, it could leap through levels in an incredibly short time. At this moment, all 4 of Song Hin's battle beasts had reached the Black Iron level. Silver Moon, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf, with a perfect high-level bloodline, at the 9th tier of the Black Iron realm. E, the Azure Spirit Blade Sheep, with an elite low-level bloodline, at the 7th tier of the Black Iron realm. Xiao Zi, the Mirror Pig, with an elite high-level bloodline, at the 6th tier of the Black Iron realm. Shi Tu, the Lingming stone monkey, with a perfect high-level bloodline, at the 1st tier of the Black Iron realm. With such strength, Song Hin was confident even when facing a 2nd-tier beast master who had just obtained a bronze-level beast. Given the growth rate of his battle beasts, Breaking through to a third-year Beastmaster by the end of the semester was not impossible. Song Hin scrutinized the Lingming stone monkey, calculating in his mind, I need to disguise it, or it will attract too much attention. With Silver Moon already drawing eyes, letting others know he had a perfect high-level bloodline, Lingming stone monkey would surely invite trouble. Although the academy was relatively safe, he couldn't stay indoors forever. Thus, Song Hin set about altering Shi Tu's appearance. He dimmed the monkey's golden eyes and dulled its fur. Through clever disguise, the Lingming stone monkey now resembled a common King Kong ape. Lingming stone monkeys were rare, and had Song Hin not read about them in ancient texts, he might not have recognized one himself. In contrast, King Kong apes, though elite high-level bloodline beasts, were more common and less likely to attract unwanted attention. Once ready, Song Hin left Yunzhong Academy alone and headed to his family shop in Yunzhong City. Elder Song Tianwei greeted him with a beaming smile on his dark face. Haha, Song Hin, what brings you out of Yunzhong Academy? Is there something you need? Song Hin's performance at Yunzhong Academy had thrilled the Song family. In contrast, the other two major families in Black Dragon City had fared poorly. Lin Yi, the leader of the Lin family, had struggled to advance to a second-tier Beastmaster after Song Hin killed one of his battle beasts. The Bai family had an even worse year, with only 3 members admitted to the academy and none advancing to the second tier after a month. Rumor had it they were ambushed by other families during the assessment. Meanwhile, all 6 Song family members passed, bringing joy to their household and grief to the Lin and Bai families. Elder Tianwei, I'm fine. I just came to visit on my way to the Beast Palace, Song Hin replied with a smile. After a brief chat, Song Hin took his leave and headed to the Beast Palace. The Beast Palace was bustling with activity, beast masters coming and going in a constant stream. Song Hin wandered around, purchasing some battle beast food before heading to the combat area. As a newly promoted second-tier beast master, his first-tier ranking was already solidified. Soon, Song Hin registered for a match under the alias Jia and donned a mask to await his opponent. 10 minutes later, a guard called for Song Hin to enter the arena. Jia on stage. Song Hin emerged from the backstage area and stepped onto the platform. His opponent, also masked, seemed equally prepared. Nearly 100 spectators watched eagerly, as matches between second-tier beast masters were always more thrilling. If Song Hin became famous later, the crowd would only grow. Song Hin's opponent had participated in several matches and was quite strong, which explained the large audience. Song Hin had achieved a 5-match winning streak in the first tier and intended to continue his success today. His opponent, wearing a snake mask, went by the alias Viper. The referee announced the start of the match, and the surroundings instantly transformed into a desert landscape, with dust swirling in the air. Viper quickly summoned 2 battle beasts, an elite low-level shadow snake and an elite low-level silver ring snake, both at the 5th tier of the Black Iron Realm. Their balanced strength justified Viper's moniker. Song Hin responded in kind, opening his beast space to release the Lingming stone monkey and the Azure Spirit Blade sheep, at the 1st and 7th tiers of the Black Iron Realm, respectively. Under the snake mask, Viper's expression darkened. Although the King Kong ape was only at the 1st tier of the Black Iron Realm, its elite high-level bloodline made it a formidable opponent. Furthermore, the Azure Spirit Blade sheep had reached the 7th tier and possessed an elite low-level bloodline, far surpassing ordinary bloodlines. Viper couldn't help but marvel. This beast master had invested heavily to cultivate the Azure Spirit Blade sheep to such a level. The resources spent must have been immense. Despite the turmoil in his heart, the Viper was not one to surrender easily. Having spent years in the Beast Battle Palace, with a mixed record of wins and losses, he had accumulated a wealth of combat experience. His eyes narrowed and, with a mere thought, his 2 battle beasts sprang into action. The Shadow Snake and the Silver Ring Snake shot out like arrows, leaving winding trails in the desert arena as they lunged towards Song Hin's battle beasts. The Shadow Snake shimmered with a dark light and swiftly vanished into the sand, lurking like a nocturnal assassin. The Silver Ring Snake transformed into a massive silver python, blood-red patterns glowing, and lunged with its gaping maw wide open at the Lingming stone monkey. The Lingming stone monkey's golden eyes blazed with dazzling light as it swung its fists, seemingly forged from gold, to meet the attack heat. With a resounding bang, the monkey's fist connected with the Silver Ring Snake's head, sending blood splattering and the snake's head snapping backward. The audience erupted, exclaiming in amazement, "My God, that Vajra ape is incredible." It knocked out a Black Iron level 5 Silver Ring Snake with a single punch. Seeing this, the Viper's heart sank, and he immediately commanded the Silver Ring Snake to unleash its ultimate move. The snake's blood-red patterns began to flow rapidly, and a dozen blood-red rings appeared out of thin air, enveloping the Lingming stone monkey. At the same time, the Silver Ring Snake spewed venom, its fangs bared, as it lunged at the stone monkey. The stone monkey roared skyward, its sonic waves creating ripples in the air. It smashed the blood-red rings with its fists and then leaped back to dodge the venom. In midair, the three-turtle creature flipped and landed firmly, its right hand shooting out like lightning to grab the silver ring snake by its vital spot. The silver ring snake struggled fiercely, coiling around the stone monkey's right arm in an attempt to crush its bones. However, the stone monkey's muscles were as hard as steel, and the snake felt as if it had wrapped itself around a mountain. In the next instant, the stone monkey's left hand clamped down on the snake's body, and with a burst of immense strength, it tore the silver ring snake in half with a sickening crack. The audience exploded in deafening cheers. Unbelievable! It ripped the snake apart. At that moment, the shadow snake, which had been lurking, finally made its move, springing out from the sand. However, he was prepared. The pressure of a black iron level 7 beast surged forth. A menacing azure blade formed above his head, gleaming. With a fierce shout, he sent the blade slicing through the air, cleaving the shadow snake in two. In the blink of an eye, both of the Viper's battle beasts were rendered powerless, their fate uncertain. The Viper, in a panic, quickly conceded defeat. The referee promptly halted the fight and declared Song Hin the victor. In the following 4 battles, Song Hin won effortlessly, securing 5 consecutive victories within half an hour. The audience grew larger and more animated, murmuring, "This Jia is incredibly strong. That Vajra ape is practically unbeatable at its level." As time passed, Song Hin's winning streak continued. His fighting spirit soared, feeling he had yet to reach his limit. The Lingming stone monkey, drenched in blood, its veins boiling, showcased its innate prowess as a battle beast. In just over an hour, Song Hin achieved 9 consecutive victories, catching the attention of the Beast Battle Palace's higher-ups. The number of spectators surpassed 1,000, all eagerly anticipating whether he could achieve the remarkable feat of 10 consecutive wins. Song Hin had not left the arena, rotating through his 4 battle beasts to maintain their stamina. Now, he was in his 10th match, just one step away from creating a miracle. At the pinnacle of the Beast Palace, in a lavishly decorated pavilion, an elderly man with white hair sat poised on a rosewood tiger chair. His expression was solemn, exuding an air of authority that came naturally to someone accustomed to power. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence of the pavilion. "Master, the arena is about to witness a competitor achieving 10 consecutive victories, and he hasn't taken a single break." The elderly man nodded slightly and asked calmly, "Oh, what rank is this beast master?" "Second rank, master." "A second-rank beast master, quite promising," the Beast Palace master remarked confidently. "If he wins, recruit him, and see if he's willing to join our Beast Palace." "Understood. I'll make the arrangements right away." The voice faded, and the pavilion returned to its tranquil state. The Beast Palace master murmured softly, "10 consecutive victories? When will Yunzhong City produce a true genius?" At this moment, Song Hin, who had caught the Beast Palace's attention, was locked in fierce combat with his opponent. Beside him were his beasts, Silver Moon and E, facing off against 2 peak black iron-ranked beasts, a Flame Lion and a Crimson Bear, both of elite low-grade bloodlines. The Flame Lion was engulfed in flames, with tough skin and immense strength, while the Crimson Bear was incredibly powerful, capable of devouring metal. Silver Moon, having reached the peak of black iron 9th rank, was suppressing the Flame Lion with its boiling bloodline. E, though only at black iron 7th rank, was experienced and fought the Crimson Bear to a standstill. The clash of the 4 beasts was a spectacle of roaring power, causing the ground to tremble. The protective barriers around them had long since activated, with the audience holding their breath and the Beast Palace judges watching intently. Suddenly, the Flame Lion spewed a 3-meter-wide fireball. Silver Moon's agile movements allowed it to easily evade the attack. In the next instant, Silver Moon unleashed the Terror Wolf Strike, its right claw enlarging with an ancient pressure. Roar! The Flame Lion roared in retaliation, turning its entire body into fiery claws. Boom! The claws collided, resulting in an explosive burst of energy. The Flame Lion was sent flying, its claw bones shattered, and blood splattered. Silver Moon seized the advantage and struck again, rendering the Flame Lion incapacitated. Simultaneously, Yi's thorns entangled the Crimson Bear's limbs. Silver Moon then launched a surprise attack, its Heaven Wolf Claw striking the bear down. Yi's curved horns slashed, leaving bloody wounds on the Crimson Bear. Both beasts were defeated, and their owner, with a complex expression, left behind resources and hurried away. 10 consecutive victories. The audience erupted in cheers, with some calling for more, but Song Hin had decided to quit while he was ahead. He descended from the platform, ignoring the crowd's disappointment. The name Jia echoed throughout the arena, and various factions were eager to recruit this exceptionally talented beastmaster. Just as Song Hin received his reward of tens of thousands of soul crystals and was about to leave, he was stopped by the Beast Palace guards. A middle-aged man appeared behind him, his eyes sparkling with vitality. "Hello, this is Elder Chu He from our Beast Palace," the guard introduced. Song Hin understood immediately and politely asked, "Greetings, Elder Chu He. How can I assist you?" Chu He wore a smile, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Song Hin. "You have quite the talent. Are you interested in joining our War Beast Palace? You know our standing on the continent. If you join us, you'll never lack resources on your journey to growth." Hearing this, Song Hin's heart stirred, but he quickly thought of something. "Elder Chu, I'm sure the War Beast Palace knows about my background. I come from a family and would never abandon them." Chu He laughed as he explained, "That's a bit of an exaggeration. Joining the War Beast Palace doesn't conflict with your family background. Our principle is voluntary participation, and you can make your own choice. Joining us doesn't mean leaving your family." Song Hin nodded, but still didn't want to join. He was comfortable and free at Yunzhong Academy, and joining the War Beast Palace would surely mean being bound by its influence. He lowered his stance. "Thank you for the offer from the War Beast Palace. My current strength is still quite low, and I need more training. Thank you for your consideration, Elder Chu." Chu He nodded, not annoyed. "I wish you great success on your path as a Beast Master." With that, he turned and left. Song Hin shook his head, thinking that without the War Beast Palace offering any terms, he wouldn't join rashly. He returned to Yunzhong Academy and breathed a sigh of relief. As night fell, Song Hin fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after washing up, he headed to the classroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Song Baiqiu beaming with joy. Song Hin asked, "What's got you so happy?" Song Baiqiu excitedly replied, "My bone turtle has broken through to Black Iron Tier 4. Song Hin responded indifferently, "I thought it was something big." Song Baiqiu retorted, "Not everyone is like you," hiding a hint of envy and jealousy. Song Baiqiu continued, "There's more good news. Brother Song, whose Thunderstorm Cloud Tiger has broken through to Silver Tier. His ranking in the 4th year has skyrocketed." Song Hin thought, "Finally, a breakthrough. It seems Tier 3 is not Brother Song whose limit. A Tier 3 Beast Master with a Silver Tier Battle Beast holds a different status altogether." The morning classes ended, and Song Hin gained a lot. Shi Qinyu was also in the class. Her injuries healed, and she kept a low profile. Despite losing to Song Hin, she managed to hold on to her second place. 10 days passed quietly. The rankings in the first year changed significantly, but the top 10 positions remained mostly stable. Song Hin kept a fixed routine. Classes in the morning, the library in the afternoon, and spiritual training at night. His battle beasts were improving their strength in the war beast space, showing noticeable progress. One day, Song Xian visited. Song Hin congratulated her on becoming a Tier 4 Beast Master. Song Xian, however, asked him for a gift, leaving him speechless. He joked that it should be the elders giving gifts to the younger ones. Song Xian rolled her eyes and got to the point. She informed Song Hin of a mission in 3 days and told him to be prepared. Song Hin's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied, "Got it." Song Xian discovered an ancient ruin, its deteriorating barrier on the verge of being eroded by time. As a 4th-tier Beast Master of Yunzhong County, she was confident she could soon break through this ancient restriction. Having found this opportunity on her own, she had no intention of reporting it to the academy. She decided to bring along Song Hin, whose strength had been growing steadily, both for the experience and to ensure they could retreat quickly if necessary. Song Hin was thrilled at the news and readily agreed. The history of the Guhong world is long and storied, with humanity having passed through 4 eras: the primordial, the ancient, the medieval, and the modern. In the primordial era, beasts dominated, and humans were reduced to prey. During the ancient era, a human prodigy rose to prominence, establishing martial arts and leading humanity in a struggle for supremacy against other races. In the medieval era, martial arts masters mysteriously vanished, and humans again became prey. A peerless genius then developed the Beast Contract, ushering in the era of Beast Masters. From the modern era to the present, humans have reigned as the dominant force in the world. This ruin likely dates back to the flourishing of martial arts in the ancient era. Song Hin recalled the history of humanity's rise he had read in the library, feeling a surge of excitement. He took a deep breath to calm himself and began preparing for the expedition 3 days hence. After requesting leave from Luo Kue, Song Hin went straight to the Academy's resource center, exchanging for a large amount of outdoor expedition supplies, food, and beast cores. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the figure of Silver Moon appeared in the courtyard, its silver-white fur billowing in the wind, limbs powerful and aura imposing. "Haha, what a pleasant surprise. Silver Moon is finally about to break through." Song Hin exclaimed joyfully as he watched Silver Moon. As energy surged within Silver Moon, its essence and the energy of the heavens and earth battered against the barrier of the bronze level. Boom! Silver Moon's aura skyrocketed, its body expanding rapidly to 6 meters in length, its fur becoming even more radiant. Its wolf claws gleamed with a chilling light, and its silver-white eyes exuded majesty and arrogance. Flesh tore at its waist as two pairs of silver wings, inscribed with ancient patterns, unfolded. Silver Moon's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only afterimages. Song Hin felt his mental power surge, waves crashing in his mind. His physical attributes also strengthened, making him capable of withstanding attacks from green stone-level beasts and even besting some black iron-level beasts. Silver Moon's breakthrough greatly motivated Yi, who trained even harder. Song Hin believed that by the end of this semester, he would undoubtedly break through to a third-year Beastmaster. The time had come, and Song Hin hurried to the academy gate. Just as he exhaled in relief, Song Zian appeared. Not bad, you're right on time. If you had made me wait, you'd be in big trouble, Song Zian said, a fragrant breeze accompanying her arrival. I wouldn't dare keep you waiting, Aunt. Song Hin replied with a smile. Let's go. The journey is still long, Song Zian said as they set off together. Yunzhong City was already bustling with activity, beast masters busy with their errands. As the two left the city, they encountered various beast masters, merchant caravans transporting goods, hunting parties heading into the forest, and lone adventurers striving for their futures. Yunzhong City, like a colossal ancient beast, quietly bore witness to history. Reaching a sparsely populated area, Song Zian signaled Song Hin to step back. The space around her fluctuated, opening her beast space, and a brilliant silver light shone forth. A roar echoed as a massive figure emerged from the light. Song Hin stared at the massive beast in front of him, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The Thunderbolt Pine Dragon steed stood towering before him, a colossal 15 meters tall. Its body was covered in black scales that gleamed ominously under the sunlight. Its dragon-like head was held high, and its long neck curved gracefully. What stood out the most were the dense blue dragon patterns on its body, making it look like a blue dragon was coiling around it from a distance. Purple lightning crackled around its hooves, filling the air with a palpable sense of dragon might. Song Hin involuntarily took half a step back, feeling the overwhelming pressure. An elite high bloodline Thunderbolt Pine Dragon steed, already at the peak of Silver Tier 5, Song Hin silently assessed. This must be Ant's main combat beast. If it continues to grow, reaching the gold tier is just a matter of time. With this thought, Song Hin's eyes drifted to his own beast, Silver Moon, and a tinge of envy surged in his heart. When will Silver Moon reach this level? Song Zian's voice interrupted his thoughts. Let's go. Get on. She led Song Hin onto the broad back of the Thunderbolt Pine Dragon steed. With a deep dragon roar, the steed's hooves lifted off the ground, and it transformed into a black shadow, disappearing instantly. Song Hin felt the wind howling in his ears as the scenery around him rapidly retreated. Song Hin, are you scared? Song Zian turned to look at the pale-faced Song Hin, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Forcing a calm demeanor, Song Hin replied, not at all. I was just a bit unaccustomed at first, but I'm better now. He tried to steady his rapidly beating heart, recalling his previous ride on Elder Songhai's light feather rhinoceros bird. The speed back then was nothing compared to now, and Song Hin couldn't help but wonder if his aunt was testing him on purpose. Good, it won't take long to get there. Song Zian patted the steed's back, causing it to slow down a bit. Along the way, Song Zian explained beast taming knowledge and shared her experiences from her adventures in the wild. Song Hin listened intently, losing track of time as half a day flew by. When the Thunderbolt Pine Dragon steed finally landed, Song Hin realized they had reached the outskirts of Yunzhong County. The surroundings were rugged with jagged rocks, dim light, and lush forests in the distance. Aunt, where are we? Song Hin asked curiously. This is the border between Yunzhong County and Dai County, known as Yindan Ridge, Song Zian explained. There are many dark and poisonous beasts here, so be careful as we go in. Song Hin nodded, thinking the name was quite fitting. Song Zian opened her beast space, causing the Thunderbolt Pine Dragon steed to vanish, replaced by a blood-red figure, the Bloodtail mink. Its entire body was crimson, small, and nimble, with a large tail draped over Song Zian's back like a blood-red cape. Bloodtail mink, elite mid-bloodline, Silver Tier 1. Song Hin noted silently. He remembered how Song Di had once offered him a Bloodtail mink, but he had declined. This blood attribute beast had strong vitality and decent combat power, and its appearance made it popular among female beast tamers. Song Zian led Song Hin in a specific direction. As they ventured deeper, the rocks grew darker, the temperature dropped, and poisonous fumes occasionally wafted through the air. Take this antidote pill. Song Zian handed him a Tier 3 antidote pill and took one herself. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from a nearby Crevicia dark shadow serpent of black iron Tier 9 lunged at Song Hin. Before he could react, a red blur flashed, and the serpent was instantly sliced in two. The corpse is yours, let's move, Song Zian urged. Song Hin happily collected the serpent's body, gaining a Tier 2 blood essence. After half an hour, they had ventured deep into Indan Ridge. The temperature was lower, and the light was even dimmer. Along the way, they encountered several beast attacks, including some of copper tier, but the bloodtail mink dispatched them all with ease. Song Hin collected over a dozen beast corpses without breaking a sweat, feeling quite pleased. Song Hin, get ready, we're here. Song Zian suddenly stopped. Song Hin looked ahead to see a ruined stone forest. Jagged rocks stood around. The ground was pitch black, and black mist swirled. Mysterious waves of energy spread out continuously. Aunt, is this the relic you mentioned? How did you find it? Song Hin asked in awe, examining the ancient stone tablets. I have a dark attribute beast, and I stumbled upon this place while searching for resources in Indan Ridge, Song Zian explained, pointing to the stone tablets. See, the barriers are weakening. It won't be long before we can open them. Who knows what's inside? Song Hin closely observed the figures etched on the tablets. Some sat cross-legged in meditation, others wielded swords with flashing blades. These must be the martial experts of ancient times. I wonder what a glorious era that must have been, he thought to himself. Song Hin nodded and opened his beast space, allowing Silver Moon to stride out. Silver Moon cautiously scanned the surroundings, finally fixing its gaze on the bloodtail mink on Song Zian's shoulder. The stone forest was shrouded in black mist, and a chilling autumn wind blew through, bringing a sense of foreboding. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Song Zian's eyes as she looked at the silver moon wolf beside Song Hin. She marveled. Your speed is incredible. No wonder you're a high-grade silver moon wolf with perfect bloodline, and you've already broken through to the bronze level. By the end of this semester, you should be able to advance to a Tier 3 Beast Master. Nephew, your talent is indeed impressive. Song Hin responded confidently. I strive to meet the goals Aunt has set for me. Song Zian's gaze lingered on Song Hin, prompting memories of the past. Brother, your child is truly remarkable. But why were you so heartless back then? She murmured, a touch of nostalgia in her eyes. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and black mist swirled around them. A sound of something breaking filled the air as a stone monument cracked open, revealing a dark entrance. Song Zian frowned and led Song Hin to the entrance. Peering down, they saw a winding staircase made of green stone, descending into the abyss. Song Hin, stay close and follow me. Song Zian instructed. Her blood-tailed mink leapt from her shoulder, entering the dark entrance first. Simultaneously, she summoned her main battle beast, the shadow demon fox. This jet-black fox floated in the air like a shadow, exuding a faint aura of intimidation. Song Hin recognized it as a shadow demon fox of perfect grade low bloodline, already at silver tier 7. The two cautiously descended the stone steps. The dim light barely illuminated the smooth, moss-covered walls, with water droplets occasionally falling. A foul odor permeated the air, keeping Song Hin on edge as he followed closely behind Song Zian. Half an hour later, the blood-tailed mink let out a sharp cry, and a faint light appeared ahead. The shadow demon fox tensed, ready for action. With a serious expression, Song Zian stepped forward. Before them lay a vast space, glowing softly. Song Hin followed closely, immediately summoning Silver Moon and scanning their surroundings vigilantly. They approached a massive mural, covered in intricate patterns that seemed to hold endless mysteries. Song Hin asked curiously, Aunt, what is this? Can you understand it? Song Zian shook her head. I can't decipher it. Only scholars who study ancient times might be able to. They continued onward, arriving at another area where hundreds of lifelike humanoid puppets stood. Each puppet held different weapons, their faces twisted in ferocity, eyes glinting with bloodlust. Aunt, these must be the legendary puppets. They look almost alive, it's uncanny. Song Hin exclaimed. Song Zian's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within her. She had hoped to find valuable resources, but it seemed all they had discovered were murals and puppets. The blood-tailed mink quickly scouted the entire space, which spanned about 1,000 meters. Song Zian instructed Song Hin to check the other side while she continued examining the puppets. At that moment, Song Hin accidentally brushed against a puppet's arm. Instantly, a powerful energy wave erupted, and the puppets began to emit creaking sounds. Song Hin's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. Song Hin? Song Zian exclaimed, and the shadow demon fox darted towards him, but only a shadow remained. Song Hin, along with his beasts Silver Moon and had vanished into thin air. Song Zian's face turned pale, and the shadow demon fox's furious attacks on the puppets left no marks. Through her telepathic bond with the shadow demon fox, Song Zian realized that touching the puppet's arm was the key. Without hesitation, and under the protection of the blood-tailed mink, Song Zian reached out and touched the puppet's arm. In an instant, energy fluctuations surged again, and the puppets seemed to come to life, emitting creaking sounds. Song Zian, the shadow demon fox, and the blood-tailed mink disappeared in a flash. The ruins returned to silence. The patterns on the mural began to flow, forming a pair of blood-red eyes. Those eyes seemed to contain the river of time, with countless moments flowing within them. A hoarse whisper echoed in the empty space. This is the aura of the heavenly Tao. Song Hin felt a chaotic storm in his mind, his body battered by countless waves of pain. He suddenly realized he had fallen to the ground. Struggling to lift his head, he shook it vigorously, trying to regain his senses. His first instinct was to summon Yin and Yi, to check if his connection with his battle beasts was still intact. This eerie space had somehow transported him to another place. Fortunately, the figures of Yin and Yi soon appeared beside him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Surveying his surroundings, Song Hin was immediately struck by the vast expanse before him. It was an endless space with a desolate yet solid ground, and a blue sky with clouds stretching into the distance. A gentle breeze brushed his face, bringing a coolness that instantly cleared his mind. A look of incredulity flickered in his eyes. Is this a real space? Or a complete world? A wild thought crossed Song Hin's mind. Despite the lack of life signs, everything here seemed vivid and lifelike. As Song Hin pondered, a raspy voice suddenly echoed from the void. Young descendant, the trial begins. No sooner had the words faded than a humanoid puppet appeared out of thin air on a nearby clearing. It wielded a long spear, its towering figure and glowing eyes exuding an aura of black iron level. At the same time, a stream of information flooded Song Hin's mind. He quickly grasped the situation. With a thought, he charged forward. The beast's green horns glowed with a shimmering light, and a terrifying black iron Tier 7 power erupted, crashing into the puppet. Boom! The puppet shattered instantly, unable to withstand Yi's impact. After all, its aura was only black iron Tier 1. The void rippled again, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more puppets appeared. A fiery glint flashed in Song Hin's eyes. He realized this was an ancient martial trial designed to test a disciple's combat prowess. The more puppets he defeated, the greater the rewards. As a second-tier beastmaster, Song Hin faced puppets of the martial second realm. However, the current era of beastmasters differed fundamentally from the ancient martial era. Modern beastmasters commanded multiple battle beasts, making them incredibly powerful. The most elite beastmasters could summon numerous battle beasts, often overwhelming their opponents with superior numbers. He moved with incredible speed, dashing forward with a surge of power. Swinging its head, it shattered the 2 puppets into pieces, which dispersed into light and shadow. Song Hin was astonished that these puppets, after such a long time, could still function. The 2 puppets he had just defeated were roughly black iron Tier 2 in strength. Soon, 3 puppets exuding black iron Tier 3 auras appeared, surrounding Yi. Song Hin remained unfazed as a fierce blue blade glow appeared on Yi's green horns. The surrounding void howled with sharpness, and a sudden slash followed. Crack! 1 puppet was instantly cleaved in half, energy rippling out, sending dust flying. The other 2 puppets, undeterred, lunged with long swords towards Yi's head. Boom! He twisted nimbly, its 4 hooves moving as if dancing a waltz. It swiftly evaded, its head swinging, turning its green horns into a long blade. With a graceful yet lethal angle, the blue glow flashed, slicing the second puppet. Naturally, the third puppet was no match for Yi and was soon shattered. Song Hin's mind raced, realizing the next wave would be 4 black iron Tier 4 puppets, with the difficulty steadily increasing. He decisively recalled Inu into the battle beast space and summoned the Lingming Stone Monkey. The Lingming Stone Monkey had rapidly advanced to the peak of black iron Tier 3. As it landed, it unleashed a tremendous force, cracking the ground. Its massive body crashed down, smashing 1 puppet, then unleashed a burst of golden light, sending another flying with its powerful fists. With the strong support from the Lingming Stone Monkey, the 2 beasts worked seamlessly together, quickly defeating the 4 puppets. Meanwhile, the Mirror Pig and Inu in the battle beast space were ready to face higher challenges. Next, 5 puppets exuding black iron Tier 5 auras appeared, stronger than before. After an intense 5-minute battle, the Qingling Blade Goat and the Lingming Stone Monkey stood their ground, their auras fluctuating, while the 5 puppets lay in pieces. Song Hin's heart raced, knowing that the next wave would be 6 black iron Tier 6 puppets, presenting a formidable challenge for Yi and the Stone Monkey. Sure enough, the void rippled, and 6 black iron Tier 6 puppets materialized, emitting a heavy pressure. The Lingming Stone Monkey's golden eyes flared with endless battle intent, its blood boiling. Despite its Tier 3 strength, it showed no fear. This was its nature. Yi's gaze was equally unyielding, its strength surpassing the puppets by 1 tier. Yet it faced 6 foes. The 2 battle beasts clashed fiercely with the 6 puppets, energy converging and light colliding with thunderous roars. Song Hin's nerves were taut, prepared to recall them and deploy the mirror pig and Inu if they couldn't hold on. Time ticked away, with power surging and radiant light dazzling. The Lingming stone monkey fought wildly, its golden fists hammering out with ferocious strength, now marked with blood. It had already destroyed one puppet. He unleashed a blue glow, dozens of blue thorns roaring like enraged dragons, tightly restraining 4 puppets. He fought with all its might, its inner blue blades flowing out continuously. Crack! The Lingming stone monkey's golden fist struck again, its divine power creating cracks in another puppet. It followed with 2 more punches, the golden light unyielding, deepening the cracks. The puppet swung its long sword, aiming for the stone monkey's head, but the beast's fiery nature and iron-hard fists smashed it away. The stone monkey leaped, its feet stomping down hard. Crash! The puppet shattered, and the stone monkey took down its second opponent. Without pausing, it rushed to Yi's side, ambushing a puppet, easing Yi's burden. Yi and Shurtu, alongside their 2 battle beasts, engaged in a brutal fight against 4 puppets. Both sides had suffered severe injuries, but with the help of the Lingming stone monkey, Yi's pressure was greatly reduced, allowing him to steadily suppress 3 of the puppets. As time passed, Yi and Shitu's attacks surged like a relentless tide, gradually weakening the puppet's strength. At this critical moment, Kengan decisively intervened, accurately tossing 2 second-tier demon cores into the mouths of the battle beasts. With the demon cores consumed, the beasts quickly regained their energy and launched even fiercer attacks. Bang! With a final combined assault from Yi and Shurtu, the last puppet shattered into fragments, dissipating into the void as flickering shadows. The arduous battle finally came to an end. Though victorious, Yi and Shurtu were utterly exhausted and covered in blood. Defeating these 6 well-coordinated and ferocious black iron 6th-tier puppets had been no easy feat. Without hesitation, Kengan recalled Yi and Shurtu into the battle beast space and summoned Inu and the mirror pig. As they appeared, ripples spread through the surrounding space, and 7 more formidable black iron 7th-tier puppets materialized. The mirror pig was at the black iron 6th tier, while Inu had already advanced to the bronze tier. With Inu's bloodline, even a typical bronze 3rd-tier opponent would struggle to match her. Inu let out a low growl, her silver-white eyes cold and emotionless, and her figure blurred as she charged forward, unleashing the full might of her bronze-tier power. Crack! With a fierce swipe of her wolf claws, the puppet's head in front of Inu was instantly pulverized, its entire body blasted apart. Following this, an endless stream of moonlight erupted from Inu, gathering energy from the surroundings. Phantom-like moonlight wolf claws unleashed a series of deadly attacks. Bang! 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 In a matter of moments, 3 more puppets were shattered. Wherever Inu went, no opponent could stand against her. This was the power of Inu after advancing to the bronze tier. Her strength was more formidable, and her speed surpassed her previous limits. Meanwhile, the mirror pig, enveloped in a purple glow, engaged in a fierce battle with one puppet. It was only a matter of time before the puppet would be defeated. In the battle beast space, the Lingming stone monkey and the Qingling blade sheep were absorbing bloodline essence and demon cores to heal their injuries. Suddenly, the Lingming stone monkey's aura surged, its bloodline roaring as it broke through to the black iron 4th tier, achieving a new level of power. However, Kengan's face showed no sign of joy. Who knew how many more trials lay ahead in this space? If he couldn't hold on, what would the consequences be? Worry filled Kengan's heart, yet he had no solution. He couldn't help but wonder how Cang Zian would react upon discovering his absence. Thoughts raced through Kengan's mind. Time passed, and the black iron 7th tier puppets were like mere playthings before Inu. The mirror pig defeated one, while Inu took down the remaining 6. Kengan breathed a sigh of relief, as neither Inu nor the mirror pig had sustained significant damage. Yet, not long after, the surrounding space rippled once more. 8 black iron 8th tier puppets suddenly appeared, exuding a menacing aura and brandishing various weapons as they charged toward Inu and the mirror pig. The oppressive presence of these puppets even caused Kengan to feel a hint of pressure. The mirror pig, understanding its own strength, took on one puppet, leaving the rest to Inu. As a black iron 6th tier beast, defeating an 8th tier puppet would be challenging, but it was ultimately a matter of time. The key to the current situation lay in Inu's ability to handle the opponents. Boom! Inu moved with lightning speed, surrounded by a halo of moonlight. Her wolf claws raised, energy converged instantly. Sky Wolf Claw. A 3-foot-long wolf claw imprint materialized, spreading the oppressive pressure of the bronze tier, and unleashed a torrent of power onto a puppet. Crack! Under such immense force, the puppet's body was covered in countless cracks before exploding. Yet, in that instant, the remaining puppets surrounded Inu, their weapons glowing with intense energy as they struck down at her. Bang! Inu's silver-white wings suddenly spread wide, creating a whirlwind and breaking through the encirclement with blinding speed. She then made a sharp turn, her four wings slashing like blades, leaving silver trails in the air. Swoosh! Another puppet was bisected in an instant, dissolving into light particles. Inyu's silver-white eyes remained calm, her wings fluttering as she vanished. Despite their numbers, the black iron 8th tier puppets couldn't keep up with her speed after she had advanced to the bronze tier. With each strike, a puppet fell to Inyu's attacks. 10 minutes later, the last black iron 8th tier puppet was about to meet its end under Inyu's claws. Suddenly, Kangen remembered something and shouted, "Inyu, wait!" Inyu halted immediately, dodging the puppet's weapon with ease and looking towards Kangen. "Recover your strength. Drag this out as long as possible. Once you're fully recovered, then finish it off," Kangen said while handing a demon core to Inyu. Understanding his intention, Inyu engaged in a Hitandran tactic with the puppet, recovering her strength in the process. Meanwhile, after a hard-fought battle, the mirror pig finally shattered its opponent. Just then, the puppet before Inyu suddenly vanished. Final trial. A voice echoed through the space, giving Kangen no chance to exploit any loophole. He cursed silently. The space rippled once more, and 9 black iron 9th tier puppets emerged, their terrifying power filling the area. Each puppet possessed the strength of a black iron 9th tier warrior. Kangen felt a chill run down his spine. The mirror pig snorted deeply, its purple eyes gleaming coldly. Inyu remained as composed as ever, her silver-white eyes calm and unruffled. "Inyu, Xiaozi. If it gets too tough, surrender." Despite his confidence in Inyu's bloodline and strength, Kangen couldn't help but worry. Boom! The 9 puppets charged in unison, their power surging, brandishing various weapons that sent tremors through the ground as they aimed to annihilate Inyu. At this moment, the mirror pig could only give its all in the fight. In an instant, a cataclysmic battle erupted. Energy roared, the heavens and earth trembled, and the fierce conflict was about to unfold. Bang! Silvermoon transformed into a streak of silvery light, its claws glinting coldly, wings vibrating with boundless power. At the same time, the mirror pig unleashed its full abilities, its bloodline surging, energy flooding out like a tidal wave. The two beasts engaged in a fierce battle with a 9th tier black iron puppet. Using its speed advantage, Silvermoon lured 8 of the puppets away from the mirror pig. It darted and weaved among the puppets, launching ferocious attacks. However, the toughness of these 9th tier black iron puppets was beyond imagination. Silvermoon's bronze-level attacks could no longer deliver fatal blows, only gradually depleting their internal energy. The prolonged high-intensity combat began to take its toll on Silvermoon. Facing increasingly powerful and numerous opponents, the situation grew ever more perilous. Suddenly, a low chant echoed from the void. "Martial formation." The 8 puppets simultaneously raised their weapons, unleashing the hidden energy within them. A mysterious wave surged through the void, as if the weapons in the puppets' hands were being guided, closing in on Silvermoon. A heavy pressure enveloped the area, slowing Silvermoon's movements. Songhen's expression changed slightly, thinking to himself, could this be the legendary martial formation? Warriors cultivating the same technique, combining their powers to suppress their enemy. He watched as celestial soldiers descended from the sky, their sharpness flickering unpredictably, pressing down on Silvermoon. Silvermoon's silver eyes flashed with cold light, and it roared skyward, its energy erupting, moonlight enveloping the surroundings. A silver moon appeared, rapidly gathering nearby energy, changing the color of the wind and clouds. Silvermoon slash. A massive silver claw mark formed, like a falling star, carrying the power of countless stars to meet the celestial soldiers. The two forces collided with a thunderous crash, energy scattering, with wolf heads snarling and waves roaring. Weapons clashed in the void, sparks flying, the bronze-level pressure sweeping across. With one strike, Silvermoon broke the formation, its 4 hooves striking the sky, wings vibrating, its silver body shooting like an arrow towards a puppet. Its claws tore through the puppet's neck, the head flying off. However, in the next moment, a black halberd pierced through the air, stabbing into Silvermoon's spine, blood staining its silvery fur. There were too many puppets, and Silvermoon was finally injured. The remaining puppets seized the opportunity to attack, their weapons gleaming menacingly. "Xiao Zi, teleport," Songhen ordered in a deep voice. The mirror pig, while fighting, activated its skill. Purple light flickered, an invisible wave appearing, and a purple mirror suddenly emerged beside Silvermoon. Silvermoon flashed through it, reappearing behind the puppet fighting the mirror pig. Heavenly Wolf Claw. The claw mark suddenly enlarged, the moonlight brightening, and the full force of its bronze-level power erupted. Bang! Silvermoon channeled all its strength into its claws, smashing the puppet's head into its body. "Mirror pig, let's keep this up." Songhen's eyes lit up. The mirror pig nodded in agreement, quickly entangling another puppet. Silvermoon blocked the remaining puppets, continuing the fierce battle despite its injuries. Time passed, and following this tactic, Silvermoon took down 4 more puppets. However, its body was now covered in blood, each kill leaving it with multiple wounds. The mirror pig was in even worse shape, its mental energy severely depleted, its internal energy nearly exhausted. At the critical moment, Song Hin activated the beast space, and Qingling the blade goat replaced the mirror pig on the battlefield. Its injuries had mostly healed, its combat power restored. It shot dozens of green beams from its horns, binding the remaining 3 puppets like raging dragons. Silvermoon and Qingling coordinated seamlessly, smashing one puppet's head with a single strike. Although the remaining 2 puppets broke free from the bindings, they were no match for the heavily wounded yet increasingly fierce Silvermoon. 5 minutes later, the last 9th-tier black iron puppet fell under Silvermoon's claws. Silvermoon had now turned into a blood-soaked wolf, its murderous aura condensed, silver eyes tinged with red, exuding a terrifying presence. Congratulations, young one. You've passed the trial. The space suddenly rippled, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared out of nowhere, their gaze cloudy, the voice ancient and hoarse. Song Hin's heart skipped a beat, as if being stared down by some deadly creature, his mouth dry. You, young one, are a beast master, aren't you? After the ancient times, the civilization of beast masters that brought humans back to glory truly has its merits. Your talent, in the era of martial arts, would have been merely average. Without these battle beasts, you wouldn't have passed the trial. The blood-red eyes paused before speaking again. Song Hin was stunned, puzzled. Does it have its own consciousness? Could this be a remnant soul from ancient times? What kind of presence could maintain its consciousness for so long? Song Hin felt a chill run down his spine, his hands and feet growing cold. His mind was overwhelmed by an infinite shock, thoughts churning. The ancient era was hundreds of thousands of years ago, yet this figure still retained such clear awareness. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Blood-red eyes quietly observed the slightly stunned Song Hin, then spoke, Junior, by passing the trial, you can receive a reward. Reward? Song Hin snapped back to reality, quickly bowing respectfully and asking, Senior, what reward? A cultivation technique from the ancient era, a saber technique manual. As the words fell, Song Hin's vision blurred, and he found himself back in the room filled with puppets. Song Hin's expression changed slightly. He shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to calm down. He looked around. Hundreds of humanoid puppets still sat quietly, the space silent. However, Song Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Senior, where's my aunt? The woman who came with me? Song Hin asked urgently, worry rising in his heart. The blood-red eyes did not immediately respond. The originally calm mural began to flow with patterns, and the blood-red eyes reappeared. A raspy voice sounded, the saber technique manual. Do you want to inherit it yourself, or let your battle beast inherit it? Song Hin was anxious, but seeing the blood-red eyes offered no explanation, he didn't dare ask further, fearing to anger the mysterious entity. He pondered. As a beast master, his battle beast strength was key to enhancing his own power. The saber technique belonged to martial arts, which he did not practice, making the inheritance useless to him. After a moment, Song Hin made his decision. He summoned his battle beast, the azure spirit blade sheep. The beast walked to Song Hin's side, its blue eyes flashing with determination as it stared at the blood-red eyes on the mural. Senior, let my battle beast receive the inheritance, Song Hin explained. As soon as he spoke, the blood-red eyes on the mural burst forth with red light. A beam shot directly into the azure spirit blade sheep's head, and a terrifying pressure spread out instantly. Roar! The azure spirit blade sheep let out a painful cry, but Song Hin's expression remained unchanged. Through the beast master contract, he could clearly feel the excruciating pain in Yi's body. He gritted its teeth, enduring the impact of the inheritance as a vast amount of information flooded its mind. 10 minutes later, the inheritance was complete. Yi's body trembled involuntarily, its eyes unfocused but soon filled with joy. It had received the heaven-searing, world-destroying saber inheritance, a saber technique manual containing terrifying power, with 18 moves that could each become its own skill. Yi's eyes were filled with gratitude towards Song Hin. Song Hin was also pleased for it, knowing that the azure spirit blade sheep's firm and unyielding nature had allowed it to fully accept the inheritance. After the inheritance, the blood-red eyes flickered with red light. Junior, that woman is also undergoing a trial, but she is not in any life-threatening danger. Rest assured. The blood-red eyes finally answered Song Hin's earlier question. Song Hin's tense heart relaxed instantly. He bowed and asked, Thank you, Senior. Senior, can we leave now? Although he had gained a great opportunity, staying with this eerie, ancient presence for too long made him uneasy. The blood-red eyes fixed on Song Hin, and an invisible pressure spread out. After a long pause, it spoke, Junior, I need your help. Song Hin's expression remained unchanged, but his heart sank. He became wary, his mental energy roiling, ready for a desperate fight if necessary. Junior, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. The blood-red eyes sensed Song Hin's tension and quickly explained. Song Hin stayed alert and asked, Senior, how can I help you? Junior, I need a drop of your blood. The blood-red eyes stated its purpose directly. Song Hin grew even more tense, unsure why the entity needed his blood. Seeing Song Hin's silence, the blood-red eyes emitted a mysterious wave, and the pressure grew stronger. The surrounding space suddenly trembled, and the positions of the hundreds of humanoid puppets shifted, moving to the sides. Amid the rising dust, two massive puppets emerged, exerting an overwhelming pressure. Song Hin's eyes widened abruptly as dust swirled around him. In the midst of hundreds of puppets, two colossal statues, each towering 10 meters high, suddenly emerged. These ancient statues exuded an aura of timelessness. The statue on the left wore a sword robe, its gaze sharp, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, faintly revealing its former grandeur. The statue on the right had a rugged face, a bushy beard, and eyes filled with boundless dominance, like a peerless ruler. Despite having lost their vitality for years, the statues were lifelike, their expressions vividly detailed, radiating a heavy pressure. Awe flashed in Song Hin's eyes as he involuntarily spoke. Senior, these are... The blood-red eyes were silent for a moment, a deep melancholy in their voice. The statue in the sword robe, that was my body. Song Hin was shocked, countless questions flooding his mind. What is this place? Why are these statues buried here? What happened in ancient times? The blood-red eyes ignored Song Hin's confusion and continued. In this era, there is a brilliant beast-taming civilization. Besides the demon race, everything in the world has a chance to gain intelligence and become a new life. My soul has existed for a long time due to some strange treasure, but now it is about to wither. I want a new body, a new life, a future. I want to become a new being, to revive my body, defy fate, and live again. The voice of the blood-red eyes grew increasingly hysterical. Song Hin was stunned, deeply shaken by such ambition to live again, to defy fate. I have spent 10,000 years nurturing my body. Now, all I need is a drop of your blood to achieve this wish. Young one, will you help me fulfill this desire? The voice of the blood-red eyes suddenly turned cold and severe. Song Hin was speechless, his breath quickening as a heavy pressure weighed down on him. He realized that the blood-red eyes must have encountered other beast tamers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so knowledgeable about the outside world. Everything in the world has a chance to gain intelligence and evolve into a life form through specific resources and mediums. Clearly, the blood-red eyes wanted to awaken their body, merge their soul, and live a second life. Senior, Song Hin struggled to speak, feeling the space around him compress like a tidal wave. The blood-red eyes had revealed their true intentions. Though unaware of why this young beast tamer carried the aura of destiny, this was their best chance for success, and they had to seize it despite the risks. As a peerless ruler of the ancient era, they once dominated the world, their might spanning an age. Yet, when the world changed drastically, they fell in that great catastrophe, hastily setting up this relic, surviving in fragments. Now, determined to defy fate and live again, they would allow no interference. The blood-red eyes' mental force transformed into a needle and pierced Song Hin. Pain shot through his chest, blood spurting out and landing on the sword-robed statue. Apart from the chest pain, Song Hin was unharmed, but an unexpected change occurred. The surrounding space trembled violently, endless power pouring out. The ground rippled like waves, energy converging. Song Hin's blood stained the statue, immediately turning its body red. In an instant, the statue erupted with blinding red light, the blood flowing along its lines like crimson threads. A faint yet palpable pressure spread out. The surrounding puppet statues also began to change. The outermost statue emitted a crisp sound, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. It then exploded, energy fragments drawn toward the sword-robed figure. This triggered a chain reaction, with the surrounding puppets cracking and exploding like fireworks, releasing boundless power. The explosions were incessant, deafening Song Hin. Energy fragments gathered like a nebula, continuously pouring into the sword-robed statue. The statue trembled violently, with signs of life stirring within its once still body. Song Hin realized with shock that these puppets existed to nurture the sword-robed statue. The blood-red eyes had paid a great price to nurture them, all for this moment. The energy within the puppets was all converted into nourishment for the sword-robed statue, gradually restoring its vitality. Is this considered awakening? For anything in the world to successfully nurture life, it needs to be awakened. Finding that spark of life among slim chances is as hard as climbing the heavens. Each successfully awakened spirit is immensely powerful, with exceptional bloodlines, attracting countless beast tamers. If a beast tamer could form a contract with such a spirit, their potential would greatly increase. The methods of awakening vary, each spirit being a unique entity, one person forming an entire lineage. Can the blood-red eyes succeed? Song Hin held his breath, not daring to relax. His life was entirely in the hands of the blood-red eyes. He fervently hoped for their success, for he could not imagine the consequences if they failed. Thinking of this, Song Hin shivered uncontrollably. Boom! The entire space trembled violently as countless black cracks appeared on the puppets surrounding them. In an instant, fireworks exploded, making it seem like a thunderstorm had erupted. Endless streams of energy, like fireflies, rushed into the statue clad in a sword robe. The pressure around increased sharply, and dust filled the air. Terrifying energy fluctuations converged, and a faint trace of vitality quietly emerged. Suddenly, flowers and grass sprouted from the ground, filling the desolate space with life and fragrance. Song Hin stood amidst it all, feeling a cool sensation on his skin as a rich life force began to flow. Is this the beginning of success? He pondered silently. The blood-red eyes, nurturing hundreds of puppets for tens of thousands of years, contained immense energy and life essence. Its purpose was simple: to use this vast life essence to break through barriers and awaken a spark of consciousness. Song Hin had already realized that these puppets were once living people, sealed at a specific point in time for some unknown reason, their bodies filled with dense life essence. As the energy intensified, boundless vitality began to spread. Descendant, I am about to succeed. The blood-red eyes spoke again, filled with joy and excitement. Song Hin remained silent. Old friend, I'm sorry. For my rebirth, I still need your help, the blood-red eyes muttered, as the remnants of its soul power surged out, striking the burly man's body directly. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as cracks spread like spiderwebs. In an instant, the massive body shattered like a broken porcelain, frozen for a moment before exploding with a thunderous crash. Boom! It was like a missile had detonated, and before Song Hin's eyes appeared an ocean of life. The immense life essence poured out, filling the entire space with vitality. What was this person's strength in life? Even after so many years of death, his body still contained such vast life essence. Could he have been a strong figure on the same level as the blood-red eyes? Song Hin's body tensed as he pondered. The surrounding energy was immense, and Song Hin felt an unusual clarity in his mind, his spiritual power gradually increasing. To these former martial giants, he was just a small fry. Even a bit of their leftover essence was immensely beneficial to him. Boom! The vast life essence continued to pour into the sword-robed statue, its aura growing stronger. The originally dark body began to emit streaks of green light. With a thought, Song Hin opened the beast space, and the figures of Silver Moon and E appeared. Silver Moon, E, absorb as much energy as you can. Song Hin ordered quickly. Without hesitation, the two beasts began to greedily absorb the energy. The blood-red eyes noticed but did not react. To it, this amount of energy was insignificant. Time passed slowly, and the energy grew even more intense. The sword-robed statue's body began to glow. Half an hour later, after a fierce battle, Silver Moon was the first to break through, its aura surging as it stepped into bronze rank 2. Its fur became smoother, its body more agile, and its claws more menacing. E followed closely, shattering the barrier of Iron rank 7 and stepping into Iron rank 8. Its aura remained undiminished as it continued to push toward Iron rank 9. If it could break through to Iron rank 9, it would be one step away from the bronze rank, bringing Song Hin closer to becoming a Tier 3 beast master. When Silver Moon and E could no longer absorb more energy, Song Hin retracted them into the beast space. With a flash of purple light, the mirror pig and the Lingming stone monkey appeared. Sensing the rich life essence around them, the two beasts' eyes gleamed, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy. Boom! In just 5 minutes, the mirror pig was the first to break through, its aura surging as it stepped into Iron rank 7. Shortly after, the Lingming stone monkey's strength soared to the peak of Iron rank 4, with vast energy pouring into its body. Another boom echoed as it shattered the barrier and stepped into Iron rank 5. In just one day, it had leaped 2 ranks from Iron rank 3, thanks to its powerful bloodline. In this short time, all of Song Hin's beasts had achieved breakthroughs, reaching new heights in their cultivation. The surrounding energy continued to gather, and the sword-robed statue's aura grew stronger. This process of awakening had lasted for half a day. Suddenly, the blood-red eyes shifted their gaze, and the mural burst into endless golden light. The entire space was instantly submerged in a golden ocean, with ripples of time flowing out. The river of time surged within, bringing forth immense power. What is this? Song Hin's eyes were filled with shock, and he felt his breath become labored. A piece of golden divine metal slowly emerged from the mural, with mystical patterns flowing on it, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Just a glance made Song Hin feel dizzy and nauseous, as if time itself was in disarray. Descendant. This is the Kongminging gene, a legendary divine artifact of time that can freeze time and seal everything. The blood-red eyes explained, sensing Song Hin's confusion. It was this piece of Kongminging gene that had allowed it to survive until now. The time power within the Kongminging gene slowed its soul's dissipation, allowing it to linger. Despite its formidable strength in that era, it couldn't resist the erosion of time. The blood-red eye's spiritual power exploded, and the Kongminggung gene flew out, merging directly into the sword-robed statue. Instantly, the statue emitted an endless suction force, like a primordial beast, devouring boundless energy with each breath. It transformed into a vortex, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy, its aura growing ever stronger. Do everything you can, and leave the rest to fate. I will succeed. The blood-red eyes were unwavering and resolute. Using the martial emperor's body as a guide, the life essence of countless martial giants as nourishment, and the Kongminggung gene as the spirit, it was confident that it would succeed in awakening and be reborn. The entire space suddenly erupted into chaos as endless energy surged towards the statue in the sword robe. Song Hin watched intently, observing as the statue's eyes gleamed with brilliant light. Subtle waves of energy began to flow through its limbs and meridians, as if it were familiarizing itself with its new form. The lingering soul with blood-red eyes trembled violently, revealing its inner turmoil. Song Hin couldn't help but hold his breath, pondering silently. Defying fate and being reborn, is this really possible? Suddenly, a terrifying wave of power surged forth. The statue in the sword robe burst into blinding golden light, the power of the celestial metal awakening. The surrounding space twisted, struggling to withstand the energy's impact. Ancient patterns emerged on the statue's surface, intertwining into vivid blood-red lines, resembling a golden cloak, shining brilliantly. As the golden light flowed, the 10-meter-tall statue began to shrink. Song Hin felt insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. The entire space was filled with overwhelming pressure, making it difficult to breathe. At that moment, the golden light suddenly paused, and the rising momentum came to an abrupt halt. The blood-red eyes were gripped by fear. If this failed, all hope would be lost. Unwilling to give up, it poured all its soul energy into its body like a tidal wave. This was its last chance, its only path to survival. With a thunderous roar, the statue in the sword robe erupted with even stronger waves of power. The golden light intensified, and the statue continued to shrink, eventually becoming the height of a person. A vast vitality surged forth, its eyes gleaming with spirit, and golden light shot skyward. An aura of an otherworldly being spread out. The body had been reanimated successfully. The statue in the sword robe had come to life. Song Hin was stunned, witnessing the birth of a new life. The impact of this profound transformation left him in awe. As the golden light faded, a golden figure remained. Song Hin cautiously asked, "Senior, are you all right?" The golden figure shimmered with golden light, the sword robe fluttering, with blood-red sword streaks hovering behind. Its chiseled face showed no expression. Though slender, it exuded a sharp energy, like an unsheathed sword. The entire image resembled a golden sword standing in the void, dazzling and formidable. The golden figure stood motionless, its eyes devoid of warmth. Song Hin felt uneasy, wondering if something had gone wrong in the process. Just as he was contemplating how to leave this space, a stammering voice broke the silence. You there, I have succeeded in defying fate." It was the voice of the blood-red eyes, still unfamiliar with the new body. It continued, "Having my own body feels amazing. After hundreds of thousands of years, I am alive again." Song Hin interrupted, eager to leave this space. However, the blood-red eyes spoke again. "You there, I am grateful for your help in my revival, but now, I need your assistance once more." Seeing the despair on Song Hin's face, the blood-red eyes seemed to sense something and quickly explained, "I understand your thoughts. Don't think of me as malicious. In fact, meeting me might be the greatest opportunity of your life." It then introduced itself. "You can call me Gung Jin Sword Puppet. I am born with royal blood, and once I fully assimilate my energy, my bloodline will evolve further." Though shocked, Song Hin still looked puzzled. "Senior, what does this have to do with me?" Gung Jin Sword Puppet explained. "Haven't you noticed? There is a faint connection between us." Song Hin focused and indeed sensed a subtle link between them. He speculated, "Is it because of my blood?" With a hint of resignation, Gung Jin Sword Puppet confirmed, "Yes." It explained that it was Song Hin's blood that allowed it to awaken. As a result, if it wanted to form a battle beast contract with a beastmaster, it could only choose Song Hin, as his blood flowed within its body. To quickly enhance its strength, Becoming a beast master's battle beast was the best choice. This way, it could utilize vast resources to grow stronger. And right now, Song Hin was its only option. The voice of the Gengjin sword puppet echoed slowly through the vast space, narrating everything in detail. Song Hin stood frozen in place upon hearing it, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the Gengjin sword puppet before him. Is this a joke? Song Hin stammered, his heart pounding. Although he didn't understand why his blood could connect with the Gengjin sword puppet, becoming its battle beast directly, the surprise was overwhelming. Song Hin's mind raced as he pondered the implications. Every unique spirit born was incredibly powerful. If he could form a battle beast contract with the Gengjin sword puppet, his future would be limitless. Senior, are you serious? Song Hin cautiously confirmed, afraid he had misheard. The Gengjin sword puppet's eyes glowed with a golden light, and though its voice was rough, it was firm. Do I have any reason to deceive you? This statement completely dispelled Song Hin's doubts. Indeed, the Gengjin sword puppet had no reason to deceive him. Junior, the Gengjin sword puppet continued. My soul power has been greatly weakened and requires time to integrate with the physical body. This process will take at least half a year. During this period, I must focus on merging with the body to achieve a high degree of unity between soul and body, so I cannot form a battle beast contract with you for now. Song Hin nodded and added, Senior, I am currently only a second-tier beast master, and my battle beast contract slots are full. I can only form a new contract when I advance to the third tier. The Gengjin sword puppet was silent for a moment, then said, That's good. During this half-year, I will need your assistance. It continued to explain that in the era of beast masters, their strength advanced rapidly, not inferior to the warriors of the martial arts era. Although it couldn't become someone's beast, as a unique spirit, it would face annihilation if discovered by a powerful being. These strong individuals had many ways to deal with it, even at a cost. Upon hearing this, Song Hin immediately understood the Gengjin sword puppet's meaning. You mean, we need to leave here? Exactly, the Gengjin sword puppet replied. But since you're not my battle beast, you can't take me into the beast space. If I follow you around, I'll be too conspicuous. So, what should you do? Song Hin asked, puzzled. I will stay in this space, the Gengjin sword puppet explained. This is actually a small world I once nurtured, which can be carried with me. However, over the long years, everything inside has been exhausted, turning it into what you see now. To restore it, you'll need a lot of resources. Hearing this astonishing news, Song Hin was thrilled. A portable small world was an incredible surprise. He began to imagine the immense uses of this space. Nurturing spirit beasts, growing spiritual herbs, serving as a stable resource base, or even as a massive storage space. Suddenly, Song Hin remembered something and quickly asked, Senior, how is my aunt now? The Gengjin sword puppet's eyes flashed with golden light as it answered. Your aunt has completed her trial and gained some good benefits. Those were just some small things I hastily set up long ago. She is now outside the ruins. Song Hin breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Senior, how do we leave? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space began to shake again. The ground rolled like waves, layers upon layers, and energy gathered from all directions. A dazzling golden light burst before Song Hin's eyes, forcing him to close them. When Song Hin opened his eyes again, a golden bead the size of an almond appeared before him. The Gengjin sword puppet's voice rang out, This is the space. Just drop a drop of your blood on it, and you can take it into your sea of consciousness. After that, your spiritual body can freely enter this world. Song Hin followed the instructions, and a drop of blood from his fingertip was instantly absorbed by the bead. The bead emitted a brilliant light and transformed into a stream of light that shot directly into Song Hin's sea of consciousness. The golden bead floated and rotated in his sea of consciousness, emitting invisible waves that slowly tempered Song Hin's spiritual power. He was amazed to find that the bead had such an effect. His spiritual power transformed into his own form and entered the space of the golden bead. Seeing the Gengjin sword puppet before him, Song Hin felt reassured, confirming everything it had said. The Gengjin sword puppet spoke. All right, now that you are familiar with it, you should leave. I need to start merging with my body. Do not disturb me during this period. By the way, if you can find some soul-enhancing herbs, that would be even better. Hearing this, Song Hin's face turned bitter. Soul-enhancing herbs were not easy to come by. Each one was worth several times more than other spiritual herbs. With another resource-consuming entity, along with the newly hatched Lingming stone monkey, Song Hin felt both pain and joy. After leaving the space of the golden bead, Song Hin looked around and found only the pitted steps remaining. The entire space had completely disappeared, entering his sea of consciousness. Song Hin walked away slowly and emerged from the ruins half an hour later. The darkness gradually faded, and sunlight fell, easing his mind. Song Hin, you finally came out. I thought. Song Xian, dressed in purple, hurried to him, her face filled with anxiety and tears in her eyes. The shadow fox and bloodtail mink followed closely behind. Song Hin smiled, feeling touched, and reassured her. "Aunt, I just got caught in a trial and gained quite a bit. All my beasts have advanced a tier." Naturally, he wouldn't reveal the true situation. Song Zian carefully examined Song Hin and sighed in relief. "As long as you're okay. I also participated in a trial and gained a lot. We should leave here quickly. The ancient ruins are too eerie, with no time to react. It's a great fortune that we came out unscathed this time." Song Hin nodded, and the two of them left. The stone forest fell silent once more. In the depths of Indan Ridge, a thick black mist swirled around. Song Hin and Song Zian cautiously stepped forward, surrounded by rugged rocks. The pitch-black slopes were barren and lifeless. Even after leaving the dangerous ruins, Song Zian still felt uneasy, but the current environment demanded their utmost vigilance. Indan Ridge was notorious for its venomous beasts. Song Hin, ever alert, summoned Silver Moon and the Lingming Stone Monkey to clear the path ahead. Silver Moon was at the second tier of the bronze level, while the Lingming Stone Monkey had reached the fifth tier of the black iron level, making them formidable enough to handle most threats in this area. With Song Zian, a fourth-tier beast master, overseeing their safety, they were well protected for the time being. As they journeyed, Song Hin made significant gains, collecting 7 or 8 beast carcasses in a short time. He remained on high alert, scanning the surroundings for suitable beasts to capture and store in his golden orb. Elite bloodline beasts, especially their young, were invaluable resources. Suddenly, Song Zian's eyes lit up, and she hurried forward. "Song Hin, look over there. What is that?" Song Hin quickly followed. In a crevice not far away, 3 black spirit herbs swayed in the wind, emitting a dark, shimmering glow. After a closer look, Song Hin exclaimed in delight, "Is this Yinming grass?" Song Zian nodded with a smile. "Yes, it is Yinming grass. We're quite lucky." Yinming grass, a rare third-tier medium-grade spiritual herb, was a priceless treasure for soul enhancement. Even though Song Zian was already a fourth-tier beast master, she couldn't help but feel thrilled by this unexpected find. "Song Hin, you should take these 3 Yinming grass," Song Zian generously offered. Song Hin quickly declined. "Aunt, how can I accept that? You discovered them, and they are useful to you too. Even if you don't need them, you could trade them for other resources." Moved by his thoughtfulness, Song Zian smiled. "I'm glad to see your kind heart. Let's do this. I'll take 1 and you take 2. With that, she swiftly picked the 3 Yinming grass and handed 2 to Song Hin. Despite his repeated refusals, Song Zian patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Enough talk, let's move on." Her purple dress fluttered, and her graceful figure left a deep impression on Song Hin. A warm feeling surged in Song Hin's heart. "Thank you, Aunt," he said gratefully as he carefully stored the Yinming grass in his storage ring. The concern from his grandfather, second uncle, and aunt filled the emotional void within him. At that moment, Song Zian's expression changed abruptly. She pulled Song Hin into a nearby thicket. Song Hin also sensed someone approaching. Soon, 5 people appeared in their line of sight, looking both hurried and excited. "Brother, we're almost there. If the map is correct, the Yin Pearl should be right there," a familiar voice said. Song Hin peeked out and was surprised to see Lin Yi, whom he had defeated during the assessment. In the past 2 months, Lin Yi had also become a second-tier beast master. The other 4 were unfamiliar to Song Hin, but they seemed strong, with 2 second-tier and 2 third-tier beast masters among them. Upon hearing the words Yin Pearl, a glint appeared in Song Zian's eyes. She signaled Song Hin to follow the group, clearly interested in their objective. Song Hin quickly understood. They were after the Yin Pearl of the Jade Toad, a treasure left by a fallen golden-level beast, infused with Yin energy and comparable to a 5th-tier peak treasure. Acquiring it would be a tremendous opportunity. "Song Hin, it looks like we might hit the jackpot this time," Song Zian whispered. "If we can get that Yin Pearl, my Shadow Fox's power will surge. It might even undergo a bloodline mutation and gain venom attributes." The Shadow Fox's eyes gleamed with excitement, its tail gently swaying. As Song Zian's only Yin attribute beast, obtaining this treasure could help it break through its current 7th-tier silver level, possibly reaching the golden level. Song Hin nodded. "Aunt, I understand. The skinny one is Lin Yi from the Lin family. We have some unfinished business. This is a good chance to resolve it." Upon hearing Lin family, a flash of murderous intent crossed Song Zian's face. "Perfect. That will ease my conscience." The Lin family and the Tsang family had been rivals for years in Black Dragon City, with blood on both sides. This deep-seated enmity was not something that could be easily resolved. Although Song Zian didn't know Lin Yi personally, his affiliation with the Lin family made him an enemy of the Tsang family by default. Song Zian and Song Hin quietly emerged from the forest, shadowing Lin Yi and his group without a sound. Unaware of the followers behind them, Lin Yi and his companions continued on their way. Changsu shot a cold glance at Lin Yi and warned, Lin Yi, watch your mouth. Walls have ears. Lin Yi, with a fawning smile, seemed unbothered. Cousin, this is Yindan Ridge. We're in the middle of nowhere. Who's gonna hear us? Changsu appeared to recall something and turned to ask, are you sure you're the only one who knows about this? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly steadied himself. I also told my father. Changsu fell silent upon hearing this. Let's move, Changsu ordered. The three people behind him glanced at Lin Yi with cold eyes, but did nothing. They knew full well that they hadn't reached their destination yet, and Lin Yi had already informed his father, complicating matters. Though it was uncertain if Lin Yi was telling the truth, Changsu couldn't take the risk. Despite being Lin Yi's cousin, the lure of great profit could turn even brothers against each other. Lin Yi felt uneasy, harboring deep resentment. The map had been something he stumbled upon at a stall in Yunzhong City, but somehow Changsu discovered it during their return to Dai County with his mother. The Chang family, a prominent clan in Dai County, boasted a fifth-tier beast master and wielded considerable power. Lin Yi's father had been fortunate to marry into the Chang family. Faced with Changsu's pressure, Lin Yi didn't dare refuse due to their vast difference in status. Ultimately, Changsu obtained the map and brought Lin Yi to this place. Lin Yi's earlier response was a stroke of luck. He didn't want to end up buried here. With his father as a bargaining chip, he hoped Changsu would hesitate. Lin Yi understood Changsu's intentions, to monopolize the Yindan of the bead toad. Each with their own agenda, they ventured deeper into Yindan Ridge. Song Hen and Song Zian followed closely, unaware of the group's internal strife. If they knew, they would have applauded. Time passed, and after a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi's group halted. Along the way, they had slain over a dozen beasts, their breathing somewhat erratic. Changsu asked, Lin Yi, are we there yet? He had also seen the map, and the surrounding landscape matched. Lin Yi, though unwilling, replied, I've never been here, but it looks like this is the place. Before them was a dark cave, thin black mist seeping out and emitting a nauseating smell. Piles of cold white bones, stained with blood, lay near the entrance. Changsu felt uneasy and turned to Lin Yi, go in and check it out. Lin Yi tensed up, cousin. You're not sending me in alone, are you? Changsu smiled, of course not. Changjia, go with him. Lin Yi, don't worry. Changjia is a third-tier beast master. He'll ensure your safety. Changsu's words carried a hidden meaning, fearing Lin Yi might take whatever he found for himself. Lin Yi sneered inwardly but outwardly said, thank you, cousin. He then entered the cave with Changjia. Time slowly passed as Changsu and the others waited outside. Song Zian and Song Hen exchanged a glance. Song Hen whispered, Aunt, do you think they'll get the Yindan from the bi-pattern toad? Song Zian confidently replied, no matter who gets it, it will end up in our hands. As a fourth-tier beast master, she was almost certain to overpower them. Before long, Lin Yi and Changjia emerged from the cave, their faces beaming with joy. Changjia announced, young master, we got the Yindan. He held a pitch-black, round demon core brimming with immense energy. Changsu was thrilled, not expecting to actually obtain the Yindan. Suddenly, a shadow cat appeared behind Lin Yi, silently slashing at Changsu's neck. Simultaneously, Changjia's beast space opened, releasing 3 bronze-tier beasts: golden armored rhino, ironclad wolf, and windblade leopard charging at Changsu and his group with murderous intent. Changsu was shocked and furious, yelling, Lin Yi, Changjia, have you lost your minds to attack me? He immediately activated his beast space, summoning 2 beasts, the 7th-tier black iron moon bear and the 8th-tier black iron green wind monkey, both elite high bloodline. The remaining 2 Chang family members also summoned their beasts. In an instant, battle erupted. Song Hen and Song Zian exchanged looks of surprise. Song Zian analyzed, they must have gone through something. They seemed to be controlled by something unknown. Changsu realized this too, but for now, he had to subdue Lin Yi and Changjia to figure out what was happening. Boom. Waves of powerful energy surged as over a dozen beasts clashed. Lin Yi's beasts were weak and quickly fell behind. Though Changjia was a third-tier beast master, he struggled against a third-tier and a second-tier beast master's combined assault. Blood splattered, and cries of pain filled the battlefield. Changsu, enraged, shouted at Lin Yi, stop, snap out of it or I won't hold back. Despite knowing Lin Yi might be controlled, Changsu's anger was hard to quell. Lin Yi had already been subdued, so naturally, he couldn't hear Changsu's shouts. Amid the roaring of battle beasts, a massive moon bear lunged at Changsu, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Besides his shadow cat, Lin Yi also had a thunder leopard, but both beasts were only at black iron tier 5, not very powerful. Ever since his flame horse was killed, Lin Yi's progress had slowed significantly. One misstep leads to many. Changsu, a tier 2 beast master, had beasts much stronger than Lin Yi's. Seeing Lin Yi standing motionless, A ruthless glint flashed in Chang Su's eyes. Bang! The moon bear's massive body surged with power, its muscles bulging under its snow-white fur, and its huge paw swung down at the shadow cat emerging from the darkness. The air shattered as the bear's paw struck the shadow cat with unerring accuracy. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by the shadow cat's agonized scream. Chang Su's face remained expressionless, radiating a murderous intent. The moon bear didn't stop, its imposing presence overwhelming, as it took quick strides forward. Just as the shadow cat tried to rise, the moon bear stomped it into the ground, splattering blood everywhere. Lin Yi let out a piercing scream, his face turning pale as he clutched his head and fell to his knees. The excruciating pain from his beast's death surged through him like a tide, clearing his mind. In less than 2 months, Lin Yi had lost another battle beast, and this time it was at the hands of his own cousin. His eyes filled with blood as he glared at Chang Su, gritting his teeth. Chang Su, I will never forgive you. Chang Su's expression remained unchanged as he coldly asked, what happened inside? Lin Yi responded with a cold, mocking smile. Meanwhile, Chang Jie was also losing to his opponent, his battle beast defeated, forcing him to surrender. As he regained his senses, he shouted, young master, run, there's an evil cultivator inside, and that pill is fake. Chang Su's face darkened, but before he could react, the ground suddenly erupted with countless white threads, entangling their ankles like a net. Breeze monkey, Chang Su shouted. The breeze monkey's eyes flashed green, and a wind blade instantly severed the threads. Though they broke free, they had already lost valuable time. At that moment, a figure in a black robe emerged from a dark hole, riding a skeletal beast. The man's face was twisted and veiny, with bulging eyes and a sinister smile. The skeletal beast beneath him was a spider skeleton, burning with ghostly fire, clearly an undead beast. An evil cultivator. The White Bone Master. From a distance, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as she explained to Zhang Hin. He's a notorious evil cultivator from Yunzong County, known for hunting beast masters. Many have fallen to his hands, and the Yunzong Academy has a bounty on his head. Zhang Hin nodded. He definitely deserves to die. But the map in pill Lin Yi got must be fake too, right? This is probably a trap set by the White Bone Master, and Lin Yi fell for it. Zhang Xian agreed. That's right. We almost got tricked ourselves. Though the pill from the JDE Toad is fake, the White Bone Master is real. If we can bring his head back to the Academy, the reward will be substantial. He's a peak tier 3 beast master with 2 silver level beasts besides this bone spider. He likely has a dream corpse butterfly. What should we do now? Zhang Hin asked. Let's wait and see, Zhang Xian said, taking a few steps forward with Zhang Hin. These people have nothing to do with us. The White Bone Master won't find it easy to deal with them, as the Chang family has 2 tier 3 beast masters and 6 bronze level beasts. Seeing the situation, Chang Su immediately ordered, Chang Jie, Chang Shi, cover the rear. He then mounted the moon bear and turned to flee, not caring about his subordinates. Despite his injuries, Chang Jie quickly commanded his beasts to face the enemy. The White Bone Master sneered. Interesting. Do you think you can escape? The bone spider beneath him released a terrifying energy wave, shooting hundreds of white threads that quickly surrounded Chang Jie and the others. These threads were incredibly tough, even slicing a black iron-level beast into pieces. Lin Yi, overwhelmed by pain, was unable to resist and could only clutch his head, convulsing. The White Bone Master ignored him, focusing on suppressing the 3 guards left by Chang Su, his silver-level pressure spreading relentlessly. Chang Su lay flat on the moon bear's back, his face pale, not daring to look back. He kept urging, faster, faster. He knew all too well the fate that awaited him if he fell into the White Bone Master's hands. His identity would mean nothing to the enemy. The reputation of Bone Master had spread far and wide, even reaching Dai County. For such a notorious dark cultivator, Chang Zu's status was nothing but a joke. Life is the most precious thing. Once lost, everything else becomes meaningless. As Chang Su was lost in these thoughts, a chill suddenly ran down his spine, prompting him to look up. The sight before him made him tremble. A skeletal butterfly had appeared in the sky, exuding an aura of death. Its body was devoid of flesh, dripping with corpse fluid. With a gentle flap of its wings, it stirred up a gust of decaying wind. Dream Corpse Butterfly. Chang Su recognized the terrifying creature, an elite high bloodline beast of Silver Tier 3. Bone Master, a peak Tier 3 beast tamer, indeed owned 2 Silver Tier battle beasts. Such power was enough to make even the majority of instructors at Yunzhong Academy wary, explaining why he had evaded capture for so long despite the bounty on his head. Suddenly, a dull thud sounded. Before Chang Su could react, he was hurled into the air. He realized that the moon bear had already fallen unconscious. The Dream Corpse Butterfly, being a necrotic attribute beast, possessed a formidable soul power. Its ghostly fire had potent hallucinatory effects that ordinary beasts couldn't resist. Despite the moon bear's exceptional bloodline, its iron tier strength was no match for the dream corpse butterfly of silver tier 3. The dream corpse butterfly swooped down in a flash, leaving only a shadow behind. Chang Zu's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Chang Zu's guards met a similar fate. In addition to his 2 silver tier battle beasts, Bone Master also had a copper tier 9 bone turtle, similar to the beasts of Pale Autumn. His beasts were all necrotic attribute, true to his name. The bone turtle, in tandem with the bone spider, swiftly subdued the 3 members of the Chang family. Lin Yi felt a wave of despair, regretting his earlier decision to be tempted by that map. He finally understood it was a trap meticulously set by Bone Master. The maps sold at those obscure stalls were meant to lure beast tamers like them, seeking fortune, into his clutches. The bones at the cave entrance were likely the remains of previous victims. Perhaps those vendors were Bone Master's minions. Bone Master approached Lin Yi slowly, a sinister smile on his face. You poor fool, to be betrayed by your own cousin. He paused before continuing. I'll give you a chance. Join me as a dark cultivator. These beast tamers deserve to die. Come, kill your cousin, and you'll feel the thrill. With that, Bone Master threw the unconscious Chang Su at Lin Yi's feet. The pain jolted Chang Su awake, and he found himself face-to-face with Lin Yi, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Yi, calm down. What are you doing? Chang Su struggled to get up, only to find his legs bound by the bone spider silk, causing him to fall back to the ground. Ignoring his throbbing headache, Lin Yi retrieved a dagger from his storage ring. Bone Master watched with interest, a cold smile playing on his lips. The beast tamers in Dan Ridge had long been wiped out by him, leaving only beasts behind. The natural toxic miasma there made it a haven for poison attribute beasts, but their materials were of little value, keeping beast tamers away. For Bone Master, it was a paradise, allowing him to cultivate his strength in peace. What am I doing? Dear cousin, you tell me. Lin Yi's face twisted with malice as he slowly approached Chang Su. He had nothing left to lose and sought only revenge, wanting Chang Su to feel the same searing pain. Lin Yi, don't. I'm your cousin. We're family. Chang Su was terrified, all his arrogance gone. The more Chang Su emphasized their bond, the more disgusted Lin Yi felt. He swung the dagger, plunging it into Chang Zu's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splattering onto Lin Yi's face. The scent of blood drove him into a frenzy, and he repeatedly stabbed Chang Su, leaving dozens of wounds in his chest in no time. Cousin? You remember you're my cousin now? Did a cousin deserve to kill my beast? You're ruthless. Now see who's more ruthless. Lin Yi roared. You say you're my cousin, but does that mean anything? We don't even share the same surname. You disgust me. Go to hell. Lin Yi's madness grew, and he continued stabbing until Chang Su was a bloody, unrecognizable mess. Looking at Chang Zu's mangled corpse, Lin Yi felt a wave of satisfaction and relief. Chang Zu's eyes, now hollow, had never imagined he would die at the hands of the cousin he had always looked down upon. At that moment, Chang Jie and the others regained consciousness. Seeing Chang Zu's body, they were struck with a chilling realization. The young master is dead. What's the point in living now? Our families, our children, are doomed. Chang Jie cried out in anguish. Lin Yi, he was your cousin. He was the young master of the Chang family in Dai County, the son of the family head. Bone Master, you're finished. Lin Yi's expression grew even more twisted. Don't mention that name. It makes me sick. He seemed to snap, his eyes blood red, charging at Chang Jie with the dagger. His killing intent surged. He planned to eliminate all the Chang family members. If they all died, no one would know it was his doing. He had no way out now. Only the path of bloodshed remained. Chang Jie's roar made the white Bone Master's face change instantly. He realized in a flash that he had provoked a major problem. Chang Jie was the son of the head of the Chang family in Dai County. Alarm bells rang in the white Bone Master's mind. Dan Ridge was no longer safe. His years of experience in the martial world had taught him that caution was the key to survival. The Chang family, a prestigious clan in Dai County, had a 5th-rank beast master. If they learned that one of their own had died here, he would have no chance of escaping. The white Bone Master looked at Lin Yi, and his initial plans for grooming him dissolved into a strong desire to flee. In fact, Chang Su had overestimated the white Bone Master's courage. If he had revealed his identity earlier, the white Bone Master might not have ordered Lin Yi to kill. But now, the die was cast, and there was no turning back. Thud. The sound of a dagger piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. Controlled by the white bone spider, Chang Jie and his men were powerless and brutally killed by Lin Yi. Blood stained the ground, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Nearby beasts were restless, but were driven back by the aura of the silver-level beast. The beast master's battle beasts went berserk, trying to avenge their masters. The White Bone Master mercilessly killed them all. Since the grudge was already formed, he decided to go all in. He shot a cold glance at Lin Yi, quickly entered the cave, and hurriedly left 5 minutes later. Lin Yi stood there, covered in blood, his mind blank. He couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point. On one hand, he felt hatred towards Chang Su, and on the other, the hallucinogenic power of the dream corpse butterfly had influenced him, leading to this tragedy. Lin Yi fell into despair. He knew very well that if he returned, he would face a fate worse than death. Even the Lin family would suffer the wrath of the Chang family. He was lost and didn't know what to do. In the distant forest, Song Zian put away the recording stone and turned to Song Hin. "It's recorded," she said. Song Hin, still intrigued, put away his own recording stone and said, "Aunt, just to be safe, I made a few copies. Here's one for you." I never expected to witness such a fratricidal tragedy. Has Lin Yi lost his mind? He killed Chang Su and his men. He's done for. Song Zian summoned her lightning bark dragon horse, lightning crackling around it, exuding a powerful aura. She jumped onto its back and said to Song Hin, "Enough talk. I'm going after the White Bone Master. His head is mine. What about you?" Song Hin shook his head. "I'll wait here for you, aunt." Song Zian gave him a deep look and threw him a blood-red crystal. "This is a blood jade stone. The mother stone is with me. Finish your business and leave quickly. The smell of blood is too strong here. I'll find you later." With that, she rode off on her lightning bark dragon horse, followed closely by her shadow demon fox, tracking the White Bone Master's trail. Song Hin smiled, unsurprised that Song Zian had seen through his intentions. He cast a cold glance at Lin Yi and walked out, followed by Silver Moon and Yi. Lin Yi sensed something was wrong. He turned and saw the familiar Silver Moon and the approaching Song Hin. He couldn't believe his eyes. "Song Hin, what are you doing here?" Song Hin replied expressionlessly, "Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence?" Before he finished speaking, Silver Moon's wolf claws flashed, tearing off Lin Yi's head. Blood spurted out as Lin Yi's headless body fell. Song Hin remained unfazed. Killing Lin Yi was simply to eliminate future troubles. He never wasted words on enemies, acting decisively. Lin Yi's battle beasts woke from their stupor and, seeing their master dead, charged at Song Hin with blood-red eyes. However, they were no match for Silver Moon and Yi and soon lay dead in a pool of blood. Song Hin snorted coldly, quickly cleaned up the scene, and left. The smell of blood was growing stronger, and the surrounding beasts were getting restless. It was not a place to linger. He believed that once the beasts devoured the bodies, even if the Chang and Lin families investigated, it would be hard to uncover the truth. As long as Song Zian successfully killed the White Bone Master and collected the reward from Yunzhong Academy, the entire incident would inevitably attract the Chang family's attention. This was why Song Zian had Song Hin record the conflict between Lin Yi and Chang Zu to avoid unnecessary trouble. The White Bone Master had been entrenched in Yin Ridge for a long time, and there would surely be traces left behind. With the Chang family's power, they could easily trace it back to him. As for Lin Yi's death, Song Hin was unafraid. The Song family had the strength to withstand any retaliation from the Lin family. Now that Song Zian was a 4th-rank Beastmaster, and the Lin family had only one 4th-rank Beastmaster, even though Song Zian did not get along with Song Beixia, she would not stand by if the Song family were in danger. Once Song Di's Purple Ink Thunder Wolf broke through to the silver level, Song Di would also become a 4th-rank Beastmaster. By then, with 3 4th-rank Beastmasters, the Song family would easily hold their ground against the Lin family. Song Hin carefully navigated through the Yin Ridge, with Yin Yu and Yi following closely behind. Suddenly, Yin Yu's claws flashed with a cold light, instantly killing a poisonous golden arrow frog. Despite Song Hin's extreme vigilance, they were continuously attacked by various beasts along the way. These beasts eventually became corpses, which Song Hin stored in his storage ring. However, Song Hin's gains were significant. Whenever he encountered a beast with elite bloodlines, he would capture it alive and send it into the vast golden pearl space. This space could accommodate thousands of beasts, becoming a valuable resource trove for Song Hin. Ordinary beasts were killed and turned into blood essence, while elite bloodline beasts were all captured. While searching for beasts, Song Hin also awaited news from Song Zian. He had no worries about her safety. As a Tier 4 Beastmaster, Song Zian had 4 silver-level battle beasts, with the Shadow Demon Fox's strength reaching late silver level. Song Hin's judgment proved to be correct. On the other side of the Yin Ridge, the Bone Master, despite his incredible speed, had already been locked onto by the Shadow Demon Fox. The Lightning Boar horse pursued him at an astonishing speed and quickly caught up. Feeling Song Zian's powerful aura, the Bone Master asked in panic, "Who are you?" Song Zian replied expressionlessly, "The one who will kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, her 4 silver-level battle beasts, the Lightning Boar horse, Bloodtail Mink, Shadow Demon Fox, an ice flame lion appeared simultaneously. The Bone Master was instantly terrified, his eyes filled with fear. Despite his considerable strength, he only had 2 silver-level battle beasts, the Bone Spirit Spider and the Dream Corpse Butterfly, both of which were now desperately guarding him. Song Xian's 4 battle beasts quickly surrounded the Bone Master, exuding a chilling, killing intent. The Shadow Demon Fox, with its formidable silver tier 7 strength, attacked with overwhelming shadow energy, unleashing terrifying dark power. The Ice Flame Lion, with its elite high-level bloodline, had reached silver tier 5 and was Song Xian's main battle beast. Each of its attacks caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, slowing down the Bone Spirit Spider significantly. Although the Bloodtail Mink had just broken through to silver tier 1, its strength was not to be underestimated. The Lightning Boar Horse continuously summoned lightning strikes, fiercely attacking the Bone Spirit Spider. Under the relentless assault of the 4 silver-level battle beasts, the Bone Master quickly found himself overwhelmed. The Bone Spirit Spider's legs were shattered, and the Dream Corpse Butterfly was struck down from the sky by the Lightning Boar Horse. Terrified, the Bone Master repeatedly begged for mercy. "Please, I surrender. The Endan of the Jade Toad is indeed with me. I'll give it to you. Just spare my life." However, Song Xian remained unmoved. The Shadow Demon Fox's dark claws instantly extinguished the Bone Spirit Spider's life force, reducing it to a pile of bones. Simultaneously, the Lightning Boar Horse formed a purple lightning spear on its head, piercing through the Dream Corpse Butterfly and destroying its vitality. The Bone Master let out a horrific scream, blood spurting out. Before he could finish his plea, the Bloodtail Mink's claws slashed through, tearing his throat apart. With the Bone Master's death, his beast space shattered, and the remaining beasts scattered, only to be quickly killed by the Bloodtail Mink. Song Xian swiftly collected the Bone Master's belongings, taking his head and battle beast materials before leaving the scene. The Bone Master's corpse was soon devoured by the approaching beasts. Using the Blood Jade connection, Song Xian quickly found Song Hin. "Aunt, how did it go?" Song Hin asked eagerly. Song Xian nodded. "Mission accomplished. This trip was worth it." The Endan of the Jade Toad was indeed with the Bone Master, though its energy has depleted quite a bit. Song Hin was elated for Song Xian. "Haha, that's great. Aunt, let's leave this place." Both had significant gains, especially Song Hin. Although the past 3 days had been perilous, the outcome was favorable. Song Xian agreed. "You're right. It's time to leave. After killing the Bone Master, I'll return to Yunzhong Academy to hand in the bounty. I'm sure to receive resources from the academy. With the Endan of the Jade Toad, my strength will surely break through. The Shadow Demon Fox might even advance to the gold level, making me even more powerful." Song Xian and Song Hin left Endan Ridge and returned to the Yunzhong Academy. Their journey was uneventful, as if this training trip was just an ordinary outing. Upon their return, Song Hin briefly greeted Luo Kuei before hurrying back to his quarters. As usual, he fell into a deep sleep the moment he lay down, a habit he had developed to recover from the exhaustion of his training trips. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, waking Song Hin from his slumber. After washing up, he immediately began tending to the star sword bamboo in his courtyard. Carefully transplanting it into the golden pearl space, he felt relieved to have such a secure sanctuary. Inside the golden pearl space, a hint of vitality was quietly emerging. Song Hin recalled the dozen elite-level beasts he had captured at Endan Ridge. Though there were no cubs among them, their considerable value could fetch tens of thousands of soul crystals. He considered these beasts to be precious resources, waiting for the right moment to be utilized. The star sword bamboo took root in the golden pearl space, continuously nourished by the power of the stars. The bamboo grew sturdier, occasionally emitting sharp sword glows. Song Hin had already decided that once the Gungjin sword puppet recovered and formed a contract with him, he would forge a divine weapon from this star sword bamboo to enhance its power. Song Hin then headed to the Academy's Resource Exchange Center, where he traded for a batch of highly reproductive beasts, 10 black armored hounds, 10 green blade goats, and a few black spirit pigs. These beasts were to serve as food for the elite-level beasts he had previously captured. He quickly completed the transaction and left with the beast pouches in hand. Returning to his quarters, Song Hin placed all the newly acquired beasts into the golden pearl space. In this space, he was the supreme ruler. He believed that over time, his collection of beasts would grow increasingly diverse. After a moment of hesitation, Song Hin's spiritual shadow went to the secluded area where the Gungjin sword puppet was meditating. Amidst the flickering golden light, the sword puppet sat cross-legged, expressionless. Its cultivation had quietly advanced to black iron tier 5, progressing at an astonishing rate. "What is it?" the Gungjin sword puppet asked, its voice still hoarse. Song Hin produced the Yinming grass and explained, "A third-tier soul-enhancing herb, Yinming grass. It should help strengthen your soul." The Gungjin sword puppet did not move, but the Yiming grass instantly turned to ash as it was absorbed. Song Hin looked at the ashes in his hand, feeling a pang of regret. Shaking his head, he turned and left the puppet's sanctum. Having handled these matters, Song Hin headed to the classroom for his lessons. Along the way, the academy was abuzz with talk of Song Xian's feat of slaying the Bone Master. Students were full of praise for the newly promoted fourth-tier Beast Master, who had brought great honor to the academy. Upon arriving at the classroom, Song Hin found Song Baiqiu already waiting at his seat. "Hin, over here. You're back," Song Baiqiu called out enthusiastically. Song Hin nodded and sat down, simply saying, "Yes, I'm back." The trip was quite fruitful. A glint of envy flashed in Song Baiqiu's eyes as he continued, "Your aunt is truly formidable. She just broke through to the fourth tier and already took down the Bone Master. Her reputation has soared." Song Hin responded calmly. The Bone Master only had 2 silver-tier battle beasts. With an academy instructor intervening, he was no match. "My aunt just happened to get lucky this time." Looking around, Song Hin noticed the absence of Shi Qinyu and asked, "Where's Shi Qinyu?" Song Baiqiu sighed and replied, "Ever since she lost to you, she's been reorganizing the Black Dragon Society, leading its members on academy missions to boost their strength. They've grown quite formidable in a short time." Song Hin nodded, acknowledging that this was Shi Qinyu's choice. "And what about Sun Hong?" "He's been out of sight, probably training hard somewhere," Song Baiqiu said, always well informed. Song Hin reflected on this, realizing that these two were still unwilling to accept their defeat and would likely challenge him again in the future. Soon after, the instructor entered the classroom, and the day's lessons began. Song Hin listened intently, and time flew by. As night fell, stars dotted the sky. Song Hin returned to his quarters and summoned Yi and the Lingming Stone Monkey. He had reached Black Iron Tier 8, but continued to train diligently. The Stone Monkey, now at Black Iron Tier 5, gleamed with golden light as it continuously refined its power. The 2 battle beasts consumed bloodline essence in the courtyard, striving to enhance their strength. Song Hin silently assessed his 4 battle beasts. Silvermoon was the strongest, having reached Red Copper Tier 2. The Mirror Pig followed at Black Iron Tier 7. Yi was next, and the Lingming Stone Monkey, though less than a month old, had already reached Black Iron Tier 5. Song Hin knew that once he broke through to a third-tier Beast Master, he could contract the Gungjin Sword Puppet, significantly boosting his power. With Yi and the Mirror Pig's progress, they would surely reach Red Copper Tier by the end of the semester, allowing him to advance to a third-tier Beast Master. If word of his rapid advancement spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir at Yunzhong Academy. After all, no one in the Academy's history had ever become a third-tier Beast Master in just half a semester. If Song Hin achieved this, he would definitely make history. 3 days passed quickly. However, today, the atmosphere at Yunzhong Academy suddenly grew tense. It turned out that Chang Tianming, the head of the Chang family and a peak 4th-tier Beast Master from Daijun, had come to visit. Chang Tianming, the head of the Chang family from Dai County, was a formidable Beast Master at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. He commanded multiple gold-tier battle beasts and was just a step away from advancing to the 5th tier. However, at this critical juncture, a devastating news shattered his world. His son, Chang Su, had been brutally killed in Yindan Ridge. Enraged, Chang Tianming immediately dispatched a team to search Yindan Ridge. The search party scoured every inch of the area, but all they found were fragments of Chang Zu's clothing inside the belly of a beast. This discovery plunged Chang Tianming into deep sorrow, prompting him to mobilize all the resources of the Chang family to investigate. Soon, the news that the notorious Baigu Shangren was hiding in Yindan Ridge surfaced, along with the revelation of Chang Zu's mission. The disappearance of Lin Yi also caught his attention. Upon learning that Baigu Shangren had been slain by Cang Xian, a mentor at Yunzhong Academy, all clues pointed to her. Chang Tianming decided to confront Yunzhong Academy personally. Clad in a blue robe, with a grim expression, he rode a 20-meter-long Crimson Thunder Eagle. This elite, high bloodline gold-tier battle beast was entirely scarlet, with purple lightning coursing through its body. Its wings, sharp as blades, blotted out the sky, and the terrifying energy it radiated cast an overwhelming pressure over Yunzhong Academy. The academy was thrown into turmoil by the thunderous commotion. Song Hin rushed to the gate, while Cang Xian calmly left her quarters, prepared to face Chang Tianming. She had anticipated the Chang family's arrival after killing Baigu Shangren and had instructed Song Hin to be ready. In the high-level meeting room of Yunzhong Academy, Vice Principal Lu Shankius' brows furrowed before he vanished in an instant. A large number of students hurried to the academy's entrance, eager to witness the confrontation. After all, Cang Xian had just defeated the infamous Baigu Shangren, and now someone was seeking retribution. There had to be more to the story. By the time Song Hin arrived at the gate, Song Baiqiu and other members of the Song family were already present. Song Baiqiu anxiously inquired about the situation, and the recently emerged Song who gravely analyzed. This person must be from the Chang family of Dai County. We have no dealings with them, so there's something unusual about this visit. Just then, Song Zian appeared. Draped in a purple robe, her demeanor was serene, like a goddess descending to earth. The moment Chang Tianming saw her face, he recognized her from the portrait and immediately demanded, "You must be Song Zian. Did you have anything to do with my son Chang Zu's death in Yindan Ridge?" Sensing his master's fury, the crimson thunder eagle's wings trembled, emitting a stronger pressure. Its golden eyes glowed with murderous intent, fixed on Song Zian. Undeterred, Song Zian coldly replied, "Master Chang, your accusation is misplaced. Your son's death in Yindan Ridge has nothing to do with me." Despite both being 4th-tier beast masters, Song Zian had no gold-tier battle beasts, while Chang Tianming had several, making their strengths vastly different. However, with Yunzhong Academy backing her, Song Zian remained unafraid. As more students gathered, the tension escalated. Suppressing his rage, Chang Tianming stated, "Baigu Shangren died by your hand, and you were in Yindan Ridge at the time. My son's clothes bore traces of the white-boned spirit spider, which is Baigu Shangren's beast. Do you still claim it has nothing to do with you?" Both Song Hin and Song Zian were secretly astonished at the thoroughness of the Chang family's investigation. After all, Yindan Ridge lay at the border between Yunzhong County and Dai County, within the Chang family's sphere of influence. Chang Tianming was racked with guilt. Despite being from a prestigious family, equipping Chang Su with 2 third-tier beast masters as guards had already caused dissatisfaction among other elders. Worse still, Chang Zu's ulterior motives and Lin Yi's involvement complicated matters. The Lin family had already learned of the incident, with Chang Taiming's cousin returning to the family in tears, demanding an explanation. Despite his efforts to contain the news, it had leaked, fueling internal strife and increasing the pressure on Chang Tianming. After a moment of silence, Song Zian spoke, "Master Chang, I sympathize with your loss, but I had no part in your son's death." Unable to contain his murderous intent any longer, Chang Tianming shouted, "Whether you're involved or not, you'll come back to the Chang family to find out." Before he finished speaking, the crimson thunder eagle screeched, unleashing a torrent of power towards Song Zian. Boom! The blood-red beast shot forward, its wings slicing through the air, claws aiming at Song Zian. Song Zian's expression changed slightly as she quickly opened her beast space. The shadow fox and the lightning birch dragon horse appeared instantly, shielding her. Though no match for the crimson thunder eagle, they would not let Chang Tianming take Song Zian. Chang Taiming's actions infuriated the onlooking students. They shouted in anger, "This man is too overbearing. Does he think he can do whatever he wants with a gold-tier beast? Song Zian is our mentor at Yunzhong Academy, and he thinks he can just take her away? He's not respecting us at all. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." The students' fury was palpable, ready to erupt. At that moment, the space suddenly shattered, and a figure in a black robe appeared. With an ancient and imposing presence, it was Vice Principal Lu Changqiu of Yunzhong Academy. Beneath him, a blood-red beast materialized, exuding a fearsome power that made the surrounding space ripple. Lu Changqiu, exuding an aura of authority, glared coldly at Chang Tianming and sternly commanded, "Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble at Yunzhong Academy? Leave now." With his hands clasped behind his back, his presence was overwhelming. Lu Changqiu stood tall in his black robe, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of authority without a trace of anger. Beneath him was a colossal blood-red beast, the blood-eyed thorn deer. This perfect low-tier bloodline war beast stood over 30 meters tall, its body coursing with blood and covered in black spots that looked like countless eyes. Its 4 pillar-like hooves and slender body contained immense power, and the eerie patterns on its 10-meter-long neck resembled the eyes of a blood river. The beast's black, thorned antlers and icy blood-red eyes were fixed menacingly on the red lightning hawk at Chang Tianming's feet. This blood-eyed thorn deer, at the pinnacle of the golden 9th tier, was just a step away from entering the amethyst tier. As one of the 3 deputy heads of Yunzhong Academy, Lu Changqiu himself was a formidable 5th-tier expert, widely respected for his daily oversight of academy affairs. Now, Chang Tianming dared to publicly demand the removal of a Yunzhong Academy instructor, a blatant show of disrespect. Even the most patient person would find this intolerable, let alone Lu Changqiu, who was known for his eccentric temper and commanded fear even among the academy's instructors. The blood-eyed thorn deer gazed indifferently at the red lightning hawk, its invisible pressure spreading outwards. The golden 3rd-tier red lightning hawk trembled slightly, fear flashing in its eyes. Lu Changqiu was aware of Chang Tianming's prestigious background in the Chang family of Dai County, but that did not justify his disregard for Yunzhong Academy. He coldly questioned, "Deputy Head Lu, is this how Yunzhong Academy treats its guests? Using power to oppress, do you think my Chang family lacks 5th-tier beast tamers?" Chang Tianming's face was dark as he ignored Lu Changqiu's earlier reprimand. After all, Lu Changqiu was not only well-known but also possessed unfathomable strength. Lu Changqiu coldly retorted, "Using power to oppress? I don't care what happened. Do you really think you can take an instructor from Yunzhong Academy today? Or has the Chang family grown so accustomed to tyranny in Dai County that you wish to challenge Yunzhong Academy's strength? Chang Tianming took a deep breath and pointed at Song Ziyan. I suspect my son's death is related to your instructor, Song Ziyan. I demand an explanation from Yunzhong Academy. An explanation? Where's your evidence? Lu Changqiu's expression remained unchanged, his voice growing colder. Chang Tianming snorted and recounted the previous events. Lu Changqiu turned to Song Ziyan and asked, Instructor Ziyan, were you at Yindan Ridge that day? Song Ziyan nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I was there for training and resource gathering. According to the head of the Chang family, did you indeed see his son, Chang Su, at Yindan Ridge? Song Ziyan nodded again. Lu Changqiu had made up his mind and addressed Chang Tianming. Head of the Chang family, you're correct. The White Bone Hermit was indeed killed by Instructor Ziyan. However, this doesn't prove that your son's death is related to Song Ziyan. Now, leave this place. Understood? Lu Changqiu's voice grew icier, barely containing his anger. In his view, Chang Tianming's actions were not only disrespectful to Song Ziyan, but also an affront to Yunzhong Academy as a whole. Chang Tianming had expected Lu Changqiu to hold Song Ziyan accountable, but was instead met with an expulsion order. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth. Deputy Head Lu, Song Ziyan is highly suspicious. I must uncover the truth behind my son's death. The red lightning hawk beneath him stirred, ready to attack at any moment. The blood-eyed thorn deer at Lu Changqiu's feet began to flow with blood, as if a river of blood surged within it. It took a step forward, and the overwhelming pressure of the golden ninth tier spread out. Lu Changqiu shouted again, I repeat, leave this place. The watching students below were thrilled, cheering, Deputy Head Lu is so domineering. This is how it should be. How can Yunzhong Academy's people be taken away? The Chang family is used to running rampant. They think this is Dai County? Fight and teach him a lesson. Chang Tianming's face was as dark as ink, his breathing chaotic. He suddenly took out a beast pouch and summoned an enormous beast. As the beast appeared, the surrounding space rippled, and immense power surged forth. It was entirely white, with black stripes running from its back to its head. Its menacing tiger tail whipped through the air with the sound of cracking air. Its massive tiger head, with sharp fangs, gleamed with cold light, and its eyes shone with a bone-chilling intensity. Hovering above the ground, its purple aura swirling, it was a purple crystal tier war beast, the Sky-Light White Tiger. This perfect mid-tier bloodline Sky-Light White Tiger had reached the 4th tier of the purple crystal tier and belonged to Chang Tianming's father, a 5th-tier beast tamer of the Chang family. Knowing how formidable Yunzhong Academy was, Chang Tianming had borrowed his father's war beast for support. The Sky-Light White Tiger? Lu Changqiu frowned, realizing that today would not end peacefully. Chang Tianming had gone so far as to borrow a purple crystal tier war beast, clearly determined not to back down unless Song Ziyan's innocence was proven. With newfound confidence, Chang Tianming's tone hardened. Deputy Head Lu, I mean no disrespect to Yunzhong Academy, but Song Ziyan must give me an explanation today. I want the truth. Lu Changqiu, not wanting to escalate matters further, was prepared to summon his own purple crystal tier war beast when Song Ziyan suddenly spoke. Head of the Chang family, are you sure you want to know the truth? Song Ziyan stepped forward calmly, exuding a cold aura without a trace of panic. Song Hin, watching from the side, breathed a sigh of relief. His aunt had indeed thought things through, recording everything that had happened back then. Without evidence, they would be unable to clear their name today. The Chang family, known for their tyranny, would undoubtedly pursue the matter to the end. After all, it was the death of the Chang family's head son. If he couldn't uncover the truth behind his son's death, wouldn't that be a sign of incompetence? Song Ziyan's words immediately captured everyone's attention. Could it be that Chang Su's death at Yindan Ridge was truly related to Song Ziyan? If so, today would be troublesome. The Chang family would not let it go, and would surely take Song Ziyan away to avenge Chang Su. Chang Tianming's eyes flashed with a menacing glint as he spoke in a low, threatening voice. You do know something. Spill it. If it was really you, I'll make it quick. Lu Changqiu's eyes turned icy cold at those words. Unfazed, he retorted. Watch your words, Chang Tianming. If you want to fight, I'm ready. Before he finished speaking, Lu Changqiu's battle beast space suddenly opened. A fearsome beast emerged from the void, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Its body was as black as ink, covered in demonic markings, and surrounded by a dark mist, as if it had crawled out from the depths of the underworld. The beast's claws seemed to pierce the sky, glinting with a cold light. Blood-red wings adorned its waist, with eerie patterns flowing across them. Its spine was lined with blood-red spikes, ready to devour anyone in its path. The beast's blood-red eyes were icy and filled with a terrifying killing intent, ready to pierce the heavens. Black Nether Blood Panther. Someone exclaimed, perfect mid-level bloodline, purple crystal tier 4. This is Lu Changqiu's only purple crystal level battle beast. The surrounding students were in an uproar. The dean has a purple crystal level battle beast. He's been hiding his strength so well. Indeed, it seems Dean Lu Changqiu's strength is not to be underestimated. The stronger the dean, the stronger our Cloud Academy. Chang Tianming's face turned ashen. This old man had hidden his strength so well, already possessing a purple crystal level beast. He himself hadn't even broken through to the 5th-tier beast master. If it weren't for his father's sky-white tiger, he wouldn't even have the courage to stand here. The black nether blood panther stepped forward, advancing towards the sky-white tiger. A fierce battle was imminent. Chang Tianming's anxious gaze fell on Song Zian. He didn't want to truly clash with Lu Changqiu. Song Zian spoke up. I have evidence to prove I had nothing to do with Chang Su's death. Song Hin's heart stirred. Finally, it was about to begin. If Chang Tianming saw the scene in the memory stone, would he be so angry that he would vomit blood? Lu Changqiu remained calm. If you have evidence, show it. Chang Tianming was agitated. Show it. Song Zian glanced around and suggested, we should find a more private place to view this. Otherwise, if the contents of the memory stone are made public, the Chang family will become a laughingstock in the entire Bei Han kingdom. Chang Tianming wouldn't give Song Zian the chance to play any tricks. He flatly refused. No need. Show the evidence now. If it proves you had nothing to do with it, Chang Tianming, will apologize. Song Zian shook her head, took out the memory stone from her storage ring, and activated it. In an instant, an energy screen unfolded before everyone. All eyes were drawn to it. On the screen, Lin Yi and Chang Su's conversation and their brutal battle were clearly displayed. Lin Yi, I'm your cousin. Die. / bullying me. Go to hell. The crowd was silent, shocked by the scene before them. So this was the truth behind Chang Su's death? It was a complete farce. Suddenly, the scarlet lightning eagle flapped its wings, sending a streak of blood-red light that shattered the memory stone. Although the scene was abruptly cut off, the surrounding students had already seen everything. They stifled their laughter, afraid they might burst out laughing. Lu Changqiu remained expressionless, but secretly sighed in relief. Although Cloud Academy wasn't afraid of the Chang family, avoiding conflict was always best. After all, the Academy's mission was to educate, not to make enemies. Chang Tianming's face turned a myriad of colors as the scene replayed in his mind. His chest churned, almost making him nauseous. Cousins, brothers at odds, now the Chang family would be the laughingstock of the entire Dai County, and even the Bei Han kingdom. Worse still, they had offended Cloud Academy. Lu Changqiu spoke calmly. Master Chang, the evidence is clear. Our Academy's instructor Zian had nothing to do with this. If there's nothing else, please leave. Chang Tianming stared daggers at Song Zian, his eyes almost overflowing with cold fury. Although she had nothing to do with Chang Su's death, the contents of the memory stone revealed everything. She could have prevented the tragedy but chose to stand by. Since she had the memory stone, she must have anticipated this day. Chang Tianming now held a grudge against Song Zian. Suppressing his anger, he bowed to Lu Changqiu and then turned to leave on his scarlet lightning eagle. Although Cloud Academy had been confronted, the Chang family was the one left humiliated. Had he known it would turn out like this, he would have kept it to himself. Chang Tianming knew his situation would be dire upon returning. Those family elders who were against him would seize the opportunity to strip him of his power and resources. Ungrateful brat. Stealing from his own cousin. Damn it. Chang Tianming cursed inwardly, feeling a headache coming on. Song Zian, that Song family. I'll remember you. He regretted thinking that if Song Zian had saved Chang Su, things would have been different. Yet he forgot that she had no obligation to do so. The path of a beastmaster is fraught with difficulty, and no one can predict their fate. Chang Su's death stemmed from his greed and years of oppressing Lin Yi. Trying to seize resources and opportunities always comes with risks. Life and death are dictated by fate. Wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Chang Tianming then thought of the Lin family. Although Lin Yi might have been controlled by the Dream Corpse butterfly, Chang Su still died at his hands. Now the Lin family would suffer. When his cousin married into the Lin family, they became a vassal of the Chang family. To resolve this, the Lin family would have to pay a hefty price to appease the Chang family's anger. Suddenly, Chang Tianming had an epiphany. Wait, Chang Su died at Lin Yi's hands. But where is Lin Yi? He realized with a shock that Lin Yi was also missing. He must be dead. As Chang Tianming departed, the students of Yunzhong Academy erupted into a frenzy. Murmurs filled the plaza, echoing from all directions. This is a joke. Brothers killing each other and then coming here to find the culprit? The Chang family is too overbearing. Do they think we're easy to bully? The students were indignant, itching to rush forward and attack Chang Tianming, but they held back due to their lack of strength. Lu Changqiu, with a stern expression, spoke in a deep voice, enough. The matter is resolved. Everyone disperse. With the headmaster's command, the students reluctantly dispersed, though the issue was far from over. The enmity between the Chang family and Yunzhong Academy was now set in stone, even though they were not in the same county. Chang Tieming's actions were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. With the academy competition imminent, Yunzhong Academy and Dai County Academy were destined to become mortal enemies. Moreover, the Chang family's fifth-rank beastmaster was not only the family's elder, but also one of the vice-headmasters of Dai County Academy. Relations, already strained, had now plummeted to freezing point. Lu Changqiu turned and walked towards the depths of the academy, calling out, "Song Zian, come with me." Song Zian glanced at Song Hin, a faint smile tugging at her lips, and then followed Lu Changqiu. Song Hin understood that Lu Changqiu likely wanted to inquire about the truth of Yindan Ridge. He was increasingly grateful for heeding his aunt's advice to record everything with the Shadow Stone. Without it, Chang Tianming might not have left so easily today and could have fought Lu Changqiu. Now, however, the Chang family had become a laughingstock in the eyes of many, achieving the opposite of their intentions. Song Hin and the others returned to their respective residences. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars. Song Zian arrived at Song Hin's place, her expression calm. "Aunt, how did it go? The headmaster didn't blame you, did he?" Song Hin asked anxiously. Song Zian shook her head with a smile. "No, he didn't. In fact, he encouraged me. This matter has nothing to do with us. Once you join Yunzhong Academy, it becomes your strongest support. Of course, that's as long as you don't break the law or commit any crimes." Song Hin nodded thoughtfully. Song Zian continued, "Actually, Headmaster Lu suspects that Chang Tieming's actions were also meant to test Yunzhong Academy." "Test? What do you mean?" Song Hin asked, puzzled. With the academy competition approaching, the Chang family, being part of Dai County Academy's leadership, naturally cares about our strength. The competition's ranking directly affects the royal family's resource allocation for the next year. The higher the ranking, the more resources we get, and the more beastmasters we can train. Song Hin began to understand, but these matters seemed distant to him as a first-year student. Song Zian prepared to leave. "All right, just keep this in mind. I need to go and help my shadow fox absorb the energy from the Yindan of the Biwen toad to boost its strength." Song Hin nodded. "Congratulations, Aunt. It seems the shadow fox is about to break through to the gold level. Hopefully," Song Zian said softly. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the second month's ranking competition for the first-year students. Sun Hong came to challenge Song Hin again. His progress was remarkable. His gargoyle had reached the peak of the iron rank, just a step away from the bronze rank. His blue fire rhino had advanced from iron rank 5 to 7, clearly consuming a lot of resources. However, 10 minutes later, Sun Hong left with a grim face. This time, he lost even faster and more miserably. Song Hin's silver moon wolf had advanced to copper rank 2, and his green blade sheep had reached iron rank 8. Sun Hong's two battle beasts were no match for the silver moon wolf, widening the gap between them. "I lost," Sun Hong said frankly. "Your strength has grown too fast. I admit defeat. You'll definitely make a name for yourself in Beihan at this year's academy competition." Despite his defeat, Sun Hong's eyes still burned with fighting spirit. Song Hin humbly replied, "Thanks for your kind words. Your progress is also impressive. At this rate, you might break through to a third-rank beastmaster by the end of the term, surpassing most second and third-year students." Sun Hong felt a pang of bitterness but didn't show it. "Let's work hard together." Song Hin appreciated Sun Hong's attitude. Despite coming from a prominent family with a fifth-rank beastmaster, he showed no arrogance. Even after losing, he bore no resentment and trained even harder, determined to reclaim his lost position. Soon after, Shi Qinyu also came to challenge him. Whether she had discussed this with Sun Hong or feared demoralizing the Black Dragon Society, she came alone. "Song Hin, let's spar," Shi Qinyu said, her black attire accentuating her cool demeanor. Song Hin nodded and summoned his battle beasts. Shi Qinyu's shimming king snake had reached the bronze rank, and her green-winged butterfly had advanced to iron rank 6, progressing even faster than Sun Hong. However, she was still no match for Song Hin. 10 minutes later, the shimming king snake was severely injured, and the green-winged butterfly lay weakly on the ground. Shi Qinyu's eyes were vacant. She had trained day and night for the past month, making rapid progress. But Song Hin had clearly not been idle either, advancing even faster. Shi Qinyu gave Song Hin a complex look, pursed her red lips, and left without a word. Song Hin felt nothing special. After Sun Hong and Shi Qinyu's challenges, no one else came to challenge him. The other students were busy fighting amongst themselves, vying for their ideal rankings. A day quietly passed. Song Hin remained firmly in the top spot, unshaken. The mid-grade bloodline pool slot was already his. This was the resource he looked forward to the most, capable of purifying the impurities in his battle beast's bloodlines and providing immense energy for absorption. Song Hin made a silent vow that if he ever acquired the method to build a bloodline pool, he would create one in his golden pearl world. The next morning, Song Hin woke up from his sleep. He quickly freshened up and eagerly headed to the resource center to claim his rewards. 5,000 merit points, 10 beast spirit pills, and an opportunity to enter the mid-year bloodline pool. These were the fruits of his hard work. First, Song Hin bought some cultivation pills, then made his way to the mid-year bloodline pool. Over the past 2 months, he had accumulated 10,000 merit points and still had 8,000 left. These points were incredibly valuable to him, and he planned to save them to purchase top-tier resources from the academy. The resource center at Yunzhong Academy was brimming with treasures, some of which made Song Hin's mouth water. At that moment, Mentor Luo Yin appeared before Song Hin. She looked at him with a pleased smile. Not bad. It looks like you'll be the top student from now on. You've made good use of your talent. Well done. Song Hin respectfully nodded and said, Mentor Luo Yin, here is my proof. Could you please lift the restriction on the mid-year bloodline pool? Luo Yin took the proof and nodded with satisfaction. She liked polite students the most. With a flick of her finger, a stream of light shot out, and the restriction on the bloodline pool was lifted. Go ahead. You have 1 hour. I hope you make the most of it. Luo Yan's voice echoed behind him. Song Hin smiled and stepped into the pavilion. Although it wasn't his first time here, he couldn't help but marvel at the place each time. Yunzhong Academy invested countless resources into the bloodline pool every year to help students cultivate and enhance their strength. The bloodline pool was a cornerstone of the academy, nurturing a continuous stream of powerful warriors. Song Hin immediately activated his beast space, and the figures of Mirror Pig and Lingming Stone Monkey appeared. Upon seeing the familiar scene, Mirror Pig's purple eyes lit up, and without hesitation, it plunged into the bloodline pool with a splash. It loved this place so much that if not for the rules, it would soak in the pool every day, absorbing energy to strengthen itself. Mirror Pig's large body began to emit a powerful suction force, greedily absorbing the pool's energy. Seeing this, Song Hin quickly urged, Stone, hurry up, don't just stand there. Lingming Stone Monkey snapped out of its daze and jumped into the pool. Instantly, a dense wave of energy surged into its body, making it almost moan in delight. Its level began to loosen, and its black iron stage 5 strength rapidly climbed, with a constant influx of bloodline energy. Time flew by, and 10 minutes passed in a flash. Suddenly, with a loud boom, Lingming Stone Monkey broke through first. The barrier of black iron stage 5 shattered under the immense force, pushing it into black iron stage 6. Its fur turned a more vibrant gold, and its body, soaked in the pool, exuded powerful energy, with bright golden light shining from its eyes. Meanwhile, Mirror Pig's cultivation also progressed rapidly, soon reaching the peak of black iron stage 7. Then, its aura changed dramatically, breaking through the barrier of black iron stage 7 and advancing to black iron stage 8. Its body became even more pristine, resembling fine white jade, with its purple eyes shimmering with misty light. After another 10 minutes, the two beasts could no longer endure. The energy in the mid-year bloodline pool was incredibly dense, beneficial even for bronze-level beasts. Seeing this, Song Hin quickly retrieved them into his beast space and summoned Silver Moon and E. These two beasts were evidently familiar with the process. Upon entering the pool, they began to absorb the energy like 2 massive black holes. Silver Moon's silver fur soon became stained with hot blood, and it seemed to hear the roars and wails of countless beasts. Its bronze stage 2 level started to rise rapidly, with the power of the heavenly wolf in its bloodline roaring and intimidating all beasts. E, already at the peak of black iron stage 8, quickly absorbed the surrounding energy. Just 5 minutes later, with a thunderous boom, E broke through. The energy was so dense, and combined with their extensive battle experience, their levels could rise quickly given enough resources. The barrier of black iron stage 8 shattered instantly, propelling E to black iron stage 9. At this point, if E advanced further and broke through to the bronze level, Song Hin would be just 1 step away from becoming a Tier 3 Beast Master. Watching his beasts continuously break through brought immense joy to Song Hin. Time continued to fly by, and Silver Moon's aura grew increasingly violent, with endless power pouring out. Its wolf head became more fearsome, with silver eyes flashing with unyielding pride. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed around them. Silver Moon's aura changed dramatically, and the energy within it surged like a flood. The barrier of Bronze Stage 2 crumbled instantly, propelling it to Bronze Stage 3. Its bloodline roared within it, continuously absorbing the pool's energy. It broke through. Silver Moon broke through too. Song Hin was ecstatic. Since becoming his beast, Silver Moon had been his main force, achieving countless feats. Now, Silver Moon's level had finally caught up to the once formidable Crimsonwood Wolf, but it had only taken Silver Moon a little over 3 months to reach this stage, showcasing the strength of its bloodline. Beasts with powerful bloodlines. once they became a Beastmaster's companion, could rapidly advance with ample resources. After their breakthroughs, Silver Moon and E continued to greedily absorb the pool's energy. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Silver Moon and E reluctantly left the bloodline pool. By then, E's level was firmly at the peak of Black Iron, and Silver Moon was close to reaching Bronze Stage 4. This visit to the mid-tier bloodline pool had resulted in significant gains for Tsonghen's beasts. Moreover, they still contained a lot of energy that, once fully absorbed and refined into their bloodlines, could lead to further advancements. Yi's low-tier elite bloodline had become even more potent. With more bloodline essence and a few more visits to the bloodline pool, its bloodline would undoubtedly advance to mid-tier elite. He had grown from a low-tier common Qingling blade sheep to its current level, consuming an enormous amount of resources, something only Tsonghen truly understood. He had undoubtedly consumed the most bloodline essence. Tsonghen returned Silver Moon and E to the beast space. With all four beasts advancing, his mental strength was also growing slowly but steadily, nearing saturation. Silver Moon's breakthrough to the bronze level had significantly boosted Tsonghen. Now, if E and Mirror Pig could also break through to the bronze level, he would naturally advance to a Tier 3 Beastmaster. He had already reached the peak of Black Iron, and Mirror Pig was at Black Iron Stage 8. The date Tsonghen became a Tier 3 Beastmaster was now within sight. Kangen emerged from the bloodline pool, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Luo Yin, noticing his expression, flashed a look of approval. It seems you've gained quite a bit. The academy competition this year is in your hands, first year, she said. She had been closely monitoring Kangen's progress and was pleased with his rapid improvement. Kangen scratched his head sheepishly. I'll do my best, he replied. He was well-versed in the rules of the academy competition. Held at the end of the first semester each year, the 9 academies of Beihan Kingdom would compete in this grand event. The higher the ranking, the more resources allocated by the royal family. Each 4-year academy would send its top 3 students from each grade, along with 12 alternates, totaling 24 representatives. Yunzhong Academy was currently mid-ranked. Improving their position would not only significantly increase the academy's resources, but also provide richer rewards for the participants. Kangen was secretly looking forward to the upcoming challenge. After encouraging Kangen, Luo Yin dismissed him. He knew he would return in a month, determined to secure the top spot. Back at his residence, Kangen immediately dove into training, focusing on enhancing his mental strength. He summoned his Azure Blade Goat and Mirror Pig, each training in their own unique ways. The Azure Blade Goat, clad in 2,000 pounds of azure armor, continuously tempered its body, steadily advancing towards the peak of Black Iron strength, consuming the latent bloodline power within. It was eager to break through to the bronze level. In stark contrast, the Mirror Pig lounged lazily in a small house Kangen had built for it, eyes closed in rest. This seemingly idle state was its unique training method, using sleep to absorb internal energy. As Kangen was engrossed in his training, a visitor arrived. He lifted the restriction and saw Tsongyen's bulky frame squeeze through the door. Kangen immediately noticed the change in his aura and exclaimed, "Congratulations on reaching the 3rd-year Beastmaster, Tsongyen." Tsongyen's eyes crinkled with his smile. "Haha, yes I did. Thanks to our expedition in Yunzhong Forest, both of my battle beasts broke through their bottlenecks." As a 3rd-year student at Yunzhong Academy, he had finally reached this level, albeit slower than most. Kangen sincerely congratulated him. "Tsongyen, you could be an elder in the clan now." The improvement in Tsong family members' strength signified the growth of the entire clan. Tsongyen patted his round belly and said self-deprecatingly, "I can't compare to you. Your Silver Moon Wolf has already reached the bronze level. It won't be long before you become a 3rd-year Beastmaster. Talent really makes a difference." Kangen smiled silently and then asked, "So, what brings you here today, Tsongyen?" Tsongyen remembered his purpose. "Almost forgot. The academy just posted a mission with great rewards, right here in Yunzhong City. It requires a team of 3rd-year and 2nd-tier Beastmasters. Tsonghu wants to take it and asked if you'd be interested." "What mission needs a 3rd-year Beastmaster?" Kangen asked, taking the mission details from Tsongyen and reading them carefully, his brow furrowing. It turned out that a series of murders had occurred at the Yunzhong City slaughterhouse, with numerous bones found in the underground river. As the capital of Yunzhong County, Yunzhong City had a population of several million and consumed vast amounts of food daily. The city had many slaughterhouses, all under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. Recently, the butchers in these slaughterhouses had been killed gruesomely. With the news spreading, no one dared to work there, causing meat prices to skyrocket and the citizens to complain bitterly. Restaurant owners were also anxious. The city lord's mansion handed this troublesome task to Yunzhong Academy. Kangen was intrigued. "This must be a multi-person mission, right?" Tsongyen nodded. "Yes, those interested in the academy are forming teams. Although it's within the city, the situation is eerie, and we don't know what might happen. Songhu decided to take you and me along." Kangen was a bit concerned. Just the three of us? Will that be enough? Our strength should be sufficient, Song Yin explained. The rewards are generous, and more people would mean splitting the resources. Others can form their own teams, or go solo if they want. Kangen nodded in understanding. Shall we set off now? We don't want anyone else to get ahead. Song Yin laughed. Song Hu guessed you'd agree and is already waiting at the academy gate. Upon hearing the words, Song Hin felt a surge of joy. Brother Song Hu knew him better than he knew himself. Without hesitation, he agreed. Let's go. With that, he recalled in the mirror pig into his beast space and left his residence. At that moment, Song Baichio hurried over, hoping to team up with Song Hin to take on a mission. Seeing this, Song Yin quickly intervened. Baichio, this mission was issued by the City Lord's Mansion. Without the strength of a Tier 3 Beast Master, it's best not to go recklessly. He patted Song Baichio on the shoulder and advised earnestly, the City Lord's Mansion has emphasized repeatedly that at least bronze-level strength is required, or there's a risk of death. Song Baichio, being a sensible person, shrank back and retreated obediently. Then I won't go. I'll stay at the academy to improve my strength. Good luck, you guys. Try to complete the mission. Song Hin nodded in agreement, and then headed to the academy gate with Song Yin to meet up with Song Hu. Upon seeing Song Hin, the burly Song Hu greeted him with a hearty laugh. Haha, I knew you'd agree. Song Hin smiled. Thank you, brother Song Hu, for your support. What are you talking about? Your strength is almost on par with Song Yin's. Song Hu laughed. The three then left the academy and headed straight for the mission location. Throughout the journey, Song Hin felt grateful. Since joining Yunzhong Academy, Song Hu had taken great care of him, a kindness he would always remember. Before long, they arrived at the Qinghe slaughterhouse, the closest one to Yunzhong Academy. With a serious expression, Song Hu said, this place is responsible for supplying beast meat to the entire area, but no one has entered it for 2 days. Just as he finished speaking, the slaughterhouse manager rushed over, excitedly saying, you must be the elite students from Yunzhong Academy. Please, catch the culprit quickly, and I will reward you handsomely. Song Nian interrupted the manager. Let's understand the situation first. We'll do our best. With that, the three of them entered the slaughterhouse. The inside of the slaughterhouse was vast, with dozens of rows of black hooks gleaming coldly. The temperature was extremely low, causing the manager following them to shiver. Unprocessed beast meat and innards emitted a strong, bloody odor. Song Nian frowned and asked, where are the bodies of the dead butchers? The manager, rubbing his hands together, smiled obsequiously. Please follow me, sirs. They arrived at a spot that made Song Hin's pupils contract, a sight of 8 human skins hanging from black hooks, swaying in the wind, their hollow interiors chilling to the bone. Although the manager had seen it before, he was still terrified. Sirs, this is the crime scene. We haven't touched anything. The city lord's people have been here but didn't say much. Song Hin nodded and asked, is there anything else unusual? The manager thought carefully and shook his head. No, that's all. You can leave now, Song Hin said. After the manager left, Song Hu and Song Nian carefully inspected the scene. Song Nian touched the human skins and speculated. It could be that an evil spirit has formed in the slaughterhouse, absorbing their blood to gain strength. Song Hu agreed. Evil spirits do tend to form in places with heavy resentment and love to absorb human blood. Song Hin raised a question. While that's possible, not every slaughterhouse spawns evil spirits, right? There must be more to this. Song Yin concurred. Song Hin is right. This isn't that simple. There might be someone behind this. Song Hu nodded. Let's go. If it's an evil spirit, it won't come out during the day. It's still early. Let's check the underground river. The three left the slaughterhouse, and the manager urgently asked about their findings. Song Hin replied that they had no leads yet, and would return at night to investigate further. The manager understood and said that no one would be here at night, so they could enter directly. Afterward, the three found a manhole cover and entered the underground. Amid the roaring sound of water, a damp smell hit them. The walls were smooth, the river flowed rapidly, and sewage and debris flowed into the dark river. Covering their noses, Song Yin cursed, this smell is unbearable. Luckily, it's running water, or it would have clogged long ago. Song Hu explained that the garbage from Yunzhong City flowed into the underground river and out to the big river outside the city. Although the city lord's mansion had an agency to handle the garbage, some commoners, out of convenience, dumped it directly into the underground river. The city lord's mansion could only maintain cleanliness within the city, making it difficult to manage the underground situation. The underground river surged relentlessly, the sound of waves crashing against the shore ever present. Song Hin, Song Nian, and Song Hu walked along the bank, scanning their surroundings warily. Each summoned their battle beasts. Silver Moon and Mirror Pig guarded Song Hin, while Song Nian and Song Hu's beasts also appeared. Suddenly, Song Hin's expression tightened, as if sensing something. Mirror pig glowed with a purple light, and thorn-like spikes shot out from its body, piercing the river surface like arrows. Amidst the splashing water, a crystalline white skeleton was pulled up, its bones spotless and devoid of any blood. What happened here? Song Yin crouched down, touching the bone. A chill seeped into his fingertips. Song Hu spoke gravely. 10 years ago, we joined forces to eradicate the nearby dark cultivators. It seems they might be resurfacing. These dark cultivators are known for contracting blood and necromancy beasts, drawing blood to enhance their beast's power. Song Hin pondered silently. The city lord's mansion might already know the truth, but was unwilling to intervene. After all, the city had many high-ranking beast masters who could resolve this easily. Moreover, the victims were just lowly butchers and vagrants, unworthy of the elite's attention. If someone from a powerful or influential family were harmed, the culprit would be caught within a day. As they continued forward, the river surface suddenly exploded, and a beast covered in blue scales burst out. Its nose spike was like a long ice sword, exuding the pressure of a black iron rank 8 beast. Ice demon fish. Song Hin's brow furrowed. Silver Moon reacted swiftly, its claws flashing coldly in the air. In an instant, the ice demon fish was gutted, unable to even scream. Song Hu explained, "This is a straggler from the outer lake. The city guards usually hunt these beasts." The trio ventured deeper, and the white bones on the river surface grew more numerous, the stench of decay permeating the air. Song Yin sighed. "How many people have been killed here?" Suddenly, Song Hu shouted, "Watch out!" Instinctively, Song Hin ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding an attack from above. Looking up, he saw dozens of blood-red eyes gleaming in the darkness, figures hanging from the crevices in the stone. Phantom bats. Song Hin gasped. These pack beasts could blend with the darkness, gaining strength from blood-sucking. The phantom bats screeched as they swooped down. Song Hu urged, "Finish them quickly. There must be more around, and getting surrounded would be disastrous." Their battle beasts sprang into action. The bloodthirsty rose's tendrils glowed, crushing 5 bats. Qingming Tiger's roar echoed as its ghostly claws tore 3 bats apart. Silver Moon and Mirror Pig also defeated their foes. In less than a minute, all the phantom bats were annihilated. Song Hin swiftly collected the bodies, and the 3 began to retreat. Phantom bats live in colonies. There are definitely more. "We need to leave now," Song Hin said cautiously. The eerie screams of ghost bats echoed through the underground river, as Song Hin and his 2 companions warily scanned their surroundings. None of them knew just how powerful the hidden ghost bat matriarch might be. Song Hin quickly explained to his companions, "An iron-tier ghost bat matriarch can give birth to copper-tier ghost bats, while a silver-tier one can produce iron-tier bats. If this one is silver-tier, we're in serious trouble." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of dripping water came from deep within the river, followed by countless pairs of crimson eyes lighting up in the darkness. The flapping of wings grew louder and louder, and a swarm of dark shadows surged toward them menacingly. "Shit!" Song Yin exclaimed. "So many ghost bats that matriarch must be silver-tier." He cursed as he quickly retreated, his surprisingly agile body moving with unexpected swiftness. Song Hu took a deep breath and decisively summoned his thunderstorm cloud tiger. The moment the giant tiger appeared, it let out an earth-shaking roar, its terrifying aura filling the underground space. With a swing of its claws, it easily dispatched dozens of ghost bats. The trio quickly summoned all 8 of their battle beasts. 6 of them were copper-deer, and 1 had even reached silver-deer. They fought and retreated towards the exit, knowing that the narrow space favored the ghost bats but limited their large battle beasts. As they reached the exit, Song Hu grinned fiercely, "Kill as many as you can. These are all resources." Their 9 battle beasts formed a defensive line, making it impossible for the ghost bats to break through. Song Hin assessed the situation. If the matriarch doesn't show up soon, these small fry won't be enough for us to kill. Time passed, and the shore was soon piled high with bat corpses, blood staining the river's surface. Any other dark river beasts attempting to seize the opportunity were mercilessly slaughtered. Suddenly, a surge of silver-deer pressure erupted from the depths of the river. The surrounding ghost bats became frenzied, launching a fearless charge. A colossal beast emerged from the water, 10 meters long with a body as black as night adorned with purple patterns. Its wings were like blades, exuding a dark miasma. The ghost bat matriarch. It launched an attack on the thunderstorm cloud tiger, and the 2 silver-deer beasts immediately clashed, their terrifying power shaking the surroundings. Song Hin quickly assessed, the ghost bat matriarch is silver-deer level 2. The thunderstorm cloud tiger is only silver-deer level 1, but its lightning attribute makes them evenly matched. At that moment, another surge of silver-deer energy erupted from the depths of the river. Song Hu's face turned pale as he shouted, "Retreat! There's another silver-deer beast. Fall back." Just as they were about to escape, a blood-red behemoth appeared in their sight. It was entirely crimson, its wings covered in spikes, and its tail split into 9 blood-red segments, each tipped with razor-sharp claws. The nine-tailed bloodbat, an elite high bloodline beast, Silverdeer level 4. Song Hin gasped. In the critical moment, Song Hu commanded, Thunder Punishment. The thunderstorm cloud tiger transformed into a storm cloud, and the descending lightning formed a barrier that barely held off the combined assault of the two powerful beasts. Seizing the opportunity, the trio swiftly retreated. Song Hu took a deep breath. Let's go. This underground river is too dangerous. We need to report back to the academy immediately to prevent more people from getting hurt. Even a tier 3 beast master wouldn't dare venture this deep. Boom. A sudden burst of crimson light erupted from the exit, sending out terrifying waves of energy. Those nearby immediately felt a heavy pressure as a faint aura of intimidation spread. Song Hin spun around sharply, alarmed. Could it be that the ghost bat mother and the nine-tailed bloodbat were about to break out and attack them? Song Hu swiftly retreated, his thundercloud tiger roaring as it positioned itself protectively in front of its master. At that moment, the head of the nine-tailed bloodbat emerged from the exit, its eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the void. Song Hin looked up to see a majestic beast, golden all over, approaching through the air. This creature, over 10 meters long, was covered in golden scales that shimmered with a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. It had 4 pairs of golden wings, resembling an angel descending from the heavens. Each step it took caused ripples in the air. Its golden horn was intricately patterned and ancient-looking. This was a high-level elite light attribute Biasta Bright Horn Pegasus, at the silver tier 6 level. How dare you? A furious voice came from the rider on its back. The bright-horned Pegasus's horn glowed with a terrifying golden light, and a beam of gold shot towards the exit. The crimson light was quickly purified, and the nine-tailed bloodbat let out a shriek, its head retreating swiftly into the depths of the dark river. So audacious. Allowing you to stay underground was already a courtesy from the city lord's mansion. Now you dare to try and break out? How presumptuous. The rider on the bright-horned Pegasus spoke coldly, eyes filled with killing intent. This man was Gu Ming, one of the 3 commanders of Cloud City Lord's Mansion, and a tier 4 beastmaster with formidable combat strength. Known for his righteous and unyielding nature, most of the beasts he contracted were light attribute, earning him high regard in Cloud City. Gu Ming had a resolute face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He was clad in golden armor, looking like a celestial warrior. He addressed Song Hin and the others, "You should leave here. Do not enter the underground for now." With that, he rode off on his bright-horned Pegasus. Song Hin breathed a sigh of relief. If the nine-tailed bloodbat had truly emerged, they would have stood no chance and might have needed the help of the Gengjin sword puppet. Despite the danger, the mirror pig had quickly collected the corpses of the ghost bats they had slain, storing them in a storage ring, ensuring they did not leave empty-handed. The 3 quickly returned to Yunzhong Academy to report to the task instructor. The instructor's expression was grave as he said, "We have received the news and have adjusted the task's level. Unfortunately, over a dozen students have already died." Song Hin felt a chill in his heart, grateful for the assistance of Song Hu's silver-level battle beast. Otherwise, they might not have made it out alive. He was more convinced that the city lord's mansion was aware of the multiple silver-level beasts hidden in the underground river. If this news got out, it would surely cause panic among the residents. As they left the task hall, Song Hin asked, "Are we still going to the slaughterhouse tonight?" Song Hu and Song Yin exchanged a look and replied, "The beasts in the underground river are definitely connected to the slaughterhouse, and the danger is obvious. If we decide to go, we'll need more help." Song Hin nodded in understanding and decided to seek out Aunt Zian. He was curious but did not want to forego the generous rewards of the task. 20,000 merit points, a high-level elite bloodline beast cub, and the choice of 3 third-year treasures from the Academy's resource center. Soon, Song Hin found Song Zian and explained his intentions. After a moment of thought, she agreed to accompany them but stated that if no clues were found tonight, they would abandon the task. As night fell, the 4 arrived at Qinghe Slaughterhouse. The gates were open, but no one was inside. They cautiously entered, immediately feeling a chill as the temperature dropped. The slaughterhouse was dimly lit, filled with the stench of blood, and human skins hung around, creating a ghastly atmosphere. Suddenly, the slaughterhouse gates slammed shut of their own accord. The 4 were startled and immediately summoned their battle beasts, feeling uneasy. At that moment, the beast carcasses hanging on black hooks began to make swallowing noises, their blood rapidly draining until they were shriveled. Nearly 100 beast corpses in the slaughterhouse underwent the same transformation. Next, countless pitch-black ghost bats flew out from the blood and flesh, their wings spread wide, eyes glinting with cold killing intent, and they charged at Song Hin and the others. These ghost bats had been hiding in the flesh, completely undetectable, catching them off guard. Song Yin was horrified to realize they had not anticipated so many ghost bats lurking here. Clearly, it was a premeditated ambush. Song Hin was equally shocked, suspecting the ghost bat mother was behind this. The ghost bats, fearless and bloodthirsty, surrounded them densely. A fierce battle erupted instantly, energy blasts lighting up the space as ghost bat corpses rained down. Despite their numbers, most were of the black iron level and posed no significant threat to the four. Song Xian's beasts did not engage, as Song Hin had previously warned that the true mastermind might reveal itself tonight. The four remained on high alert, bracing for an even greater challenge ahead. Boom! From the depths of the slaughterhouse, a powerful surge erupted, and the figures of the ghost bat mother and the nine-tailed blood bat appeared in an instant. Their massive bodies radiated a terrifying force, with wings like crimson blades slicing through the air at high speed, aiming directly at Song Ziyin. Song Hin felt a chill in his heart, realizing these two war beasts must be controlled by a master. He speculated that there might be some hidden passage connecting the slaughterhouse and the underground dark river. A fierce battle was imminent. The lightning pine dragon horse and the ice flame demon lion charged out simultaneously, showcasing their formidable lightning and ice attributes. Each attack caused intense fluctuations, and the four beasts quickly became entangled in a chaotic melee. The ground shook violently, and chunks of beast flesh around them exploded continuously. Blood flowed like rivers, turning the entire scene grotesque. Despite the ghost bat mother and the nine-tailed blood bat being slightly lower in rank, the fierce clash between the four beasts made it hard to determine a victor. Song Hin secretly felt relieved for bringing Song Ziyin along. Meanwhile, he directed the mirror pig, equipped with a storage ring, to start collecting the surrounding beast corpses. These were valuable resources that could be converted into blood essence to enhance the potential of his war beasts. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the slaughterhouse. A nearly 10-meter-tall beast, covered in blood-red skin, appeared menacingly. It hovered in midair, exuding the terrifying power of a silver rank 6. Black demonic patterns covered its blood-red skin, and a crescent-shaped hook on its back was particularly striking. With its ferocious claws emitting dark mist and blood-red eyes filled with icy killing intent, the beast radiated a chilling, violent aura. Song Hin immediately recognized it as a Blood Moon Demon Wolf, a perfect low-grade bloodline beast at silver rank 6. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf, without hesitation, charged towards Song Ziyin. In a critical moment, the Shadow Demon Fox's figure suddenly emerged, its aura more condensed, having unknowingly advanced to silver rank 8. With a loud crash, the two beasts collided fiercely, blood-red and black energies clashing violently, producing a deafening roar. Song Hin remained vigilant, realizing the opponent was likely a rank 4 beast master, specializing in blood attribute beasts, possibly a practitioner of dark arts. As Song Hin pondered, a voice suddenly came from above. "Hey, can you not get distracted during a fight? Those are my spoils." Startled, Song Hin quickly retreated. Looking up, he saw a blood-red figure perched on the black hook above. It was a fair-skinned, delicate-looking youth draped in a blood-red robe, exuding an eerie vibe despite his noble appearance. Yu immediately disengaged from the battle, guarding Song Hin. The youth introduced himself. "I come from Shuiyao Tian. My name is Xia Xuaning." Before he finished speaking, he descended directly. With a roar, a beast covered in purple with blood patterns all over its back appeared under Xia Xuaning's feet. The beast had a lean build, a large leopard-like head, and emitted electrical sparks, with purple and blood-red lights intertwined, showing immense explosive power. Song Hin instantly recognized it as a red blood thunder leopard, a perfect low-grade bloodline beast at silver rank 1. Song Hin gasped, realizing this youth, about his age, was already a rank 4 beast master, a terrifying talent. He also recalled the origins of Shuiyao Tian. Though not widely known, Shuiyao Tian was a transcendent force in the ancient Hung world, gathering dark practitioners from across the realm. They were infamous for their evil deeds, representing the dark side of the ancient Hung world, on par with the Beast Palace and the Beast Master Hall. Frequent conflicts occurred between them, but Shuiyao Tian often found themselves at a disadvantage. Despite their widespread influence, this was Song Hin's first encounter with someone from Shuiyao Tian. Xia Xuaning's face wore a gentle smile, but his tone was icy. "I was about to leave. Why did you have to come here? If not for your luck in the underground dark river, you would be dead by now. So, you should go and die." As he finished speaking, a blinding blood-red light burst from Xia Xuaning. A blood-colored scroll appeared in his hand, emitting mysterious energy waves. "Bloodline scroll, amplify," he shouted, and 4 blood-red chains emerged, piercing into his 4 beasts. In an instant, the aura of Xia Xuaning's 4 beasts surged, their power rapidly increasing. Within moments, each beast's aura rose significantly, becoming incredibly ferocious. Blood-red energy flowed continuously, and they became fearless. Song Ziyan's beasts immediately fell into a disadvantage. Song Hin quickly analyzed the situation. He knew that every beast master who joined Shui Yao Tian could refine their own bloodline scroll, their lifebound treasure. The growth medium for the bloodline scroll was the blood of beasts and humans. The more blood it absorbed, the higher its rank. The bloodline scroll in Xia Xuaning's hand had reached rank 4, indicating countless lives had been sacrificed. The bloodline scroll not only stored energy to help blood attribute beasts break through, but also unleashed its power to temporarily amplify the beast's strength. The Ghost Bat Mother's ability to produce so many Ghost Bats owed much to the bloodline scroll. However, the bloodline scroll had its limitations. It only worked on blood attribute beasts, a discovery made by a supreme figure in Shui Yao Tian, establishing their dominance. Most beast masters in Shui Yao Tian contracted blood attribute beasts. If the bloodline scroll worked on all attributes, Shui Yao Tian would have been destroyed by other forces long ago. The battle intensified. On the back of the red blood thunder leopard, blood red and purple lights intertwined, forming a terrifying blade. The immense power of thunder surged, causing the surrounding air to explode. Bang! The red blood thunder leopard suddenly slashed out a terrifying light streak. The blood-tail mink struggled to resist, its large blood-red tail shining brightly, with red fur spreading out to form a huge barrier. However, it underestimated the red blood thunder leopard's power and was blown away in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Despite both being silver rank 1, the bloodline scroll amplified red blood thunder leopard could dominate even a silver rank 3 beast of the same bloodline. The bloodtail mink, with only a mid-grade elite bloodline, stood no chance. Seeing this, a sinister smile appeared on Xia Xuaning's face. The moment the bloodtail mink was blasted away, the scarlet thunder leopard seized the opportunity. Its form blurred into a shadow, appearing beside the bloodtail mink in the blink of an eye. The leopard's claws shimmered with a cold, deadly light as it aimed a fierce strike at the mink's head. Seeing this, Song Ziyan's expression changed slightly. She immediately commanded, "Blood mink, blood diamond." At her order, mysterious waves surged from within the bloodtail mink, and its body sprang up quickly. In an instant, dozens of blood-colored energy diamonds materialized around it, sparkling brilliantly. These blood diamonds exploded, releasing vast energy that enveloped the scarlet thunder leopard. Taking advantage of the moment, the bloodtail mink swiftly retreated to Song Ziyan's side. Seeing this, she shouted, "Azure Tiger!" The thunderstorm cloud tiger responded with a deafening roar, its massive body charging towards the scarlet thunder leopard like lightning. Although the bloodtail mink was no match for the scarlet thunder leopard, with the thunderstorm cloud tiger's help, they could at least temporarily hold their ground. Song Ziyan knew she was no match for Xia Xuaning. Making a quick decision, she ordered, "Song Hin, Song Yin, retreat." Although they had temporarily stabilized the situation, she knew the true culprit had been exposed, and the matter should be handed over to the city lord's mansion. After all, Xia Xuaning's origins in the blood demon heaven made his identity mysterious. Song Hin and Song Yin exchanged a glance. By now, there were only a few ghost bats left, their bodies collected by the mirror pig into its storage ring. Silver Moon erupted with a brilliant silver light, unleashing the power of its bronze tier 3 strength. Heavenly Wolf Claw. A 3-foot-long silver claw mark formed, instantly shredding 4 ghost bats. Song Hin and Song Yin fought as they retreated towards the slaughterhouse gate. Song Ziyan and the Azure Tiger also fought valiantly against Xia Xuaning's attacks, preparing to withdraw. Seeing this, Xia Xuaning sneered, "Trying to escape? Stay here." Though his battle beast was initially weaker than Song Ziyan's, its bloodline had been amplified, making it extraordinarily ferocious. Blood attribute beasts were inherently powerful, and the stimulation of fresh blood only enhanced their combat capabilities. Xia Xuaning knew he had angered the city lord's mansion. When he came to Cloud City to kill the Dark River Vagrant, he was discovered by the city guards, but the city lord's mansion had taken no action due to his status. However, he was not satisfied. To accelerate his blood absorption, he spent 3 days hiding ghost bats in the unprocessed blood and flesh of beasts in all the slaughterhouses of Cloud City. In the dead of night, he launched an attack, killing hundreds of butchers. The rich human blood essence allowed the scarlet thunder leopard to break through from bronze tier 9 to silver tier 1. Additionally, he had killed and devoured over a dozen students from Cloud Academy, further enhancing his bloodline. Earlier today, he intended to kill Song Hin and his companions, but Gu Ming's appearance served as a warning. Xia Xuaning prudently decided to retreat. However, when Song Hin and his group returned, he saw them as prey delivered to his doorstep. Blood thunder descent. The scarlet thunder leopard roared to the sky, its body radiating intense light. Dozens of blood-colored lightning bolts enveloped the bloodtail mink and the thunderstorm cloud tiger, while the leopard lunged at Song Hin. In this critical moment, Song Hin remained calm. Silver Moon, Moon Shield. Silver Moon let out a low cry, its four wings folding rapidly to form a silver shield. A cold moonlight appeared, greatly enhancing its power. Boom! The scarlet thunder leopard's claw struck heavily. Despite the moon shield's strength, the gap in their levels was too vast. Silver Moon was blasted away, spewing blood, barely clinging to life, but still protecting Song Hin and the others. This strike forced them back to the slaughterhouse gate. Ability: teleportation. The mirror pig's eyes flashed with purple waves, and a purple mirror appeared beside Song Hin. The mirror pig and Song Yin's battle beast both emerged, their front legs growing massively. Dire wolf strike. Boom! The slaughterhouse gate shattered, iron fragments flying. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the city guards. Not far away, Guming floated in the air on his radiant unicorn, like a holy angel. He murmured, "These filthy auras. You chose the hard way. The consequences of ignoring the city lord's mansion are severe." With that, the radiant unicorn flapped its wings, leaving a trail of golden light as it sped towards the Qinghe slaughterhouse. "Aunt Xian, retreat!" Song Hin shouted. The mirror pig's teleportation couldn't carry silver tier beasts, but Silver Moon's earlier intervention had bought the thunderstorm cloud tiger and bloodtail mink time to counterattack. Now, they were once again locked in combat with the scarlet thunder leopard. The battle raged on, and Xia Xuaning's face was as pale as a ghost. His eyes suddenly lifted, brows furrowed, sensing a holy aura rapidly approaching. The commander from the city lord's mansion? Xia Xuaning cursed inwardly, realizing he needed to retreat immediately. With a fourth-tier beastmaster of light attribute joining the fray, the suppression would be too great, making it nearly impossible to escape Cloud City today. With a thought, Xia Xuaning commanded the Ghost Bat Mother and Nine-Tailed Bloodbat to slow their assault. Song Xian noticed immediately, as the lightning boar dragon steed and ice-flamed demon lion broke free and retreated to her side. The three began to withdraw slowly towards the gate, while Xia Xuaning cloaked himself in his blood robe, retreating deeper into the slaughterhouse. Suddenly, the nine-tailed bloodbat erupted in a blazing bloodlight, transforming into a blood-red longsword aimed directly at the blood-tailed ferret and thunderstorm tiger. The thunderstorm tiger roared towards the sky, shrouded in purple lightning, and unleashed a torrent of thunder from its jaws. The two forces collided, creating a deafening explosion. Seizing the opportunity, the scarlet blood thunder leopard swiftly turned, its claws gleaming with a cold light, slashing down towards Song Hin. Murderous intent flashed in Xia Xuaning's eye. She was determined to kill this young man who had collected the corpses of his ghost bats. Song Hin's face turned pale as the heavily injured Silver Moon once again emitted moonlight, forming a shield. He exerted his peak black iron strength, unleashing a blade of firestorm. The mirror pig also used its shadow skill, splitting into multiple forms to charge at the scarlet blood thunder leopard. 3 attacks landed in quick succession, their residual energy filling the slaughterhouse. Iron hooks shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Although the scarlet blood thunder leopard appeared somewhat battered, it remained largely unscathed, emerging from the aftermath with its gleaming claws aimed straight at Song Hin's head. Song Xian and the others' expressions changed drastically, urgently summoning their battle beasts for rescue, but they couldn't match the speed of the first-tier scarlet blood thunder leopard. Xia Xuaning's lips curled into a sinister smile, seeing Song Hin on the brink of death. At that critical moment, a thunderous shout pierced the night sky. "Stop!" Guming appeared, riding his radiant unicorn, its horn bursting with dazzling light, forming a holy light sword. The sword light tore through the darkness, locking onto the scarlet blood thunder leopard, and slashed down. In that split second, Song Hin's spirit entered the gold orb space, seeking help from the Gengjin sword puppet. The puppet's eyes snapped open, sword intent swirling, and its terrifying soul power transformed into a golden sword, piercing through Song Hin's forehead and striking the scarlet blood thunder leopard's head. Simultaneously, Gu Ming's holy light sword, like divine retribution, enveloped the scarlet blood thunder leopard. In an instant, the leopard was consumed by golden light, its flesh dissolving, its spine splitting in two. Song Hin quickly used his bloodline crystal to turn the scarlet blood thunder leopard into bloodline essence, along with its beast core, and stored them in his gold orb space. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone else stunned. Song Hin was hit by the residual energy, coughing up blood and being thrown backward. At the same time, Xia Xuaning, who was about to flee into the underground river, turned pale and spat out blood, incredulously sensing the death of the scarlet blood thunder leopard. Suppressing his immense pain, Xia Xuaning cast a deep, furious glance at Gu Ming. At only 17, he had already ascended to a 4th-tier beastmaster, and his scarlet blood thunder leopard had just advanced to silver. Yet, it had fallen at this moment. As a member of the Shui Yao Tian, how could Xia Xuaning forget this deep-seated blood feud? Xia Xuaning's unusual behavior suddenly caught Gu Ming's attention. He shouted sternly, "Thief from Shui Yao Tian, I've tolerated you long enough. Disappear now, or you won't leave Yunzhong City alive. As Gu Ming's words echoed, the golden light gradually faded. The ground around them was a mess, with black cracks crisscrossing and dust swirling in the air. Xia Xuaning's face was pale, the flush gone. She gave Gu Ming a deep look, but said nothing. She quickly retracted her phantom bats, nine-tailed blood bats, and blood moon demon wolf into her beast space, then vanished into the darkness. Gu Ming glanced around, and his expression changed dramatically. What's going on? Where's the scarlet blood thunder leopard? He wondered, puzzled. Could it be that the holy sword of my radiant unicorn is so powerful that it completely obliterated the scarlet blood thunder leopard? That's impossible. The scarlet blood thunder leopard is a beast with perfect low-level bloodline. Although the radiant unicorn's level is higher, it shouldn't be able to annihilate it so easily. At that moment, Song Hin was just getting up from the ground, his face ashen and blood at the corner of his mouth. He had been lightly injured by the holy sword's radiance. Song Zian hurried over, helping him up and giving him a third-ear healing pill. Song Hin waved her off, saying, "Aunt, I'm fine." Gu Ming carefully examined the ground, unable to figure it out. He glanced at Song Hin, sensing that he was just a second-tier beast master who had been knocked down earlier, and dismissed him from suspicion. Despite his calm exterior, Gu Ming was deeply troubled. He thought to himself, this is a big problem. The city lord's mansion has long been aware of Xia Xuaning's presence, but due to her status, both sides have kept it under wraps. It wasn't until she went too far that the city lord's mansion issued a mission to make her back off. I didn't expect her to run into Song Hin and his group and hold a grudge because they killed many phantom bats. I wanted to teach her a lesson to make her leave quickly. Yunzhong Academy has already lost over a dozen students. If any more incidents occur, it will definitely anger the Academy's higher-ups, straining the relationship between the city lord's mansion and the Academy. Now that her beast died by my hand, it's a deep grudge that no beast master would easily forget. Suppressing his frustration, Gu Ming said to Song Hin and the others, "All right, you should leave now. The matter is resolved, and the mission is complete. You can go back to the Academy to claim your reward. I'll inform the Academy, but today's events end here." Song Hin and the others nodded in agreement, withdrew their beasts, and prepared to return to the Academy. Gu Ming watched them leave, then rode his radiant unicorn towards the city lord's mansion, filled with worry. Although he hated evil, Shui Yao Tian was a powerful faction, and defending their higher-ups was something even the Northern Cold Kingdom couldn't afford. Back at the Academy, Song Hin said to Song Hu, "Big brother Song Hu, the mission is complete. Commander Gu Ming should notify the Academy tomorrow, and you can go collect the reward then." Song Hu nodded in understanding. Song Yan snorted coldly, speculating, "I bet the city lord's mansion knows something we don't. Otherwise, why would Gu Ming show up so timely? It could be a deal between the city lord's mansion and Shui Yao Tian." Song Zian was furious upon hearing this and rebuked sharply, "Shut up. Everyone go home. Every time I see you, there's trouble. Keep these thoughts to yourself, got it?" She handed Song Hin some healing pills and left. Song Hu patted Song Yin's shoulder, reminding him, "Remember what Aunt Zian said. Don't you know that disaster comes from careless talk?" Song Yin nodded, feeling apprehensive. Everyone dispersed, and Song Hin returned to his quarters. In his beast space, Song Hin sprinkled a large amount of healing pills, beast cores, and blood essence for his injured silver moon and other beasts. Looking at the blood essence and beast core of the scarlet blood thunder leopard in his golden orb space, Song Hin's lips curled into a smile. It turned out that Song Hin was the true killer of the scarlet blood thunder leopard. His blood-red eyes successfully activated the spirit of the Gungjin sword puppet, which, although its combat power dropped to the black iron level, still had strong spiritual power. The golden sword earlier was a spiritual secret technique that silently cut through the scarlet blood thunder leopard's sea of consciousness, extinguishing its soul. This was why Gu Ming could easily kill the scarlet blood thunder leopard, because it was already lifeless and unable to resist. Song Hin quickly used his talent to collect the scarlet blood thunder leopard's body as blood essence. All of this happened in an instant, with Song Hin shrouded in golden light, so no one discovered the truth. Gu Ming would take the blame for sure. Xia Xuaning believed it was Gu Ming who killed the scarlet blood thunder leopard, and although Gu Ming had doubts, faced with the facts, he couldn't argue. In the golden orb space, the Gungjin sword puppet sat cross-legged, its aura weak but its face calm. It continued to absorb the surrounding energy, merging its soul, and gradually stabilizing. Song Hin gazed at the essence of the scarlet thunder leopard's bloodline and the beast core within the golden pearl space, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This adventure had been perilous, but the rewards were substantial. In addition, the numerous ghost bat corpses had also become part of his spoils. After carefully sorting through them, he divided the ghost bat corpses into 3 portions, storing his share in the golden pearl space. Then, he activated the bloodline crystal, causing the ghost bats to be enveloped in a crimson glow, transforming into sparkling, vibrant bloodline essences. Invisible waves of energy echoed out, clear and powerful. Song Hin's share consisted of nearly 100 second-tier bloodline essences, more than enough to sustain his 3 black iron-level battle beasts for a long time. Song Hin lifted his shirt, revealing the armor gifted by Tsang Beixia, now tattered and torn. He ripped it off and applied ointment to his abdomen. Though the residual force from the light-horned horse had only grazed him, the pain was still excruciating. After tidying up, the exhausted Song Hin fell into a deep sleep. Morning arrived in the blink of an eye. The gentle sunlight bathed the earth, awakening the slumbering world. At Yunzhong Academy, energetic students strolled in groups, discussing the latest news. Did you hear? The mission from the Lord's Manor has been completed. It was Senior Tsang who from the 4th year, a third-year beast tamer with a silver-level battle beast. What's the real story? A curious student asked. The silver-level ghost bat mother appeared in the underground dark river, absorbing blood to breed a large number of ghost bats. Even the weakest were black iron level, leading to many deaths. Senior Tsang, who has already killed the ghost bat mother. Early in the morning, Tsang Hu went to the resource center to claim the mission rewards. As one of the strongest students, he drew envious glances but no ill will. This was precisely Tsang Hin's intention in letting Tsang, who claimed the reward standing out in the forest invites the wind's wrath. Upon hearing the news, Tsang Hin and Tsang Yin went to Tsang Hu's residence. The soul crystals and merit points were divided into 4 portions, with Tsang Ziyan receiving a share as well. Each of the 3 also got a chance to select a treasure. Tsang Hin then produced 2 storage rings containing ghost bat corpses, a significant resource that Tsang Hu and Tsang Yin gladly accepted. Are you guys going to pick your treasures now? Tsang Hu asked with a broad smile, his burly frame reminiscent of a tiger. Tsang Hin glanced at the time and shook his head. It's getting late. I need to go to class. You guys go ahead. Tsang Hin hurried to the classroom. As soon as he sat down, Tsang Baichio leaned over. Brother Hin, was it really the ghost bat mother? Tsang Hin nodded. Yes, the real culprit has been dealt with by Brother Tsang Hu. We only killed some ghost bats. The number of people who knew the truth was dwindling. After a day of classes, Tsang Hin headed to the Academy's resource center. With his voucher in hand, he entered the treasure vault. The instructor guarding the resource center handed him an energy crystal. This contains information on the Academy's 3rd-year treasures. You can review it here and let me know your choice. Tsang Hin carefully browsed through the treasure information. Frost sand, silk wrap, thunder mist. Finally, his gaze settled on the earth crystal. This was a 3rd-tier earth attribute treasure that, when consumed by a beast, could grant the heart of the earth skill, allowing it to continuously absorb energy from the ground to replenish its stamina. I choose the earth crystal, Tsang Hin decided. The instructor nodded and produced a purple jade box. This is the earth crystal. You can verify it. No returns once you leave. After confirming it was correct, Tsang Hin bowed to the instructor and left. Back at his residence, Tsang Hin immediately activated the beast space. The Lingming stone monkey roared as it emerged, its golden body rippling with muscles, veins bulging like dragons, now at black iron tier 6. Stone, this is the earth crystal. It can help you learn a new skill and boost your strength. Give it your all and make sure you succeed. Tsang Hin handed the crystal to the Lingming stone monkey. Without hesitation, the Lingming stone monkey swallowed the crystal. Tsang Hin focused his mind, activating his 100 absorption talent. A mysterious wave enveloped the Lingming stone monkey, causing the earth crystal to quickly dissolve. Yellow energy filled its body, enhancing its bloodline and physique. Though Tsang Hin's talent had no combat power, its auxiliary effects were significant, allowing the Lingming stone monkey to fully absorb the earth crystal's power, greatly increasing its chances of comprehending the heart of the earth skill. Boom! Within 5 minutes, the previously calm Lingming stone monkey suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura. Powerful energy surged through its body, and a yellow glow enveloped it from head to toe. Its tightly shut eyes snapped open, unleashing beams of golden light, followed by an earth-shattering roar directed at the sky. The Lingming stone monkey clenched its fists, drawing energy from the ground through its feet, further amplifying its already formidable presence. Its heart, bathed in golden light, continuously pumped energy to every part of its body. This was the power of the heart of the earth. Tsang Hin smiled with satisfaction. Not only did the Lingming stone monkey possess perfect bloodlines, but it also had the earth crystal to aid it. Coupled with its dual attributes of gold and earth, and Tsang Hin's 100 absorption talent, this was the perfect combination of time, place, and people. The Lingming stone monkey was ecstatic. It stomped the ground forcefully, releasing a surge of power so intense that even Tsang Hin could feel the tremors. In just 5 minutes, its cultivation had soared to the peak of Black Iron Stage 6. Once it refined the remaining energy, it could break through to Stage 7, or even reach the pinnacle of the Black Iron Stage. At this moment, Song Hin summoned the Qingling blade ram. This battle beast, clad in heavy armor, was constantly tempering its body. It had a sleek and agile build, with ancient patterns on its green curved horns that occasionally emitted a blade-like aura. Master, what are your orders? The Qingling blade ram asked while doing push-ups. Its back bore the weight of thousands of pounds, and the muscles in its legs bulged, brimming with terrifying strength. It had already reached the peak of the black iron stage, just one step away from breaking through to the bronze stage. Without a word, Song Hin tossed out 3 third-tier and 15 second-tier bloodline essences. These resources should be enough for your breakthrough. Don't let me down. The Qingling blade ram nodded in agreement and began consuming the bloodline essences. Instantly, its body erupted with tremendous energy, like a volcano. The scorching bloodline power roared through its body, intertwining with invisible blade energy to form a blade dragon that fiercely attacked the barrier to the bronze stage. Bang! The barrier finally gave way and shattered. The Qingling blade ram's aura changed dramatically, its body expanding to 13 meters in length, and its green curved horns becoming even sturdier. Blade intent flowed in its eyes, sharp and intense. After the successful breakthrough, the Qingling blade ram affectionately nuzzled Song Hin's face. Song Hin said with gratification, "Well done. Once Mirror Pig breaks through too, I can become a Tier 3 Beastmaster." With that, Song Hin retracted the Lingming Stone Monkey and summoned the Mirror Pig. "Xiaozi, look, he has already broken through to the bronze stage. You need to step up your game too." Seeing this, the Qingling blade ram kicked the Mirror Pig and angrily scolded, "Didn't you hear? Get up and train. You've absorbed so much energy and still haven't broken through to the bronze stage. Aren't you ashamed?" The Mirror Pig was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger, its purple eyes blazing with fire. However, faced with the Qingling blade ram's reproach, it had no retort. Song Hin quickly intervened to mediate. "All right, laziness is Xiaozi's nature. At its current training pace, it will definitely break through to the bronze stage within a month." The Qingling blade ram remained relentless. "Master, you always indulge it. Character can be changed. Constant indulgence will only make it lazier." In its heart, the Qingling blade ram thought that if it had the same bloodline and talent as the Mirror Pig, it would never waste it and would strive to improve its strength. This thought made it even more dissatisfied with the Mirror Pig's laziness. The 4 battle beasts of Song Hin each have distinct personalities. Silver Moon is proud and aloof, indifferent to everything around it. He is determined and relentless, always striving without rest. Mirror Pig is lazy and lives day by day, taking things as they come. Lingming Stone Monkey is lively and hyperactive, always eager to show off its muscles. Faced with Yi's reproach, Song Hin chose to remain silent. He knew well that Mirror Pig's lazy nature was hard to change, and it couldn't suddenly become as diligent as he. When Qingling Blade Goat voiced its criticism, Mirror Pig's eyes flared with anger, finding the accusation absurd. However, it had to admit that Qingling Blade Goat's words were not without merit. By now, Silver Moon had broken through to the bronze level, and Lingming Stone Monkey had just reached Black Iron level 6, while Mirror Pig had advanced to Black Iron level 8, just a step away from bronze. If it could break through, Song Hin could ascend to a Tier 3 Beastmaster. Under the disdainful gaze of Qingling Blade Goat, Mirror Pig made a silent vow, "I will train hard and not be a burden." With that, it waddled to the side and began consuming bloodline essences, fully immersing itself in training. Song Hin watched this scene with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He snorted coldly and also moved aside to focus on stabilizing its own realm. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lingming Stone Monkey broke through the bottleneck of Black Iron level 6, advancing to level 7, its body growing larger and more powerful, as if cast in gold. Mirror Pig, not disappointing anyone, poured sweat into its training day after day, finally breaking through to Black Iron level 9, just one step away from the peak. Silver Moon's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Bronze level 3, on the verge of a breakthrough. He was steadily advancing towards Bronze level 2, just one step away from allowing Song Hin to become a Tier 3 Beastmaster, at which point he could open a new contract slot and sign a Battle Beast contract with Gungjin's Sword Puppet. At this moment, Gungjin's Sword Puppet's cultivation was skyrocketing like a rocket, reaching the peak of the Black Iron realm, leaving Song Hin in awe. However, recalling the origins and bloodline of Gungjin's Sword Puppet, he felt more at ease. "Xiaozi, eat. Eat up." Song Hin took out a dozen second-tier bloodline essences and stuffed them into Mirror Pig's mouth. Yi's figure loomed nearby, its green eyes fixed intently on Mirror Pig. Not daring to slack off, Mirror Pig absorbed the power of the bloodline essences with a mix of pain and pleasure, sweating profusely as it trained hard under Yi's watchful gaze, burning through energy as it pushed towards the peak of Black Iron. Just then, a visitor arrived. With a thought, Song Hin activated the restriction, and Song Tianwei entered, followed by Song Baiqiu. "Elder Tianwei, what brings you here?" Song Hin asked in surprise, looking at the dark-skinned Song Tianwei, who resembled an ordinary farmer, with a warm smile on his face. As the elder in charge of the Song family's affairs in Yunqing, his sudden visit suggested something important. Song Tianwei approached Song Hin and, with a hint of apology, explained his purpose. Song Hin, the family has just opened a new shop specializing in various beast materials and beasts. The grand opening is in 3 days, and we need your support. Song Hin smiled upon hearing this. I see. Rest assured, Elder Tianwei, we will definitely be there. He felt a surge of joy, realizing that the soul crystal mine had already brought tangible benefits to the family. That's good. However, Song Tianwei hesitated. Sensing something amiss, Song Hin asked, Elder Tianwei, is there a problem with the shop? Is there anything I can help with? Seeing Song Tianwei's hesitation, Song Baiqiu spoke directly. The family's foundation in Yunqing is still shallow. Although the Beast Master Group has captured many beasts, we lack rare bloodlines. Currently, the shop doesn't even have a single elite bloodline beast. Song Hin nodded in understanding. He recalled that when he first became a Beast Master, the highest bloodline in the Beast Garden was just an elite mid-tier bloodtail mink. Family resources were limited, and everyone wanted to contract with elite bloodline beasts. If he hadn't already had a target in mind back then, that bloodtail mink would have been his first battle beast. Most beasts in the family's Beast Garden had high ordinary bloodlines, with elite bloodline beasts being scarce. After a moment of thought, Song Hin took out a beast bag. Here are 3 beasts with initial elite bloodlines. Should that be enough? Song Tianwei received the bag and, upon inspection, was overjoyed. A yellow snow toad at black iron level 3, a blue bone snake at black iron level 2, and an ironback centipede at black iron level 5. Song Hin, thank you so much. This is a great help. Rest assured, the family won't charge any commission. All soul crystals from the sales will be yours. Song Hin nodded. As long as it helps make the shop famous, I believe business will get better and better. If I come across suitable beasts, I'll consign them as well. Hearing this, Song Tianwei's eyes lit up. Really? That's fantastic. Song Hin confirmed with another nod. Rest assured, Elder Tianwei, I keep my word. He had over a dozen beasts with elite bloodlines in his golden pearl space, each with varying levels of strength. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the potential, and naturally, the higher the price. A newly born beast with a high elite bloodline often cost more than an elite low-tier beast that had reached the bronze level. Song Baiqiu's eyes flashed with envy. Although these beasts had limited potential, Song Hin's ability to produce them so easily highlighted the gap between them. Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. I still need to find Xian and Song Hu. You carry on. Having completed his task, Song Tianwei prepared to leave, reminding Song Hin once more, don't forget to come in 3 days. I won't forget, rest assured. Song Hin replied with a smile. Watching Song Tianwei and Song Baiqiu leave, Song Hin shook his head with a chuckle and resumed training with Mirror Pig. Energy fluctuations instantly filled the courtyard. Within the golden pearl space, the beasts meticulously nurtured by Song Hin had begun to breed. He spared no resources, creating diverse environments such as forests, deserts, and rivers, yet still felt the space lacked vitality. Although the captured beasts were not short of blood meals, Song Hin secretly planned to sell them all at an opportune moment. As his strength grew, he believed this space would eventually gather a greater variety of beasts. 3 days passed swiftly. In the battle beast space, Silver Moon howled towards the sky, emitting a brilliant silver-white light. Its aura surged dramatically, breaking through to bronze tier 4 in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the Mirror Pig rapidly approached the peak of black iron. Although he had advanced to the bronze level, his progress had noticeably slowed, remaining at bronze tier 1 despite ample resources. Given his elite low-grade bloodline, reaching this level was already an achievement. Song Hin estimated that after entering the middle-grade bloodline pool twice more, he should be able to break through his bloodline limitations. The Lingming Stone Monkey, however, progressed rapidly, reaching the peak of black iron tier 7, showcasing the significant impact of bloodline differences. The time had come. Song Hin retrieved his battle beasts into the space and stepped out of his residence. Coincidentally, he encountered Sun Hong, who was also heading out. Although they had clashed frequently, they had developed a decent relationship. Upon learning that Song Hin was heading to his family's newly opened shop, Sun Hong eagerly requested to join him. Song Hin readily agreed, thinking to himself that this young master from a prestigious family must be a genuine money magnet. Upon arriving at the shop, the quaint and elegant decor immediately caught their eye. Although not large in scale, its location was quite advantageous. Standing outside, Sun Hong assessed the shop, noting that while the Beastmaster's Hall and Battle Beast Palace monopolized most of the market with high prices, family-run shops like this one filled the gap for commoner beast tamers. The grand opening was bustling with excitement, with firecrackers and gongs creating a lively atmosphere. Customers, who had been waiting for some time, swarmed in, eager to pick their desired items and beasts. An enticing 20 discount added to the allure. As Song Hin patrolled the store, he was pleased with the foot traffic. He noticed that besides himself, Song Hu and Song Zian had also contributed to the shop's success. Unknowingly, nearly 3 months had passed since Song Hin arrived in Yunzhong City. As he reveled in the family's thriving business, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a black scale. Picking it up, he felt a chill spread from his fingertips throughout his body. The mysterious patterns on the scale piqued his curiosity, as if it concealed some kind of map. Learning that it had been acquired from a poor fishing village boy, Song Hin placed it into the golden pearl space, pondering the possibility of uncovering its secrets in the future. However, as Song Hin and Sun Hong prepared to leave, an unexpected discovery shattered the peace. A group of beast tamers dressed in black, exuding a chilling aura, suddenly appeared around the shop. They stood in formation on both sides of the street, subtly blocking customers from entering the Tsang family's shop. Anger flared in Song Hin's eyes, and Song Tianwei quickly sensed the anomaly, rushing out of the shop. Confronted by Song Hin's questioning, Song Tianwei took a deep breath and revealed the identity of the mastermind. These must be people from the Lu family. The Lu family, one of the powerful factions in Cloud City, boasts a 4th-rank beastmaster within their ranks. When a shop went up for sale after its previous owner ceased operations, the Lu family and the Tsang family fiercely competed for it, with the Tsang family eventually securing it at a high price. Despite both being formidable, the Lu family, deeply entrenched in Cloud City, holds a superior position, openly showcasing 2 4th-rank beastmasters. To the Lu family, the Tsang family from Black Dragon City is nothing more than a rural power. On the shop's opening day, the Lu family sent people to cause trouble. Song Tianwei's expression was grim, as neighboring shop owners peeked out to watch. If the Tsang family didn't respond, their future in the city was at stake. The Tsang family's guards gathered behind Song Tianwei, each with a serious look, ready for a bloody confrontation. Sun Hong observed coldly, saying nothing. Sensing the tense atmosphere, bystanders quietly left. Song Tianwei approached a man in black and said icily, "Your methods are quite low. If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened." In reality, Song Tianwei had anticipated this and repeatedly reminded Song Hin and others to support the opening. Song Hu made a round, and the other Tsang family members stayed. Song Nian, who had just broken through to the 3rd rank, also hurried from the warehouse. A Lu family member sneered, "Manager, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just standing here. What's your point?" Other Lu family members wore mocking smiles. Song Tianwei gritted his teeth, veins bulging, "Don't go too far. Fighting won't benefit either side." Song Hin also looked displeased. The Lu family's 2nd-rank beastmaster feigned ignorance. "Too far? I don't know what you're talking about." In the crowd, Lu Ziang, an elder of the Lu family, smirked disdainfully. He thought to himself, "I want to see how the Tsang family will handle this. I want to ruin this shop completely." He had wanted the shop but lost to the Tsang family due to insufficient funds, so he resorted to this tactic. If the Tsang family lost their temper and fought, the city guards would quickly arrive, and the Tsang family would suffer. Seeing the other side's shameless behavior, Song Tianwei knew it wouldn't end well today and turned to leave. At this moment, Song Jing couldn't hold back and wanted to summon a battle beast to teach them a lesson, but Song Yin stopped him. "Can't you see? He's trying to provoke us. If we make a move, the city guards will be here in no time." Song Yin pointed out sharply, holding Song Jing back. "What should we do? Look, all the customers are leaving." Faced with the imminent conflict, people naturally chose to avoid it. Just then, Song Tianwei waved his hand. 5 Tsang family guards stepped forward, and black pellets shot out from their hands. Bang! Dozens of pellets exploded at the feet of the Lu family, releasing thick black smoke and a foul stench that quickly spread. A light breeze carried the nauseating smell down the street. "Damn, what is that? It stinks. Worse than a stink toad. Can't take it, let's get out of here." The crowd covered their noses and fled, their faces twisted in disgust. The Lu family members, unable to bear it, gathered around Lu Ziang. Shops on the street closed their doors, and angry shouts filled the air, unable to mask the pungent odor. The Tsang family's move was a desperate one. Lu Ziang's face turned sour as the stench filled his nostrils, making him almost retch. He fumed. "Is the Tsang family crazy? They've ruined the whole street. Do they even want to do business here? This smell won't go away for a week." If the entire street was ruined, the shop would lose its value. Though the Tsang family members covered their faces with wet cloths, they still frowned. Song Hin realized Song Tianwei's intention and couldn't help but admire his strategic prowess in Cloud City. Song Tianwei shouted, "Everyone here, listen up. The Tsang family welcomes fair competition. But if you resort to such underhanded tactics, this is our response. If no one wants to do business properly, then no one will. The Tsang family can endure this, can you?" The surrounding shop owners were initially stunned. Then some realized the implication Song Tianwei was rallying them against the Liu family. Many shops on this street were backed by powerful factions and had stable customer bases. If the Tsang family continued this way, it would inevitably affect their businesses. The current trouble for the Tsang family stemmed from the Liu family's rogue actions. If not for the city's prohibition on large-scale conflicts, Song Tianwei would have fought the Liu family long ago. That would have played right into the Liu family's hands, forcing the Tsang family to pay a steep price to appease the city lord's fury, which wasn't worth it. This tactic was Song Tianwei's last resort. Liu Ziyang's face changed slightly as he realized the trouble. If the other shop owners sided with Song Tianwei, he would have no chance. Song Tianwei's words echoed in the street for a long time. Liu Ziyang and his group stood still, emitting a foul stench, their faces ashen. The shop owners around them began to speak up, their tones full of threat. Liu Ziyang, since you lost the competition, stop using such underhanded tactics. Learn to accept defeat gracefully. Acting like this only brings shame to the Liu family. Brother Wang is right. Leave now. If you try any tricks on this street again, you know the consequences. The shop owners, backed by forces no weaker than the Liu family, united to pressure Liu Ziyang, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Liu Ziyang gave Song Tianwei a vicious glare and spat out a threat before hurriedly departing with his family. This isn't over. We'll see about this. This incident ended in both a loss of face and resources for Liu Ziyang. The shopkeeper next door, with a cold expression, said to Song Tianwei, "Clean this mess up immediately. This is your only chance. If it happens again, you know the consequences." Song Tianwei's dark face showed a hint of a sheepish smile as he bowed. "I understand. Thank you all for your help today. I will personally visit each of you to apologize." With that, he quickly ordered the guards to start cleaning up the foul stench. The black pellets were made from the fluids of various beasts and medicinal herbs, creating a stench so unbearable that even the beasts couldn't stand it. Song Tianwei took out an antidote and mixed it with water to neutralize the smell, which soon dissipated. Song Tianwei knew that this tactic could only be used once. While he could unite the shops to suppress the Liu family could do the same to squeeze him out. If it happened again, the shops might force him to close down. Song Hin nodded secretly, approving Song Tianwei's handling of the situation. Although they had made an enemy of the Liu family, there was no direct conflict. The Liu family had been provoking them, waiting for the Tsang family to make a move so they could leverage their connections in the city guard. "Elder Tianwei, since the matter is resolved, we'll be leaving," Song Hin said to Tsang Tianwei. "If the Liu family causes more trouble, notify me directly. The Tsang family isn't easy to bully." Song Tianwei gratefully replied, "I understand. Thank you for your help today. If it weren't for you, Liu Ziyang might have gone even further." Song Hin nodded and left with Sun Hong, heading back to Yunzhong Academy. Along the way, Sun Hong remained unusually calm about the earlier conflict, as if he had seen it all before. He warned, "I've heard of Liu Ziyang. He's a petty and vengeful person. Be careful when you go out." Song Hin nodded in agreement. He knew that Liu Ziyang was a third-rank beastmaster, and that his mirror pig was close to breaking through to the bronze level. Once Song Hin himself broke through, he wouldn't have to fear Liu Ziyang anymore. Back at Yunzhong Academy, the two parted ways. Song Hin returned to his residence and immediately summoned his mirror pig to start training. 3 days flew by. Today was the day to determine the first-year rankings, but no one challenged Song Hin. He had been at Yunzhong Academy for 3 months, and the semester was about to end. The opportunity to enter the mid-grade bloodline pool was still his. The mirror pig had reached the peak of the iron level, and with the rich energy in the mid-grade bloodline pool, it was sure to break through to the bronze level. At that point, Song Hin would naturally advance to a third-rank beastmaster. The next morning, Song Hin woke up and immediately went to the resource center to collect merit points, beast spirit pills, and the bloodline pool voucher. To avoid any complications, he headed straight for the mid-grade bloodline pool. The guardian of the mid-grade bloodline pool was still the graceful and charming Luo Yen. She smiled and said, "Song Hin, the academy competition is coming up. This year, the first-year students are counting on you." Song Hin nodded, then entered the mid-grade bloodline pool. Inside the empty pavilion, thick blood flowed slowly, and countless beast shadows roared, exuding a heavy pressure. With a thought, Song Hin opened the beast space. The figures of the mirror pig and the Lingming stone monkey appeared. Bathed in purple light, the mirror pig's plump body walked slowly into the bloodline pool, its laziness replaced by determination. It vowed to break through today or face the wrath of the Qingling blade sheep. The Lingming stone monkey, with its massive body, jumped directly into the blood pool, splashing blood that flowed down its golden fur. The two battle beasts, like ancient behemoths, emitted a powerful suction, absorbing the vast energy of the pool like black holes. The beast shadows around them became agitated, continuously charging into their consciousness and roaring with a mind-shaking intensity. The mirror pig, with its elite high-level bloodline, had reached the peak after long-term refining and absorption. Its mind was steadfast, focused solely on absorbing the rich energy. The Lingming stone monkey, with its perfect high-level bloodline, had a naturally rebellious nature. In its consciousness, a golden divine ape roared to the sky, emitting brilliant golden light and endless ferocity, shattering the roaring beast shadows and constantly strengthening itself. The Lingming stone monkey had reached the peak of the 7th rank of the iron level. The energy from the earth crystal it had previously absorbed was not yet fully utilized. After long-term refining and the stimulation of the rich blood energy, a violent aura suddenly burst from its body. Song Hin's eyes lit up. It seemed the first to break through would be the Lingming stone monkey. Boom! The body of the Lingming stone monkey suddenly burst into a brilliant light, shattering the barrier of black iron tier 7 in an instant. Its aura surged, and it leaped to black iron tier 8. Its golden fur shimmered, and its knotted muscles showcased the beauty of raw power. At the same time, the obese body of the mirror pig began to change. A faint purple mist appeared on its pale skin, with ancient patterns swirling around. Its blood roared within, and its power surged like a tidal wave against the barrier of bronze tier. In the blink of an eye, the mirror pig broke through to bronze tier and let out a long howl towards the sky. Its body swelled to 12 meters in length, like an indestructible wall. Purple light flowed, its tusks were menacing, and its aura was terrifying. The energy from the two beasts' breakthroughs surged into Song Hin's mind through the beast contract. Song Hin felt his mental power overflowing and began to break through the surrounding barriers. He glanced at the time. Only 20 minutes had passed, and there were still 40 minutes left. Decisively, Song Hin sat cross-legged. Soul crystals piled up like a mountain from his storage ring, and he quickly absorbed them. His mind trembled, and mental power surged out like a tide, causing cracks to form in the surrounding barriers. Enduring the roars of countless beast shadows in the blood pool, Song Hin launched another assault. With a crunch, the bottleneck of the Tier 3 Beast Master shattered. The mental power of his 4 battle beasts converged, and his mind expanded, flashing with the color of bronze. Thus, Song Hin successfully advanced to Tier 3 Beast Master, breaking the record of Yunzhong Academy, becoming the youngest Tier 3 Beast Master in the school's history. At this moment, the strength of Song Hin's 4 battle beasts varied. The Lingming Stone Monkey at Black Iron Tier 8, Silver Moon at Bronze Tier 4, and both E and the Mirror Pig at Bronze Tier 1. Such disparities in battle beast levels were common among beast masters. For example, Song Nian's Qingming Tiger had reached Bronze Tier 7, while his other two beasts were still stuck in the Black Iron realm. Song Hin recalled the Lingming Stone Monkey and the Mirror Pig, summoning Silver Moon and E to enter the blood pool. The rich energy was continuously absorbed, causing the energy within the two beasts to surge and their blood to boil. 20 minutes later, although they hadn't broken through, they had accumulated a significant amount of energy, especially E, who was on the verge of a breakthrough. After stabilizing his aura, Song Hin left the pavilion right on time and thanked mentor Luo Yin. Luo Yin was secretly delighted and encouraged Song Hin to do his best in the upcoming academy competition. Returning to his residence, Song Hin began to consolidate his cultivation. He repeatedly circulated his mental power, refining and tempering it to make it more rounded and pure. Meanwhile, the 4 battle beasts trained in the beast space. The Mirror Pig lazily slept, he diligently tempered his body, Silver Moon methodically improved his strength, and the Lingming Stone Monkey continuously erupted with power to strengthen itself. Having reached Tier 3, Song Hin could now summon 3 battle beasts simultaneously. Besides the slumbering Mirror Pig, the other 3 beasts came to the courtyard to diligently train. With his strength improving, Song Hin began to consider the plan for contracting his next battle beast. New challenges and opportunities awaited this young beast master. Within the realm of the Golden Pearl, Song Hin's spiritual avatar stepped inside. In this mysterious domain, the captured beasts resided peacefully, with some even starting to reproduce. After breaking through to a Tier 3 Beast Master, Song Hin's spiritual power surged, making his avatar more refined and extending his range of perception significantly. He focused his mind to check on the state of the Gungjin sword puppet and sensed that its aura had stabilized. Senior, how is the fusion process going? Song Hin appeared before the Gungjin sword puppet and asked softly. The Gungjin sword puppet, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened its eyes, a golden light flashing, with sword energy flickering in its gaze. Oh, you've reached Tier 3 as a Beastmaster. That's quite swift, it said hoarsely, its tone indifferent. With your breakthrough to Tier 3, you now have an additional slot for a beast contract. I need another half-month to complete my fusion. By then, we can form a contract, the Gungjin sword puppet continued, its voice utterly calm. Despite having been a formidable ancient martial emperor, the passage of time had left it grateful for this chance at a new life. Song Hin smiled slightly, calculating the time in his mind. Half a month? Just in time for the academy contest, he mused. Right now, I need a sword that resonates with my spirit and soul. The Gungjin sword puppet looked up, a fiery light flashing in its eyes. The once brilliant swordsmanship prodigy was now ready to reclaim his glory in a new era. With a thought, Song Hin summoned the star bamboo sword, its starlight shimmering in his hand. What do you think of using this material to forge a sword? Star bamboo sword? Excellent material, it can grow continuously. The Gungjin sword puppet nodded in approval. All right, let's settle on that. I'll come back in half a month, Song Hin said, and his figure faded away. Leaving the Golden Pearl realm, Song Hin headed to Song Xian's residence. After failing to breach the restrictions, he turned to find Luo Kuei. What's up, Song Hin? Luo Kuei's scarred face twitched slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Feeling a bit awkward, Song Hin asked, Instructor, do you know any master forgers? I want to forge a sword, and I'm willing to pay well. Luo Kuei patted his shoulder with a hearty laugh. You've come to the right person. Come with me. 5 minutes later, they arrived at a smoke-filled, extremely hot building. As soon as Luo Kuei entered, he shouted loudly, Old man Ouyang, I'm here. Scarface Luo, are you looking for trouble? A white-haired, well-muscled old man, shirtless, stormed out, cursing. Ignoring the outburst, Luo Kuei took a swig of water and introduced, Instructor Ouyang is the only master forger at our academy. His skills are top-notch. Ouyang Longquan, a renowned master forger in Yunzhong County, was also a seasoned Tier 4 beast master with formidable strength. A flash of light emanated from the storage ring in Song Hen's hand, and the star bamboo sword appeared out of thin air. Ouyang Longquan, who had been seething with anger, was instantly captivated by the rare material. Although it was only a second-tier high-grade item, its energy was so dense that it was on the verge of breaking into the third tier. As a master blacksmith, Ouyang Longquan had long coveted such a treasure. He stepped forward cautiously, sweat rolling down his muscular back, and carefully took the star bamboo sword. You want to forge a long sword, right? He asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Song Hin nodded in confirmation and inquired about the payment. Ouyang Longquan demanded a steep price of 100,000 merit points and required Song Hin to provide additional materials. Seeing Song Hin's face change, Ouyang Longquan allowed the use of soul crystals for partial payment but remained haughty. Luo Kuei, unable to bear the situation, reminded Ouyang Longquan that Song Hin was just a first-year student. Ouyang Longquan glared angrily but ultimately relented under Luo Kuei's insistence, begrudgingly turning and heading deeper into the palace. Song Hin looked gratefully at Luo Kuei. Luo Kuei smiled, patted his shoulder, and urged him to make a name for himself in the upcoming academy competition. It turned out that Luo Kuei had learned from his sister, Luo Yin, that Song Hin had broken through to become a third-year beast master and had high hopes for him. As the sound of intense hammering filled the air, Luo Kuei pulled the hesitant Song Hin into the depths of the palace to watch the forging process. They entered a massive underground space, where waves of heat rolled off the walls, causing the surrounding rocks to emit a bluish-purple glow. In the center stood a towering purple copper furnace, next to which lay a massive purple-eyed demon bull. This perfect first-tier bloodline, golden fifth-tier battle beast was Ouyang Longquan's most powerful companion. Its jet-black body was covered in purple demonic patterns, its blood-red eyes tinged with purple, and it breathed purple demonic flames into the furnace. Ouyang Longquan, bare-chested, focused intensely on controlling the flames to melt the star bamboo sword. His spiritual power surged like a tide, simultaneously handling multiple spiritual materials, showcasing his master-level forging skills. As time passed, all the materials gradually melded into a pool of liquid essence. Ouyang Longquan continuously infused restrictions into the mixture, and with the aid of the purple-eyed demon bull's flames, the liquid essence began to take shape. He suddenly produced a large, dark hammer and started hammering rapidly. Golden light flashed, and the power of the stars flowed through the material, embedding more than a dozen restrictions in mere moments. Finally, he plunged the newly formed sword into a cold pool. With a soft hiss, cold mist rose, and a third-tier low-grade star gold sword was born. Its silver-white blade was etched with dark golden sword marks, the power of the stars flowing through it, exuding an incredibly sharp aura. The starry gold sword shimmered brilliantly in the void, its radiance intensified by the flames. The sword's aura shot forth like a dazzling white streak across the sky, transforming into a stream of light that instantly appeared before Song Hin. Beads of sweat trickled down Ouyang Longquan's forehead as he gazed at his creation with satisfaction. This starry gold sword not only possesses the characteristics of the starry bamboo sword, but also absorbs the power of stars and blood to enhance its level. With enough resources, its potential is limitless, Ouyang Longquan proudly explained. This is undoubtedly one of my finest works. Song Hin listened attentively and nodded in agreement. Master Ouyang, you truly live up to your reputation as a master blacksmith. Your knowledge is profound. Ouyang Longquan scoffed. You're just like Luo Scarface, always quick with flattery. Song Hin smiled knowingly before storing the sword in his spatial ring. He promptly transferred merit points to Ouyang Longquan, making up the difference with soul crystals. Though his ring was now empty, he felt it was worth it for such a prized possession. Feeling grateful, Song Hin resolved to maintain a good relationship with Ouyang Longquan. Seemingly reading his mind, Ouyang Longquan said, Kid, if you come across any rare materials in the future, sell them to me. We can negotiate the price. Song Hin's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Master Ouyang. I'll bring any suitable materials to you first. Ouyang Longquan nodded and then dismissed him. All right, off you go. I have more weapons to forge. As Luo Kuei led Song Hin away, he couldn't resist a parting shot. See you around, old man. Get lost. Ouyang Longquan's angry voice echoed as the two left the forge. Song Hin sincerely thanked Luo Kuei. Master, I couldn't have done it without you today. Luo Kuei waved it off. You're my student. If you have any problems, come to me. It's my job to help you out. His words warmed Song Hin's heart. Half a month later, Song Hin's battle beasts had made significant progress. The Lingming stone monkey had reached the peak of the black iron level, while the Gungjin sword puppet had advanced to bronze level 2. Both Yi and the mirror pig were at bronze level 1, and Silver Moon had stepped into bronze level 5. One morning, a sudden disturbance came from the battle beast space. The mirror pig was enveloped in a blinding purple light, its aura surging as it broke through to bronze level 2. Although he had reached the bronze level half a month earlier, it lagged behind in terms of breakthrough speed, highlighting the difference in their bloodlines. Elated, Song Hin immediately contacted the Gungjin sword puppet. Senior, have you successfully fused? The Gungjin sword puppet slowly opened its eyes, a gleam of sword light flickering within. Yes, I keep my promises. Song Hin nodded and without hesitation released his spiritual power, forming a 5-star battle beast contract that imprinted onto the Gungjin sword puppet's forehead. As the contract took effect, a surge of potent soul energy flowed into Song Hin's mind, boosting his spiritual power significantly. His perception expanded to a 50-meter radius. The Gungjin sword puppet then entered the battle beast space to begin its closed-door training. Song Hin officially became a Tier 3 beast master, with his battle beast contracts reaching full capacity. Among his 5 beasts, the weakest, the Lingming stone monkey, could easily handle a bronze level 3 opponent. As a Tier 3 beast master, Song Hin could now summon 3 beasts simultaneously. The mirror pig and Gungjin sword puppet chose to remain in the battle beast space, while Silver Moon, Yi, and the Lingming stone monkey trained diligently in the courtyard. Yi was especially determined, as despite being Song Hin's second contracted beast, its strength had fallen behind its companions. After signing a battle beast contract with the Gungjin sword puppet, Song Hin solemnly handed the star gold sword to it. The Gungjin sword puppet accepted it with satisfaction and immediately began to nurture this divine weapon. Threads of star power slowly flowed into the puppet's body. The star gold sword connected with the puppet's mind, as if it had come to life, breathing in the rich star power. Once unsheathed, this sword was destined to return bloodied. Song Hin glanced at the time and left his residence. Meanwhile, the classroom of Class 12 was bustling with excitement. Today marked the last day of the first half of the semester, and after classes ended, Yunzhong Academy would go on break. Students could choose to stay at the academy or return home, but almost no one would leave because the highly anticipated academy competition would follow immediately after the semester ended. This year's competition would be held in the royal city of Beihan Country Beihan City, specifically at the Royal Beihan Academy. Beihan Country had 9 academies, with Beihan Academy being the undisputed leader. For years, it had maintained the top position in the academy competition thanks to the superior backgrounds and abundant resources of its students. In comparison, Yunzhong Academy ranked mid-tier, standing at 5th place, not outstanding, but not poor either. Luo Kuei strode onto the podium with the energy of a tiger, surveying the many students below. His robust voice rang out, "Today marks the end of this semester. The academy competition is about to begin. I am honored to announce that our class has this year's 1st and 2nd place students, who will represent Class 2 and Yunzhong Academy in the competition. Let's give them a round of applause." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. The students of Class 2 looked at Song Hin and Shi Qinyu with pride. Song Hin, in particular, was a legend in the first year. He had entered the academy ranked 8th, but had gradually defeated his opponents to reach the top. For over 3 months, he had maintained his position at the top, with challengers failing one after another, widening the gap. News of Song Hin breaking through to the 3rd-level Beastmaster had not yet spread. If it did, it would surely cause a sensation. Luo Kuei decisively announced, "All right, the break officially starts now. Song Hin, Shi Qinyu, come with me." He added, "Anyone interested in going to Beihan City, To watch the competition can sign up with me starting tomorrow. The academy won't charge any fees, but you'll need to handle your own food and lodging. With that, he led Song Hin and Shi Qianyu away. Luo Kuei brought the two to a classroom where others were already waiting. Sun Hong and Long Wu were among them. Song Hin, Shi Qianyu, and Sun Hong were the main representatives for the first year, while Long Wu was a substitute. Long Wu had been stuck in fourth place for over 3 months, almost developing a psychological shadow from being defeated by Song Hin. Besides him, there were 2 other substitutes for the first year, Yang Jie and Jia Jing. Song Hin was slightly surprised to see familiar faces. Jia Jing had climbed from 10th to 6th place, and Yang Jie, from the prestigious Yang family of Yunzhong City, was a strong contender, holding 5th place. Soon, senior students arrived. They usually kept to themselves and were rarely seen at the academy, often returning only to train in seclusion, so they were not well acquainted with each other. Luo Kuei arranged for Song Hin and Shi Qianyu to sit next to Mo Ming. Not long after, Song Hin saw another familiar face, Song Hu, a 4th-year substitute. Despite Song Hu's thunderstorm cloud tiger reaching silver tier 2, he was still only a substitute, indicating that the 4th year was full of hidden talents and someone might have already broken through to the 4th-level Beastmaster. Lu Changqiu, dressed in black robes, appeared with an imposing presence. He succinctly said, "The academy competition is imminent. I have only one thing to say. Fight with the spirit of Yunzhong Academy and show our prowess. Be ready to depart tomorrow." With that, he turned and left. This time, Lu Changqiu would lead the team. The academy's head, Imo Shanhe, rarely appeared, leaving Lu Changqiu, the deputy head, to effectively take on the head's responsibilities. After the meeting, Song Hin exchanged a few words with Sun Hong. Since her defeat by Song Hin, Shi Qianyu had stopped pestering him and just listened quietly. Sun Hong, dressed in white and exuding elegance, asked with a smile, "What's your current strength level?" Song Hin replied with a smile, "Stronger than you anyway." Sun Hong rolled his eyes, "Get lost." Shi Qianyu glanced at Song Hin and smiled knowingly. Sun Hong, with a complex expression, said, "I admit you're strong, but there's always someone stronger. The guys from Beihan Academy are tough." Shi Qianyu agreed, knowing that their opponents had enjoyed abundant resources since childhood, creating a significant gap in strength. Song Hin responded confidently, "I can say this. As long as I'm here, Yunzhong Academy won't lose in the first year." Sun Hong's mouth twitched. "I want Yunzhong Academy to win too, but I'm afraid you'll be humiliated." Song Hin calmly replied, "We'll see." After a brief discussion, the 3 went their separate ways to prepare. Song Hin, having spent a lot to forge the star gold sword, was nearly broke. However, he maintained a positive attitude, deciding to do nothing but rest and prepare for the upcoming academy competition. If Yunzhong Academy's ranking improved this time, the participating students would receive generous rewards. Song Hin was already considering which treasure to choose from the academy. Returning to his residence, Song Hin summoned his silver moon 3-headed beast and provided it with a large amount of blood essence to absorb. The 3-headed beast was thrilled, knowing it would face many battles soon, and began to refine itself diligently. Yi's bloodline was at the peak of elite low tier, and with opportunities in the academy competition, it might break through to elite mid tier, significantly accelerating its growth. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.